Jiang Yang unexpectedly returns to the year 1970, an era characterized by its iron rice bowl and unassailable stability. As a seasoned benefactor to his siblings, Jiang Yang is the very younger brother being supported, and he also has an ex-wife who wishes to exploit him as a foolish benefactor. What more is there to say? He must certainly part ways. From a humble apprentice in a cafeteria to the president of a publicly listed hotel, Jiang Yang aspires to accomplish three things: to honor his parents, support his sisters, and cherish his daughter. Chapter 1. Then you should leave. Mom and Dad, this opportunity is rare. With just 500 yuan, we can secure a job position for Jiang Yang at the machinery factory. Just think, this is a position for a worker. From this point onward, Jiang Yang would leap through the dragon gate and grasp the iron rice bowl. Our entire family will bask in its glory. Jiang Yang abruptly opened his eyes, staring at the woman before him, who was passionately articulating her thoughts. His gaze fixated on the woman, momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend his surroundings. This woman before him was not the ex-wife Lu Meifeng, who had oppressed him for 20 long years. He had heard that Lu Meifeng had been diagnosed with cancer. In her final moments, the younger brother and sister-in-law she had cherished throughout her life had shown her no concern. How would she be here? He had lived to the age of 80, amassing a fortune exceeding 100 billion, albeit dying in solitude. Lacking children and a spouse, he had bequeathed his wealth to the state. Naturally, someone else would oversee the arrangements for his funeral. Remembering the regrets in his heart, he closed his eyes, reflecting on the myriad experiences of his past life. He had been a figure of great renown throughout his life. At this age, he considered his death to be fitting. The only regret lay in the sacrifices made by his 5 sisters and the daughter who had suffered greatly and ultimately leaped from a building for the sake of his brother. Had it not been for him, his 3rd sister would not have severed ties with him, choosing to live in estrangement. Among his 5 sisters, only the 3rd sister found a fortunate end. It is said she achieved success, enjoyed a happy family life, and had dutiful children. The other 4 sisters met with unfortunate fates, and he became known as the envious younger brother of the sibling benefactor in everyone's eyes. His daughter, Jiang Xiao, due to his ex-wife's favoritism towards her nephew, endured countless grievances, even considering exchanging her high school graduate daughter for a bride price to support her cousin. This pressure ultimately led the girl to take her own life. With a promising future, he had foolishly chosen the disastrous Lu Meifeng, whose influence was detrimental. Love had led him to ruin. Lu Meifeng was a paragon among sibling benefactors, a true fighter in her own right. She had drained him of his vitality for 20 years, as well as that of his sisters and parents. Yet, why could he now see Lu Jinfeng? Lu Jinfeng had spoken at length, observing the troubled expressions of his in-laws. She hastily nudged her husband, who stood dumbfounded beside her. Normally, her husband was compliant, and upon hearing her words, he would undoubtedly chime in to comfort his concerned parents. This matter could easily be resolved, yet to her surprise, her husband remained utterly silent today. Jiang Yang, would you please say something? This matter is for your benefit and the future of our Jiang family. Typically, Jiang Yang would respond immediately to his wife's cues, as he was known in the village for being under her thumb. Lu Jinfeng was exceptionally beautiful, renowned across several villages as a stunning flower. Thus, many pursued her. Although Jiang Yang was not unattractive himself, he stood little chance against the suitors surrounding Lu Jinfeng. Yet, inexplicably, Lu Jinfeng chose Jiang Yang and married him. Many remarked that she was a flower planted in cow dung, but only Jiang Yang understood that Lu Jinfeng had her sights set on his 5 sisters. His gentle demeanor and mild temperament made him easy to manage. His parents were simple, honest villagers. Their family exemplified the traditional 1970s preference for sons over daughters, treating him, their only son, as a prized possession. Though their lives were not affluent, they ensured that he wanted for nothing. Other families were not so accommodating. Lu Jinfeng poked Jiang Yang repeatedly, but he remained silent, causing her expression to darken. She had always taken liberties with him, expecting him to comply with her every demand. The elder matriarch, noticing her daughter-in-law's displeasure, quickly grasped that something was amiss. Fearing for her son's well-being, she worried that his wife's discontent would lead to discord. Her son, being reticent by nature, would surely find himself in a difficult position if his wife threw a tantrum. On multiple occasions, she had witnessed her son being locked out by his wife, sitting on a bench in the yard at midnight, smoking. Meifeng, let me discuss this matter with your father first. We certainly cannot afford this sum. 500 yuan is no small amount. The elder sighed, puffing on his pipe, a frown etched on his face. Ever since their son's marriage, they had been burdened with substantial debt. Since the wedding, his daughter-in-law had steadily extracted money and provisions from them, both overtly and covertly. Now, she was asking for 500 again. Although he understood that this amount was for a legitimate purpose, they could hardly scrape together such a sum. Lu Meifeng nonchalantly replied, "Mother, this is something that naturally calls for the assistance of the 5 sisters. Jiang Yang is the sole heir of the Jiang family. If he can secure a position as a worker, it would be a tremendous honor for us all. Just imagine the esteem we would hold in the village. If each sister contributes 100 yuan, that would make up the 500. Once Jiang Yang begins earning a salary, he wouldn't forget his 5 sisters. Upon hearing this, the elder took a deep drag on his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke, saying, "Very well, I will discuss this with your mother and also confer with your sisters." Yet he ultimately did not relent. When Lu Meifeng failed to receive a positive response from the elder, her demeanor shifted immediately. To her, being in the Jiang family felt akin to being revered as a deity. Everyone was expected to show her respect. If anyone in the Jiang family showed any sign of defiance, she would take her frustrations out on Jiang Yang. Whenever Jiang Yang faces adversity, the entire family becomes teary-eyed, inevitably compelled to heed his desires. As was her custom, Lu Meifeng immediately rose in displeasure, delivering a kick to Jiang Yang as she exclaimed, "This matter concerns your lifelong affairs. How do you propose we proceed? Accompanying a spineless wretch like you, when will this life ever reach a conclusion? Initially, I envisioned sharing a life of comfort with you, yet here I am, reduced to subsisting on meager rations, scarcely able to satiate my hunger. I would have fared better had I married the workshop director of the water treatment plant instead." Lu Meifeng had become accustomed to belittling her husband in such a tone, akin to modern-day emotional manipulation. The elder Jiang couple could hardly fathom that their daughter-in-law would dare to confront their son in their presence. Her words were exceedingly harsh. Just as the old man was about to speak, the old woman grasped his hand firmly. They were well aware of their son's deep affection for his wife. Ultimately, they could not prevail over their son, despite their efforts to endure the hardships of bringing this daughter-in-law into their home. They meddled, and in the end, it was their son who bore the brunt of the consequences. The typically reticent Jiang Yang, at that moment, lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp and piercing. That formidable aura suddenly rendered Lu Meifeng's husband a stranger in her eyes. "If you despise me for being a coward, then be swift to depart. Return to your maternal home and never set foot here again." Chapter 2. Repeat that for me again. "Jiang Yang, what did you say? Please say it again." Lu Meifeng was utterly incredulous, her timid and cowardly demeanor contrasting sharply with the audacious words that suddenly escaped the lips of the man she adored. Was this truly the Jiang Yang she knew? If you wish to live a good life, then do so peacefully. If not, then be gone. Jiang Yang gazed steadily at his ex-wife, recalling the extent to which his family had been oppressed over the past 20 years. It had cost lives that even his immense fortune of hundreds of billions could never restore. He could earn money, yet such irreplaceable regrets would haunt him for a lifetime. He vowed never again to indulge Lu Meifeng. "Very well, Jiang Yang, you possess the capability and the spirit. I shall leave now, and I will not return. Let's proceed with the divorce." Lu Meifeng ground her teeth, stomped her foot, and turned to leave. She was aware that whenever she mentioned divorce, Jiang Yang would invariably relent. This cowardly man was terrified of losing her. Let it be. If someone leaves, then the other is a fool. Jiang Yang was eager to hasten the divorce, to rid himself of this burdensome ex-wife. Whoever desired her could have her. To his surprise, Lu Meifeng cast a glance back at him. There was no trace of longing visible on his face, which prompted her to grit her teeth and quickly retrieve her belongings before departing. "Jiang Yang, if you truly have the resolve to divorce me, then so be it. Whoever does not leave is the fool." Lu Meifeng stormed off in a huff. The elderly couple had scarcely managed to intervene before the argument concluded. The elderly woman approached her son and playfully smacked him on the back. "What are you doing? What good does this bravado serve? Your wife does not argue like this every time. Why can't you just endure a little? Now look at the situation. Your wife has left, and you'll be spending another 20 or 30 just to bring her back. You wastrel." Despite her words, after delivering the slap, she couldn't bear to lay a finger on her son again. He was their precious youngest child, raised with utmost care and affection, the sole heir of the Jiang family. They had only welcomed him into their lives at the age of 45, a true late-life blessing. "Father and mother, it is I who have been unfilial. I spoiled Lu Meifeng in the past. I can no longer indulge her. If this continues, our family will be shattered." Jiang Yang spoke with unwavering determination, needing to gradually prepare his parents for the notion of divorce. In rural areas, especially during the 1970s, divorce was not a matter to be taken lightly. It brought shame upon the family, who would be subject to gossip and scorn from others. His parents would undoubtedly struggle to accept it. He needed to slowly reveal Lu Meifeng's true character, as well as the true nature of her family, so that his parents could come to terms with the situation. The elderly man sighed, extinguishing his pipe and tapping it on the edge of the Kong. "Your life is yours to live. You may choose how to lead it. Your mother and I are too old to interfere. However, as one who has experienced life, I cannot idly watch you endure your wife's tyranny. Just give it a few days this time. Do not, as before, rush to apologize to her family the next day, allowing them to mock you. The elder's words lacked conviction. Though Jiang Yang had displayed firmness this time, he had always been quick to reconcile with his wife after their disputes, rushing to her family to offer apologies. The elderly couple could hardly believe their son would truly remain angry with his wife. "Father, you are right. This time I must hold out for a couple of days. Let the Liu family understand that the Jiang family is not so easily bullied." Jiang Yang replied with a smile, looking at his parents, whose hair had grayed, but whose health remained robust. Tears welled up in his eyes. In his previous life, his parents had been driven to their graves by Liu's family. His father had passed away early, and his mother had become bedridden, with Liu Meifeng neglecting her own mother. Jiang Yang had been the one to care for his own mother, but fearing she would burden him, she had quietly taken her own life the following year by drinking pesticide. This time, he was determined to ensure his parents enjoyed the fruits of their labor. The elder sighed at his son's words. The elderly couple felt a sense of relief, but they remained uncertain about how long this newfound resolve would last, given their son's history. "But your wife truly cares for you. If that worker situation in the factory is reliable, spending $500 would indeed be worthwhile. Tomorrow, you should call your sisters back. I will discuss it with them. It may be tough, but we can gather some funds. Your mother and I may not have money on hand, but we could borrow some from your uncles." The elder clearly had his heart set on the prospect of a factory job. In the 1970s, such an opportunity was worth its weight in gold. "Father, you need not concern yourself with that. We cannot keep asking my sisters for help. They're all married now, and this constant reliance will only bring them shame in their households." Jiang Yang recalled his previous life, where he had been a scoundrel, relying on his sisters whenever he faced difficulties. Liu Meifeng was labeled a brother supporting witch, yet he was also the brother being supported by his sisters. The elder did not take his son's remarks as a retort. What capabilities could he possibly possess? In their village, everyone farmed the land, earning but a couple hundred yuan a year, barely enough to cover their household expenses. After all was said and done, they would be left with only 20 or 30 yuan, which required strict budgeting. Jiang Yang finished speaking and turned to return to his room, where he lived with his parents. The courtyard itself had been built through the efforts of his sisters. The main house consisted of 5 rooms. His parents occupied 2, while he and his wife had 3, along with a room each in the east and west wings, along with a courtyard and porch. Their brick and tile home was among the finest in the village. Had Liu Meifeng's family not insisted on a brick house, his sisters would not have had to stretch their finances to provide for it. His eldest sister had even carried stones from the mountain, her shoulders bearing the brunt of the labor, leaving her unable to show her face. Pushing aside the curtain, he entered the adjacent room, where his daughter, Jiang Xiao, sat obediently at the Kong table, clutching a small wooden doll. The doll, though crudely carved and diminutive in size, was cherished by the child, who had no other toys. Holding it tightly, she treated it as a precious treasure. At just 2 years old, she was smaller than Liu Ziqiang's child, who was a year older. Liu Ziqiang was Liu Meifeng's brother. The Liu family was considerably better off. Liu Meifeng had 2 brothers, Liu Ziqiang and Liu Zhanxiang. Liu Ziqiang was already married, while Liu Zhanxiang had yet to court anyone. Little Xiao, merely 2 years old, had already begun to read the expressions of the adults. Clearly, Liu Meifeng's furious departure had frightened the little girl, who was now cowering behind the Kong table, peering out timidly. She wore a look of terror, shrinking beneath the quilt as though wishing to disappear within it. This was his daughter, Xiao. Chapter 3. Egg Cake. Upon seeing his obedient and sensible daughter, Jiang Yang could not help but feel tears welling in his eyes. He forced a smile onto his face and strode over confidently. He scooped the little girl into his arms, her petite form feeling weightless in his embrace. In their household, any morsel of good food was often sent back to Liu Meifeng's family, leaving his daughter perpetually hungry. Moreover, Liu Meifeng was always preoccupied with her nephews, neglecting Xiao entirely, and often losing her temper at the little girl. As a result, the child had grown up feeling inferior, introverted, timid, and fearful. This lifetime, he vowed to nurture his daughter into a bright, courageous, and lively individual. The little girl was tossed into the air by her father, only to be gently caught back into his embrace. Instantly, she erupted into a fit of giggles, revealing her 2 rows of tiny white teeth. "Daddy, higher!" she exclaimed. Typically, her father spent most of his time with her mother, seldom engaging in play with her. She was acutely aware of her mother's volatile temperament, prone to scolding and striking. With peals of laughter, the little girl was thrown up into the air once more, enjoying the game several times over. Finally, as he held the soft, delicate child close, he could feel her frail bones pressing against him. The once timid and fearful eyes now sparkled with joy. Her round, black eyes shone brightly, and she wrapped her little hands around Jiang Yang's neck. "Daddy, higher!" Her vocabulary was limited, yet her enthusiasm was boundless. "All right, We shall play higher again shortly. But it's time for dinner now. He brought his little girl to the table, and upon seeing the meager fare laid out before them, his brow furrowed in dismay. Cornmeal and buckwheat steamed buns, along with sorghum porridge and pickled vegetables, none of which seemed suitable for a 2-year-old. It wasn't that there was a lack of food. Indeed, her parents were industrious. They had 3 chickens in the yard, and providing an egg for the child each day was certainly feasible. However, Lu Meifeng was extremely protective of the eggs, always taking a basketful when she visited her family. The child had long been weaned and should have been introduced to solid foods, yet she was fed the same cornmeal mush and sorghum porridge as the adults. Given her delicate constitution, she often struggled to digest such fare, which explained her frail and malnourished appearance. He set the little girl on the edge of the bed. She clung to her father's neck, reluctant to let go, as he rarely engaged with her so affectionately. Xiao, wait here. Daddy will steam you an egg cake. At the mention of the egg cake, her eyes brightened even further, twinkling like stars in the night sky, a sight that stirred a bittersweet ache in Jiang Yang's heart. She nodded eagerly, clutching her wooden doll, and climbed back to sit patiently at the table, awaiting her treat. Jiang Yang smiled at his daughter, ruffling her hair affectionately. Such obedience from a 2-year-old was a reflection of their shortcomings as parents. Before long, a steaming bowl of fragrant egg cake emerged from the kitchen. Their home was so impoverished that there were no seasonings to enhance the dish. Aside from a pinch of salt, not even a drop of sesame oil could be found. Nevertheless, this bowl of egg cake brought immeasurable delight to the little girl, who devoured it with unrestrained joy, her face alight with happiness. Even after finishing the bowl, she looked as if she could eat more, want to lick it clean, observing her desperate attempts to savor every last morsel. Jiang Yang felt a pang of sorrow and swiftly reclaimed the bowl. Xiao, I promise we'll have egg cake every day from now on. The little girl nodded obediently, not at all like other children who would throw tantrums at the mere mention of restrictions. Determined, Jiang Yang resolved that their lives could not continue in such a manner. After finishing their meager meal, he tidied the house, which resembled a pigsty, a direct result of Lu Meifeng's laziness and her tendency to indulge her brother. He could not fathom how he had ever found her appealing. Once the house was clean, he gathered all the dirty clothes into a basin, preparing to wash them when his mother hurried over. Oh dear, what are you doing? Come now, let me wash them. She lamented, her heart aching for her little grandson. Jiang Yang gently grasped his mother's wrist and said, Mother, I'm grown now. I can't let you do this work anymore. You should see me as an adult. He firmly guided her aside, filled the basin with water, rolled up his sleeves, and began washing. The familiarity of the task brought tears to his mother's eyes. With 5 older sisters, it had never been necessary for her son to take on such burdens. She resented her daughter-in-law for this, yet understood her son's dependence on her. As he washed, Jiang Yang reflected on his return home and the dire circumstances they faced. Life in their household was undeniably harsh. In the 1970s, prosperity was a distant dream. Their production team was not affluent. Nestled among 3 mountains, their village had more hills than flat land, leading to a scarcity of crops compared to other teams. Relying solely on farming meant that families often went hungry. Even the team leader struggled to fill his belly. The era of economic reform had yet to dawn, and small businesses were non-existent. If they wished for a better life, one would have to secure a stable job. In his previous life, Lu Meifeng had borrowed 500 yuan from her parents, claiming it was for securing employment. She had indeed found a job, but the money had not gone to Jiang Yang. Rather, it had benefited her brother, Lu Zhanxiang, who had thrived in the steel factory, ultimately becoming a workshop director. The Lu couple boasted about their son's success, pounding their chests with pride. Jiang Yang reasoned that if the job was genuine, he too must find a way to secure it. However, the sum of 500 yuan was crucial. His memories from the previous life were clear on this point. He was determined to acquire it. Yet he could not allow his sisters to suffer as they did in his past, nor could he allow his parents to grovel before relatives. How could he procure that 500 yuan? Jiang Yang rubbed his temples. In this era, starting a business was nearly impossible, and finding any means of income seemed daunting. His only option was to head to the county seat to carry large packages, the only place willing to hire temporary laborers, particularly from the countryside, capable of enduring such grueling work. With resolve, Jiang Yang decided he would venture to the county the following day. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about the lavish villa, filled not only with cash, jewels, and precious metals, but also stocked with countless treasures. Had he been able to salvage even a fraction of those riches, he would not be in such distress now. Abruptly, Jiang Yang felt a strange sensation wash over him. Chapter 4. The Villa's Unused Potential. Jiang Yang was nearly taken aback. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure. After all, he had lived long enough to weather a few storms. He had experienced enough to retain some semblance of calm in this bewildering situation. This felt akin to the improbable scenarios depicted in the chaotic online novels and dramas he had once read. Yet he was more concerned about how his mother would react if she witnessed his sudden disappearance in the yard. Before he could explore this newfound space further, he was abruptly returned to where he had started. Turning to look at his mother, he found her gazing at him with a mixture of concern and affection. "My dear, let me handle this," she insisted. Jiang Yang quickly realized that he had not actually vanished, but rather entered a sort of mental space. A stroke of good fortune. "Mother, please go inside and check on Xiao Xiao. We wouldn't want her to wet the bed." If the little girl could speak, she might have called her father neglectful. The old woman rose and went indoors, lamenting what kind of heartless mother would abandon her daughter like this. Jiang Yang sighed in relief, glancing towards his father's room, which remained quiet, likely occupied with weaving baskets as usual. Feeling unsafe outside, he pondered before hauling the laundry basin into the kitchen. The door was slightly ajar, obscuring the view of the kitchen's interior. Only then did Jiang Yang feel secure enough to contemplate how to access this newfound space. People often speak of harnessing mental power, yet how does one truly do so? I silently recite the essence of space. Before long, I feel a sense of weightlessness, akin to flying, perhaps even swifter than an airplane, a sensation of ethereal drifting. Jiang Yang gazes at the familiar scene before him, suddenly realizing that this is indeed the grand villa he has been yearning for. It is unmistakably his own. However, the villa is eerily silent, devoid of any presence. The windows gleam with clarity, and everything appears so familiar, as if he has never truly departed. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascends a staircase. In his room, a safe awaits, and with practiced ease, he opens the door. The iris verification activates, and the safe unlocks automatically. Upon seeing the wealth of gold, silver, and jewels within, Jiang Yang finally allows a smile to grace his lips. He is on the verge of fortune. There is no need for struggle. He can simply bask in his good fortune. Desiring to find 500 yuan, he rummages through the safe, clutching a stack of foreign currency. Jiang Yang feels as though he's been struck by lightning. The money is indeed real, and the items genuine, but the dilemma remains. How does one spend such currency? The largest denomination from the 1970s does not exceed 100 yuan. For the average person, possessing a mere 10 yuan is considered fortune. Foreign currency? It is more likely to be dismissed as counterfeit than accepted. In this era, domestic currency has transformed into digital forms stored in banks. Who would carry around cash? This is a true misfortune. Jiang Yang's thoughts then drift back to the gold and jewels within the safe. There is a veritable treasure trove of diamonds and other precious ornaments. Yet in the 1970s, parading such riches would surely paint him as a target for envy. These items are nothing but sources of trouble. None could be taken out without risking calamity. Silently, Jiang Yang closes the safe, bidding farewell to his vault filled with treasures. Yet unable to spend a single cent, he sits on the wooden floor, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. Very well. If the gold and jewels are of no use, perhaps it is time to seek out something practical. Scanning the room, he notes the presence of antique paintings and calligraphy. But in this age, such items are of no value in trade. After pondering for a while, he ultimately abandons the idea. They are mere decorations, entirely out of place in this era. Jiang Yang recalls the basement, which not only houses a wine cellar, but also a cold storage and various food supplies, an epitome of indulgence. Resolutely, he decides to explore the storage for anything of utility. Upon entering the basement and passing by his luxury goods storage, he notices the neatly arranged collection of watches, which catches his eye. While other items may lack practicality, a watch remains a necessity for people of any decade. In the 1970s, a watch was indeed a luxury, fetching a hefty price and requiring a ticket for purchase. After examining every watch, Jiang Yang reluctantly picks up the least expensive one. This watch alone costs at least 200,000 yuan. On today's market, it might fetch a mere 500 yuan, and even then, it might not find a buyer. Why, oh why, did he only collect luxury timepieces? Why couldn't he have held on to something more ordinary? Selling a 200,000 yuan watch for merely 500 is sheer madness, an absurd devaluation. Jiang Yang sets the watch down, realizing that unless absolutely necessary, he cannot utilize this option. He continues to peruse his storage. There are frozen imported steaks, lamb chops, and top-grade salmon caviar. Yet, aside from satisfying his family's appetites, these items serve little purpose. Selling them on the black market? Who would buy? Steaks and lamb chops could be processed and passed off as ordinary meat, but the other items have no market whatsoever. His gaze falls upon another storage room filled with neatly stacked rice and flour, and he breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, he has found something of practical use. Premium rice, flour, and cooking oil could be exchanged on the black market for some currency. However, given the affluence of that era, his reserves are rather modest. 3 bags of rice weigh in at a total of 60 pounds, and 3 bags of flour at 30 pounds. He has 1 barrel each of peanut oil, sunflower oil, and rapeseed oil. There are plenty of seasonings and olive oil, but in this era, who consumes such items? In another wine cellar, he finds an abundance of spirits, white wine, red wine, beer, and champagne, all present. However, a bottle of Maudai wouldn't yield much in exchange. Suddenly, he feels that the lavish lifestyle of a top-tier tycoon holds little appeal. Returning to the 1970s, he finds himself unable to utilize any of it. Gritting his teeth, he quietly exits, not wanting to raise suspicions with his parents regarding his prolonged silence. Jiang Yang feels akin to an ant on a hot stove, full of zeal, yet with nowhere to direct it. The laundry is clean, and colorful banners flutter in the yard. Jiang Yang ponders that he must venture into the county town tomorrow. He must devise a plan, even if it means trading something, anything. If all else fails, he must find a way to exchange the 200,000 yuan watch. Just then, he hears a sound at the courtyard door. Jiang Yang looks up to see his elder sister, wrapped in a scarf, entering. "Sister, little six, you're home." Her voice is somewhat hoarse, and she turns her face away to avoid his gaze. She strides quickly towards their parents' main room. Jiang Yang rushes forward, gripping her shoulder and pulling her back. Their eyes meet, and he notices the dark circles under her eyes and the cut at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 5. Standing Tall. Wang Fuguei hit you again. It is not a question, but a certainty. Jiang Xia quickly raises her hand to shield her face, stammering, "Don't think too much. I just had a little accident. I wasn't hit by your brother-in-law." "Sister, at this point, you're still covering for him?" Jiang Yang's fists clench, and a storm brews across his face. His furious demeanor leaves Jiang Xia momentarily stunned. Is this truly her younger brother? Jiang Yang has always been doted on by their parents, timid and meek. In such situations, one would never expect their younger brother to stand up for them. Moreover, she is reluctant to let her brother confront Wang Fuguei, who is both strong and imposing. In no reason, Jiang Xia hesitates, and in that moment, Jiang Yang understands. He slaps himself hard across the face. Jiang Xia jumps, quickly grabbing her brother's arm. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting yourself? Are you crazy?" "I am crazy. Wang Fuguei is angry because of the money our family borrowed from you, isn't he?" All 5 of his sisters are inclined to support their brothers, earning the disdain of their husbands. Yet, Wang Fuguei is the most arrogant among them. Wang Fuguei is a butcher, and during these tough times, a butcher whose family fared, well, naturally has some spare cash. However, no man can tolerate his wife constantly bailing out her younger brother. Furthermore, since his sister has borne him 2 daughters, this is deemed a grave sin in the Wang household. Wang Fuguei often concocts excuses to resort to physical violence against his sister. In his previous life, Jiang Yang was a coward, having grown up surrounded by girls and overly sheltered by his parents. To put it plainly, he was somewhat effeminate. He had never climbed a tree or fought. Faced with such a brutal brother-in-law, he was utterly defenseless and could not bring himself to defend his sister. Now that he has wealth, he looks back with regret, leading him to seek out combat training. Countless times he had envisioned that if he were to return to the past, he would ensure that no sister of his would ever be subjected to bullying. "Mother, my sister is back. Come and see her." Jiang Yang restrained his anger. Zhang's mother emerged, pulling Xiao Xiao along, and upon seeing her daughter, she exclaimed, "What brings you back at such an odd time? Your husband will surely have something to say about it." Noticing her daughter's empty hands, she lamented, "You don't even think to bring something back when you return to your maternal home. You know your brother loves those sesame pancakes from your family. You really have no sense of compassion. It seems I owe you all something." Jiang Yang observed his sister's shoulders trembling, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yet she still concealed her face, fearful that their mother would see. Recalling their mother's favoritism in their past lives, he took his sister before their mother and said, "Mother, who cares about sesame pancakes? Look at what Wang Fuguei has done to my sister." Upon seeing her daughter's bruised face, the old lady remained unmoved. "What happened? Did Wang Fuguei hit you again? What was the reason this time? This is all your fault for not being assertive. Why did you give birth to 2 daughters? If only you had given birth to a son, you would stand tall. If Wang Fuguei dared to hit you, I would tear his face apart. You ungrateful child. How can you show your face here?" Jiang Yang's expression darkened. His parents, though fundamentally honest, displayed a harsh and unfeeling demeanor toward their own daughters. He understood that they were good people, but their favoritism was solely directed at him, treating his sisters as if they were not their own. In his previous life, he had shared the same belief, thinking that his sisters should naturally sacrifice for him. Yet, as he aged and found himself alone, He realized that the most sincere and pure bond in the world was the sisterly love they bore for him. Unfortunately, this favoritism led to dire consequences for his sisters. Hearing his words, Jiang Xia's face turned pained, tears streaming down more fiercely. Yet her voice was choked in her throat, preventing her from crying out. Mother, if you continue to speak like this, I will be angry. Wang Fugui's assault on my sister is an affront to the Jiang family. Is it merely an attack on her? I am the brother-in-law, and I am still alive, with the men in the house here. How dare he treat my sister this way? Sister, wait for me. I will find Wang Fugui. If I don't beat him half to death and make him kneel before you to apologize, I shall not bear the Jiang surname. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yang turned and stormed out. The old lady was taken aback. You foolish child, don't be reckless. You alone cannot contend with Wang Fugui. Stop right there. She turned and slapped her daughter hard. Are you a fool? Hurry and chase after your brother. What are you standing there for? If your brother is harmed by Wang Fugui, mark my words, I will not let you off. Though Jiang Xia's face was swollen and red, she disregarded everything else and rushed to follow her brother. Old Jiang had already come out of the house. What is happening? What's going on? He urged quickly. Summon your uncle and your second uncle, and let us confront Wang Fugui. You little one, go settle the score with him. Hearing this, old Jiang became anxious. Wang Fugui was a notorious troublemaker. His son had never been in conflict with anyone in the village, always shy, obedient, and well-mannered. If he went to confront Wang's family, he would surely suffer. The old man rushed out without even putting on his shoes. Jiang Xia, panting, chased after her brother, only to see him emerging from the neighboring Ma Laosen's house, pushing a bicycle and riding away, with Ma Laosen's son, Ma Shuqiang, jumping onto the back seat. Jiang Godin, look at you, becoming bold enough to seek out your brother-in-law for retribution. Is this something you can handle? You can't possibly win against him. If you don't take me along, who will protect you when you get beaten? A surge of warmth filled Jiang Yang's heart. Ma Shuqiang was his childhood friend, the most mischievous boy in the village. Yet, he had formed a bond with the village's most timid child. In his previous life, he had lived in humiliation, and it was only through Ma Shuqiang selling his house and providing money to the Liu family that he managed to escape the pit of despair. All right, hold on tight. I'm relying on you for support. Jiang Yang, Jiang Godin, why are you suddenly calling me old man? You've never spoken like that before. Ma Shuqiang exclaimed, surprised. Today, I finally see it clearly. I was a coward before, but starting today Jiang Yang, will be a man of dignity. Jiang Yang's roar startled a flock of birds from the cornfield by the roadside. Chapter 6, Madness. Wang Fugui sat in his courtyard, boasting with his two cronies. What is the big deal about wanting a little girl? My daughter is just right for the taking. His best friend, Zhang Dashan, quickly waved his hand. Fugui, don't say that. She is your own flesh and blood. Once you give her away, you can't get her back. Everyone in the village knew how notorious Wang Fugui was. No girl in the village wanted to marry him. Yet luck seemed to be on his side, as he had married the beautiful Jiang Xia. The Jiang family truly lacked foresight. Zhang Dashan felt sympathy for that poor woman who was often beaten and did not want to add to her suffering. However, his cousin, Wu Guoji, perked up at the mention of money. Brother, a little girl can fetch 200 yuan. Fugui, since they're both worthless, why not take the girl and get 200 yuan? You can enjoy more drinks. Wang Fugui's eyes widened in surprise at the thought of a girl being worth 200 yuan. In rural households, that was a sum that would take years to save. He could hardly scrape together 2 coins. Really? If it's 200 yuan, you could take the elder sister along too. Oh, my daughter is quite pretty, and my eldest is only 6 years old. She doesn't remember much. Wang Fugui was tempted. After all, they were both worthless. He had no expectation of them supporting him in old age. His ultimate goal was still to have a son. Before Zhang Dashan could speak, Wu Guoji chimed in smugly. Fugui, if you truly sell both girls, I'll talk to the family and get you an extra 50 yuan. That would make it 450 yuan, an astronomical sum. Sell, sell, sell. Today you take them away. Big sister, little sister, come out. Wang Fugui's eyes glinted with greed. Lost in a frenzy, and he no longer cared about whether they were his flesh and blood. The thought of getting 450 yuan for his 2 daughters consumed him. When Jiang Yang and Ma Shuqiang arrived, they heard the heart-wrenching cries of the 2 girls. Father, don't sell us. Don't sell me and my sister. I promise to work hard. I won't be lazy anymore. I'll eat less. Please don't sell me and my sister. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang's anger flooded. He kicked open the door, and everyone in the courtyard turned to look at him. The 2 girls were being held by a strange man. Crying desperately, Jiang Yang strode forward, shouting at the man, "Let go of my nieces. I command you to release them. Do you hear me?" Wu Guoji, startled by Jiang Yang's fierce demeanor, quickly released his grip. Fugui, what is going on? Are you really selling them? Who is this? Wang Fuguei sneered. This is my useless brother-in-law. Are you afraid of him? I could take on 20 of him with one punch. You take the 2 girls and leave. I'll deal with him and then come for the money. Wang Fuguei turned around, rolling up his sleeves, and strode menacingly towards Jiang Yang. You little brat. Not only did you squander my money without repaying it, but now you dare to meddle in my family matters. Do you really think I am made of clay? Ma Shuqiang rushed forward, positioning himself firmly in front of Wang Fuguei. Second brother-in-law, your words are unjust. These 2 children are also Dogden's nieces, his own flesh and blood. As a father, how can you silently sell off your children? Does their mother know about this? Ma Shuqiang sensed trouble brewing. Something significant must have occurred to transform the meek Jiang Yang into a lion. However, he never imagined it would involve selling off a daughter. If that were indeed the case, Jiang Yang's family would be justified in taking action. Hearing this, Wang Fuguei shoved Ma Shuqiang aside. Who do you think you are? Keep your nose on my business and get lost. I have matters to discuss with Jiang Dogdan. Jiang Yang gently nudged Ma Shuqiang aside. Wang Fuguei, if you dare lay a finger on these children today, I will show you the wrath of the Jiang family. Oh, you really frighten me. I'm trembling with fear. Wang Fuguei scoffed, slapping his own face with arrogance and disdain. If you have the ability, come and hit me. Let us see what your Jiang family can do. You're just a spineless wretch. Who in the village doesn't know you rely on your 5 sisters? Without them, what would you be? You're living off me now, aren't you? You still owe me over $100. What I do with my daughter is none of your business. So get the hell out of my way. Before he could finish, Jiang Yang's hand struck Wang Fuguei's face with a resounding slap. You bastard. Not only did you hit my sister, but you also dare to sell your own daughter. Are you even human? With another swift motion, Jiang Yang delivered another slap. This slap is for you, an animal unworthy of being a father. This is your own daughter, who has called you father for 6 years, and you would sell her without hesitation. Wang Fuguei attempted to retaliate, but was met with a swift kick to the stomach from Jiang Yang, propelling him several meters back into the wall. Wu Guoji, who had been preparing to take the children away, froze in fear and immediately released them. Hadn't everyone said that Wang Fuguei's brother-in-law was a coward? Yet, this kick looked devastating. Could a coward deliver such a blow? If it had landed on him, he would surely be finished. Wu Guoji stepped back, seeking refuge behind his cousin, Zhang Dashan. Zhang Dashan observed silently, unwilling to intervene, despite having seen Wang Fuguei beat Jiang Xia frequently. Even when Zhang Dashan could sometimes step in, the beatings often occurred when he was not around. Having long held disdain for Wang Fuguei, Zhang Dashan watched as Wang Fuguei, after crashing into the wall, felt both physical and emotional pain. The humiliation of being beaten so thoroughly in front of his 2 brothers was unbearable. Wang Fuguei sprang up from the ground, grabbing a shovel resting against the wall, and charged at Jiang Yang. I'll kill you, you spineless coward. You dare to lay a hand on me after wasting my money. Ma Shuqiang gasped in alarm and dashed forward, attempting to seize the shovel from Wang Fuguei. While fighting is one thing, using a weapon is another matter entirely, as it could lead to fatalities. However, Wang Fuguei was beyond reason, blinded by rage as he swung the shovel indiscriminately. Ma Shuqiang had thought Wang Fuguei would resort to violence against outsiders, but he was sorely mistaken. The shovel came crashing down, and with no time to evade, Ma Shuqiang braced himself, knowing that a blow to his head could be fatal. He closed his eyes and raised his hands, preparing to sacrifice his arms rather than face a deadly strike to his skull. With a snap, he felt something hard collide with his hands. Opening his eyes, he discovered he was grasping the handle of the shovel. He turned to see Wang Fuguei at the wall. The other half of the shovel, now lying on the ground, the sharp end embedded into the earth. A chill ran down Ma Shuqiang's spine. Wang Fuguei was questioning his very existence. Jiang Yang had delivered a kick that had not only broken the shovel handle, but had also sent Wang Fuguei crashing against the wall. Jiang Yang dusted off his hands and approached Zhang Dashan. Terrified, Wu Guoji stumbled back, stammering, "Brother, it was your brother-in-law who insisted on selling the children. We had no desire to buy them. It has nothing to do with me." Jiang Yang recognized Zhang Dashan, who had witnessed Wang Fuguei murder his own sister. After the incident, it was Zhang Dashan who had ensured Wang Fuguei was imprisoned. Jiang Yang owed him a debt of gratitude. Zhang Dashan remained motionless, observing the youth before him with a puzzled expression. "Dogdan, I am Zhang Dashan, a childhood friend of Wang Fuguei, living next door." Jiang Yang extended his hand, causing Zhang Dashan to pause momentarily in confusion. "What are you doing, Dogdan?" "The belt." Jiang Yang pointed to Zhang Dashan's military green trousers. Having served in the army, Zhang Dashan wasted no time in unbuckling his belt and pulling it free. At that moment, Wang Laodad and Wang Laomama, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. They had ignored their children's cries earlier, but could not dismiss their son's shouts now. You scoundrel Jiang Yang, what do you intend to do? Our Wang family marrying into yours has brought us nothing but misfortune. We cannot even have a son, and yet we are constantly supporting your family. Now you dare to come here and assault my son? How dare you bully the Wang family? The elderly lady shouted angrily, sitting down and wailing at the top of her lungs. Neighbors, come quickly. In broad daylight, my son is being attacked by my in-laws. Is there no justice left in this world? This could lead to murder. You, Jiang Xiao, why don't you just die? You can't even bear a son, and yet you let your brother beat my husband. A loud crack interrupted her tirade, followed by a scream. The elderly lady opened her eyes to see her son trembling in the corner. Without understanding what had happened, she instinctively sensed it was not good. Wang Fugue, my sister married you to be your wife, not a breeding tool. The national policy states that it doesn't matter whether one bears a son or a daughter. Do your family's rules outweigh the government's? Or do you have a throne to inherit? The neighbors had gathered around, perched on walls and trees. And upon hearing this, they burst into laughter. Wang Fugue, does your family have a throne to inherit? Director Li, you must call our captain. It seems we have an emperor in our village. Which dynasty does he belong to? Wang Laotai, hearing this, was ready to explode in anger, but Wang Laodad restrained her. In truth, this brother-in-law had always kept a low profile. It appears that the seemingly honest Wang Laotu possesses a remarkable capacity for eloquence when he speaks. Observe how he deftly entangles his family with just 2 statements. In these times, who would dare to criticize government policies or claim a royal lineage to inherit? Such accusations could bring misfortune upon an entire family. Wang Laotu has always played the role of a benevolent figure, his face radiating sincerity and simplicity. Yet beneath this facade lies a cunning mind. Approaching with the guise of an amiable elder, he addresses Dogdan. We are connected by marriage, after all. It is unacceptable for your brother-in-law to strike you. Regardless of the circumstances, our esteemed Fu Gue is still your brother-in-law. Why resort to violence when words could suffice? Moreover, over the years, Fu Gue has extended his assistance to you on numerous occasions. He has contributed financially to your house, offered monetary support during your marriage, and even provided funds when your wife gave birth. Where then has Fu Gue wronged you? Jiang Yang gazes at the old man before him, who swiftly shifts the narrative, casting Jiang Yang in an unfavorable light. By rights, I should address you as uncle since our families are intertwined. My sister has married into the Wang family, and thus we are indeed one family. I will forever remember the kindness my brother-in-law has shown me. However, no matter how well Wang Fu Gue treats me, he cannot sell his daughter. Is this the conduct of a decent person? Even if he were to lend me this sum of money, I would rather exhaust all my resources, be it selling my possessions or my land, than allow him to sell his daughter. That is my own niece. Uncle, has our Wang family fallen so low that we must rely on such abhorrent means to survive? His words sent a collective gasp through the villagers. What? The Wang family is selling their granddaughter? This is not the 1960s. Who would ever consider selling their child unless utterly desperate? Wang Fu Gue has truly lost all sense of decency. While every household may prefer sons, daughters are their own flesh and blood. How could one bear to part with them? Wang Fu Gue, you have committed a grave wrongdoing. The villagers, who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle, now found themselves overwhelmed with righteous indignation. It was not merely a matter of human trafficking. The concept itself was abhorrent. Wang Fu Gue lay crumpled against the wall, his ribs aching, uncertain if any had been fractured. Even a deep breath sent waves of pain coursing through him, leaving little room for self-defense. The production team leader had initially feared that this was a mere familial dispute. However, upon hearing of the alleged child sale, he was alarmed. What era are we in? The government would never allow for such transactions. Wang Fu Gue, Wang Laotu, explain to me why you are selling children. The women's director, responsible for the village's affairs, was equally distressed. She had never encountered such a situation. The higher-ups would undoubtedly demand accountability if they discovered this. Chapter 8. What can you do to me? Nonsense. This is unfounded. Wang Laotu protested stubbornly, subtly signaling to his son to maintain their denial. As long as they both insisted nothing had occurred, they believed they could evade repercussions. Wang Fu Gue, catching his father's drift, groaned, You wretched Jiang Dogdan, may you suffer for your accusations of me selling my daughter. Look at how the Jiang family has come to bully us in our village. This is not merely an affront to the Wang family. It is a disgrace to our entire community. In moments of desperation, Wang Fu Gue, much like his father, displayed a modicum of intelligence. His words escalated the conflict from a personal quarrel to a dispute between villages. The production team leader scrutinized the gathered crowd before settling his gaze on Jiang Yang, who had a reputation for being mild-mannered and never retaliating. Yet, witnessing his current state, disregarding even his brother-in-law's reputation, it was evident that there was more than mere fabrication at play. Jiang Yang, you might be acting rashly. Look, both your brother-in-law and uncle deny selling a child. Surely, you must have misunderstood. No family would sell their own daughter. Jiang Yang let out a cold laugh, for in his lifetime he had encountered such deceit repeatedly. The Wang family was skilled in their rhetoric, and Wang Laotu had always been seen as a simpleton, renowned for his supposed honesty. Many had been deceived by his guileless visage. Each time a conflict arose, he would vehemently deny any wrongdoing, allowing matters to dissolve over time, leading others to perceive the Jiang family as the unreasonable ones. Yet his sister had been brutally beaten to death by Wang Fu-Gui, and the debt of vengeance lingered unaddressed, while they sought to sweep the matter under the rug. Jiang Yang, without uttering another word, strode purposefully towards Wu Guoji, seizing him by the collar and pulling him closer. Wu Guoji, in a state of desperation, clung to Zhang Dashan, pleading, "Brother Dashan, help me. I haven't done anything." Zhang Dashan replied gently, "Jiang Yang, let us discuss this civilly. Do not harm my friend." "Very well," Jiang Yang conceded. "For Brother Dashan's sake, I shall refrain from violence. But I must inquire, Wu Guoji, are you attempting to purchase my two nieces for 450 yuan? Faced with the scrutiny of the villagers, Wu Guoji dared not reply, stammering and glancing at Wang Fu-Gui, who quickly shook his head. In a moment of panic, Wu Guoji insisted, No, such a thing could never happen. Even if the girls call me uncle, I could never engage in such a despicable act." Suddenly, a powerful blow landed on Wu Guoji, his cheeks swelling instantly from the impact. Terrified, he recoiled, realizing the extent of Jiang Yang's strength. No wonder he had laid Wang Fu-Gui low with a single kick. Regret washed over him for his earlier words, wishing he could flee, but Jiang Yang's grip was unyielding. "Come now, Wu Guoji, explain to me clearly what I misheard. Did you not say 450 yuan to sell my two nieces?" Jiang Yang's fist clenched, his gaze fixed on Wu Guoji with predatory intensity, causing him to tremble. As Jiang Yang swung his fist again, Wu Guoji, terrified, shut his eyes and stumbled backward, colliding with the wall behind him. The force of the impact reverberated, and when he dared to open his eyes, he saw a deep imprint left by his own face on the earthen wall, fissures radiating outward. "Wu Guoji, do you now recall the details of this affair? If you refuse to speak, dear brother, you are willing to sacrifice your life for Wang Fu-Gui." Jiang Yang, admire such unwavering loyalty. "I simply wish to ascertain whether my fist is harder than your bones." Jiang Yang maintained a calm, almost mocking expression as he scrutinized Wu Guoji. Legs trembling, Wu Guoji fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. "Jiang Yang, my dear brother-in-law, please spare me. This is truly not my fault. It was your brother-in-law who approached me. A couple in the city, unable to have children, sought a little girl, promising 200 yuan for one who was clever and attractive. Your brother-in-law said his second daughter was a suitable choice. Later, in a moment of heated exchange, it was suggested that the two children be sold together for 450. I, too, was momentarily bewitched. My dear brother-in-law, if I were to discover that Wang Fu-Gui could truly bear to sell his own daughter, such words would never escape my lips. I have never encountered a father so callous, willing to part with both of his daughters. This matter cannot be blamed on me. I assure you, from this day forth, I shall never set foot in your village again. Such a heartless deed is utterly beyond my moral compass." The crowd gasped in shock, and the production team leader's expression darkened immediately. This debacle, instigated by the team leader, clearly exposed my brother-in-law's penchant for deceit. It is astonishing that he would stoop so low as to sell his own flesh and blood. Had it not been for the grave situation concerning my own niece, would I have laid hands on my brother-in-law? After all, he is the father of two children. Desperation can drive one to extremes. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. Should I be pushed to my limits, I am capable of anything. With a smile, I turned to old Wang and bowed my head. "Uncle Wang, I sincerely apologize. In this turmoil, it is disheartening to see you support your son in his fabrications. Those who know you might understand your concern for your son, but outsiders might think you hold your granddaughter in contempt. This is not the antiquated practice of selling children. We must engage in earnest discussion. What wrong has my sister done to your family that demands such a sacrifice? If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, this matter will not be resolved, and your family shall not know peace." Jiang Yang pulled up a long bench, sitting with a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon the assembly before him. The production team leader, now enraged and embarrassed, pointed an accusing finger at old Wang. "Old Wang, look at the disgraceful act your family has committed. Are you intent on tarnishing the reputation of our team, of our village? Who, in this day and age, sells their children? Enlighten me. Cold sweat broke out upon the honest face of old Wang. Who could have anticipated that Wu Guoji would crumble so easily, confessing everything with a single blow? Wang Fugui, clutching his ribs in pain, finally managed to rise, leaning against the wall. She is my daughter. If I wish to sell her, that is my prerogative. What concern is it of yours? Jiang Guden, let me make this clear. This matter does not involve you. I will not only sell my 2 daughters, but I would also not hesitate to sell that wretched Jiang Xia. What do you do about it? He was emboldened by the presence of the villagers, knowing Jiang Yang would not dare to act against him. Otherwise, the entire village would hold Jiang Yang accountable. Chapter 9, Strike. Upon hearing this, the production team leader's hand flew out in a slap. As the team leader, who could he not strike? Shut your mouth, you scoundrel. Who do you think you are? Selling children? He bellowed. You think I cannot handle you? Do you believe I wouldn't take you to the police station right now? Team leader, please do not strike me. Those 2 burdens have cost us food to raise. If we could exchange them for 450 yuan, we could build a brick house. The team leader's face burned with shame. While the intention behind his words was to propagate the family line, it certainly did not entail selling children. If the Jiang family heard this, they might think he had instigated the sale. How could he continue in his role as team leader after such a blunder? A sharp slap landed on his face. Nearby, old Wang could no longer contain herself and rushed forward. Team leader, how can you resort to violence? Is it not a better way to resolve this? My son has not heired. They are merely 2 burdens. Raising them merely serves to secure a bride price for my grandson. What is wrong with exchanging them for money sooner? The team leader had hoped that by striking Wang Fugui, he could sidestep the issue and provide a semblance of resolution to the Jiang family. However, old Wang's relentless arguments only served to exacerbate the situation. At that moment, Jiang Xia burst through the crowd. Lao Lu, do not engage in violence with your brother-in-law. Wang Fugui, do not strike my brother. If you must, strike me instead. Jiang Xia, in a state of frantic urgency, had completely misjudged the situation, charging in without understanding the chaos unfolding in her family courtyard. Seeing her kin embroiled in such a frenzy, she was taken aback, uncertain of the events that had transpired. The entire village had gathered in her home. This was no ordinary spectacle. At that instant, old Wang's fury ignited upon seeing her daughter-in-law. In this household, she had long lorded over her daughter-in-law, treating her with less regard than a former landlord would have shown a laborer. Her daughter-in-law had endured relentless toil, having failed to bear a son. Now, with her daughter's brother making a scene, old Wang's ire boiled over. Ignoring the onlookers and the presence of Jiang Xia's brother, she struck with a resounding slap. You wretched girl, you barren hen, not only have you failed to carry on the Wang family line, but you dare to bring shame upon us. Were it not for my pity, I would have long since forced my son to divorce you. You ungrateful wretch. Spinning around, she continued. Your brother has come to our home. What of it? You birthed those 2 burdens. Could they not at least bring us some wealth? You instigated your brother to confront us, believing we could not touch you. Let me make it clear. You are a Wang by birth and by death. I could strike you down and no one would question it. Old Wang dared not lay a hand on Jiang Yang, but when it came to her daughter-in-law, she was unyielding. She lashed out with 2 brutal strikes, leaving her daughter-in-law's face marked with crimson welts. Jiang Xia, caught entirely off guard, felt the pain sear through her as her mother-in-law's claws tore at her flesh. Holding her stinging face, she asked, Mother, who are we selling? Jiang Xia believed she must have misheard. Who else could they possibly sell? Jiang Yang seized Wang Fugui from the corner of the wall, and at this moment, Wang Fugui's ribs throbbed painfully. He feared his ribs might be broken. Being yanked by Jiang Yang, he cried out in despair, Team leader, save me. Look how he strikes me before the entire team. Will you not intervene? This was sheer bullying against our brigade. Before the team leader could respond, Jiang Yang's hand struck Wang Fugui's face with a resounding slap. Then, with a swift motion, he delivered another. Wang Fugui felt as though his face no longer belonged to him. Terror-stricken, he stared at his brother-in-law. At this juncture, he realized that his brother-in-law was not holding back. With such strength, even 10 Wang Fuguis could not withstand a single blow from Jiang Yang. Suddenly, enlightenment struck Wang Fugui. His brother-in-law had previously feigned weakness. He was merely biding his time. With such might, who could withstand him in a fight? One misstep could lead to death. No wonder his brother-in-law had maintained a commendable reputation in the village. It was likely that his father-in-law and mother-in-law had restrained him out of fear of trouble. Today, he had indeed brought misfortune upon himself by provoking such a man. Had he known his brother-in-law was capable of such ferocity, he would never have contemplated selling his daughters. Gooden, I am your brother-in-law. Please do not strike me. I implore you, Do not strike me any further. I shall be unrecognizable. Yet Jiang Yang retaliated with another pair of slaps. 1. Then another pair. 2. Wang Fugui felt himself on the brink of unconsciousness. His face was unrecognizable, swollen and numb, and his eyes were so puffy that he could barely see the world around him. Gooden, I beg you spare me. I have done nothing wrong. Wang's mother attempted to intervene, but was met with another 2 slaps from Jiang Yang, leaving her stunned and speechless. Why have you struck my son? Was it to strike your son? If you dare to lay a hand on my sister, I shall retaliate against your son. For every slap you administer to my sister, I shall return tenfold upon him. This is a predicament of your own making. Did you think our Jiang family was without guardians? Go ahead, continue your assault. My sister is the daughter-in-law of your Wang family, is she not? Alive, she belongs to your family, and dead, she becomes a ghost of yours. As her brother-in-law, it is only natural for me to teach my brother-in-law a lesson. Rest assured, I will not take his life. I will merely repay him in kind for the treatment you have inflicted upon my sister. Consider whether your precious son can withstand such blows. That is for you to ponder. With a resounding crack, 2 more slaps land. Old Wang is now in a state of alarm. In-law, please cease this at once. This is not how things are done. Indeed, how can your Wang family conduct themselves in such a manner? My sister is a person. What do you take her for? A mere possession of your household? You disregard the laws of the land, striking and scolding at will. Why is it permissible for you to strike, yet not for me to strike Wang Fugui? Let me tell you, I have done so. From this moment forth, if my sister suffers even the slightest injury, I shall return it to Wang Fugui 100-fold. We shall see how this unfolds. Calmly, I continue to deliver slaps. Wang Fugui appears as if he wishes for death, enduring 20 resounding slaps. The onlookers fall into a stunned silence. Even the production team leader is at a loss for words. The young man's declaration of family matters has effectively barred them from intervening. If there were a feud with their brigade, they would have none with him. They have bullied his sister and now disallow him, her brother, from defending her. Where is the justice in that? Chapter 10. Divorce is not an option. Wang Fugui is utterly speechless, filled with profound regret. Had he known Jiang Xia's brother was so formidable, he would not have dared to lay a finger on Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia stands silent and stunned, her face flushed, a stark reminder that this is no dream. Her timid and cowardly brother, who typically would not utter a word, stands tall and imposing today. She had never expected such support from her family. Every blow she received was something she concealed. Returning home would only invite further scorn and punishment from her parents. She is a member of the Wang family in life and a ghost of theirs in death. As her in-laws have stated, a married daughter is like spilled water, as her parents have said. She feels isolated, destined to live a life devoid of brilliance. Countless times, Jiang Xia contemplated jumping from the dam to end her suffering. Yet, thoughts of her 2 daughters compelled her to endure. Life is difficult, and losing her daughters would render it even more unbearable. Her brother, who had never cared for her well-being, suddenly emerges with the force of a thunderclap, shattering the clouds of her existence. Meanwhile, her husband, Wang Fugui, who has always held power in their home, now finds himself on his knees, begging her brother for mercy. The pent-up frustration within her seems to dissipate with each resounding slap. None of the Wang family dares to speak. Even old Mrs. Wang is paralyzed with fear, terrified of uttering a word that might provoke further violence against her son, whose face is now utterly unrecognizable. Old Mr. Wang, with his amiable demeanor, finds himself powerless against the wrath of his formidable son-in-law. The villagers are equally astonished, never having imagined Jiang Xia's brother would be so powerful. Jiang Xia has been known in the village as a victim, enduring a life worse than that of animals. The entire village is aware of her plight in the Wang household. It is not only the Wang family that bullies her. Even the women in the village take pleasure in tormenting her. They mock her or ostracize her, even resorting to physical violence. Everyone knows that Jiang Xia's family is no different from having none. Her brother is a coward, merely asking for money and incapable of standing up for her. Is this the so-called coward? Who dares to call him such? Let them step forward. Is there truly such a formidable coward in this world? Jiang Yang realises Wang Fugui, who collapses to the ground like a lifeless dog, unable even to move or groan. Sister, take the girls and come home with me. I no longer wish to endure such a family. Jiang Yang, reborn, is resolute in his desire for his sister to escape Wang Fugui's grasp. This is the only solution he believes can liberate her from this life of torment. Countless regrets haunt him. Had he possessed even a modicum of capability, he would have ensured his sister's departure from this family, this Wang household that devours its own. Jiang Xia is taken aback. She had never considered divorce. In this era, a divorce brings calamity upon the entire family. The stigma of being a divorcee would tarnish her reputation and burden her daughters. Upon hearing the word divorce, old Mrs. Wang immediately erupts. Fine, let be a divorce. You barren wretch, do you think we Wang family cares? Jiang Dan, if you truly have the ability, repay the debts owed to us. Stop pretending to be grand. Let me tell you, until the debt is settled, she remains our daughter-in-law, and we will continue to exert our influence over her. Old Mrs. Wang wears a triumphant expression. Jiang Yang kicks the lifeless form of Wang Fugue, eliciting a howl of pain from him. Old Mrs. Wang's expression turns pale. Very well, then no divorce. No divorce is perfect. My brother-in-law's punishment of my brother-in-law is delightful. As long as Wang Fugue is my brother-in-law, I will mold him as I please. Come on, who fears whom? Jiang Yang has no intention of repaying the money. Why should he repay the Wang family? His sister has endured enough suffering over the years. If there is any repayment, it shall be for her alone. The Wang family has drained her, and they still expect him to repay them? He is determined to be a rogue for life. Wang Fugue wishes he could silence his mother. Her tongue is recklessly endangering his life. Old Mr. Wang's spirit has deflated, his shoulders slumping as he solemnly states, "In-law, let us not take things too far. We are still family. If you truly wish for your sister to divorce, then let it be. The Wang family will not stand in your way. However, should you lay a finger on my son, I will fight you to the end." Dad, fight who? At that moment, Wang Zhanxiang, the second son of the Wang family, returns. Known for their tyrannical behavior in the village, the Wang brothers are notorious. Hearing these words, he instinctively rolls up his sleeves, ready to brawl. Spotting his older brother's swollen face, he quickly asks, "Brother, what happened? Who struck you? Who dares to bully my brother? I will take their life." All eyes in the village fall upon Jiang Yang, and Wang Zhanxiang, realizing the situation, lunges forward, seizing Jiang Yang by the collar. "You, Jiang, was it you who struck my brother? Today, I will ensure you understand the consequences of attacking a member of the Wang family." In the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Yang effortlessly throws Wang Zhanxiang over his shoulder, slamming him to the ground. The impact is just the beginning. Jiang Yang lifts Wang Zhanxiang again, treating him like a rag doll, tossing him several more times. Wang Zhanxiang feels as though his back is about to shatter, engulfed in excruciating pain, and the world around him spins, leaving him questioning his very existence. He, who has always bullied others, has never before been subjected to such a beating. Madame Wang did not even utter a scream. Just moments ago, she had been thumping her thigh and preparing to lie down on the ground. But now she could not even contemplate such an action. She watched as her second son, like a tattered doll, was tossed around by Jiang Yang. Yet, not a soul from the Wang family dared to utter a word. Jiang Yang, having released his grip, kicked the seemingly lifeless Wang Zhanxiang, who lay on the ground like a pile of mud. "What do you intend to teach me? Come on, enlighten me. I am right here, waiting." The production team leader, summoning his courage, stepped forward. "Jiang Yang, this is our collective's domain. Do not take things too far. After all, you have two nieces to consider. Think of them. If their father leaves, they will become children without a father." Jiang Yang snorted derisively and clapped his hands. Is there truly a difference between having a father and not? If a biological father is willing to sell his own daughter, can he still be considered a father? He is nothing but a beast. Let me tell you, the moment he divorces my sister, he should come knocking. Otherwise, every time I see him, I will strike him. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "No divorce." Elder Jiang, accompanied by a throng from the Jiang family, burst in. Uncle Jiang, second Uncle Jiang, and several other siblings followed closely behind, a crowd of 2 or 3 dozen people flooding into the courtyard. Fearing for their son's well-being, they hastened to arrive, only to hear their son proclaiming the desire for his daughter to divorce. How can it be a divorce? Chapter 11. The Heartbroken Maternal Family. Upon seeing old Jiang, old Wang immediately donned a smug smile. He had known all along that the Jiang family would not allow a mere young lad to call the shots. "In-laws, your Jiang Yang has come here to beat up both my sons, demanding that his sister divorce us, the Wang family. If that is the case, then we shall not keep such a formidable daughter-in-law. Tomorrow morning, let them go to the team to obtain an introduction letter and directly get the divorce certificate in the county, thus saving us the trouble. We, the Wang family, cannot afford to provoke your Jiang family, who so easily beats my sons black and blue. Are we in-laws or enemies?" Old Wang immediately assumed an authoritative stance. Elder Jiang shot his son a disapproving glance, yet felt a sense of relief that his son emerged unscathed. "Oh, dear in-law, isn't it normal for a couple to quarrel? A younger brother supporting his sister, isn't that commonplace? Every family has its squabbles. This isn't anything serious. After all, divorce is a term that sounds far worse than it actually is." Elder Jiang naturally would not permit his daughter to divorce. He had arrived just in time. If she were to divorce, how could his son hold his head high in the village? What is there to be ashamed of? My son could still marry an 18-year-old girl after a divorce, but your daughter, if she divorces and brings along 2 children, I doubt she could ever find another suitor. Whether or not one divorces, life goes on. It remains to be seen whether your Jiang family can thrive without our Wang family. Clearly, old Wang was still putting on airs. Just as elder Jiang was about to apologize with a smiling face, Jiang Yang interjected, "Father, I will not allow my sister to continue living with a beast who would sell his own daughter. The Jiang family has not sunk so low as to remain silent while their son-in-law sells his children. This divorce is settled." Jiang Yang picked up his 2 nieces from the ground and turned to Jiang Xia. "Sister, let us go home." He placed the 2 children on the front bar of his bicycle and patted the back seat. "Xiangzi, I will first drop my sister off, so you can take your legs and walk back." At this moment, Ma Shuqiang was immensely impressed by Jiang Yang. He had never seen anyone fight with such efficiency. "All right, you take our sister and the kids home first, and I'll come find you later for the bicycle." Jiang Yang signaled Jiang Xia to hop on the back seat. And Jiang Xia, wrapping her arms around her brother's waist, buried her face in his back and wept bitterly. The warm tears soaked through Jiang Yang's shirt, causing his heart to ache. "Sister, don't cry anymore. I've been at fault in the past. From today onwards, let us live well with the 2 children." Such a simple sentence made Jiang Xia cry all the way home. As they neared their residence, she finally managed to regain her composure. However, a wave of dread washed over her. What would she say to their mother? That she wanted a divorce? Wouldn't her mother chase her out with a stick? Jiang Xia anxiously tightened her grip on her brother's clothes, timidly asking, "Lu, are we really going back? Mother, surely won't allow me to stay at home. If not, just drop me off at third brother's house. I can stay with my sister there for a night, and tomorrow I will return. We can't truly go through with a divorce." Jiang Yang replied sternly, "Second sister, don't worry. I'm here. Just like father said earlier, everything will be fine. As long as I am around, nothing will happen. But, no more buts. If today you return to the Wang family with the 2 girls, it will be impossible for you to have a good life. I, Jiang Yang, am not your real brother." The bicycle sped swiftly, and they soon entered the village. Upon arriving at their home, Jiang Yang set down the 2 children in the yard and was busy adjusting the bicycle when he heard noise coming from the kitchen. Jiang mother, carrying food, emerged and frowned upon seeing her daughter and 2 granddaughters. "Didn't you just come back this afternoon? Why are you rushing back with the children at mealtime? Don't you know there isn't enough food at home? Coming back here to take advantage of your maternal family. You're truly ambitious." The 2 children shrank behind their mother, frightened. Jiang Yang, failing so helpless, led the 2 children inside. "Mother, we didn't even ask what happened. You were just scolding my sister." Old Madame Jiang set the bowls on the table. "What could possibly have happened? Your father and your uncle have already gone to resolve the situation. The fact that you both returned unharmed proves that it has been resolved. If it has been resolved, why is your sister back with the 2 children? Are you rebelling? Instead of serving your husband and in-laws at home, you come back to your maternal family. What kind of sense does that make?" Old Madame Jiang scolded. Jiang Yang could feel his 2 nieces trembling in fear, gripping his fingers tightly, and his heart ached for them. These 2 children had not fared well in their previous life. Although the scene of Wang Fugue selling his own daughter had not played out, these 2 children ultimately ended up married off at a young age to men over a decade or 20 years their senior, all for the sake of bride price. "Don't be afraid. Come sit on the Kong. Look, your sister is sitting there too. You can sit beside her." The elder niece tightly grasped her sister's hand, retreating in fear. When dining at the Wang family, they were not even allowed at the table. Feeling a bit anxious, she whispered, "Uncle, we want tea. Sit on the Kong. We can eat in the kitchen." The younger niece caught a whiff of the aroma, her eyes shining with longing. Yet she still shook her head in understanding. The youngest, perhaps due to Lu Meifeng's absence, was a bit more lively. This child gnawed on her fingers, curiously gazing at the 2 older sisters on the ground. "Enough. Dog meat, 1 tea, get a place on the platter. If they don't want to sit, then let them be. Let them eat in the kitchen. You hurry and eat. You've been starving all day." Old Madame Jiang felt a pang of sympathy for her son, knowing the dangers he faced outside, so she had specially prepared 3 scrambled eggs for this meal. With her daughter-in-law absent, she could take charge for once. "Come, elder niece, sit on the Kong." Without a word, Jiang Yang picked up the elder niece and placed her on the Kong, removing her shoes. Looking at the child's tiny shoes, revealing just her big toes, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. "Go sit with your sister. You can help take care of her." Saying this, he also picked up the younger niece. The 2 children didn't dare to gaze at the food on the table, instead hurriedly approaching the youngest. The profound humility etched into their very bones was vividly manifested. Upon hearing her son's words, the elderly lady, unable to refute him, expressed her mild displeasure by saying, "I certainly did not prepare a meal for the 3 of you." Jiang Xia felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. realizing that returning to her maternal home would not bode well. She had already lost hope of staying there tonight. "Mother, I will take the girls back shortly. Rest assured. We are not hungry, as we have already eaten." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang turned and strode purposefully into the kitchen. Chapter 12. A Generous Gesture. Zhang's mother was unaware of her son's intentions, yet she began to scold her daughter within the confines of the house. Before long, commotion could be heard from the courtyard. Old Jiang returned, panting, having sent off the eldest brother and the younger siblings. He did not dare invite them for a meal. Yet this affair had unfolded in a manner he himself could hardly comprehend. When he had just left the Wang household, the couple had pushed matters to an impasse. In that moment, the Jiang family could not afford to back down. With their son having escalated the situation to this extent, the father could not undermine his own child's position. Thus, he had made a resolute statement, leading the entire Jiang family back home. Yet on the way back, Jiang's father understood that they could only hold out for a few days at most before his daughter would have to take the two granddaughters back. How could a couple truly continue their lives after a quarrel? However, this matter could not be addressed just yet. He expressed his gratitude to his brothers in a cordial manner. While it was customary for relatives to provide a meal when visiting, the family's financial situation was not conducive to accommodating such a large gathering. Upon returning, he felt the need to inquire about what his son was truly planning. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was greeted by the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. The scent resembled that of meat, prompting him to glance around at the neighbors. In these times, if anyone were to have a taste of meat, it would be immediately noticeable. However, where could his wife possibly have procured meat? Their stock of cured meats had long been exhausted, and fresh meat was an impossibility to acquire. It was only during the year-end butchering that they could hope for any, and being country folk, they had no meat ration cards. The provisions that city dwellers enjoyed were a source of genuine envy. This was precisely why Jiang Fu was willing to invest 500 yuan to see his son ascend to that position. Securing a stable job would benefit the entire family. Before Jiang Fu could fully process this, Jiang Yang emerged from behind the curtain, carrying 2 plates. "Father, you're back. We're our uncle and second uncle." Jiang Yang had taken the opportunity to retrieve some items from the villa while in the kitchen. Without delving into the matter of exchanging money, he prioritized ensuring that his family was well fed. It was essential to smooth over today's events. His uncles and brothers had rallied for their support, and he could not allow their spirits to be dampened. After all, both his uncle and second uncle were decent men, and his brothers treated their family well. Whenever help was needed, they were always willing to lend a hand. It was crucial not to appear stingy at this moment, lest they alienate those who had come to their aid. He gently urged his father toward the house, insisting, "Father, you must trust me. I am grown now. Let me take my place as the man of the family." Hearing these words, Jiang Fu felt a swell of pride. His son, once unable to bear the weight of the household, had shown today that he was capable of shouldering that responsibility. Even if he were to close his eyes now, he felt he could face his ancestors with pride. "Where do we acquire meat?" he questioned, incredulous. "You're suggesting that you invite your uncle and second uncle over, which would amount to nearly 30 people. How can we possibly feed them?" "Father, you need not worry about that. The meat comes from my own stash." "Your stash? Where could you possibly have acquired such things?" "Father, it was merely a matter of Lu Meifeng being miserly and using connections to procure some good items. She forgot to take them when she left after our quarrel. We cannot let them have the better of us. This is all from our family's hard-earned money and provisions." Though Jiang Yang struggled to find a suitable excuse, he knew Lu Meifeng often engaged in such behavior, always sneaking away with a bamboo basket filled with goods. His parents were well aware that these items were purchased with their resources. The realization that their son had brought forth these hidden treasures made Jiang Fu feel a sense of relief, albeit tinged with a sigh at the thought of his son being overshadowed by his daughter-in-law. Yet, what good was lamentation? His son seemed as helpless as a character from tragic tale. The thought of his daughter-in-law hoarding such precious items only fueled his indignation. "Yes, let us enjoy this meal. Let our family partake, and let your uncles and second uncle eat as well. We must not forget those who have supported us." Allowing Lu Meifeng to return home with these goods would mean feeding a pack of ingrates. Upon entering the house, he saw the 3 little ones joyously playing on the Kong. The old man suddenly felt that today was unlike any other. It was a day filled with comfort. Despite the troubles that loomed, witnessing his son stand tall made everything else trivial in comparison. "Your mother should head to the general store for a couple of bottles of wine." "No, bring back 2. Today we must be generous, for there are many of us." "Wine? You know our situation. We can hardly scrape together a coin." The elderly lady nearly erupted at this, her heart aching. "Very well. Just promise to take it on credit. By the end of the year, we can repay it. How can we afford a meal when we can barely feed ourselves? Must we really be concerned about this? Today, Your elder brother and second brother have come to help us. We cannot neglect to provide a meal. Provide a meal? Are you unaware of our circumstances? If we feed them, we may end up starving ourselves. Mother, this is my idea. Please do not argue with father. I will handle the food arrangements, and I assure you, from this day forward, your son will ensure you're never hungry. Jiang Yang set the dishes on the table, cheerfully ushering his mother out the door, despite her grumbling protests. Chapter 13, United in Purpose. Half an hour later, Jiang's elder uncle and second uncle arrived with several of their sons. The women and children of the household were not brought along, primarily because they had courteously asked the daughters to invite them over. It would have been inappropriate otherwise. After all, it was a rare occasion for the second son to show such generosity. However, they certainly cannot come to someone's home to take advantage of the autumn winds. Casually taking a few steam buns from the house, Uncle Jiang even brought along a bottle of wine and some peanuts. A lively group entered the house, where both rooms already had their Kong tables set. Jiang Yang escorted the 3 children to his room, where his sister, the kids, and the women would enjoy themselves in merriment. Naturally, the men would feast in the main room. He had prepared an array of dishes, freshly brought from the villa: soy-braised beef, soy-braised pork knuckle, spicy stir-fried beef tripe, fried peanuts, smashed cucumbers, and tofu with green onions, along with sliced century eggs. There was a large plate of fried ham and potato slices, a stir-fried sour and spicy shredded potato, a red braised eggplant, and a scrambled egg with green onions. All the ingredients were readily available from their own garden, plucked effortlessly. While cooking, he was not at all frugal with the oil. After all, they had plenty in stock, 30 kilograms in 3 barrels. There would be time to consider the future later. For now, they could not afford to skimp on food, especially in these times when meat was a rarity. Dishes cooked with a generous amount of oil were undeniably delicious. The table was brimming with food, and since the women were not drinking, no liquor was served on that side, while the men had 2 bottles of webtoon on theirs. Jiang Yang also prepared a large pot of white rice in the kitchen. Fortunately, the bag of rice weighed only 20 kilograms, which did not seem like much and was easy to explain. Although he could have taken out the steaks and lamb chops to cook, he decided against it, knowing fresh beef would raise questions. Thus, that idea was abandoned. When Uncle Jiang and second uncle entered, they felt as if they were in a dream, staring at the bountiful feast laid out before them. The men were somewhat taken aback, having expected a modest spread, yet what they encountered was a lavish banquet. The table was laden with meat and vegetables in abundance. Jiang Yang had already removed his apron and washed his hands, greeting them with a smile. Uncle, second uncle, let's sit down. No need for formalities. Today we owe our gratitude to you for your support, and I must express my heartfelt thanks on behalf of Dog Dan. This politeness left uncle and second uncle momentarily speechless. This nephew, who usually spoke little, regardless of whether he was treated well or poorly, had suddenly become quite eloquent. Yet, they could not deny the relief that washed over them. Having assisted the Jiang family, they often felt a weight on their hearts. Everyone desires acknowledgement for their assistance, even if it is just in words. However, Jiang Yang had never held much presence in the village, and even less so in his own family, where his father handled all affairs. He, as the son, seemed almost invisible. Uncle and second uncle wasted no time and took their seats. Jiang Yang inquired, "Unchale, Sechon Unchale. Where are aunt and sister-in-law? Why haven't you called them over? I have prepared 2 tables of dishes." Jiang Yang had already resolved that no matter the circumstance, he would rely on his family as support. Going solo was not feasible in this year of 1970. Solitary efforts were futile. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiang and second uncle displayed satisfied smiles. Although they did not invite the women, their reasoning was that it would only lead to noise and waste. What would the women come for? They would just fuss and waste food, they claimed, yet it was clear they were hinting at their goodwill towards him. Jiang Yang cheerfully replied, "Sister, could you please run over and fetch aunt and sister-in-law? I bought everything ready in the next room. Otherwise, it would go to waste. Besides, aunt and uncle are my elders, and I would feel embarrassed to eat without them." Jiang Xia agreed with a smile and hurried off to call the elder women. Before long, aunt, the second aunt, and the women for the household arrived, turning the next room lively as well. Jiang Yang opened a bottle of erguo in this room, filling everyone as cups while saying, "Uncle, second uncle, brothers, today, I truly thank you. I express my gratitude on behalf of my second sister for the unwavering support from the Jiang family for this long-time underachiever." His self-deprecation garnered him even more favor from uncle and second uncle, who responded, "What are you talking about? The Wang family bullies our Jiang family daughters simply because they think you have no brothers to back you up. They dare to act so boldly only because you seem alone. Rest assured, we will handle this matter, and we will not allow the Wang family to mistreat our women." The uncle made a statement, and the other brothers nodded in agreement. Jiang Yang downed his cup in one gulp, his boldness resonating with everyone present, especially with a table full of dishes and drinks that even the farming families would not indulge in during the new year. They clinked glasses and enjoyed their meal. After finishing the feast, Jiang Yang saw off the two families, finally able to rest. Meanwhile, old man Jiang had long since been inebriated, lying on the kong with his eyes closed, murmuring, "My youngest son has finally stood up. My youngest son has finally made something of himself. Heaven has opened its eyes. Heaven has opened its eyes." Jiang Yang draped a thin quilt over his father, feeling a pang of sorrow. His father had always held high hopes for him, yet he had not lived to see his son succeed. He wanted to start cleaning up, but Jiang Xia had already stepped in, tidying the tableware, which was already spotless. In these times, who wouldn't he devour such a delightful meal with abandon? "Old Lu, you've changed so much that even your sister barely recognizes you," Jiang Xia remarked candidly. "Sister, don't say anything. I am your brother. In the past, I was immature and didn't know how to support you. But now I understand that I am your brother. I will not allow anyone to bully you, even if it means risking my life. You can count on me to help you with the divorce. I will persuade our parents and will stand by your side without fail. Stand tall, sister. You have a brother behind you who will ensure you do not suffer. You still have your maternal family to rely on." Jiang Xia silently shed tears as she washed the dishes in the kitchen, finally feeling like she belonged to a family. Jiang Yang entered the next room, where the three children had already fallen asleep. Their mother sat on the edge of the kong, evidently having overheard the earlier conversation. She silently wiped her tears and stood up quickly when she saw her son enter, drying her eyes with a smile, saying nothing as she went to the next room. Jiang Yang tucked the children in and lay down beside them quietly. Tomorrow he would need to make a trip to the county town to secure the 500 yuan, lest he face unforeseen complications. Chapter 14. The Sale. The next day, Jiang Yang rose early. He was headed to the county town, and the only bus to get there from their place left in the morning. If he missed it, he would not be able to go. As he stepped out, everyone was still asleep. He simply exchanged a few words with his parents through the window before heading out. Jiang Yang hurriedly boarded the bus, arriving in the county town just as the sun began to rise. After taking a brief tour of the streets, he could not help but acknowledge the town's small size. By modern standards, it would even qualify as a third or fourth-tier county town. However, the one advantage was that there were 3 factories in the county town: a water plant, a fertilizer factory, and a machinery plant, the latter originally known as the steel factory. Therefore, while the county town was not large, it was relatively bustling. These 3 factories employed around 20 to 30,000 workers, and with their families, a certain scale was formed around the town. At this hour, trade was not permitted, so the streets were devoid of vendors and appeared quite clean. The individuals heading to their morning shifts hurriedly rushed past, and Jiang Yang let out a sigh. He was unable to discern any promising business opportunities in his current situation. Indeed, the prospects seemed bleak. With the meager possessions in his hands, he knew he could hardly exchange them for anything of value. Most troubling was the fact that there wasn't even a black market in this county town. The prospect of trading anything was akin to scaling a mountain. There was, however, a state-run procurement station near the cooperative, but they notoriously offered low prices. The items he possessed would likely attract unwanted attention if he attempted to sell them there. Jiang Yang had never intended to explore such avenues. Before his arrival, he had already resolved to investigate. He was aware that the job he had previously worked was sold by someone in need of money. This indicated that the family was facing significant financial distress, and thus he felt compelled to pay them a visit. Navigating through the familiar alleys from his memories, he soon found himself in the right lane. Although he had only known the name of the person selling the job, he was uncertain of their exact residence. The alley housed over 20 families, all bustling about in the morning, either sending their children to school or hurrying off to work. A multitude of people were coming and going. Jiang Yang seized the opportunity to approach an elderly gentleman brushing his teeth and inquired, "Sir, could you direct me to Li Chaoyang's residence?" The old man spat out the foam, scrutinizing Jiang Yang before asking, "Who are you?" Understanding that the elderly man was familiar with Li Chaoyang, Jiang Yang hurriedly smiled and replied, "I am a distant relative of Li Chaoyang, having just arrived. I seem to have misplaced the address, but I vaguely recall it being in this alley, though I can't remember which household, as we haven't been in touch for over 20 years. The old man, grasping the implication, realized this was a destitute relative seeking assistance. He pointed towards the innermost house in the courtyard, saying, "That is the Li Chaoyang residence. However, if you're here to borrow money, you might as well abandon that thought. Their matriarch has fallen ill and lacks the funds for treatment. They're quite distressed about it. I've heard the cost of medication can be quite substantial. They're as anxious as ants on a hot stove, so do not add to their troubles." Jiang Yang felt a stirring in his heart. Could it be that this family was selling the job to afford medical care for the matriarch? Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and assured the old man, "Rest assured, sir. We are not so ungrateful. Should we encounter difficulties, I, as a relative, would certainly lend a hand." He approached the door and knocked, prompting a hoarse voice from within. "Who is it at this early hour?" Li Chaoyang poured out the water from his tea kettle while shaking his head. In recent years, relatives had been overly cordial, but he knew that upon mentioning a loan, they would flee faster than anyone else. He was curious to see when this young man would take his leave. Li Chaoyang had not slept a wink the previous night. News of the job for sale had begun to circulate. Several interested parties had approached him, but upon hearing the price of 500 yuan, most had quickly retreated. The going rate for such jobs in the market was approximately 400 yuan, and his asking price was 100 yuan above that. Li Chaoyang was acutely aware that this was not an ideal price for selling. However, he had no other choice. His mother required medical attention, and unlike himself, she did not have insurance. The doctor had informed him that her condition was chronic and would require ongoing medication. It was not something that could be resolved in a day or two. He had calculated that the annual cost of her medication would exceed 200 yuan. The 500 yuan he sought would barely cover 2 years of her medication, and there was no telling what future expenses might arise. As a devoted son, Li Chaoyang had sacrificed his own marital prospects over the years, as no woman would wish to marry into a family burdened with such illness. The previous night, he had lain awake, tormented by the sounds of his mother's suffering. His only glimmer of hope was the woman who had inquired about purchasing the job a few days prior, seemingly prepared to pay the full 500 yuan without haggling. He fervently wished for news to arrive soon. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find a stranger standing outside. "Who are you?" he asked. "You must be Li Chaoyang." "I am Jiang Yang. Let's talk inside," Jiang Yang replied with a smile as he pushed the door open. Entering as if it were his own home, Li Chaoyang, bewildered, watched the stranger step inside. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed several neighbors peering curiously from their homes, prompting him to hastily shut the door. He lowered his voice. "Who exactly are you? What brings you here?" "Brother Li, let us introduce ourselves. I believe you are older than I am, so I shall address you as Brother Li. My name is Jiang Yang, and I am here regarding the job." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang suddenly understood. This man was interested in purchasing the job. He invited Jiang Yang to sit on a chair. Their modest residence consisted of 2 rooms, with the outer room serving as a living area and the inner room being his mother's bedroom. He had set up a small single bed against the wall in the living area, though called a living room. The combined space of both rooms was scarcely 15 square meters. "Xiao Jiang, I will be straightforward with you. I am asking for 500 yuan for this job, not a cent less. If you find this agreeable, we can exchange the money and handle the paperwork. If you wish to negotiate, you might as well leave now." Li Chaoyang stated bluntly. He had encountered many who attempted to bargain in recent days and wanted to make his stance clear. There would be no room for negotiation. Jiang Yang's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. He continued to wear a warm smile. Observing Jiang Yang's calm demeanor, Li Chaoyang felt reassured. This individual appeared genuinely interested in the job. "Brother Li, I have heard about your mother's illness. I am curious about her condition." Jiang Yang shifted the topic, leaving Li Chaoyang momentarily perplexed. Wasn't this man here to discuss the job? Why was he now bringing up his mother, attempting to appeal to his emotions? Chapter 15, Trading Medication for Work. Jiang Yang's inquiry about the job should remain separate from his mother's plight. Li Chaoyang felt his patience wearing thin. If you're dissatisfied with the price, perhaps you should inquire elsewhere. You know how hard it is to secure such a stable job these days. Many people are eager for the position I'm offering. A few days ago, a woman even agreed to pay 500 yuan, stating she would come to settle the payment soon. Once you miss this opportunity, it may not come around again. I'm not worried about selling this job. Li Chaoyang spoke firmly, emphasizing that he was not open to negotiation. He felt a growing disdain for Jiang Yang, who seemed intent on exploiting his mother's situation. "Brother Li, you misunderstand me. I truly want the job, but I currently lack the funds," Jiang Yang confessed. At this, Li Chaoyang sprang to his feet, fury igniting within him. "You come to me without money? Are you jesting? Leave." He grabbed Jiang Yang's arm, forcefully ushering him toward the door. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already pushed him outside, a clear breach of hospitality. In an instant, Jiang Yang deftly reversed the grip, pinning Li Chaoyang back onto the chair, and a silent battle of wills ensued. Li Chaoyang, taken aback, realized that while he worked in a steel mill and possessed considerable strength, this seemingly frail youth had easily subdued him. At that moment, he finally regarded Jiang Yang with newfound seriousness. "Comrade, what exactly do you intend to do?" "I have stated my price, 500 yuan, not a penny less. If you lack the funds, then there is no point in further discussion." Li Chaoyang was not concerned about any malicious intent from Jiang Yang. The courtyard was filled with people, and if necessary, he could call for help. No one would be foolish enough to pressure him into selling the job. In matters of work, Li Chaoyang was adamant that without his signature, no deal could be secured. Brotherly, although I lack financial means, I possess other resources. Jiang Yang had been contemplating this ever since he heard the elder's words. As if a glimmer of hope had been bestowed upon him. He may not have much, but there was indeed a dedicated pharmacy within his villa, stocked with a considerable array of medications accumulated during the years of rampant pandemics and various contagious diseases. Wealthy individuals, in their quest for self-preservation, often hoarded supplies, and he was no exception. Thus, his pharmacy was well equipped with an abundance of remedies. Enough of your idle chatter. What I seek is money. Nothing else, Li Chaoyang replied, his impatience palpable, wishing he could toss the man out if only he had the strength. I have connections within the hospital. I presume your willingness to sell work is to ensure proper treatment for your mother. If not, we could explore alternative forms of collaboration. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang paused. He had inquired about his mother's illness at the hospital and learned that even acquiring medication was uncertain. The necessary drugs might only be available at the provincial hospital, which was notoriously difficult to procure. Li Chaoyang, still skeptical, asked, "You know people at the hospital? Do you have a solution?" "Brother Li, whether I can assist depends on the specifics of your mother's ailment and the medication required. It's not simply a matter of my desire to help." Jiang Yang was uncertain whether the medications he had could be of use, yet his pharmacy was indeed replete with a diverse selection. Li Chaoyang promptly stood and retrieved a list from within the house, handing it to Jiang Yang. After a glance, Jiang Yang comprehended the situation. The elderly lady was afflicted with a condition commonly referred to as a disease of wealth, specifically diabetes. Her condition seemed dire, necessitating insulin injections, which were required over a prolonged period, prompting Li Chaoyang to contemplate selling his work to gather funds. The doctor's note indicated that the medication was only available in the provincial capital, as such resources were scarce in small towns. Jiang Yang chuklet ligli, tapping the prescription with his finger. "Brother Li, you are indeed fortunate. A friend of mine can procure insulin for you." Li Chaoyang, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Jiang Yang's arm, asking, "Really? If you could secure insulin for me, enough for 2 years, the job is yours." He had inquired at numerous places about the medication, and even in the provincial capital, it was not guaranteed to be available, especially since it was a new drug, in high demand and imported from abroad, something ordinary citizens could scarcely obtain. "Let's not waste time, Brother Li. Since I have assured you of my capabilities, first, consult the hospital about how many vials of insulin your mother will need for 2 years. I will instruct my friend to arrange it for you. I expect to deliver the insulin within 2 days. We will exchange the medication for the job." Jiang Yang's calm demeanor left no room for doubt in Li Chaoyang's mind. "Very well, it's a deal." Jiang Yang provided his address and the village committee's phone number, instructing Li Chaoyang to call when necessary. As he exited, Li Chaoyang grasped Jiang Yang's hand with a beaming smile, their camaraderie reminiscent of brothers. "From now on, you're my brother. Rest assured, no one at the factory will dare to trouble you. Should anyone do so, I will deal with them." Jiang Yang chuckled. He had never expected anyone to shield him. As a manager overseeing tens of thousands of employees, if he could not navigate such a minor issue, how could he aspire to reach the pinnacle of success? He refrained from lingering on the streets. With his task accomplished, it was time for him to return to the village. Boarding the bus, he made his way back, and upon reaching the village entrance, he concealed himself in a nearby cornfield, retrieving supplies from his spatial storage. He hoisted a sack of rice, carried a bucket of oil, and packed another bag with assorted meats. The children were far too thin, and he himself was in need of nourishment. It was imperative to bolster their health, particularly that of his daughter Nyonyo. He had even brought 2 cans of milk powder for her. The child had been weaned too early, and her very diet had clearly taken a toll on her digestion. More milk powder would surely benefit her. As he entered the village, many greeted him, though their eyes were fixated on the bags he carried. "Hey, Jiang Yang, where have you been? What have you bought? Looks like Jiang Yang has struck it rich, returning with all these goods." "Oh, this is just a visit to my uncle in the city. I brought these for my mother." Jiang Yang concocted an excuse. Indeed, he had an uncle in the city, but their familial ties were tenuous at best. Nevertheless, this explanation sufficed for the moment. Many gazes turned envious. "Your uncle must be quite capable to send you back with so much. He must hold a significant position in the city, right?" "Well, I can't say if he's an official. Perhaps just a worker," he replied, deliberately obfuscating the truth. They lived in a multi-story building, far superior to their own homes, which only bolstered the villagers' respect. Chapter 16. No longer wanting a wife. Upon returning, Jiang Yang found the courtyard in disarray. As he entered, he overheard his mother-in-law wailing. "Dear-in-law, what is this? My daughter may not have merits, but surely she has labored for you." How could Jiang Yang act in such a manner? To order my daughter away, as if that were acceptable? Bring Jiang Yang out. I wish to confront him about what wrongs my daughter has committed. He simply dismisses her without a second thought. She selflessly sought a job for him, and all for what? For his benefit. To repay her kindness with disdain is utterly shameless. How can Jiang Yang commit such an inhumane act? Dear mother-in-law, indeed, Jiang Yang was in the wrong. He went off to visit relatives, and upon his return, I will ensure he personally comes to bring Mei Feng back and apologize. Grandmother Jiang maintained a placating demeanor. Her son must not be allowed to divorce, and her daughter-in-law ultimately had to return. Thus, she would endure this humiliation. In front of her, the in-laws incessantly criticized her son, and she could only swallow her indignation. Aunt, how can you justify Jiang Yang's actions? My sister's intentions have always been for him. Asking him to gather 500 yuan from his sisters for a job. Was that not for his benefit? How dare he insult my sister? I swear, if Jiang Yang continues this way, I will teach him a lesson. As the elder brother-in-law, do I not have the right to discipline him? If Jiang Yang dares to mistreat my sister, I will not hesitate to break his legs. How dare he treat us like mere decorations? The ruckus emanating from within was likely the loud voices of her two elder brothers. Jiang Yang placed the supplies in the kitchen, locked the door, and proceeded to the main room, where he overheard his mother-in-law bitterly stating, "Dear in-law, do not beg me. Your son Jiang Yang has behaved poorly. There is no justification for such treatment of his wife. I tell you, this matter cannot be overlooked. If Jiang Yang cannot secure that job, do not expect us to welcome Mei Feng back. Even if he begs on his knees, it will not suffice. At that point, do not blame me for being harsh with your Jiang Yang. Dear in-law, if my daughter had not insisted on marrying Jiang Yang, would a man like him, so spineless, ever be deemed worthy of my daughter? A toad dreaming of swan meat, and yet he carries himself with such airs. My sister is unable to find a suitable partner. Today, she is divorcing Jiang Yang, and tomorrow she could easily secure a city official. Do you believe that? When Jiang Yang walked in, he was greeted by the sight of the three members of the Liu family surrounding his mother-in-law. Each was voicing their grievances against the Jiang family. Ah, Liu Mei Feng wants a divorce, does she? Let her leave immediately. I am eager to see what kind of good man she can find after parting ways with me. Jiang Yang. His words instantly silenced the room, as they had not anticipated his return. Upon seeing her son-in-law, Liu's mother smirked disdainfully, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, my ambitious son-in-law has returned. Do you truly wish to divorce my daughter? You ought to reflect on yourself. If my daughter had not taken a liking to you, would you have ever found such a remarkable wife? Her condescending demeanor mirrored that of a previous lifetime, sharp-tongued and malicious. Indeed, I would be hard-pressed to find another like your daughter, Jiang Yang retorted, and Liu's mother swelled with pride, exclaiming triumphantly, "Now you understand. A daughter like mine is irreplaceable. Be grateful. My daughter is doing this for your own good. So hurry and gather 500 yuan to secure your job, or I guarantee she will divorce you. When that time comes, you will have nowhere to cry." Jiang Yang chuckled. It is true that finding another like your daughter would be a challenge, especially since she has consistently taken the food money from my family to send back to her own. She is nothing more than a leech, a wolf in sheep's clothing, and a wife who feasts upon her husband's resources. Such a partner would indeed be a rare find. The Liu family was well aware of this. Yet Jiang Yang had never openly addressed the issue, allowing for a fragile peace to persist. Who could have foreseen that Jiang Yang would so boldly lay bare the truth today? "Shut your mouth, Jiang Yang. If you dare to slander my sister again, I will make you pay," shouted Liu Zhanxiang, his brother Liu Ziqiang rushing to his side. "You think you can marry my sister and live in comfort? What is a meager amount of food to you? You think your family is wealthy? You are as poor as a church mouse." The two brothers charged at him, fully aware of their sister's husband's character. He had never fought back in his life. They had taken advantage of this weakness, bullying him throughout their childhood. In the past, whenever they quarreled, they would pummel Jiang Yang, using the opportunity to bolster their sister's standing within her in-laws' family. This time, they had come prepared to subdue him and compel him to comply with their sister's demand about securing a job for their brother. As they lunged forward, one grabbed Jiang Yang by the collar while the other threw a punch at his stomach. Their usual coordination was evident, but today's outcome was unexpected. Jiang Yang deflected the punch aimed at his abdomen and retaliated, landing a fist squarely on Liu Zhanxiang's face, drawing blood. He then kicked Liu Ziqiang against the wall and mounted Liu Zhanxiang, unleashing a flurry of punches. "How dare you act like a lord here, eating our Jiang family's food and spending our money, yet you still dare to raise your hand against me? Have you lost your mind? You ought to know your place. How can you still expect to live off my generosity? I've supported you for 3 years, and now you dare to strike me?" Seeing his brother being beaten, Liu Ziqiang attempted to sneak up from behind to choke Jiang Yang. "You bastard, Jiang Yang. How dare you hit my brother? I'll kill you. But Jiang Yang seemed to possess a sixth sense and swiftly twisted Lu Ziqiang's wrist before executing a shoulder throw. The two brothers collapsed in a heap, and Jiang Yang straddled them, delivering blows without mercy. They had bullied him for years, and now they were receiving their due. Lu's mother was frantic, jumping up and down in outrage. Jiang Yang, stop this at once. How dare you hit my sons? Don't you care about your wife anymore? Chapter 17, The Divorce Plan. The elderly matriarch rushed to help her sons to their feet, desperate to end the chaos. Stop. Enough. My son is acting like a madman today. Despite the satisfaction of seeing them punished, the situation was spiraling out of control, having struck her daughter's brothers. Lu Meifeng would certainly not forgive this offense. Mother-in-law, do you see what has happened? Jiang Yang said cautiously, attempting to smooth over the situation. Lu's mother noticed her son's battered appearances, their faces bruised and bloodied. They looked like pigs, and once they stepped outside, everyone would know about their defeat. As she tended to her son's wounds, she turned angrily to Jiang Yang. Have you lost your mind? These are your brothers-in-law. What do you intend to do? You truly don't wish to stay with my daughter, do you? Old lady, what do you think? I don't want Lu Meifeng. Your daughter is lazy and constantly takes things back to her family. Our home has been stripped bare. My daughter is suffering because of it. Your daughter only cares about her own family and doesn't regard her in-laws as human beings. Why should I continue to support your entire Lu family? Dream on. If Lu Meifeng doesn't come back, so be it. I intend to divorce her. Tomorrow, I will go to the village to obtain a letter of introduction for the divorce paperwork. I can no longer endure this life. Jiang Yang spoke in a low voice. His tone grave, yet the seriousness of his words rendered the Lu family speechless. It was clear that he was not jesting. He was dead serious. Jiang Yang, you've lost your mind. Lu's mother exclaimed as she hurriedly pulled her sons away, their retreating figures leaving chaos in their wake. The Lu family was in disarray. For if Jiang Yang truly divorced Lu Meifeng, she would become a second wife, and where could they find another gullible family to exploit? At that moment, the elderly matriarch banged her thigh in frustration, lamenting, could you not endure just a little longer? After all these years, what difference does one more time make? You've beaten both of her brothers. It's unlikely Lu Meifeng would want to stay with you now. If she truly divorces you, what will you do? Jiang Yang stepped forward to block his mother, smiling as he replied, Mother, do you think I will suffer from this divorce? Your son is handsome and charming. What kind of wife could I not find? Rest assured, I will marry a kind and filial daughter-in-law for you. The elderly lady was amused by her son's brazen demeanor, wiping away her tears. Oh, when did you become such a rogue? You've certainly become quite the talker. While I may not think much of Lu Meifeng, she is still your legitimate wife. If you truly divorce her, the village will surely gossip. Mother, a woman like Lu Meifeng is incapable of changing her ways. She is only looking to support her family. Trust me, this time she is using that 500 yuan for her brother, Lu Zhanxiang, under the guise of helping me. She is paving the way for her family using our money. What kind of daughter-in-law would you want from such a person? Upon hearing this, the elderly matriarch was incensed. What? That Lu Meifeng is wicked beyond belief. Harboring such malicious intent. How long must our family save this 500 yuan? If it weren't for relying on your sisters and brothers-in-law, this sum would never have been obtainable. This heartless creature is indeed doing it for the Lu family. I have long seen through Lu Meifeng's true nature. The old matriarch, infuriated, stomped her feet, clutching her chest in pain, while a profound sadness washed over her. If the Lu family truly behaves this way, how will my son endure this life? If they do not divorce, my daughter-in-law's family has already calculated every move against them. Yet, if they choose to divorce, it is my son who will suffer. Soon the whole village will know he has become a second-hand groom. What respectable girl would ever wish to marry my son, especially with a little girl in tow? Son, what are your thoughts on this? Will you persist in this marriage or not? If you truly divorce, it will be difficult for you to find a wife with a child in your care. Mother, I must divorce. We cannot continue living like this. You see for yourself. Lu Meifeng cares nothing for me or Xiao Xiao. Look at how emaciated Xiao Xiao has become. That cruel mother severed her breastfeeding before she was even a year old. With the food she sent back to the Lu household, 10 Xiaoxiaos could have been nourished. Mother, I cannot allow Lu Meifeng to continue dragging our family down, nor burden my sisters. You know that if it weren't for me, my 5 sisters would not be struggling so at home. The turmoil caused by my second sister today is all because of me. The old matriarch, agitated, retorted, How can you say that? It is the duty of an elder sister to care for her younger brother. You are the only son we have. If your sisters do not look after you, who will? You're not taking advantage of anyone. When there are troubles, it is you, the younger brother, who must step forth. If it weren't for you confronting the Wang family, who knows what might have happened to your sister? Perhaps both children would have been sold off. All of this is due to your bravery. Jiang Yang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This mother truly is protective of her young. He sincerely reflected on how his parents had favored him in the previous life, a dynamic that had remained unchanged in this one. However, he had indeed not allowed them any joy in the last life. The thought of this sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted mother, who had chosen to swallow poison rather than burden him, made his heart ache. Perhaps in the eyes of his 5 sisters, their mother was biased, harsh, and unfeeling. Yet to him, she was the kindest soul in the world. Mother, you cannot say that. If it weren't for me, would Wang Fuguwei and my sister be living like this? Every time I voiced a need, they harmed their own family to accommodate me. And over time, no one can withstand such pressure. They're simply fulfilling their role as older sisters. Mother, we must speak reasonably. If you marry a wife who constantly turns her elbow outward, like Lu Meifeng, who is so preoccupied with her own family, wouldn't that infuriate you? The old matriarch fell silent, compelled to concede that her daughter-in-law's actions indeed irked her deeply. Had it not been for her son's fierce protection, she would have longed to teach Lu Meifeng a lesson. But what would happen if he truly divorced? That was her concern. Mother, if I really do divorce, you can rest assured, good things await our family. Jiang Yang had not articulated his intentions clearly, but he was already preparing for the divorce. No matter what, this marriage had to end, otherwise Lu Meifeng would discover his employment at the machinery factory and would likely devise new ways to drain his resources. Chapter 18. The Divorce. When old man Jiang returned, he learned of his son's true intentions. Initially opposed to the divorce, he eventually acquiesced after hearing his son's reasoning. Early the next morning, Jiang Yang rode his bicycle to Lu village. He went alone, for this matter needed to be resolved promptly. He was growing impatient with the Lu family's antics. Lu Meifeng awoke to hear her mother-in-law shouting in the yard. That wretched Jiang family had the audacity to attack your 2 brothers. I tell you, you must stand firm. I want to see if Jiang Yang thinks he can just walk away unscathed. If he loses his wife, let him remain a bachelor. Mother, are you mistaken about Jiang Yang? How could he possibly strike anyone? Even if he had the audacity, he wouldn't dare. Lu Meifeng understood her husband well. How could that spineless man ever raise a hand against anyone? It would be more likely for others to attack him. Be quiet. I can see clearly. It was Jiang Yang who laid hands on your brothers. Just think, they have suffered so much for you. You must repay them well. By the way, you need to find a way to get that 500 yuan from him quickly. You know that job won't wait. Your second brother is counting on that job. With it, you won't have to worry about marrying. Mother, I understand, but you keep telling me to stall, then rush me to get the 500 yuan. What do you want me to do? Lu Meifeng slammed the door in dissatisfaction and retreated inside. In her maternal home, she felt less freedom than in her marital home where she held authority. Here, she constantly faced her mother's scolding. At that moment, Jiang Yang entered through the main door, locking his bicycle outside, fearing it would be difficult to retrieve once brought inside. The Lu family, like leeches, wouldn't let anything leave their grasp. Sure enough, upon seeing Jiang Yang, his mother-in-law immediately scowled. What do you want? The Jiang family has assaulted my 2 sons. And now you come to collect my daughter? Dream on. Lu's mother dusted herself off with a feather duster, regarding Jiang Yang with utter disdain. I'm looking for Lu Meifeng. You dare to strike my sons and still seek my daughter? Go dream elsewhere. My daughter is not someone you can just have. Do you think I would willingly accept you as a son-in-law if it weren't for her desire to marry you? I prepared the introduction letter for the divorce. Let Lu Meifeng come out so we can finalize the paperwork. Jiang Yang's calm words struck Lu Meifeng like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned as she rushed out. What did you say? Jiang Yang, what did you just say? Did you not hear me clearly? You must have heard your mother say it. She stated she wants us to divorce. I have the introduction letter. Let us go and get it over with. We cannot afford such a precious daughter-in-law. Jiang Yang raised the letter and tucked it back into his pocket, fastening his jacket button. Jiang Yang, how can you do this? I want a divorce because of what? Isn't it because you struck my 2 brothers? Go ask around the village. Who would dare to strike their own brothers-in-law? My mother was just speaking in anger. She doesn't truly want a divorce. If you apologize to my brothers, this matter can be resolved. Lu Meifeng clearly did not wish to divorce. Where would she find another fool like him? A family she could drain. Apologize? Like before, kneeling and begging you to return with me? Apologizing to your brothers? Only to get beaten and ridiculed in return? The entire village would see that I am less than a proper son-in-law. Is this what you desire? Hearing this, Lu Meifeng couldn't help but pout. You used to do it before. Why are you so emotional this time? You've done it before. Haven't you? Jiang Yang, can't you endure a little for me? If you just apologize to my brothers, this will all pass. I shall return home and live my life properly. Let me tell you, when I cherished you, you were a treasure. Now that I no longer desire you, your tricks hold no sway. Spare me the idle chatter and come with me. We shall proceed to divorce immediately. Jiang Yang wished to say no more, for he knew this woman would not understand. Jiang Yang, do not overstep. I have graciously given you an opportunity to back down. If you refuse to apologize now, I shall truly divorce you. You must realize that after this divorce, finding another woman like me will be but a dream. Do you comprehend the state of the Jiang family? You can barely make ends meet. Think carefully about that. Lu Meifeng naturally held her pride, always maintaining an air of superiority before Jiang Yang. Having never been so ridiculed by him before, she was resolute this time to take control of the situation. What if it was a divorce? Who feared whom? She believed that even after the divorce, Jiang Yang would still grovel as he did before. The only one who would regret would be him, not her. I do not require your concern regarding my marital prospects, so be off with you. Jiang Yang impatiently strode out of the courtyard. Lu Meifeng retorted angrily, very well. Jiang Yang, if you wish to divorce, then let it be. Who is afraid? She stormed inside to fetch the household registration. Lu's mother stood in the courtyard, sweeping while casting sarcastic remarks. Ah, the men of the Jiang family have finally achieved something. Remember this day. After you divorce my daughter, do not come seeking her again. The next time you find yourself kneeling in my yard, begging for her forgiveness, that will be nothing but a fantasy. I tell you, Jiang Yang, take a good look at yourself in the mirror. With your disposition, after leaving my daughter, what kind of woman do you think you could find? And as for your daughter, we have no interest in her. Better to spare my daughter the burden and let her find a good match elsewhere. I assure you, once my daughter is free, she will quickly marry a city official. And you? You may rot in your impoverished abode. Jiang Yang had no intention of engaging in a verbal sparring match. What was the point of such discourse? He sought only to finalize the divorce swiftly, to settle matters before his employment was secured, thus preventing further disturbances from this family. Standing at the entrance of the Lu household, the neighbors began to peek out, curious about the commotion. Someone inquired, "Oh dear, what has the son-in-law of the Lu family done? Is he here to beg for forgiveness from his wife? Why is he standing at the gate?" The mother-in-law's refusal to let him in prompted laughter from the villagers, who all looked down upon Jiang Yang. Well aware he was a spineless man. No more bowing and begging. This time we are divorcing. What? Divorce? Jiang family lad, have you lost your mind? With a beauty like Lu Meifeng, your ancestors must have been blessed for her to marry you. How dare you even think of divorcing her? Yes, divorce. Unless you want Lu Meifeng to leech off our family, draining every grain and penny. Who would want such a blood-sucking daughter-in-law? The crowd gasped. The Lu family had kept this matter hidden well, and it was impossible for outsiders to know they had prospered due to their daughter's marriage. Chapter 19. Finally divorced. Oh, son-in-law of the Lu family, do tell us what is truly going on. A gossip seeker rushed forward. What else could it be? Since marrying into our family, Lu Meifeng has had such high demands, always wanting new clothes today and fine food tomorrow. But the money for new clothes only fills her family's stomachs. I did not just marry a wife. I have to support her entire family. I, Jiang Yang, simply cannot afford it. The Jiang family is poor. We can barely feed ourselves, let alone support her entire family. We cannot afford such a wife. These words were enough to send shockwaves through the village, and many turned to look at the Lu family's in trance with newfound disdain. It was no wonder the Lu family was thriving. They had been relying on their son-in-law's family all along. Once the poorest in the village, they now had 2 sons married off due to their daughter's fortune. The villagers realized the truth. They had been living off the blood of their in-laws. Unaware of the gossip, Lu Meifeng stormed out with the household registration, fuming. What are you still doing here? Don't you want a divorce anymore? I assure you, it is too late. This time, we shall indeed separate. She maintained her haughty demeanor. Jiang Yang unlocked his bicycle and rode away, exclaiming to the village office. He swiftly departed, leaving Lu Meifeng fuming as she stood there, her anger causing her vision to blur. This Jiang Yang had truly overstepped. How dare he act so boldly? If Lu Meifeng had considered intimidating him before, she was now genuinely committed to the divorce. An uncooperative pawn could not remain at her side. She had plenty of compliant suitors waiting. Upon hearing about the divorce, the village chief was momentarily taken aback. This Jiang Yang had gone to great lengths to marry Lu Meifeng, bending over backward to meet her family's demands. Everyone knew he was a spineless son-in-law willing to do anything for her, even kneeling to show his submission. The entire village scorned the Jiang family for producing such a lackluster son. Yet today, they were indeed on the verge of divorce. Have you thought this through? A divorce certificate is no light matter. Chief, I have made my decision. I want to divorce him, Lu Meifeng asserted, pushing the household registration towards him. She gazed at Jiang Yang triumphantly, eager to see if he would show any sign of distress, believing he thought he could use divorce as a threat against her. To her surprise, Jiang Yang remained calm, even indifferent, not sparing her a glance. Instead, he impatiently urged the village chief, "Please expedite the process. If we hurry, we can reach the township office in time." Seeing both parties so resolute, the chief wasted no time in issuing the divorce certificate. Jiang Yang, this time, took Lu Meifeng along on his bicycle. Midway, she attempted to flee, but the process of divorce was fraught with complications. Jiang Yang could hardly wait. Lu Meifeng, reveling in her perceived victory, smirked as she watched Jiang Yang wait for her, relishing the moment. "Look at you now, regretting your decision, are you? Here you come to appease me." With an exaggerated sway of her hips, she approached the back of the bicycle. "Could you be any quicker? I'm in a hurry," she snapped, her previous self-satisfaction rapidly evaporating. Angrily, she jumped onto the rear seat, eager to rid herself of this bloodsucker. Upon arriving at the township, they quickly completed the divorce procedures, which were surprisingly swift, devoid of any lengthy deliberations or cooling-off periods. With a snap, the paperwork was finalized, and they emerged holding their divorce certificate. Lu Meifeng remained puzzled, unable to fathom how Jiang Yang could display such assertiveness. From a moment they arrived to when they exited with the divorce certificate, Jiang Yang had not spared her a single glance. "Now that we are divorced, Jiang Yang, let us part ways amicably." Lu Meifeng attempted to deliver another cutting remark, only to find Jiang Yang had already mounted his bicycle and was riding away. Desperate, she shouted after him, "What are you doing? Jiang Yang, are you leaving me here? Is this how you treat your wife?" Jiang Yang turned around with a smile and said, "You are no longer my wife. Why should I take you along? You can walk back by yourself. Have you not grown legs, or are they simply crippled?" With a dismissive wave of his hand, he pedaled away on his bicycle, leaving Lu Meifeng nearly seething with rage. Jiang Yang, in high spirits, rode home, ringing the bell merrily all the way. Upon returning, he returned the bicycle to Ma Shuqiang's house before dashing into his own home. His parents sat inside, their expressions difficult to read, primarily due to their knowledge of their son's actions that day. No parent could genuinely be pleased to hear their child's divorce. "Is it true you've divorced?" Jiang Yang slid the divorce certificate across the table towards them. "Indeed, it is true. From now on, our family will have no ties with the Lu family. Let's live our lives well." Old Jiang sighed, tapping the edge of the Kong with his pipe. "Enough of this. Since the divorce is finalized, let us live our lives honestly." Yet, even he felt uncertain. The meager work points from the team would hardly suffice for their son's needs. Jiang Yang was frail, having been raised under their care, and was incapable of laboring in the fields. The family was already burdened with debts, and now that the divorce had occurred, those debts seemed insurmountable. The elderly couple fretted over how long it would take to repay these debts, at least 4 or 5 years. They also needed to save money for their son to marry. Where would they find such funds? Observing their furrowed brows and the gloomy atmosphere in the house, the second sister hid in the adjacent room, afraid to confront their parents' discontent. She quickly smiled and said, "Father, Mother, actually your son is engaged in something significant. Just wait a while longer, and I assure you he will reveal it to you. The Jiang family's ancestral tomb is smoking with prosperity." The old man said nothing, but in his heart, he reflected on how his son, though somewhat inept, had always been honest. Yet now, having just divorced, he seemed to be speaking nonsensically. The couple's discontent naturally turned into frustration directed at Jiang Xia. Jiang Yang, however, paid no heed to these matters. By evening, he had prepared all the insulin, amounting to a 2-year supply, as per the doctor's prescription. He packed it into his military green bag, ready to head to the county early the next morning to handle his work formalities. At last, he could hold his head high. No matter what, he needed to establish a foothold in the steel factory first. He planned to venture into business once the reforms took hold, but for now, he had to bide his time. Chapter 20. The Canteen. The next day, as before, Jiang Yang arose before dawn. He carefully returned his sleeping daughter to her pillow and covered her belly with a blanket. After kissing her small forehead, he turned and left with satisfaction. Hearing their son leave, old Jiang and old Madame Jiang couldn't help but sigh. They were uncertain about what their son was up to, always leaving in the early hours under a shroud of mystery. Nonetheless, they knew their son wasn't the type to cause trouble, so they assumed he was merely seeking a bit of solace. Jiang Yang took the bus into the city, navigating his way to Li Qiaoyang's home. Li Qiaoyang had been anxiously pacing, worried that Jiang Yang had not shown up for 2 days. Others had come to inquire about work, but he had already dismissed the paltry offer of 500 yuan. Compared to that sum, he had no connections to procure the medicine in the city. He had staked everything on Jiang Yang. However, he regretted making that phone call, as he hadn't heard from Jiang Yang since, leaving him unsure if the deal would fall through. When he heard a knock at the door, Li Qiaoyang instinctively rushed to open it. Upon seeing Jiang Yang, his heart finally eased, and a smile broke across his face. "Comrade Xiao Jiang, you finally made it. Please come in. His eager gaze fell upon the military green bag Jiang Yang carried. Jiang Yang placed the bag on the table, and Li Chaoyang shut the door and drew the curtains, as if they were engaged in some clandestine operation. Jiang Yang opened the bag and revealed box after box of insulin. This is the quantity you requested, 2 years' worth of insulin. Please check it. He then produced a small box. This is for carrying the insulin. Please ensure the remaining supplies are stored properly. Avoid direct sunlight, and try to keep it at a temperature of 28 degrees. If you have a refrigerator, store it there. For opened insulin, try to use it within 2 days. Jiang Yang briefly explained the usage and storage requirements, concerned that Li Chaoyang might not fully grasp the details and risk wasting the medication. Li Chaoyang, feeling somewhat distressed, acknowledged that while they had a refrigerator, it was not a luxury everyone possessed. Hearing the storage conditions made him acutely aware that his own circumstances were not conducive to such care. He counted the insulin boxes and meticulously packed them into a case, placing it in a corner away from light. Xiao Jiang, thank you. I'll take you to the factory to handle the paperwork now. With these supplies, he could avoid traveling to the provincial city, saving both money and securing such an ample supply of insulin. He had inquired and knew that even if the provincial authority could provide such insulin, it would not come cheap. Li Chaoyang felt genuine gratitude towards Jiang Yang. Thus he was diligent while assisting him with the paperwork. He led Jiang Yang to the personnel office and explained his situation. The job Li Chaoyang was selling was actually his father's. His father had passed away 3 months prior due to heart disease, leaving the position vacant. Typically, such roles would be inherited, but Li Chaoyang had fortuitously secured a position at the steel factory years earlier, thus not encroaching upon his father's legacy. This vacancy had drawn envy from many, prompting Li Chaoyang to consider selling the position. Upon meeting Li Chaoyang, the personnel staff quickly understood, seeing Jiang Yang as a bright young man, and the paperwork was processed swiftly. Once all formalities were completed, the personnel department handed Jiang Yang a notice. Comrade Xiao Jiang, your employment paperwork is all set. Take this notice to the steel factory canteen to report. Jiang Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that entering the steel factory would lead him to the workshop. As a worker, he had envisioned being in the workshop among the machinery, which he was unfamiliar with. He had even contemplated ways to maneuver himself into the transportation department for a smoother experience. Driving was a skill that was simple to learn. It was undoubtedly a technical job in those times. However, he never anticipated being assigned to the canteen. It felt as if a pillow had been provided for his slumber. After all, his previous success had been built on his culinary skills, having opened 1,000 chain hotels based on his cooking expertise. What a fortunate turn of events. His expression was one of disbelief, which Li Chaoyang misinterpreted as shock. He felt a twinge of guilt as he said, I should have mentioned earlier that my father was the head chef at the canteen. You will definitely be working there. Don't worry. If you find it unbearable after a few months, I can speak to our supervisor to transfer you to the workshop. In those days, few were eager to work in the canteen due to its limited advancement opportunities and lower pay. Young, ambitious individuals rarely desired to toil as chefs in a canteen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang realized Li Chaoyang had misunderstood and chuckled, patting his shoulder. It's all good. In fact, I quite like the canteen. Li Chaoyang felt even more guilty, knowing Jiang Yang was likely trying to reassure him. Xiao Jiang, from now on, I'll consider you a brother. Your matters are my matters. Rest assured, I will find a way to help you. Jiang Yang completed the necessary paperwork and proceeded to the cafeteria with his approval slip. Firstly, as a prerequisite for working here, he required a dormitory. Otherwise, commuting daily from the county town to the village would consume several hours solely on a bicycle, and taking a bus would be financially untenable for any family. The cafeteria's head, Wang Junkai, a short, plump man in his 40s with a bald head, regarded Jiang Yang with a dismissive expression. So Li Chaoyang's old man sold you the job? Quite a savvy lad, aren't you? Spending 500 yuan for a position. A bright future awaits you. Just put in the effort at the cafeteria. Jiang Yang detected a hint of derision in Wang's tone. However, adhering to the principle of humility under someone else's roof, he hurriedly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to him. Director Wang, please have a smoke. Unexpectedly, instead of taking a single cigarette, Wang casually snatched the entire pack from his hand. After inspecting it closely, he smirked. Well, little Jiang, you must be quite affluent, indulging in filtered cigarettes of a brand I've never encountered. This is quite a rarity from the 70s. It's not often that one hears of a family being wealthy. Jiang Yang felt a pang of unease and quickly smiled. Director Wang, if you fancy this pack, please take it. I don't actually smoke. This gave the impression that he had purchased the cigarettes as a gesture of respect for reporting to work. Wang nonchalantly stuffed the smokes into his jacket pocket. All right then, you reported today, so you could take the day off. Just come to work bright and early tomorrow. For your dormitory, seek out Lu Danning from logistics. Chapter 21. White Rabbit Creamy Candy. Jiang Yang acquired the dormitory key from logistics. Following the room number, he found his accommodation, which was a shared space for 8. The room was crammed with 4 sets of bunk beds, nearly filled to capacity, with only 2 tables and a few benches. There were no cabinets for storage. Each person's belongings were stowed away in lockers in the changing room. Observing that everyone else was at work, Jiang Yang located the sole vacant spot, an upper bunk situated near the door. While he didn't mind the subpar living conditions, he did lament the lack of personal space and privacy. Once his work stabilized, he intended to rent a private room outside and bring his mother and daughter to live with him. His daughter certainly needed an education in the county town, as there were no kindergartens in the village. He couldn't bear the thought of his little girl suffering in her formative years. If possible, he would prefer to purchase a house. However, those were considerations for another day. After tidying up his bunk and giving the space a cursory clean, he planned to return home to fetch his bedding, making the place livable. Excitedly, he returned home, only to find the evening had settled in. Upon stepping through the door, he heard his daughter, Xiao Xiao, sweetly conversing with her 2 older sisters. Sister Nyonyo, when will Daddy be back? Uncle is coming home soon. Just as she finished speaking, a pair of large hands lifted her from the ground and hoisted her onto his shoulders. Miss you, did you? Initially startled, Xiao Xiao, upon recognizing her father's voice, burst into joyous laughter. Daddy, you're back. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Yang's neck, perched upon her father's shoulders. She could now see higher and farther than before, a privilege previously reserved for other children. But now, her father was granting her the same delight. Xiao Xiao squirmed excitedly on Jiang Yang's shoulders. He gently lifted her down into his embrace, playfully pinching her nose. Did you eat well today? Daddy, I had so much. Grandma made me egg pudding, and she said I'm a little money-wasting rascal. Xiao Xiao animatedly recounted her day, emphasizing how, despite Grandma's scolding, she had still received the delicious treat. Don't take to heart what your grandma says about being a rascal. You are not a burden to me. You are my little darling. With wide, innocent eyes, Xiao Xiao pressed her face against Jiang Yang's. Daddy, I am your little darling. Jiang Yang, like a magician, produced White Rabbit creamy candies from his pocket. He had purchased them from the factory's supply store, which was far superior in variety to others. Nevertheless, he remained a man of humble means, and the few coins in his pocket were barely enough for the candies. He divided 2 pieces of the White Rabbit candy between Xiao Xiao and the 2 older sisters. Upon seeing the treats, their eyes widened in astonishment. They had only seen such luxuries when the son of the production team leader returned from military service, bringing back sweets to boast about, which led to envy among the village children. But now, their uncle was bestowing such a precious gift upon them. Realizing they were living with their uncle, the 2 older sisters immediately displayed their maturity by attempting to return the candies. Uncle, my sister and I don't like sweets. Yet, scarcely had the words left their lips before the younger sister, unable to contain her excitement, tore open the wrapper and popped the candy into her mouth. The older sister's face paled in shock. At home, if anything good were to appear, their father would either consume it himself or give it to the second uncle. There was never a thought of them sharing in such delights. Consuming these treats would certainly lead to punishment. She reached out, trying to pry the candy from her sister's mouth. Ernyo, listen to me. That candy belongs to Xiao Xiao. We mustn't take it without permission. Ernyo, be good, or you'll get in trouble. Upon seeing her sister attempt to take the candy, Ernyo burst into tears. Jiang Yang sighed, quickly separating the 2 girls. Cradling Ernyo in his arms and brushing off the dirt on her clothes, he gently wiped away her tears, soothingly saying, Ernyo, don't cry. The candy is from your uncle, and you can eat it without fear of punishment. With tears still glistening in her eyes, Ernyo, upon hearing this, revealed her adorable dimples. Jiang Yang affectionately tousled her hair. Now go play with Xiao Xiao. Just promise not to fight, and when eating candy, don't talk or cry, or you might choke. He then turned his gaze toward the older sister, who instinctively shrank back under his scrutiny as though guilty of some misdeed. Uncle, Jiang Yang enveloped the older sister in a warm embrace, causing her eyes to well with tears, for no one had held them in such a way since their mother. Silly girl, while you're here, there is nothing to fear. If your uncle offers it, you can certainly enjoy it. Remember, as long as it's from your uncle, you can eat it without hesitation, boldly partake. No need to be afraid. If anyone dares to harm you, your uncle will take care of them. He playfully clenched his fist and waved it, immediately bringing a smile to her face. Uncle, can you really protect us? Will Daddy never hit us again? Will Uncle and Grandma never hit us again? Jiang Yang, firmly grasping the little girl's shoulders, assured her, Your uncle promises you, no one will harm you again. I will protect you. If you ever find yourself in danger, come and tell your uncle, all right? Instead of responding with laughter, The little girl suddenly collapsed against Jiang Yang's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing a 6-year-old cry so heart-wrenchingly tugged at Jiang Yang's heartstrings. The child was far too perceptive for her age, and such words could move her to tears. Standing at the kitchen doorway, Jiang Xia's eyes brimmed with tears upon hearing those words and witnessing the scene before her. She recognized that her younger brother had changed, yet she never anticipated he would articulate such sentiments. Perhaps all the hardships she endured over the years to support her maternal family and her brother were not in vain. Just then, a voice burst forth from outside the courtyard. "What's wrong? Why are you crying? Is there some trouble at home?" Jiang Yang, having released the little girl, joyfully turned around to see his elder sister, Jiang Chun. Instantly, his face lit up with delight as he rushed to embrace her tightly. Jiang Chun was taken aback by her brother, now grown, still wanting to hug her. A blush crept to her cheeks as she gently pushed him away. "You're all grown up now. Why are you being so touchy-feely? Aren't you embarrassed?" Chapter 22. Good news. Jiang Yang smiled and inquired, "Sister, what brings you back?" His elder sister had always been one who devoted herself wholeheartedly to their family, taking care of her younger siblings as the eldest. This was a hallmark of their era, the responsibility that came with being the eldest. Reluctant to burden her in-laws, she had worked diligently to support her maternal family. Although not tall, standing at merely 1.5 meters, her petite frame concealed immense strength. She had spent years carrying stones up the mountain, rivaling any man in endurance. Jiang Chun noticed a distinct change in her brother. He spoke more freely and was no longer distant, as he had been before, when he would shy away from her. "What do you mean? Why am I back? Mother sent word for me to return. Otherwise, I would have never known you had divorced." Jiang Chun's voice brimmed with indignation at the mention of Lu Meifeng. Her brother had sacrificed so much for her. Not only building a house for the family, but also paying a hefty bride price, making their wedding the most extravagant in the village. Lu Meifeng wielded considerable influence in their household, while women in the village who bore daughters often felt ashamed and subservient in their in-laws' homes. Yet, Jiang Chun's sister-in-law remained haughty even after giving birth to a daughter, simply because she knew her brother cherished her. The fact that her brother had resolved to divorce Lu Meifeng was astonishing, though this was indeed a rare occurrence. What pained Jiang Chun more was that her brother had spent an enormous bride price, only to end up divorced without even a son, if he were to remarry. How much more would it cost? "Sister, let us talk inside. Second sister is here too." Jiang Chun glanced at her younger sister and immediately understood the situation upon seeing her sister's bruised face and swollen lip. It was evident that she had been beaten by Wang Fu Gui again. Faced with this distressing sight, Jiang Chun was at a loss for words and could only turn to enter the main room. Jiang Xia soon prepared a simple meal, consisting of a thin cornmeal porridge and black flatbreads. The porridge was watery, and each of the 3 children received only half a flatbread. Jiang Yang frowned at the meager offering and asked, "Sister, didn't I just bring home some grain for our family?" Before Jiang Xia could respond, their elderly mother interjected. "I told your sister to save some. We must be frugal. How long do you think that little bit of grain will last? Now we have 3 more mouths to feed, and that scoundrel Wang Fu Gui hasn't he even come to fetch your sister today? Is he planning to make me support his wife and children?" The old lady was fuming at the thought. Jiang Yang slammed his bowl onto the table with such force that her words came to a halt. The elderly couple had always indulged Jiang Yang, and in their household, he was the one who called the shots. Noticing her son's discontent, the old lady immediately felt a pang of concern for him. "All right, I understand you don't like this food. I'll have your sister make you some steamed buns. You prefer white flour." Jiang Xia had just stood up when Jiang Yang interjected. "Sister, make some egg pancakes. If I'm not mistaken, we have eggs at home." Good heavens! Can we still afford to live like this? Who is so extravagant as to request egg pancakes? The old lady exclaimed. "If you want them, let your sister make them just for you. Why should the whole family suffer? Think of how much grain and eggs that would waste. You've lost your wife, and now you've lost your will to live. Are you trying to ruin this family?" The old lady was growing increasingly agitated. Isn't every family struggling to get by? There's no room for wastefulness. "Mother, just sit quietly and listen to me. Our family won't starve. From now on, my son will be bringing home a salary every month." As these words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room. Jiang's father set down his chopsticks. Gazing intently at his son, "Jiang Yang, are you up to something? Be honest with me. You've been mysteriously disappearing for half a day. What on earth have you been doing?" He suspected that his son might have gotten into some trouble. The white flour and other items didn't appear to have a legitimate source. Even if his daughter-in-law was capable, the father should still be aware of it. His daughter-in-law was merely taking from their family's resources. They certainly didn't have the means to provide her with meat, chickens, or white rice. Instinctively, The old man felt his son might have fallen in with a bad crowd. Father, I was actually planning to tell you about this. Starting tomorrow, I will be working at the steel plant canteen as a formal employee. Upon hearing this, the old lady jumped up, exclaiming, "What? My son, please explain how you became a worker. We don't have 500 yuan. Jiang Yang crafted a simple yet convincing tale, claiming he had saved someone who turned out to be the very person who had offered him a job. This individual stated that a life-saving favor must be repaid, thus deciding to give him the position. Of course, the job wasn't free. He would need to pay part of his salary back each month, but he could do so gradually. He then presented his work certificate. Jiang's parents wept tears of joy, gazing at the certificate in his hands, touching the embossed seal and their son's photograph. The elderly couple hurriedly rushed to their ancestors' altar to light 3 sticks of incense, thanking their ancestors for bestowing such good fortune upon their son. Jiang Yang secretly reveled in the moment, as he imagined his parents believing that their ancestral graves were emitting smoke of prosperity. Jiang Chun listened, somewhat skeptical. Is it truly a job at the steel plant? Sister, can that even be forged? Just look at the seal on it. I have to start work there tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun finally felt relieved. If you go to the steel plant, you must work diligently. Seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sister, I certainly know that. Don't worry, I will work hard. Jiang Chun couldn't help but notice how Lu Meifeng had once treated her brother poorly. During her presence, their household had been tumultuous, and they had struggled to live well. Yet now, after his divorce, her brother had secured formal employment and good fortune without even needing to pay anything up front. Had he been required to pay 500 yuan, their entire family would have been in dire straits. As the saying goes, sometimes fortune comes without effort. The entire family was abuzz with excitement over this news, as it meant a formal job. Chapter 23, Reporting. The old man, having drunk a couple of cups of wine, felt a bit tipsy as he scrutinized his son with gleaming eyes filled with joy. My dear child, you have finally achieved something noteworthy. Your father feels his life has been worthwhile, the elderly lady exclaimed, her hand resting affectionately upon her son's shoulder. Of course, who could doubt our youngest? From a tender age, he has displayed remarkable intelligence, and it is only natural that he would excel in whatever he pursues. This was undoubtedly the highest form of praise for a child from their family. It was then that Jiang Yang spoke up. Mother and father, there are a few matters I must impress upon you. Tomorrow, I shall commence my duties at the factory, yet we cannot afford to neglect our family affairs. Concerning the situation with my second sister and Wang Fugue, you must not show any leniency. Wang Fugue has already raised his hand against my sister, and I fear he may resort to even greater violence in the future. My sister's life is invaluable. They must divorce. However, a divorce would tarnish her reputation. The old man is not oblivious to the fact that a son-in-law has struck his daughter, yet he seems to think it is commonplace for men to mistreat their wives. Henceforth, I shall bear the weight of all family matters. I earn a salary and possess a reliable job, so we are not lacking in funds. I can provide for my sister. What does it matter if her reputation suffers? I have already been divorced, and I'm not concerned about my sister's standing. The Wang family is not one to be trifled with. They will certainly reject the children, leaving my sister to fend for herself. The elderly lady wished to protect her daughter, but the family's circumstances were undeniable. My dear, I work in the canteen. You know as well as I do that even in times of famine, cooks do not go hungry. Our family will thrive. We must not allow my sister to endure further suffering. In time, my son will ensure a prosperous future for you all. Step by step, I shall ascend. And one day, I will become the head of the canteen. If our family has a son-in-law who beats his wife, how could that reflect well on us? I shall provide for my 2 nieces. The old man and the elderly lady, though illiterate and lacking in education, were resolute upon hearing their son's aspirations to become a government official. They could not allow their son-in-law to impede their youngest progress. He was destined for greatness. Just days ago, their son was a divorced farmer, and now he was becoming a worker. He was still young, and the future held promise. The thought of their son's potential glory overshadowed the issue of their daughter's divorce. When Jiang Chun learned of her brother's new employment, she returned home with a smile. For years, her husband had mocked them for having a brother who seemed useless. Yet now, the years of hardship were finally bearing fruit. The burdens they had carried were not in vain. That evening, Jiang Yang sought out Jiang Xia to converse for a while, though no substantial words were exchanged. He simply informed his second sister to feel at ease staying at their mother's home, as he now had a job. There was no one at home to care for the children, and he requested her assistance in looking after them, along with the Nyo and Nyo. He assured her that he could earn enough to provide for the 3 of them. Initially hesitant, Jiang Xia feared that Wang Fugue might come to cause trouble. However, upon hearing her brother's plea for help, she found it hard to refuse. She had to admit that these past few days had been the most comfortable of her life. Even when she lived at home before marriage, she had never felt such ease. Once Jiang Yang had arranged everything. He held his little daughter in his arms and climbed onto the bed. Little Xiao, your father will leave tomorrow. I must go to the city to earn money for you. Little Xiao, with her large, innocent eyes filled with confusion, looked up at her father. Upon hearing that he would be leaving, tears began to well up in her eyes. Father, don't go. Jiang Yang comforted his daughter for a long while, feeling immense sorrow. If only he had a means to keep her close. It was due to her constant proximity to Lu Meifeng that she had become timid. Be good, Xiao. You will have your grandparents and Annie to keep you company at home. Daddy is going to earn money to buy you a beautiful floral dress and some big white rabbit candy. It was indeed the prospect of the candy that captured her heart. Upon hearing about the big white rabbit candy, little Xiao, who had been sobbing moments before, immediately nodded obediently. Father, I want the white rabbit candy. Though the child could not articulate much, the mention of the candy brought a smile to Jiang Yang's face. He playfully embraced his little girl, and they spent a delightful time together until she finally fell asleep, exhausted. The next day, before dawn broke, Jiang Yang shouldered the belongings his parents had prepared for him and set off for the county town, under the expectant gaze of his family. Though he was expected to report at 8 o'clock, Jiang Yang arrived at the factory gate by 6. The elderly guard, draped in his coat, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a worker arriving so early. Which workshop are you from? Sir, I am from the canteen. I am new here. My surname is Jiang, and you can call me Xiao Jiang. Oh, you are from the canteen. Come, let me see your work permit. No wonder you are here so early. After verifying the document, which bore the factory's seal, he allowed him entry. Jiang Yang first made his way directly to the canteen. He feared that if he went to the dormitory, he would miss the start of his shift, as the canteen began operating earlier than other departments. On his first day, he was determined not to be late and to make a good impression. Upon arriving at the canteen, he discovered that the staff had yet to arrive. Though he could see 2 or 3 apprentices already in the kitchen, the department head, Wang Jun, who had assisted him with his paperwork the previous day, was nowhere to be found. He greeted the 3 apprentices with a smile. Hello, comrades. My name is Jiang Yang. I'm the new addition to our canteen. The 3 apprentices appear to be of similar age to Jiang Yang. 2 were kneading dough, while the other was slicing pickled vegetables. Initially puzzled by the sudden appearance of a new face, they quickly grasped the situation upon hearing his words. In the canteen, hierarchy was observed. Not everyone could be referred to as an apprentice, akin to how a master would select their disciples based on seniority. Clearly, upon learning that Jiang Yang was a newcomer, their expressions shifted to one of disdain. I am Lu Mingzi. I handle the chopping duties. I am Li Duwang. I work with the dough. I am Wu Gangtai. I also deal with the dough. The 3 of them promptly introduced themselves, along with their respective roles, clearly indicating to Jiang Yang that he was merely a helper. Jiang Yang temporarily placed his bedding in the back storage room and rolled up his sleeves, ready to assist in the canteen. As it was his first day at work, he was eager to contribute. However, without Wang Jun's guidance, he was uncertain about what tasks he could undertake. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted. In this realm, he was the one who could navigate the dynamics of others, not the other way around. Chapter 24, The Contest. Upon entering the canteen, he glanced around. Several large pots of porridge were already simmering on the stove, indicating that breakfast would consist of millet porridge accompanied by steamed buns and pickled vegetable strips. The porridge, once boiling, required minimal oversight. The focus was now on preparing the buns and slicing the pickled vegetables. Seeing Jiang Yang leisurely wandering about, the 3 apprentices felt a pang of irritation. While they were toiling away, he seemed to be idly passing time. Wu Gangtai, with a clever glint in his eye, called out, Xiao Jiang, my stomach is a bit upset. Come help me knead the dough. He feigned discomfort, clutching his belly as he slipped out to the backyard. The other 2, witnessing this, immediately scolded him. Xiao Wu, you're just a lazy donkey. Every time we ask you to work, suddenly your stomach hurts or something else is bothering you. Wu Gangtai, grinning widely, dashed off. Jiang Yang responded affirmatively, donned an apron, washed his hands, and approached the dough station. Observing the meticulous manner in which he washed his hands, Li Duwang nodded in approval. Moments ago, he and Lu Mingzi had deliberately remained silent, eagerly awaiting to see how Jiang Yang would conduct himself. For those in their culinary profession place great emphasis on cleanliness and hygiene. Their initial intention was to chastise Jiang Yang should he neglect to wash his hands before kneading the dough, providing a lesson to the newcomer, thereby asserting their superior knowledge as senior chefs. However, to their surprise, their carefully laid plan was rendered ineffective. Jiang Yang approached the workbench, prepared to knead 3 vats of dough. The steamer was already filled with buns, indicating that for every batch of buns produced on the work surface, there would be an equal number ready to be served. The workbench was impressively large, measuring at least 3 feet across, and its smooth, polished surface revealed it to be crafted from high-quality wood. Standing before the bench, Jiang Yang regarded the mound of dough and immediately set to work, kneading it with an impressive vigor. This batch of dough weighed nearly 80 pounds, sufficient to provide meals for approximately 5,000 workers in the factory. 80 pounds of dough, after all, is not a trivial quantity. Li Wang held his breath, fixated on Jiang Yang as he expertly kneaded the dough with just the right amount of force, displaying an impressive level of skill that belied his status as a novice. The technique he employed surpassed that of Li Wang himself, effortlessly manipulating the substantial mass of dough with one hand while the other swiftly maneuvered the dough closer. Not only was he quick, but he also maintained an immaculate workspace, leaving no residue on the board, truly achieving a state where both the dough and the work surface gleamed. Once the dough was properly kneaded, Jiang Yang swiftly shaped it into individual buns. Li Wang found himself wishing to critique Jiang Yang's technique, to point out imperfections in the dough. But the perfectly uniform texture and the lack of even the smallest air bubbles in the cut surfaces of the buns rendered him speechless. Comparing his own efforts to Jiang Yang's, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. Lu Mingzi watched as the last 2 vats of dough were transformed into neatly cut buns and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Hey Xiaojiang, I never expected you to be this impressive. You've done this all by yourself, so how about helping me chop some pickles? But Jiang Yang simply shook his head. Brother Lu, let me take a break for now. His refusal was not born from disdain for Lu Mingzi, but rather a desire to avoid being exploited. It was clear that Lu Mingzi was rather shrewd. His earlier comment, though seemingly lighthearted, was an attempt to enlist Jiang Yang for additional work. Though new to the kitchen, Jiang Yang was well aware of the exclusionary practices that often plague such environments. Having once been a worker himself, he understood the challenges faced by newcomers who might be made to feel unwelcome. Many would relish the opportunity to burden a newcomer with all manner of tasks. And if he failed to establish clear boundaries from the outset, he risked becoming the kitchen's errand boy. As anticipated, Lu Mingzi's countenance fell upon hearing Jiang Yang's response. Oh, Xiaojiang, you're quite the confident newcomer. On our first meeting, you seem to think little of Lu Ji's standing. You see, when Wu Gangtian asked you to knead buns, you're more than willing to oblige, yet when I ask you to slice pickles, you refuse. Does my standing not suffice? Fine, Xiaojiang, you think quite highly of yourself. His tone was laced with sarcasm, clearly aimed at Jiang Yang. Most newcomers would likely feel compelled to comply with such remarks, unable to muster the courage to refuse. Yet Jiang Yang was different. Brother Lu, my duties have yet to be assigned. I was only filling in for Master Wu due to his stomach ailment. Since you appear to be in good health, I wouldn't want to usurp your responsibilities. If the department head were to arrive and see me working in your place, wouldn't that leave you in a precarious position? With his words, Jiang Yang left Lu Mingzi unable to voice any complaints. Li Wang, upon hearing Jiang Yang's retort, began to regard the newcomer with newfound respect. This young man displayed a certain finesse. Not long after, Wu Gangtian returned, punctual as ever. No sooner had he entered the kitchen and donned his apron than Li Kaiwang arrived with the master chefs. The kitchen was a bustling environment, featuring a serious-faced dough master and a middle-aged woman in her 30s, surrounded entirely by men. Li Keqiang reintroduced Jiang Yang to everyone, also introducing him to one of the chefs. The kitchen boasted 2 chief chefs, each responsible for overseeing the cooking. One was named Zhang Daxian, a short, stout man in his mid-40s with a bald head and a jovial demeanor, resembling a smiling Maitreya Buddha. Behind him stood 3 tall, imposing young men, clearly his apprentices, who regarded Jiang Yang with an air of suspicion, as if fearing for their own positions. The other chef, Zhao Shiwang, was an elderly man in his 50s, his hair flecked with gray and his posture slightly hunched, speaking with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression bore the weight of hardship, giving him an air of melancholy. Beside him stood a visibly nervous 18-year-old apprentice. Zhang Daxian approached Jiang Yang with a friendly pat on the shoulder. Xiaojiang, as a newcomer, you may not be aware, but my family has a history of serving as imperial chefs at royal banquets. You see, my 3 apprentices have all achieved significant success under my guidance. If you choose to follow me, you'll surely enjoy the best of culinary delights. So what do you say? Are you willing to join me? Jiang Yang maintained his composure, smiling gently as he clasped his hands together. Thank you for your kind offer, Master Zhang. As soon as he spoke, Zhang Daxian's smile dimmed slightly, indicating that he realized Jiang Yang was still considering his options. With a colder tone, Zhang Daxian remarked, "Oh, it seems that Xiaojiang has high standards and looks down upon my mentorship. Very well, I shall not presume to teach someone of your caliber. Let's see just how far you can go." His words carried a veiled threat, a master can easily create difficulties for their apprentice. In this day and age, the relationship between a master and apprentice is of paramount importance, akin to the bond between father and son. A master is not merely a teacher. An apprentice must navigate the intricacies of ingratiating themselves with their mentor, ensuring their needs are met and their whims catered to. This is why the position of a master is held in such high esteem. As Jiang Yang had only just arrived in the kitchen, he had yet to establish any connections, leaving him vulnerable. It was evident that Zhang Daxian's displeasure with Jiang Yang's apparent lack of appreciation had begun to brew. The older Zhao Xiwang observed the exchange without stepping forward to introduce himself. Xiao Jiang, if you follow Master Zhang, you will learn genuine skills. I, on the other hand, am too old to teach effectively, and my sole apprentice is already more than I can manage. His tone was dismissive, effectively shutting Jiang Yang out. This prompted laughter from Zhang Daxian's 3 young apprentices, their mockery ringing clear. Oh, Xiao Jiang, just look at how even Master Zhao seems to have no regard for you. You continue to flaunt your airs, but who do you think you are? Do you believe my master would accept just anyone? With your demeanor, you are unworthy of being my junior disciple. Currently, Master Zhao has no interest in you, nor does my master. From now on, you might as well resign yourself to being a mere errand boy in the cafeteria. In this day and age, it seems some are given a face, yet refuse to acknowledge their place. It is evident that the 3 individuals are deeply dissatisfied with Jiang Yang's recent rejection of Zhang Daxian, as it appears to be a deliberate act of vengeance against him. Zhang Daxian, however, feigned indifference, waving his hand with an air of magnanimity, saying, "Ah, it's commendable for the youth to have their own perspectives. Since you, Xiao Jiang, are reluctant to acknowledge me as your master, continue at your own pace. Surely, you will encounter a suitable mentor in due time. If all else fails, you might consider honing your skills under Master Zhao. Although he is advanced in years, his culinary prowess was once unparalleled in our cafeteria." Proudly, he departed with his apprentice in tow. Observing this scene, Section Chief Wang could not help but cast a stern glare at Jiang Yang. He had initially contemplated extending a helping hand, considering the value of that box of cigarettes. Without the guidance of these 2 masters in the cafeteria, the likelihood of advancing from a peripheral role was virtually non-existent. In this establishment, the 2 masters wielded more influence than he, the section chief. No one could afford to disregard the authority of the 2 masters, especially since every family has their share of joyful and mournful occasions. There will inevitably come a time when one must seek their favor. If either of the masters were to express even the slightest discontent, it could significantly impact the quality and reputation of any banquet they prepared. Though this era shuns extravagance and waste, the urban populace, as long as they lead a decent life, still finds certain events necessitating the hosting of feasts. Notably, these masters frequently encounter leaders from various levels, more so than those in his position. The cafeteria has catered to countless visitors, whether they be officials from the provincial or municipal government or leaders attending for inspections or training. The 2 masters possess extensive connections. Despite their seemingly humble roles, they are well acquainted with influential figures. With both Zhang Daxian and Zhao Xiang unwilling to take Jiang Yang under their wings, he has become a forlorn child, unwanted by anyone. Jiang Yang, step outside for a moment. Section Chief Wang beckoned him, wanting to offer some guidance, if only due to the cigarettes. He regarded Jiang Yang as a potential talent, someone with a hint of perceptiveness, and felt compelled to impart a few words. The 2 stood beneath a row of towering poplar trees, and Jiang Yang casually produced another box of cigarettes, this time not the filtered kind from yesterday. Adopting a respectful demeanor, "Section Chief, would you care for smoke?" Taking the cigarette, Wang watched as Jiang Yang struck a match to light it, scrutinizing him closely. It was evident that this young man possessed a certain savvy. He pondered why he had so brazenly dismissed Zhang Daxian. In truth, Wang had long harbored his grievances against Zhang Daxian. Xiao Jiang, one must bow their head when under the eaves, having offended both masters upon your arrival. You will surely face repercussions in the cafeteria. With a playful grin, Jiang Yang leaned in. "Section Chief, with you backing me, who should I fear? That Zhang Daxian is nothing to me. He dares to think he could be my master. Ah, you're quite audacious. If you don't wish to be his apprentice, how do you expect to assume the role of a master yourself?" Section Chief Wang jested, only to be met with Jiang Yang's unflinching confidence as he declared, "Section Chief, do you know what my ancestors did? What did your forebears do?" Wang scoffed, doubting him. "Don't try to fool me. Your records clearly state that your family has been farmers for generations. They were impoverished to the core, known as the poorest among the poor. True, my ancestors were poor, but if you trace back 800 years, they were imperial chefs serving the emperor in the palace. Our family has a legacy of culinary artistry, though later, we fell out of favor with the powerful and faced dire consequences. We were forced to split away quietly, escaping with our lives. Since then, we have lived incognito. Are you regaling me with tales? Wang couldn't help but feel intrigued by Jiang Yang's story of former glory and subsequent downfall. A narrative that resonates through the ages. Section Chief, I'm not merely boasting. I wish to convey that our family's culinary skills are exceptional. Despite my youth, the traditions passed down through generations dictate that the recipes are inherited by males, so from a young age, I was trained in all aspects of cooking. Wang's interest peaked. He contemplated how Jiang Yang might shift the dynamics of the cafeteria. Zhang Dashan had become too domineering, and with Zhao Xiang nearing retirement, he was no longer inclined to confront Zhang Dashan head-on. The cafeteria was entirely under Zhang Dashan's control, leaving even Wang, the section chief, hesitant to challenge him, fearing that doing so could lead to dire consequences for the cafeteria operations. You're rather bold, young man. Do you truly aspire to become a master chef? Wang mused, bemused by Jiang Yang's audacity. Do you think it's feasible for someone your age to step into such a role? You'd risk chaos in the kitchen. Zhang Dashan's influence loomed large, supported by his brother, Zhang Xiaoshan, who served as the director of the logistics department. Why not? Jiang Yang replied confidently. You may think me audacious, but I believe it's possible for me to take on the role of head chef on my very first day. Do you realize you're putting me in a precarious position? Who do you think you are, my father? Wang retorted, throwing his cigarette to the ground and extinguishing it with force. He turned back to Jiang Yang, pointing a finger at him. You better focus on your work. Understood. Section Chief, I promise to work diligently, Jiang Yang replied with a smile, turning back toward the cafeteria. He was well aware that simply expressing a desire to become a master chef was far from sufficient. However, he had just been conversing with Li Duwang, who seemed to regard him favorably as a newcomer. As a common worker without deep roots, Jiang Yang managed to glean insights into the cafeteria structure. He learned that Zhang Dashan and his apprentices held a monopoly over the kitchen, while Zhao Xiang was nearing retirement and had effectively relinquished control. As long as Zhang Dashan did not cross paths with Zhao Xiang, the latter would turn a blind eye to the former's actions. The female master in charge of the noodle station was named Su Feng, while Li Duwang and Wu Gangtai were her disciples. Su Feng held a special status in the cafeteria, largely due to her father's military background, which commanded respect. Section Chief Wang had long harbored dissatisfaction with Zhang Dashan, but felt powerless to alter the situation, as Zhang's 3 apprentices had a firm grip on the cafeteria's operations. Furthermore, Zhang Dashan's brother, Zhang Xiaoshan, served as the logistics director, further entrenching their dominance. With a mere flick of their tongues and a casual tap of their fingers, chaos ensues in the cafeteria. Naturally, the ordinary employees present would not involve themselves in such celestial conflicts. Director Wang has found himself at a disadvantage at the hands of Zhang Dashan on multiple occasions, and though a deep-seated resentment has festered, they maintain a facade of cordiality. Upon hearing the conversation, Jiang Yang quickly realizes that this represents an extraordinary opportunity for him, who would wish to remain a mere worker, especially someone like him eager to rise within the cafeteria hierarchy. To attain the esteemed position of a master chef, one must endure a grueling decade or two. Currently, he is merely an apprentice. While apprentices are indeed formal employees, their monthly earnings barely reach $28.50. In stark contrast, a master chef commands a salary starting at no less than $100, as they are responsible for cooking and classified as a level 13 worker. However, Jiang Yang's ambition extends beyond that of simply becoming a master chef. Yet, at present, the master chef undeniably occupies a position of superiority within the cafeteria. From today's conversation with Director Wang, it is evident that he would be hesitant to recklessly elevate this young novice. Should he assist Jiang Yang in a confrontation with Zhang Dashan and Jiang Yang ultimately falter, it would reflect poorly on him. The parting words of Director Wang were clearly intended to gauge Jiang Yang's capabilities. If he cannot even navigate his apprenticeship, Director Wang would certainly not regard him favorably. Without further ado, Jiang Yang returned to the kitchen. Zhang Dashan and his 3 apprentices had already observed the scene, with Zhang Dashan expressing his displeasure. What connection does that kid have with old Wang? He grumbled. It appears this young man is a protege of Wang. Otherwise, why would Wang single him out for a private conversation beneath the tree? The eldest apprentice, Han Gang, was aware of his master's disdain for Director Wang and quickly chimed in. Wang thinks he can outmaneuver me with this young lad, sending a novice to confront me? Let us make sure we treat this newcomer well, so he understands the hierarchy here. Han Gang, with a smirk, assured, rest assured, master, just give the order, and no one will dare treat him differently. I guarantee that within 3 days, he'll leave our cafeteria of his own accord. Zhang Dashan leisurely sipped his tea. Do not merely engage in idle chatter. I wish to see tangible results. As Jiang Yang stepped inside, Han Gang approached him. Little Jiang, Since you're new and still an apprentice, even if you do not regard my master as your own, we still have work to accomplish. Work assignments fall under Master Jiang as purview. Each of us has designated tasks, and, as you are new, you will start with something simple that you can manage right away. You'll be working with Lu Mengzi on vegetable preparation, honing your knife skills. Han Gang exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Mengzi, who nodded in understanding. Little Jiang, it's fortunate you've arrived. I've been overwhelmed with the chopping. You have no idea how exhausting it can be. My wrists feel as though they might snap. Jiang Yang smiled as he approached. Very well, Master Lu. Let us embark on this collaboration with joy. Oh, little Jiang, you speak so eloquently, I can hardly keep up. The breakfast service concluded swiftly, and as the workers dispersed, Lu Mengzi pointed toward 3 large basins. Little Jiang, we must prepare for lunch. Today, we're making spicy and sour shredded potatoes. We have 500 pounds of potatoes to peel and slice. Lu Mengzi felt a surge of pride, knowing their meal would indeed consume all those potatoes. It would be quite the task, and he relished the thought of seeing Jiang Yang struggle. After all, this young man had previously refused to assist Wu Gangtai with his vegetable prep. Master Lu, are all 500 pounds of potatoes necessary for lunch? Jiang Yang asked cheerfully. Of course. We have thousands of workers in our factory. We certainly need all 500 pounds, Lu Mengzi replied. Very well then, since this task is for both of us. Let us split it evenly, 250 pounds each. However, as you're the senior, I would want you to overexert yourself. How about I take 300 pounds and you handle 200 pounds? Without hesitation, Jiang Yang grabbed 2 sacks of potatoes and placed them before Lu Mengzi, before turning back to retrieve 2 large basins and squatting down to begin peeling. Lu Mengzi was momentarily taken aback, and before he could react, Jiang Yang had already left. Enraged, Lu Mengzi stormed over to Jiang Yang. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Yang innocently raised his head, pulling up a small stool to sit comfortably. Master Lu, I mean no harm. Isn't vegetable prep our shared responsibility? Given that, wouldn't it be reasonable to divide the workload evenly? In fact, I'm allowing you to do 50 pounds less than I am. Oh, Master Lu, I recognize your seniority. If you feel uneasy about taking on 300 pounds, I could take 200 and you 300 instead. You are truly a generous person. Jiang Yang's loud voice echoed throughout the cafeteria, drawing the attention of others who stifled their laughter at Lu Mengzi's expense. Lu Mengzi couldn't openly bully Jiang Yang, given that he, too, was merely an apprentice. Of course, I would never bully you, little Jiang. I worked here for 3 years. You can ask anyone if I'm that kind of person. Master Lu, I absolutely believe in your character. Your integrity is too noble for you to engage in such bullying of a newcomer. It is precisely because I trust you that I speak this way. Your earlier approach to me clearly conveyed that sentiment. Jiang Yang beamed, his words subtly pushing back against Lu Mengzi, leaving him momentarily speechless. Little Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so meticulous as a newcomer. In our cafeteria, we should all stand united. If you continue to be so petty and calculating, you may end up friendless. What do you mean by petty and calculating, Master Lu? Do you think I should allow you to take on 400 pounds instead of 300? That cannot be. I am not that kind of person. Jiang Yang retorted. When I left home, my mother advised me to be diligent and perceptive. You are a respected senior. How could I possibly take advantage of you? In his previous life, Jiang Yang had been rather meek and had not achieved much. However, in his latter years, he learned to navigate situations with grace and ease, which ultimately opened new doors for him. He had encountered similar scenarios before. Lu Mengzi, thinking he could exploit his seniority to intimidate this newcomer, would need to consider whether Jiang Yang was willing to submit to such treatment. Onlookers heard the exchange, but refrained from intervening, as the vegetable prep was solely their task, and it did not concern anyone else's established interests. Why would anyone interfere in such matters? Frustrated, Lu Mengzi sought out Zhang Dashan, Master Zhang. You must see how outrageous this newcomer Jiang Yang is. He refuses to comply with management and not only neglects the tasks assigned to him, but also speaks disrespectfully. Master Zhang, you still wanting to take him under my wing? I simply cannot manage it. Isn't he just a complete thorn in my side? Lu Mengzi was well aware that the ultimate authority in such matters was Zhang Dashan. He was eager to curry favor with Zhang Dashan. What you said, Xiao Lu, is quite incorrect. As a senior, you ought to mentor the newcomers. It is natural for a fresh recruit to have a stubborn streak upon arrival. You must patiently guide him. Zhang Dashan regarded Lu Mengzi with a slow, deliberate gaze, finding him to be quite the ineffectual individual. How could a newcomer like Jiang Yang put his seasoned master in such a predicament? Master Zhang, you know as well as I do that I am merely a newcomer, just like Jiang Yang, who has just joined us. If he refuses to heed my words, I have no authority to enforce compliance. Lu Mengzi said with a troubled expression, recognizing that Jiang Yang was indeed a headstrong character, utterly dismissive of his authority. Very well, let Han Gang accompany you. He is the team leader of the cafeteria, and his words carry weight. Hearing this, the eldest disciple Han Gang turned and strode away, saying, rest assured, Master, I will handle this matter. If this little brat dares to defy me, I shall give him a good slap. Han Gang and Lu Mengzi approached Jiang Yang, who was already peeling potatoes with remarkable speed, leaving them somewhat astonished. Lu Mengzi cautiously smiled beside Han Gang. Xiao Jiang, as a newcomer, you're still in a learning phase. You cannot compare yourself to Master Lu. He has been here for over 6 months and possesses exceptional skills. You need to put in more effort to hone your craft. As the team leader, I am assigning you the task of peeling 500 pounds of potatoes today and cutting them into strips. This is your moment to be tested. Han Gang, accustomed to his authoritative position, spoke with unrestrained confidence. In the cafeteria, aside from his master, he was the one in charge, and even the department head, Wang, was of no consequence to him. Having long enjoyed this elevated status, he had grown accustomed to issuing commands. He assumed Jiang Yang would obediently comply, but to his surprise, Jiang Yang remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. With a calm voice, he simply stated, I will not do it. Han Gang thought he must have misheard. What did you say? Repeat that. Even if I were to repeat it, my answer remains unchanged. I will not peel 500 pounds of potatoes. What gives you the right to refuse? And what gives you the right to impose this on me? Jiang Yang rose, standing tall, a striking figure at 8 meters, towering over them. In a time when 75 meters was already considered tall, he seemed almost regal. This is the work I am assigning to you. Han Gang began to lose his composure. Since the task of cutting was meant for 2 individuals, whether newcomer or veteran, equality should prevail. Team leader Han, as the leader, you must treat everyone fairly. If you assign this task solely to me, that is unjust. It constitutes favoritism and a misuse of power. You're talking nonsense. Han Gang's face flushed with anger. He had not anticipated the newcomer would dare to speak so boldly. The onlookers regarded Jiang Yang as though he were a fool, challenging the apprentice of Zhang Dashan so brazenly. If this continues, I will have no choice but to approach the factory director for resolution. I will go to the director's office and demand an explanation. Am I to be bullied simply because I am new? I have never heard of a newcomer being expected to peel 500 pounds of potatoes in one go. Han Gang continued his tirade. Team leader Han, if that is your stance, then please demonstrate. Show me what skills you possess that allow you to cut 500 pounds of potatoes alone in a few hours. With that, he brandished a gleaming kitchen knife, thrusting it into Han Gang's hands. Why should I perform for you? I am the team leader, and this is the work I have assigned. You can either do it or leave. Very well, team leader Han, that is your assertion. Jiang Yang stood up, removed his apron, and tossed it aside before striding toward the exit. The entire cafeteria was stunned. They had never witnessed such audacity. Was there a newcomer who did not humble themselves upon arrival? Who among them had not endured exclusion and humiliation? Yet this newcomer was unyielding. Han Gang, previously so confident, realized he had underestimated Jiang Yang's resolve. As Jiang Yang turned to leave the cafeteria, he hummed a tune, casually muttering, I think I'll visit the director's office for a cup of tea. I'll see you all later. Han Gang could not fathom that Jiang Yang would dare approach the director, convinced the director would dismiss him as inconsequential. Everyone resumed their work, the cafeteria bustling once more. Indeed, Jiang Yang made his way to the director's office, only to be intercepted by the director's secretary at the door. Excuse me, may I ask whom you are seeking? Jiang Yang was a complete stranger in the factory. He took a moment to observe the young woman before him. The director's secretary was in her 20s, clearly well-educated and of respectable background. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, and though she wore the factory's uniform, it had been tailored to accentuate her figure. Despite being dressed in a coarse work outfit, her polished shoes elevated her overall demeanor. She was strikingly beautiful, her complexion fair and unblemished, unlike the village girls weathered by sun and toil. Hello, comrade. My name is Jiang Yang. May I ask for your name? I am a secretary for the director's office. You may call me Xiao Feng. I have never seen you before. Are you a newcomer? Feng Meihua scrutinized Jiang Yang, noting he appeared somewhat different from the other workers, tall, with striking features and not the typical square-jawed visage currently in vogue. His complexion was surprisingly fair for a man, evoking a hint of envy in her. His deep-set eyes seemed capable of piercing into one's soul, and his high nose created a strikingly handsome visage that was both captivating and overwhelming. Especially as he smiled at her, it made her heart flutter. She had never encountered a worker like him. Had she met someone with such a face, she would surely not have forgotten. Secretary Feng, I am a new worker, an apprentice in the cafeteria. I wish to meet with our factory director to discuss some issues. Jiang Yang, with years of business experience, faced the secretary with composure, exuding an air of confidence rather than awkwardness. His demeanor immediately garnered Feng Meihua's favor. It was rare for a young man to possess such poise, a quality not commonly cultivated in ordinary households. She regarded him with a newfound respect. The director has gone to a meeting and will return in 3 days. Xiao Jiang, have you encountered any difficulties? If so, feel free to share. I can assist in addressing them. Feng Meihua genuinely harbored a fondness for the young man before her, which prompted her remarks. Typically, she would not concern herself with such trivial matters. However, whenever the secretary to the factory director spoke, many within the factory showed her great respect. Oh, I see. Well, never mind then. I don't really have anything pressing to attend to. I shall return to my tasks. My work is rather demanding, as I must slice 500 pounds of potatoes. If I don't hurry, everyone will miss their lunch. Jiang Yang felt his words were rather mundane. It was evident to him that this young lady possessed a sense of righteous indignation. What do you mean, you're slicing 500 pounds of potatoes by yourself? Feng Meihua could hardly believe her ears. In this day and age, nearly everyone could cook, even those from cadre families, unless they hailed from high-ranking families with housekeepers, were expected to learn to cook and manage household duties. The thought of someone being capable of slicing a few potatoes was already daunting, let alone a few hundred pounds. It suddenly dawned on Feng Meihua that this young man was essentially complaining to her. Yes, all by myself, Jiang Yang replied. She cast a half-smiling glance at him, noting that the young man was quite handsome, leaving a memorable impression. However, she also discerned his cunning nature. He was deliberately displaying a look of grievance, hoping she would come to his aid. While it was indeed excessive for one person to slice 500 pounds of potatoes, if this was a task assigned by the cafeteria, he was still obligated to fulfill it. The cafeteria's operations were vital to the factory. Without proper logistical support, the workers could not focus on their tasks, which would hinder everyone's progress. She had faith that Jiang Yang would not let the collective down. Jiang Yang realized that his subtle intentions had been seen through by her. His face flushed with embarrassment. After living for several decades, he found it somewhat humiliating to be outwitted by a young woman in her 20s. With a smile, he said, Secretary Feng, thank you for your guidance. Since you said so, I will certainly strive to do my best. I will not let the employees of the entire factory down. At this point, he understood that seeking the factory director's assistance was uncertain, given the stature of Chef Zhang. If his apprentice could have made an impact, he would have done so long ago. He merely wished to escalate the matter, ensuring that everyone was aware of it, thus facilitating his future endeavors. Moreover, this situation would allow him to establish a presence in front of the factory director. Regardless of the outcome, this endeavor had been worthwhile. He had not anticipated encountering Secretary Feng, which left him feeling somewhat exposed. Turning on his heel, he left decisively, surprising Feng Meihua. She had expected him to linger and persist, yet he departed with such resolution. It seemed she had been somewhat petty in her earlier thoughts. He had indeed intended to convey that message. His straightforwardness and lack of entanglement only endeared him to her further. Reflecting on her own early days, despite being sent from above, she too had faced exclusion upon arriving at the factory office. A young man like Jiang Yang, unless compelled by circumstance, likely would not resort to such cunning. Wait a moment, I will accompany you, she called out. Jiang Yang smiled. Although this young lady was intelligent, she was also quite soft-hearted. Chapter 30, Support. In an effort to deal with Jiang Yang, Lu Mengzi had not completed the task of slicing 500 pounds of potatoes. Han Gang had arranged for him not to do so. They could change the dish of sour and spicy shredded potatoes to something else for lunch. But they absolutely could not indulge Jiang Yang. As long as he returned to work obediently, he would have to continue with that task. All were formal employees of the factory, and it was impossible to dismiss Jiang Yang. However, if he complained, no one would heed him. The factory director was exceedingly busy every day. He had no time to concern himself with a mere cafeteria apprentice. Han Gang was fully aware of this and felt quite confident. Everyone was bustling with activity when suddenly a voice rang out from outside. Oh, Secretary Feng, what brings you here? It's not mealtime yet. Are you hungry? If so, I can tell Chef Zhang to prepare a small dish for you. Chief Wang had just been outside organizing the menu. To his astonishment, he looked up to find Secretary Feng from the factory director's office entering with Jiang Yang, engaged in lively conversation. This startled him, and he quickly stood up. Everyone knew that Feng Meihua had formidable connections, as it was rumored that her father was a provincial official. She had come to their factory merely to enhance her credentials. After a few years, if she achieved any success, she would likely depart. When Feng Meihua first arrived at the factory, there had been some dissent. Those who had attempted to confront her had been swiftly dealt with by the factory director, finding themselves demoted from the office to the workshop as workers. She had gained notoriety, and the entire factory was aware that Feng Meihua was not to be trifled with. Even the factory director indulged her. Who would dare provoke her? Now, seeing her engaged in cheerful conversation with Jiang Yang was quite the development. Jiang Yang had hoped to align himself with her, and he had intended to observe her. But unexpectedly, he had missed the opportunity. Chief Wang, I am not here to eat. I brought back Comrade Jiang Yang. I heard that he is tasked with slicing 500 pounds of potatoes today. I thought I would come to observe. I had no idea our cafeteria had such hidden talents. A mere apprentice on his first day at work possesses such impressive skills. I dare say the head chef may not be so remarkable. Feng Meihua was indeed backing Jiang Yang. Initially, she intended to witness his plight. After all, she was Feng Meihua and not someone to be easily exploited. Yet, fate dictated that human connections mattered. Jiang Yang proved to be articulate and not overly slick in his speech. He engaged in genuine and straightforward conversation, effortlessly covering diverse topics, even discussing women's fashion and beauty with insight. He never hinted at seeking her support. Instead, he adeptly navigated through various subjects, from political views to current events, and even fashion advice for women. He mentioned having friends with access to quality cosmetics, offering to bring some for Feng Meihua if the opportunity arose. After all, his villa included a room dedicated to women, stocked with clothes, shoes, bags, and various accessories, including untouched cosmetics, all neatly arranged. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous women, making it easy for him to understand their preferences, especially someone as clever as Feng Meihua. Despite her intelligence, her youthful modesty made her susceptible to the charms of this young man. When Feng Meihua spoke, Chief Wang felt a flush of heat. Her words were candid and diplomatic, subtly accounting for everyone present. Secretary Feng, you jest. I genuinely had no idea. It must have been Chef Zhang's arrangement. I will inquire with him regarding the matter. Before long, Chef Jiang and his apprentice Han Gang emerged. Upon hearing that Secretary Feng and Chief Wang were looking for him, Chef Zhang's heart skipped a beat. It was well known that he and Chief Wang were not on good terms. Everyone understood this. Why would Chief Wang summon him? Secretary Feng was a favored figure in the factory, someone he could scarcely hope to curry favor with. He could boldly confront Section Chief Wang. Yet when it came to Secretary Feng, he could only submit obediently. Secretary Feng, I truly appreciate your effort in coming all this way. Is there anything specific you'd like to eat? Please feel free to let me know. Whatever you desire, I shall promptly prepare it for you. Though I do not wish to boast, I assure you, whether it flies in the sky, swims in the water, or runs on the ground, I, Jiang Yang, can cook it all. If I have the opportunity to serve this esteemed lady well, perhaps it might lead to my own promotion. Secretary Feng said nothing. Instead, she examined her nails. As a secretary to the factory director, she was hardly inclined to lower herself to engage in light banter with the cafeteria chef. Jiang Yang was indeed unworthy of her attention. Section Chief Wang, observing Secretary Feng's demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Yang had always been adept at charming various leaders in the factory, yet this was Secretary Feng. With a serious expression, Wang stated, Master Zhang summoned you here to discuss a matter. You have always been responsible for the work arrangements in our cafeteria. Jiang Yang, maintaining a cheerful facade, did not soften his tone. Indeed, Section Chief Wang, I have always been in charge of the cafeteria's operations. Is there an issue with the current arrangements? I heard that today, Jiang Yang was assigned the task of slicing 500 pounds of potatoes. Jiang Yang was slightly taken aback by this revelation, only now noticing that Jiang Yang was standing beside Secretary Feng. Although they exchanged no words, the proximity indicated their acquaintance. A thought crossed Jiang Yang's mind, prompting him to leave himself an escape route. He refrained from a direct affirmation. Instead, he called over his apprentice, Han Gang. Han Gang, this task was your arrangement. What exactly is going on? Did I not instruct you to have Jiang Yang start with the chopping board to learn from the basics? What work did you assign him? Han Gang, understanding the implication of his master's words, quickly responded, Master, I did indeed place Jiang Yang at the chopping board, where he worked alongside Lu Mengzi. However, I was unaware that Lu Mengzi had assigned the entirety of the 500-pound potato task to Jiang Yang alone. Jiang Yang remained silent, calmly observing the interaction between the master and apprentice. Han Gang's tone had not reflected such sentiments when he spoke to him earlier. Despite the support from Secretary Feng, she likely had no desire to create discord between herself and Jiang Yang. If the cafeteria were to be disrupted, the entire factory workforce would inevitably cast blame upon her. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from shouldering such responsibility. I did not instruct Jiang Yang to slice 500 pounds of potatoes alone. This task should have been a shared responsibility between the two of them. I wonder how Lu Mengzi managed this. It appears he is deliberately bullying the newcomer. I never expected Lu Mengzi, who usually seems so honest, to act duplicitously. Secretary Feng, this issue is entirely my oversight. I failed to consider that the newcomer might be bullied. Rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Chapter 31. It's you I'm targeting. All the faults lie with me. Secretary Feng conceded, unaware that Jiang Yang and she were acquainted. Had I known that Jiang Yang was friends with Secretary Feng, this oversight could have been avoided. Han Gang affectionately draped an arm over Jiang Yang's shoulder, saying, Jiang Yang, since you and Secretary Feng are friends, why didn't you mention it beforehand? Had you done so, I would certainly have assigned you a more manageable task. However, Secretary Feng stood up, stating, Section Chief Wang, since this matter was merely a misunderstanding, let us put it behind us. I hope you can resolve it appropriately. I merely wish for the newcomers not to suffer exclusion in their workplace. Our experienced chefs should guide the newcomers diligently. As the current directive from higher-ups emphasizes mentorship and ensuring that skills are passed on to the next generation, our cafeteria should reflect the same principles. Secretary Feng knew when to withdraw. She was not there to cause chaos in the cafeteria, nor to elevate Jiang Yang to the position of head chef. After making her statement, she began to formulate her own plans. Jiang Yang's extensive conversation during their journey had indeed left her somewhat flustered, causing her to lose her composure. Yet, upon arriving at this juncture, a few words brought her back to clarity. She realized she ought not to have involved herself in this matter. Having done so, it was best to withdraw swiftly. Section Chief Wang nodded in agreement, assuring her, Secretary Feng, rest assured, we will handle this matter appropriately. After seeing Secretary Feng off, Wang returned to the cafeteria, his expression immediately darkening. Master Zhang, we both know the truth of the situation. You must resolve Jiang Yang's issue. Otherwise, you understand who is behind Secretary Feng. Zhang Dashan felt a chill run down his spine. This scoundrel might very well use this incident to undermine him. Section Chief Wang, it is indeed true that Han Gang mishandled this situation. You can be assured that I will provide you with an explanation, and also for Jiang Yang. Zhang Dashan departed confidently with Han Gang. Only then did Section Chief Wang turn to Jiang Yang and say, Jiang Yang, I did not expect you to be so unassuming. Had you disclosed your acquaintance with Secretary Feng earlier, the matters we discussed today would have transpired much differently, or a roundabout way to nearly end up with a calamity. Section Chief, I truly do not know Secretary Feng well. I only met her when I went to report an issue to the factory director. Jiang Yang expertly navigated the line between truth and deception. The more he distanced himself from Secretary Feng, the more Section Chief Wang seemed to assume there was some familial connection between them. You, my lad, initially shared your heart with me. Yet now you seem to harbor grievances against me? Section Chief Wang found it hard to believe. He patted Jiang Yang on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, rest assured. I will keep your aspirations to become a head chef in mind. As you're still a newcomer, persevere for another 10 days or half a month. If all goes well, I will ensure you become the head chef within a month. Of course, you must also demonstrate some merit. It cannot be merely your word that secures the position. Master Zhang has yet to encounter a rival in the culinary arts. Nevertheless, I still hold high hopes for you. Trust me, I will support you wholeheartedly. This statement served as a veiled promise while also outlining his expectations. Section Chief Wang, dear brother, I genuinely wish to build a successful career in our cafeteria. You can trust that I will work diligently to earn your confidence. The more vague Jiang Yang became, the more enigmatic he appeared to Section Chief Wang, akin to a psychological game. Upon returning to the cafeteria, Jiang Yang noticed that everyone's gaze toward him had shifted. Back at the chopping area, he saw Lu Mengzi, disheveled and sitting on a small stool peeling potatoes. Upon seeing Jiang Yang return, Lu Mengzi scoffed, a grown man living off others. He lamented his own lack of ability, unable to ascend to the position of the factory director's secretary. Just a pretty boy. It's not like you've accomplished anything significant, he sneered. You've merely charmed Secretary Feng. Lu Mengzi had just been thoroughly scolded by Zhang Dashan and Han Gang. Where he had once felt proud, he now felt utterly humiliated. What vexed him most was that he had initially been praised by Han Gang for giving the newcomer a taste of reality. Yet in a twist, he was now the subject of criticism, with all blame thrust upon him. It was merely because of his lower status that he had bullied Jiang Yang, and now he had to bear the consequences. At the same time, he felt indignant. Everyone in the factory knew of Secretary Feng's reputation. She was the belle of the factory. The outcome revealed that Jiang Yang was supported by Secretary Feng, leading Lu Mengzi to conclude, at first glance, that Jiang Yang relied solely on his looks. It was evident that Lu Mengzi lacked intelligence. Despite knowing that Jiang Yang had backing, he chose to make sarcastic remarks instead of ingratiating himself. A rational individual would have felt embarrassed by Lu Mengzi's words and would likely have turned away in shame. However, Jiang Yang, possessing decades of experience, regarded these trivial comments as inconsequential. He approached Lu Mengzi and delivered a resounding slap across his face, causing the potato and knife in Lu Mengzi's hands to tumble to the ground. Had he not reacted swiftly, the knife would have landed on his foot. Lu Mengzi sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Jiang Yang, what are you doing? How dare you strike me? Don't you understand the saying, strike the person, not the face? What gives you the right to hit me? Is it because I expose your little facade that you're filled with rage?" Lu Mengzi was utterly taken aback by the audacity of the newcomer who dared to lay hands on him. After decades in the cafeteria, no one had ever slapped his face. Who told you to spew such nonsense? Secretary Feng only learned of this matter after going to find the factory director. She merely believed that this incident would tarnish the reputation of the entire workforce. If outsiders knew that our factory treated new employees and apprentices in such a manner, who would dare to join our machinery plant in the future? A young woman demonstrated great integrity by considering the honor of all the factory workers and the prestige of our advanced collective. Yet you chose to slander both Secretary Feng and me. Do you realize the impact your words could have on a young woman's reputation? You speak freely, but do you understand the harm you inflict? I will strike you again for your slanderous mouth. If you feel wronged, go speak to the section chief or Master Zhang and ask them if my words are true or if my actions were justified. The surrounding cafeteria staff could not help but applaud Jiang Yang, who had elevated the situation to one of collective honor and reputation. They belonged to an advanced collective, an exemplary steel factory, and such honor was hard-earned. In these times, honor outweighed everything. Jiang Yang had deftly positioned Lu Mengzi's interests against those of the entire workforce, naturally garnering support for himself. Chapter 32. Turbulent Waves. Amidst the applause, Lu Mengzi sat in a dejected manner, continuing to peel his potatoes. Zhang Dashan and Han Gang observed coldly from the side. Initially, they had assumed Jiang Yang would use this opportunity to suppress Lu Mengzi, establishing his authority, which might lead Lu Mengzi to resent Jiang Yang and cause trouble later. After all, the tasks of cutting and cooking had no direct correlation. Zhang Dashan could arrange work, but would never personally make things difficult for someone else. However, to their surprise, Jiang Yang, having dealt with Lu Mengzi, now sat on a small stool, peeling 2 bags of potatoes in front of him. Zhang Dashan quietly remarked, "Did you see that? This lad is quite astute." Han Gang, gritting his teeth, replied, "Master, what should we do? If this fellow truly has Secretary Feng's backing, staying here won't benefit us. Let's observe for now. We cannot afford to offend Secretary Feng, but we can certainly find a way to trouble this lad while he works under us." Zhang Dashan remained composed, which was why he had successfully managed the cafeteria for so many years. After peeling the potatoes, Jiang Yang moved a cutting board and sharpened the knife. Lu Mengzi watched Jiang Yang bustling about, half his face throbbing painfully from the slap, his expression filled with malice. The principle of not striking a face was lost on him. Having been slapped in front of so many, how could he maintain his dignity? He was determined to make Jiang Yang's life miserable, regardless of the support he had. He was eager to see how Jiang Yang would cut 200 pounds of potato shreds. Once his hands blistered, he would have plenty of time to deal with this young man. At that moment, Section Chief Wang entered for his routine inspection. The cafeteria served meals to 5,000 workers, so every meal required careful attention. Approaching Jiang Yang, he noticed him preparing to cut potatoes, while Lu Mengzi had already shredded a large bowl of potatoes. Wang shook his head, realizing that Jiang Yang's skills still needed improvement. In the cafeteria, merely having connections was insufficient. Without genuine talent and skill, no connections could secure the position of head chef. The workers dining there were discerning. As Wang turned to leave, he heard a rhythmic, crisp sound emanating from the cutting board. He quickly looked back to see Jiang Yang pressing down on a potato with one hand while skillfully slicing with the other. Each stroke was precise and fluid, producing evenly cut potato slices without hesitation or pause. In no time, an entire potato had been transformed into slices, which Jiang Yang gently tapped to lay flat on the cutting board. His fingers pressed down on the potato slices as the knife moved with remarkable rhythm, creating a steady sound reminiscent of a drumbeat. The uniformity of the potato shreds was such that they seemed to have been measured with a ruler, each one identical. Leaving Wang astounded, Jiang Yang completed cutting over 200 pounds of potatoes in less than an hour, all while maintaining perfect consistency. Wang personally fished out some potato shreds from the bowl, marveling at their uniformity. They appeared as though they had been crafted with meticulous care, which was simply unbelievable. Zhang Dashan, drawn by the crowd, also came to take a look. Upon witnessing Jiang Yang's technique, his expression darkened, while others were merely spectators. He recognized that Jiang Yang's skills were those of a seasoned expert honed over decades. A sense of foreboding filled him as he instinctively glanced at Section Chief Wang, questioning whether this young man was deliberately trying to undermine him. Or had they found such a person? Lu Mingzi's face flushed with embarrassment. He had begun cutting first. Yet, Jiang Yang had completed the task more swiftly than he had. Having worked at the cutting station for 6 months, he was well-versed in shredding potatoes. Yet he found himself overshadowed by Jiang Yang's superior technique. The onlookers highlighted the stark contrast between him and Jiang Yang. Lu Mingzi's eyes burned with fury, convinced that Jiang Yang was intentionally attempting to embarrass him. After completing the potato shreds, Jiang Yang finally untied his apron. Upon raising his head, he saw Section Chief Wang smiling and saying, "Section Chief Wang, what an honor to have you here. It seems you've honed your skills quite well, young Jiang." Jiang Yang replied, "You're too kind, Section Chief. This skill has been passed down to my family. My ancestors were imperial chefs centuries ago." While he jested, it was true that his family had once possessed such culinary expertise, though the actual secrets had been reclaimed years later from an auction. Now, the Jiang family could be considered as ordinary commoners, devoid of any ancestral treasures. Director Wang spoke at length, urging him to perform diligently before finally taking his leave. Once the midday cafeteria duties were completed, the staff members were only then able to partake in their meal. Jiang Yang received 5 steam buns, a portion of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and a serving of stir-fried meat, essentially whatever remnants the cafeteria had to offer. He carried his meal to an outside table and noticed that everyone was scattered about. Jiang Yang approached Li Duwang, as he was familiar with only a handful of people there. Having already offended Lu Mingzi, he saw no reason to seek further discomfort in that direction, and the others were strangers. Thus, he could only sit with Wu Jiefeng and Li Duwang. Upon seeing Jiang Yang at their table, Wu Jiefeng instinctively shifted away, clearly wishing to create some distance. In contrast, Li Duwang remained seated without making any effort to engage in conversation. Jiang Yang, too, had no desire to speak. He simply commenced his meal. The cafeteria had the advantage of providing hearty portions. After consuming 5 substantial buns and 2 dishes, Jiang Yang finally felt revitalized. No matter how well he dined at home, he could never achieve such fullness. The cafeteria routine unfolded methodically, appearing calm on the surface. Yet everyone was acutely aware that Zhang Dashan would not let matters rest. Any discerning observer could perceive the tumultuous undercurrents hidden beneath this facade of tranquility, ready to erupt at any moment. Chapter 33. Selling Cosmetics. Jiang Yang had 1 day off during the week. When his day of rest arrived, he chose not to return home. Having not seen his daughter for an entire week, he felt a pang of anxiety. However, considering the current circumstances at home, with his second sister and 2 nieces residing there, he realized that their food supplies were meager, and his absence meant 1 less person to tend to the fields. Thus, he needed to devise a plan to secure some provisions for his family before returning. Although his villa was filled with luxury items, he found himself at a loss when it came to acquiring food. He had been contemplating using his day off to liquidate some possessions. The black market was a mystery to him. He had never spent time in the county town, nor did he know where to find such a market. Moreover, the items he possessed would likely be unaffordable for the average person. It would be foolish to exchange an expensive watch for a mere few hundred yuan. After some deliberation, he selected several lipsticks, a compact powder, and a few basic skincare products, hoping to maintain his rapport with Secretary Foam. He had promised her some items, but had been too busy with cafeteria duties to meet her. With the chosen items packed in a small shoulder bag, he made his way to the factory director's office. As luck would have it, he encountered Secretary Foam in the hallway. She was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Yang, as she had initially expected him to leverage his connection with her to gain favors in the cafeteria. However, after sending someone to inquire, she discovered that Jiang Yang had been diligently working without any heirs or alliances. Secretary Foam had begun to doubt her initial impressions, especially since he had not appeared before her in the past week. Most individuals would have eagerly sought her favor, but Jiang Yang was an exception. His unexpected appearance now seemed like a natural progression in their relationship. With a teasing smile, she inquired, "Oh, Lil Jiang, what brings you here?" "Secretary Foam, you jest. What sort of relationship do we have? I've been swamped with work this past week. I rise before dawn to start my shift and continue working until dinner time." He continued, "I brought the items I promised you. Please have a look and see what you like. I'm just a man, and I'm not well versed in such matters." He handed her the shoulder bag, and Secretary Foam paused momentarily. A hint of a smile crept on her lips as she thought, "Is Jiang Yang really naive? Or is he quite astute? He knows how to leverage my influence." Yet, she also felt it somewhat foolish. She had encountered far superior products, And why would she need him to source cosmetics in this rural setting? As she reluctantly opened the bag, intending to feign interest and dismiss the items as unsuitable, she was taken aback by the exquisite packaging of the contents. They appeared far more refined than any cosmetics she had previously acquired. The packaging resembled that of goods found in a friendship store, which were not easily obtainable, despite her family connections. Jiang Yang observed the transformation in Secretary Feng's expression and smiled as he explained, "I'm not certain what you ladies prefer. These were brought to me by a friend. Feel free to take whatever you fancy. These are foreign products, rumored to be hard to find domestically." The mention of a non-existent friend elevated Feng Meihua's perception of the items. She excitedly sifted through the selection, particularly enamored with several shades of lipstick. After much deliberation, she awkwardly posed the question, "Little Jiang, would it be possible for me to purchase all of these?" Recognizing the worth of the items, she felt a twinge of greed, knowing they were likely brought back by foreign diplomats. "Purchase? I'll gift them all to you." Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively, though inwardly he felt a pang of regret. However, Secretary Feng was currently his most advantageous ally, and he hoped she could introduce him to affluent friends willing to indulge in such luxuries. Thus, his generosity was imperative. Upon hearing his words, Feng Meihua felt a wave of gratitude, realizing Jiang Yang was unlike others she had encountered. After their last interaction, she had reviewed Jiang Yang's background and discovered he hailed from a humble farming family in a remote village, with 5 sisters, indicative of a patriarchal household. None of his sisters had married into affluent families, and on paper, his history was that of an ordinary worker. Yet, his demeanor and the items he presented suggested a man of distinction, likely well-connected and resourceful. It was evident that Jiang Yang was not the type to seek to exploit her connections. The cosmetics he offered were undoubtedly beyond what her family could provide. Why should someone with such a background seek support for themselves? At this moment, Feng Meihua began to think that perhaps she had misunderstood that day. Jiang Yang might have genuinely stumbled upon the factory director by chance. But how could that be acceptable? The items at the friendship store are quite expensive and require foreign exchange coupons for purchase. If you were to gift me something that belongs to your friend, wouldn't you be the one footing the bill? Given your modest salary, it is likely insufficient even to buy a single lipstick from among those items. Since Feng Meihua suspected Jiang Yang's identity to be rather special, she would naturally refrain from engaging in such a demeaning act. She was not so financially constrained. Interacting with someone like Jiang Yang necessitated an emphasis on equality. Mutual fairness fosters better relationships. If one were to plan from the outset to take advantage of another, one might find themselves without friends in the future. Jiang Yang initially intended to establish a good rapport through this gift, but unexpectedly, as he was about to leave, Feng Meihua pressed 300 yuan into his hand. "This amount might not suffice, but I will supplement it after I withdraw more from the bank. I calculated that, according to the friendship store's prices, these items would cost at least 500 yuan. I want to even count the foreign exchange coupons. Consider it a favor from me as a friend, but you must accept the money. Otherwise, we cannot maintain our friendship." Jiang Yang graciously pocketed the money, no longer insisting on declining it. In Chapter 34, Small Gathering, Feng Meihua mentioned that if she ever needed anything, she would not hesitate to ask. "My friend is quite impressive, well-connected, and capable of acquiring items that are otherwise difficult to find on the market." Jiang Yang was keen to establish a foundation for future interactions. Feng Meihua felt a stirring in her heart. It seemed that Jiang Yang's friend held considerable influence. "If you are free today, why not accompany me to meet a few people? A few of my friends are passing through our area. They happen to be in need of certain items, and there might be an opportunity for collaboration." In this day and age, those with connections often exchange goods among themselves. Of course, it is understood that there may be a profit margin involved. This is a form of indirect gray income, yet most people cannot penetrate such circles. How could someone as lowly as a cafeteria apprentice like Jiang Yang possibly enter this realm? However, with Feng Meihua's assistance, he was suddenly elevated in status. Jiang Yang had intended to return home today, but upon hearing Feng Meihua's words, he understood. Feng Meihua was facilitating introductions for him, considering long-term prospects. He needed to meet these individuals. These were indeed pathways to wealth. He resolved to attend this meeting. They agreed to depart at 2 o'clock that afternoon. Before setting off, Feng Meihua quietly advised Jiang Yang. "This gathering is a small one, meaning only certain internal personnel will attend. Those without connections cannot participate, and it is not open to the outside world. Such gatherings typically involve no more than 12 individuals, each a person of some prominence. Everyone will prepare a list of items they possess, and if your friend has anything in high demand, you may also compile a list. Pricing is negotiable. Each participant is astute. Thus, one must always retain a degree of discretion when conversing with them." This was a special consideration offered by Feng Meihua in light of the items involved. Jiang Yang understood perfectly. He had not anticipated stepping into such a unique echelon one day. It was evident that this circle of 12 individuals was likely composed of the second-generation elite. A commoner like him, without power or influence, somehow found himself included, which could only be deemed serendipitous. He was acutely aware that his admission into this circle was not due to Feng Meihua's fondness for him, but rather because of the tenuous connection to his elusive friend. Clearly, he needed to uphold his friend's reputation. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Yang discovered that everyone else had mostly departed. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, he seized the opportunity, closing the door behind him, to explore his small villa once more. He sought items that might be useful: cigarettes, liquor, watches, cars, and various luxury goods. As for cigarettes, aside from the Zhonghua brand, it was likely that these individuals would not recognize any others. The only commendable items he had were Maotai, Wuliangya, and Fingio. He had accumulated a fair amount of these. He even had some foreign cigars, chocolates, and coffee, considered luxuries at present. He was uncertain if there was demand for meat or fish. He quickly compiled a short list, ensuring not to take too much of anything: 5 cans of coffee, 10 boxes of chocolates, 2 boxes of cigars, 1 bottle of Maotai, 1 bottle of Wuliangya, and a case of Fingio, 20 pounds of steak, 20 pounds of lamb chops, and some fresh imported shrimp, 10 sticks of Zhonghua. As Jiang Yang organized these items, a hint of disappointment washed over him. Each item he took diminished his stock. He glanced at the empty space on the cosmetics counter, and his expression momentarily froze. If memory served correctly, he had taken a set of skincare products from the shelf that morning, having unboxed it, with the box still lying on the floor. The lipsticks and powders that should have left that space appeared to be arranged just as they had been earlier that morning. It felt as though Jiang Yang was experiencing an illusion. Had he not discovered the discarded box in the storeroom, he might have seriously doubted his sanity. Surprised and elated, he rushed to the shelf and touched those items. Indeed, they were the very things he had stuffed into his bag. But how had they returned? Jiang Yang speculated. Could it be that the villa possessed some form of self-replenishing ability? However, he could not yet fathom how this restoration occurred. He hurried to the basement food storage room. He distinctly remembered there being only 3 bags of rice and 2 bags of flour. At the time, he had thought these quantities insufficient, having already taken a considerable amount. Theoretically, what remained should have been minimal. Those had been taken long ago. Upon reaching the basement pantry, he was astonished to find 3 bags of rice and 2 bags of flour neatly arranged on the shelves against the wall once again. Jiang Yang burst into laughter, unable to suppress his joy. He had to admit that while the villa did not allow for unrestrained usage of its contents, the prospect of infinite replenishment seemed to resolve his previously looming concerns regarding food supply. His confidence surged. Even in the face of natural disasters, he felt unperturbed. Yet, he still did not grasp the mechanics behind the villa's restoration capabilities. Was it a matter of taking something for it to replenish, or was there a time constraint involved? The cosmetics had been surreptitiously taken in the dead of night, and after the brief time he had given to Feng Meihua, it had been approximately 7 or 8 hours. If necessary, he could attempt again today. He took 2 wool scarves, neatly packing them along with their original packaging. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yang awaited Feng Meihua's arrival. Feng Meihua appeared, riding a 26-inch women's bicycle, dressed in a flowing dress and adorned with high-heeled shoes. One could not deny that Feng Meihua was strikingly beautiful, embodying the type of fair skin, exquisite features, and long legs. Moreover, due to her family background, her expression bore a hint of pride, exuding an aura of sophistication. Certainly, when Feng Meihua smiles, she exudes an enchanting charm that is simply captivating. One cannot deny that she is an extraordinary beauty. However, Jiang Yang had long since transcended the point of being rendered immobile by the sight of a beautiful woman, having lived through countless experiences in his previous life. Even after amassing wealth, he remained unmarried, yet surrounded by an array of stunning ladies, each more alluring than the last. He had encountered all kinds of women, and no matter how beautiful they were, they ultimately failed to stir any profound feelings within him. When Feng Meihua first laid eyes on Jiang Yang, she noticed his calm and gentle demeanor as he greeted her, devoid of any astonishment. His expression held no trace of excitement, as if he were entirely accustomed to her presence. This realization left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Could it be that her allure had significantly diminished? As she walked past, every male employee who greeted her either blushed deeply, unsure of where to place their hands and feet, or wore a rather lecherous expression, clearly lost in fanciful thoughts. A few even attempted to curry favor with her. Chapter 35. The Goods? Jiang Yang confidently approached and took the bicycle from Feng Meihua's hands. It appeared that the distance was considerable, so I shall ride and escort you. Lacking a bicycle of his own, he had electric bikes and motorcycles at his villa, but no bicycle. It seemed he would need to find a way to procure one for convenience on his return home. As Feng Meihua settled onto the back seat, she observed the straightness of Jiang Yang's back and couldn't help but find it curious how unflappable he was in her presence. His demeanor, his broad-mindedness, and his perspective were not traits one would typically associate with someone from a rural background. "Jiang Yang, do you find me beautiful?" she inquired, only to be met with a soft chuckle from ahead. Jiang Yang turned to glance back at her, responding, "Secretary Feng, is that even a question? Every male employee in the factory is rendered speechless upon seeing you. Would you not consider yourself beautiful? Do not dismiss me so easily." "You did not seem rendered speechless in my presence. I noticed that," she retorted. Feng Meihua was a forthright and passionate young woman, unafraid to speak her mind. "Secretary Feng, the reason I was not left speechless is that I possess a sense of decorum. What is your status and what is mine? We exist on entirely different planes. If you, Secretary Feng, are gracious enough to befriend me, it must be in the spirit of genuine friendship. Should I harbor any ulterior motives, it would surely jeopardize our camaraderie." Feng Meihua could not help but smirk. "You are indeed quite astute. I must admit your words are reluctantly acceptable. Jiang Yang, you wouldn't happen to be lacking in that regard, would you?" "Ah, Secretary Feng, as a lady, you ought to maintain some decorum and be mindful of your words. One does not speak of a man's inadequacies in his presence," Jiang Yang replied, finally realizing that Feng Meihua's personality diverged significantly from the sophisticated, aloof woman he had envisioned. She was refreshingly candid. "If you are indeed competent, then why do you show no inclination to flatter me?" "Secretary Feng, it is not that I do not wish to flatter you. Rather, if I were to do so now, would you accept my overtures? If you would, I assure you I would begin to check in on you daily, fetch your meals from the cafeteria, and ensure you were escorted to and from work. Should you feel unwell, I would have warm brown sugar water ready for you. What say you?" Jiang Yang understood that Feng Meihua could never truly harbor feelings for him. The notion of love at first sight between a man and a woman was sheer folly. As a mere temporary worker in the cafeteria, how could she ever fall for him? Though he recognized his rebirth, it did not grant him the ability to command the affections of every woman he encountered. He had experienced enough in his past life. Thus, he remained unperturbed by matters of romance. In this life, if the opportunity arose, he would seek out the woman he had wronged the most in his previous existence. This was a vow he had once made, and now it simply awaited the right moment. He had both gained and lost in his lifetime, made mistakes, and experienced glory. Wasn't rebirth merely a means to rectify the regrets of the past? He had little interest in indulging in a harem. "Ah, do not say such things. It makes you seem insincere. If you continue down this path, merely seeing you daily would become quite a discomfort." Feng Meihua laughed, clearly amused by Jiang Yang's previous remarks. "Look at you. You just admitted that if I were to act as I suggested, you would likely find me unworthy. Let us remain friends," she concluded. "I truly find you hard to read, Xiao Jiang. You are indeed an extraordinary individual." Following Feng Meihua's guidance, they rode for about an hour before finally arriving at their destination. Upon their arrival, Jiang Yang noted that the houses here differed from those in the surrounding area. Each was a standalone unit, though not traditional courtyard homes. However, each courtyard was quite spacious, likely accommodating around 6 rooms each. It was evident that those residing here were not ordinary individuals. They approached one of the courtyards, and Feng Meihua dismounted and knocked on the door. In a short while, a young man in his 20s answered. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, it was clear he was a cadre, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He emanated a somewhat refined yet roguish air. Upon seeing Feng Meihua, he greeted her with a warm smile, though his demeanor shifted to one of caution upon noticing Jiang Yang. "Xiao Feng, you're quite early today. Who is this? I've never seen him before. You brought a new friend today?" "Indeed, this is a new friend of mine, surnamed Jiang Yang. You may call him Xiao Jiang," Feng Meihua replied, deliberately glossing over Jiang Yang's identity and occupation. She then introduced him with a smile. "Xiao Jiang, this is my friend and the owner of this courtyard, Lu Wei, the secretary of our county committee office. You can simply address him as Secretary Lu." Jiang Yang extended his hand with a calm demeanor. "Secretary Lu, a pleasure to meet you." As their hands clasped, Lu Wei scrutinized Jiang Yang from head to toe. One could not deny that, despite not knowing Jiang Yang's background, his demeanor and conversational style indicated that he had experienced significant events. Lu Wei felt reassured, noting that Jiang Yang showed no reaction upon learning Lu Wei's position as a county committee secretary. Clearly, this position held no sway over him. "Please come in. Since he is a friend of Xiao Feng's, he is naturally a friend of ours. Let us secure the courtyard door and proceed to the main room." Feng Meihua moved with familiarity, opening the door to the main room. It was then that Jiang Yang realized the three rooms had been combined into a spacious hall. Within the living area were sofas and a coffee table, while the remaining space featured a long conference table. Such tables were rare in those times, flanked by a dozen chairs, suggesting this was their usual meeting place. What kind of meetings they held, only they would know. However, a row of cabinets lined the side, filled with items that left one feeling somewhat dazzled. It was evident that the objects displayed were quite extraordinary, likely representing the fruits of their transactions. Upon seeing these items, Jiang Yang felt a jolt of realization. Feng Meihua had not disclosed this to him, only instructing him to bring a list. But it appeared these individuals had come with tangible goods. He glanced at the black tote bag he carried. Thankfully, it was understated despite its luxury, and only he knew the specifics of its contents. With a composed demeanor, he lifted the bag and locked eyes with the other 10 individuals in the room. Chapter 36, Unwelcome Paths. This is my friend Jiang Yang. You may all call him Xiao Jiang. Feng Meihua calmly introduced Jiang Yang to everyone, though she refrained from detailing each person's identity. Each individual greeted Jiang Yang, albeit with varying degrees of warmth, maintaining a certain distance. Lu Wei clapped his hands and addressed the group. All right, since everyone is here today and we have a new friend among us, let us return to the matter at hand, as we usually do. Since we are all gathered, please bring forth what you have brought along. No sooner had he finished speaking than others busied themselves, clearly eager to retrieve their items from the shelves and lay them upon the table. Feng Meihua, however, arrived empty-handed and was filled with curiosity upon noticing the bag Jiang Yang held. What delightful items have you brought? I meant to ask, but I had already spotted your bag. Jiang Yang, unperturbed, began to extract items from within, though he found the actual quantity to be somewhat less than he had anticipated. The paper bag could hardly contain such weighty contents. He drew forth a bottle of Maotai, followed by a bottle of Wuliangya. Next, he produced 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, a box of lipstick, a set of skincare products, 2 woolen scarves, 2 boxes of chocolate, and 2 bottles of coffee. As he displayed these items on the table, every pair of eyes was instantly drawn to them. Among the 12 present, aside from Feng Meihua, there were 2 young women. Their eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the lipstick and cosmetics. Feng Meihua, meanwhile, promptly gathered the chocolates and woolen scarves into her embrace. Xiao Jiang, you are rather ungracious. Why did you not bring these for me today? Do you not know that I adore chocolate? Such imported chocolate is impossible to procure. One cannot even obtain it with foreign exchange vouchers at the friendship store, nor these woolen scarves. Jiang Yang chuckled at Feng Meihua's quick actions, replying, These are left with me by a friend. I had no idea you would be fond of them. The woolen scarf is a gift for you. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Feng Meihua's face as she gently patted Jiang Yang's shoulder. You young man are quite capable, given your resourcefulness. I shall look out for you henceforth. The 2 young women had already squeezed through the crowd to approach Jiang Yang, captivated by the lipstick and cosmetics, eagerly twisting open the containers to inhale the faint fragrance within. You're Xiao Jiang, and I'm Xiao Meng. E.M. Xiao Qiao. Xiao Jiang. This cosmetic brand is foreign. Isn't it? I've never seen it before. Indeed, it was brought back by a friend who attended an international event. This brand is unavailable domestically. This woolen scarf is simply exquisite, made of pure wool. The texture here is far superior to what one finds in stores. It is 100% pure wool. The others were taken aback, mainly astonished by the generosity of the offerings. The items laid out were indeed breathtaking. Lu Wei approached, inspecting the Maotai and Wuliangya with a discerning eye. His expression darkened slightly. These bottles were unlike any he had encountered in stores, and the packaging alone suggested they were indeed special supply products. Glancing at the Zhonghua cigarettes, he realized they were likely unattainable even by their families. One could only wonder what high-ranking individual might have access to such packaging. The allure only grew stronger. Others too began to gather, discovering that nearly everything on display was of interest to them. The initial wariness held by those who had been distant from Jiang Yang began to dissipate. However, a young man stepped forward, disdain etched across his face. Is this all worth the fuss? It's as if you've never seen anything before. Kid, isn't this just stuff brought back from abroad? You should be cautious of such blind admiration for foreign goods. Do you have overseas connections? Feng Meihua gently nudged Jiang Yang from behind, the implication of her gesture unmistakable. She was advising him to tread carefully in his response. I have no relatives abroad. I'm merely a rural boy. My family are humble farmers. There was no shame in admitting his poverty. It was, in fact, a source of honor. To boast of having foreign relatives would only invite misfortune. Jiang Yang replied with composure, further impressing the others with his steadiness. Huh, no foreign relatives? Then where did these items come from? A mere peasant child like you suddenly produces such special supply products. Are you engaged in something illicit? Are you a thief? What did you pilfer these from? There are no such households in our county. Did you steal them from the provincial city or even the capital? Oh, so you've traveled beyond your village? Impressive for a poor lad to have seen the world. Feng Meihua stepped forward, her demeanor frosty as she retorted, Cheng Ziyuan, mind your words, this is my friend. Cheng Ziyuan's eyes flickered with surprise upon seeing Feng Meihua, his expression softening immediately, shedding the arrogance he had just displayed. Meihua, I merely worry you might be deceived by this boy who suddenly presents such an array of special supply products. Shouldn't you question his origins? We are all acquaintances here. Yet a stranger has unexpectedly joined us. It is only prudent to remain cautious and ascertain his background. His tone had taken on a conciliatory note. Jiang Yang quickly grasped the situation, recognizing Cheng Ziyuan's affections for Feng Meihua. It was evident he was trying to provoke trouble due to Jiang Yang's proximity to her. Nevertheless, Jiang Yang calmly began to pack the items back into his bag. Since my possessions are suspected to have dubious origins, I can simply take them away, as though I had never come here. I apologize for disturbing your gathering. Xiao Qiao and Xiao Meng grew anxious. Cheng Ziyuan, please do not stir up trouble unnecessarily. We all know that no one's items here can withstand scrutiny. Do you think what you possess is of unquestionable origin? Xiao Meng, let's not speak in such terms. We are all friends and know our own background well. But he is an outsider. What if he speaks of our matters outside? Wouldn't we all be in jeopardy? Cheng Ziyuan clearly did not wish to offend Xiao Meng. Come now, why criticize the boy? He has the means to procure such items. That's his skill. Xiao Jiang, do not mind him. He is merely envious of your closeness to Meihua. One of the others chimed in cheerfully. Xiao Jiang, these items are precisely to my taste. You cannot find such things on the market. My discerning eye has not failed me. I have wandered through the friendship stores in the capital and have not seen these before. They are all splendid, and their flavors are exquisite. I shall take them all. You cannot take them all. They are still mine. Xiao Qiao protested, clutching her treasures tightly. All right. Shall we not split them equally? Chapter 37, Reception Duties. Lu Wei and several other gentlemen stepped forward to mediate. Xiao Jiang, Cheng is just a bit hot-headed. Please do not hold it against him. He is merely concerned for us. However, since you were brought by Xiao Feng, you are undoubtedly one of us, and we have complete faith in you. Lu Wei, ever the diplomat, quickly diffused the tension with his words. Jiang Yang had no intention of truly leaving. Such circles were hard to come by, and the items he possessed were perfectly suited to the tastes of these individuals, while they would be unsellable to the average person. One Cheng Ziyuan was not enough to sever his ties with this group. He knew well the balance of advantages and disadvantages in this situation. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and Cheng Ziyuan, now trailing behind Feng Meihua, was clearly too enamored with her to continue harassing Jiang Yang. In an instant, the items in Jiang Yang's possession were swiftly divided among the others. Lu Wei took 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, while another individual, the young manager of the waterworks plant, claimed the Maotai and Wuliangye, stating that they were gifts for his esteemed father. The remaining coffee and chocolate were entirely appropriated by a somewhat fashionably attired reporter from the Daily News, Lu Min. Ultimately, these items were quickly divided, leading to a chorus of complaints from those who received nothing. Jiang, these items are truly remarkable. If there is a next opportunity like this, do procure more. Especially Maotai and Wuliangye. Not only do they serve our elder, but they are also excellent gifts for family and business relations. And that Zhonghua, such a special product, carries great prestige. Jiang Yang chuckled. Next time. My friend has a limited supply of these items. He only brings them to me occasionally when he visits the county, primarily out of goodwill rather than for profit. Although he humbly downplayed his position, many understood the intricate affiliations that such friendships entailed. These individuals were generous, compensating fairly for the goods they received. Jiang Yang swiftly counted the money in his hand. It amounted to a total of 1,000 yuan along with a stack of tickets. This could be considered a bountiful harvest, especially in an era where workers earned meager wages, with monthly salaries peaking at 38.5 yuan. As a novice apprentice, Jiang Yang earned even less, a mere 22.5 yuan per month. By that calculation, this sum of 1,000 yuan could sustain him for at least 5 years without any expenses, a veritable fortune. Observing the possessions of others, he gleaned insights into the complex relationships underpinning their acquisitions. He noted several exquisite pieces of wool fabric, unmistakably from a woolen mill, and a surprising 6 pairs of brand new leather shoes, impeccably crafted and boxed. Such products were not manufactured in their county. There was even a radio and a finely crafted watch. Each individual's offerings varied, showcasing a diverse array of items. Jiang Yang scrutinized the wool, deeming it impractical for his rural family, who cultivated the land and would hardly wear wool garments except on special occasions. However, the radio would prove beneficial, alleviating the monotony of rural life where no household possessed a television. Owning a radio would make them the envy of the village. What astonished him most was the sight of two brand-new Phoenix bicycles in the adjacent storeroom. The 28-inch bicycles, while not requiring tickets, were priced higher than those available on the market. In this day and age, such a possession rivaled the value of a car. Jiang Yang extravagantly purchased the bicycles, the radio, and the watch, a collection that would surely incite admiration. Upon witnessing Jiang Yang's lavish spending on these three significant items, Lu Wei understood that this gentleman was not lacking in funds. Soon, the gathering dispersed. What had begun as two individuals riding a single 26-inch lady's bicycle transformed into two companions pedaling side by side. Cheng Ziyuan, initially insistent on escorting Feng Meihua home, was coldly rebuffed, leaving only after casting a fierce glare at Jiang Yang. As Jiang Yang observed others cycling away on their new bicycles, he grasped that this locale was likely a designated hub for them, marking a divergence from Feng Meihua at the factory. When the new bicycles were wheeled into the dormitory, they incited envy among the onlookers. The following day, as everyone began work, Section Chief Wang convened a meeting. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is to discuss the important meeting scheduled for our cafeteria tomorrow. Leaders from the city, province, and county will be in attendance, along with representatives from various factories visiting us. Our cafeteria will be of utmost importance, and I hope everyone will exert their utmost efforts to ensure that this reception is executed flawlessly. We cannot afford to embarrass our factory or tarnish the reputation of our employees. Jiang Yang understood that tomorrow would indeed be significant. He glanced at Zhang Dashan, who was brimming with self-satisfaction, sporting a smug smile as he sat with a teacup in hand and a cigarette perched between his ear. Master Zhang, regarding the reception for our esteemed leaders, could you please prepare a menu? There would be approximately 80 individuals comprising leaders and visitors dining at the cafeteria around 11 o'clock, while the employees' meal would be postponed to 12:30, allowing the leaders to eat first. I need you to finalize the menu today, and the quality of the meals for the employees must also be elevated. Section Chief Wang, anxious, knew that the procurement team awaited his directives. Zhang Dashan, however, chuckled, Chief, such a significant matter cannot rest solely on my shoulders. It requires your judgment. This was a foregone conclusion. Section Chief Wang glared, recognizing that he could not afford to let the cafeteria falter at such a critical juncture. An empty cafeteria would not only disgrace him before factory leaders, but also in front of provincial and municipal leaders, jeopardizing his future prospects. Jiang Yang, you shall assist with these tasks tomorrow, Wang conceded. Jiang Yang smiled. No problem. I will handle the water delivery and coal transport tomorrow. Of course, I won't impede anyone's duties. The overall situation is paramount. We must prioritize the reception of our provincial and municipal leaders and distinguished guests. I will do my utmost to ensure that our steel factory's reputation remains untarnished. The grievances of the past are inconsequential compared to our current responsibilities. Zhang Dashan, pleased by Jiang Yang's response, knew he had successfully manipulated the situation to his advantage. Comrade Jiang Yang possesses a commendable sense of collective responsibility, willing to sacrifice personal interests for the sake of the greater good. Truly a model for us all, he feigned sincerity, fully intending to keep Jiang Yang relegated to the logistical tasks of water delivery and coal transport. He believed that as long as he remained in the cafeteria, Jiang Yang would never rise above his station. With matters settled, everyone dispersed from the meeting. Section Chief Wang approached Jiang Yang and whispered, Ah, Xiao Jiang, I sincerely apologize for today's situation. There was simply no other choice. You are aware that Zhang Dashan is indispensable tomorrow. The entire cafeteria relies on him. Rest assured, once some time has passed, I will certainly restore your position. Jiang Yang, displaying remarkable magnanimity, replied, Chief Wang, what are you saying? You are my direct superior. I will do whatever the leadership requires of me. I am but a brick in our cafeteria to be moved wherever I am needed. Work is work, regardless of the location. So please do not say such things. It is not as if this was your intention. If there is blame to be assigned, it does not fall upon you. I understand the circumstances. Upon hearing these words, Section Chief Wang felt a genuine pang of guilt. Previously, he had suspected that Jiang Yang might have influential connections, which compelled him to extend a measure of respect. However, at this moment, he recognized Jiang Yang's commendable character. Despite the circumstances, he had not resorted to hostility. Such grace and broad-mindedness were qualities not commonly found. He was certainly superior to Zhang Dashan in many respects. The only regret was that he was unaware of Jiang Yang's culinary skills. If Jiang Yang proved adept at cooking, perhaps he could elevate him to rival Zhang Dashan. However, for now, it was not the time to confront Zhang Dashan. As the situation settled, the other cafeteria workers began to harbor different thoughts. Jiang Yang's abandonment by Section Chief Wang was clear to all. It was evident that Zhang Dashan wielded considerable influence. No one dared to provoke him, leading to a palpable distance between the others and Jiang Yang. The implications were unmistakable, underscoring Zhang Dashan's prowess. Consequently, the entire cafeteria began to ostracize Jiang Yang, with no one daring to sit near him during meals. Jiang Yang remained unfazed by this minor exclusion, considering it trivial compared to the tempestuous challenges he had faced in the past. As the day passed and dawned anew, Jiang Yang arrived at the bustling cafeteria, where the morning's logistics had already seen the delivery of vegetables, meat, and eggs. The atmosphere was fervent with activity. Jiang Yang took up a shoulder pole and water buckets to fetch water, as the cafeteria lacked running water. The conditions were relatively modest. Although the water room was not far, it required transporting the water back to the cafeteria. The coal supply, however, was situated much farther away, necessitating a cart to haul it from the rear courtyard behind the two workshops. Without hesitation, Jiang Yang diligently fulfilled his tasks, sweating profusely as he filled all 8 water tanks in the cafeteria. Yet, as he worked, the demands from the cafeteria continued unabated, particularly from Han Gang, who deliberately sought to make things difficult for him, using water without restraint. Just as Jiang Yang filled one tank, another would be emptied, forcing him to fetch more. However, Han Gang's antics could only persist through breakfast, as the entire cafeteria soon shifted focus to preparing for lunch. Who had time to consider Jiang Yang? After filling the tanks, Jiang Yang transported coal and firewood to the storage room behind the cafeteria, finally allowing himself a moment to catch his breath. As the clock struck 10:30, Section Chief Wang and Director Chang hurriedly entered the cafeteria, carrying 2 large baskets. Zhang Dashan was summoned to the front. Upon opening the baskets, he was taken aback to find them teeming with live crabs and lively carp. These items had been brought by the driver, accompanying the provincial leaders. Being from the south, had a penchant for such delicacies. Although policies dictated that leaders should not impose on the local populace during inspections, it was customary for them to have a standard meal. The crabs and carp had been personally delivered by the leaders, costing the cafeteria nothing. Yet they needed to be prepared. Zhang Dashan's complexion paled slightly as he stammered. "Chief, I have never cooked crabs before." Zhang Dashan, the section chief, retorted. "You are a chef. You once claimed to master all 8 culinary traditions. How could you possibly not know how to prepare crabs? Even if you don't know how to cook crabs, you must know how to handle the fish. Secretary Liu has informed us that the leaders prefer spicy dishes. You must prepare both according to that standard. I can cook fish, but I only know how to make braised carp and sweet and sour carp. How do I make it spicy? I have never done that." Zhang Dashan had never felt so humiliated, having to admit his inability to prepare a dish. Yet, he genuinely did not know how to prepare spicy fish. The section chief's face darkened. "If you ask me, who should I ask? Are you the chef, or am I? I will tell you this. The leaders will arrive at 11 o'clock. If the fish isn't ready, you can pack your things and leave." The urgency of the situation escalated. The cafeteria could not afford any mistakes today, especially with Secretary Liu personally overseeing matters. The leadership placed great importance on this meal, insisting that everything must be executed flawlessly. If difficulties arose, they were to be overcome at all costs. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Dashan was admitting his incompetence. Wang had never before pointed his finger at Zhang Dashan in anger, and his frustration boiled over. "I may not have accolades, but I have put in my share of effort. Aside from the fish and crabs, I can cook everything else. If I can't do it, you find someone who can. Look around this cafeteria. Who here can do it? If you don't believe me, ask old Zhao if he knows how to cook. We are all locals. Who doesn't know each other? You want spicy fish? Are you asking for the impossible?" Chapter 39. I can do it. Section Chief Wang. Whoever wants to do it can do it. If I can't, I simply can't. Let me be clear today. If you speak to me like this, I will leave right now. Zhang Dashan was confident, believing he could walk away without consequence. Section Chief Wang, however, was both hesitant and unable to allow this. Indeed, as anticipated, Wang, previously furious, had to suppress his anger upon hearing Zhang Dashan's defiance. It was crucial to have staff in place. If Zhang Dashan were to leave, the cafeteria would be left without a chef. Wang felt more incompetent than a mere cook. He had no choice but to soften his tone, saying, all right, old Zhang. I misspoke. If you can't cook crabs, or fish, just think it over. Thinking it over won't help. Not knowing how to make spicy crabs and fish is simply not knowing how to do it. If you don't believe me, ask anyone here if they can cook. Jiang Yang, feeling triumphant, called out to the entire cafeteria. Can anyone here cook spicy crabs or spicy fish? No one dared to step forward, for even if someone could, they would not dare to contradict Jiang Yang. However, at that moment, a voice rang out, I can do it. Spicy crabs and spicy fish are no problem. I can prepare them. The crowd parted as they turned to see Jiang Yang, covered in soot from his labor, having just fetched water and coal. He appeared somewhat disheveled. Oh, Comrade Xiao Jiang, you truly are a remarkable individual. Cooking is not the same as chopping vegetables. You claim you can do it, and you will. Han Gang responded mockingly. Xiao Jiang, do you really know how to cook? Section Chief Wang paid no heed to Han Gang's taunts. Regardless, Jiang Yang could not prepare the crabs and fish, which would go to waste if left uncooked. I can indeed cook the fish and crabs. And I guarantee I will complete the task, Jiang Yang replied with a smile, seizing what felt like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had been waiting for a moment during this banquet when something would go awry, allowing him to step up to the challenge. He felt as though fate was granting him a chance, and to decline would be to disrespect it. All right, Xiao Jiang, wash your face and change your clothes. Come up and cook. Today, the crabs and fish are entrusted to you. If you excel in preparing them, starting tomorrow, you shall be the third chef in our dining hall, proclaimed Director Wang, thumping his chest with confidence. If Jiang Yang could successfully prepare the fish and crabs, it would be a boon for him. After all, it was already a foregone conclusion that Jiang Yang would not undertake this task. Should Jiang Yang succeed, he would gain recognition before the leaders. If he failed, he would merely face a reprimand, which was inevitable in any case. Jiang Yang, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter. Director Wang, do not let yourself be deceived by this young lad. How old is he, really? What if the fish and crab are poorly prepared? The leaders may not be pleased, and that would be regrettable. It is wiser to adhere to the conventional methods. Not doing anything guarantees no mistakes. Old Jiang, we ought to give the youth an opportunity. Since Xiao Jiang expresses a desire to try, let him do so. No one else is willing. You go about your business. The fish and crabs will be entrusted to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang, unperturbed by this, began to formulate his own thoughts. If Jiang Yang's dishes turn out poorly today, it would tarnish his reputation before the factory leaders. In the future, should he choose to undermine Jiang Yang, no one would dare to defend him. It would serve Jiang Yang well. Very well, Director Wang. The fish and crabs shall be entrusted to Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang, I have faith in you. If you perform admirably, you may very well become the backbone of our dining hall. I shall have to heed your opinions in the future. Master Jiang, you flatter me. No matter what, I cannot surpass you. Our dining hall naturally revolves around your esteemed expertise. They exchanged pleasantries, laced with subtle competition. As everyone departed, leaving 2 baskets of crabs and fish for Jiang Yang, Director Wang leaned in and whispered, you must seize this opportunity. If the fish and crabs are prepared impeccably, your future will be limitless. Do not embarrass me. Rest assured, Director, I pledge to execute this task flawlessly. However, I will require an assistant. Jiang Yang had already meticulously planned the dishes he intended to prepare, but he truly needed someone to assist him, especially with dinner approaching in half an hour. These ingredients were substantial and could not be left until the last moment. Upon hearing this, Director Wang pointed to a nearby individual. Lida Wang, come here and lend a hand. Lida Wang had already completed his tasks at the dough station, which were quite straightforward. Dumplings and oil cakes were ready to be cooked. He hurried over. You will assist Xiao Jiang today. Do whatever he asks of you. With that, Director Wang left. And Lida Wang followed Jiang Yang as they carried the 2 baskets back to the kitchen. Jiang Yang requested a space of his own, specifically asking for a cutting board and a knife. Jiang Yang did not hinder him. Indeed, it would be preferable if he faltered. Jiang Yang then instructed Lida Wang on how to prepare the crabs and fish. He had already outlined his menu in his mind, spicy crab and boiled fish. The boiled fish was not the spiciest, yet it boasted an exquisite flavor. In this day and age, people had grown accustomed to braised and sweet-sour fish. If boiled fish graced the table, it would undoubtedly offer a refreshing change. As Jiang Yang began slicing the fish, Lida Wang crouched nearby, making hissing noises as he was pinched by the crabs. For those who had never encountered crabs before, the sight of these clawed creatures was somewhat intimidating. Passers-by couldn't help but chuckle, evidently skeptical of Jiang Yang's capabilities. Soon, it was 11 o'clock, and Jiang Yang had already ignited the stove, churning out dish after dish in swift succession. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Yang had also started cooking. A pungent and spicy aroma wafted through the dining hall, causing the kitchen staff to wrinkle their noses at the strong scent. Yet they had to concede that it was delightful. Many cast sidelong glances at Jiang Yang, eager to see what he would produce. As Director Wang caught wind of the enticing aroma, he hastily entered the kitchen to personally oversee the proceedings, ensuring that no errors occurred. When he witnessed plates of fragrant spicy crab emerging from the kitchen, his eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Yang even set aside a portion for him, offering a pair of chopsticks for him to sample the dish. Upon tasting it, Director Wong's previously furrowed brow relaxed, replaced by a beaming expression. "Serve the dishes. Quickly serve the dishes," he urged, even personally delivering a plate to the main table. As the spicy crabs were served, the boiled fish followed suit. Chapter 40. Aiming at Jiang Yang. Though the delightful aroma tantalized the senses, the quantity was limited, and with all the dishes served, many were left without the chance to taste them. Once Jiang Yang finished tidying up, he sat back contentedly, sharing a cigarette with Li Wang as they awaited news. Li Wang had witnessed Jiang Yang's culinary prowess firsthand, especially admiring his knife skills. Previously, he had perceived the young man as somewhat arrogant and immature, but now, witnessing his deft fish slicing, he was utterly impressed. Jiang Yang, seated with his apprentice, awaited the main course and soup as everyone anticipated news. Jiang Yang took a drag from the cigarette rolled by his apprentice, pondering what to say if the leaders summoned him. Rarely does a chef ascend so rapidly. Before long, a server rushed in, his face alight with excitement. Jiang Yang immediately stood, slightly flustered, inquiring, "Xiao Lu, how did it go? Did the leaders request the chef?" "Master Jiang, the leaders have spoken. They said the dishes are exceptionally delicious and wish to meet the chef." Jiang Yang, elated, adjusted his chef's hat and straightened his uniform. "How do I look? Is there anything amiss?" "Master, you look perfect," replied Han Gang. Just as Jiang Yang was about to stride out, the server hesitated. "Master Jiang, where are you off to?" "What do you mean?" "The leaders wish to see the chef, and I am, of course, the chef. I'm not to go. Should you go instead?" The server's expression turned awkward as he glanced at Jiang Yang in the distance. "Master Jiang, the leaders specifically wish to see the chef who prepared the boiled fish and spicy crab." Jiang Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. "You must be mistaken. The leaders directly requested to see the chef of the boiled fish and spicy crab." Han Gang, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Is it true?" "My master is usually lauded in the dining hall. Though Jiang Yang may not excel in other areas, his culinary skills are certainly commendable. It is not a mistake. Director Wong personally instructed me. The leaders from the city have specifically requested to meet the chef who prepared the spicy crab and boiled fish. These dishes were immensely popular, devoured completely, especially by the leader who brought the crabs and fish. They remarked that the flavors were simply exceptional." Seeing Jiang Yang's complexion darken, Xiao Lu hurried back inside, anxious to avoid any trouble. "Xiao Jiang, Jiang Yang, quickly, get yourselves presentable and meet the leaders." Jiang Yang promptly extinguished his cigarette, patted Li Wang on the shoulder, and tidied his attire. Turning to follow Xiao Lu outside, Jiang Yang calmly greeted Jiang Yang as he passed by. "Master Jiang, I'm stepping out for a moment." This provoked an ashen expression on Jiang Yang's face, while Han Gang, behind him, pointed at the disappearing figures of Jiang Yang and Xiao Lu, cursing, "Master, look at that arrogant demeanor. He has merely prepared 2 mediocre dishes." Jiang Yang returned to his usual chair, his designated seat, where he held a teapot filled with the tea brewed by his apprentice. However, today, as he sat down, he felt as though needles were pricking him from the chair. Although no one dared to openly stare at him, he could sense their furtive glances, especially as they whispered among themselves. Such covert pointing and gossip were far more humiliating. Jiang Yang had never experienced such disgrace in his life. He was typically a revered master, commanding respect in the cafeteria, where his word was law. Even Section Chief Wang treated him with deference. Yet today, he was bullied by a young man who brazenly defied him. Does Master really allow this young lad to act so arrogantly? Han Gang and the others were somewhat anxious. They had always dominated the cafeteria, enjoying privileges. The cafeteria had its own dynamics, and Jiang Yang's sudden rise was evidently unexpected. What has the rush? Let him revel for a moment. Does he think he can smoothly become the head chef? This cafeteria isn't governed by his whims. Tomorrow, I will ensure he understands who truly holds authority here. Han Gang and the others exchanged knowing glances, rolling up their sleeves in anticipation. As long as the master decided to act, they could easily handle this brash youth. And it seemed Jiang Yang's departure from the cafeteria was imminent. After stepping outside, Jiang Yang encountered various leaders. In the presence of these superiors, his demeanor remained neither servile nor arrogant, exuding warmth mingled with familiarity, yet devoid of the obsequiousness typical of lesser individuals. Although higher-ups often bask in flattery, they do not appreciate sycophancy from everyone. They prefer to witness a posture of dignity and self-respect. This kind of integrity is universally appreciated by leaders. Indeed, as Jiang Yang spoke, his words flowed eloquently, recounting the stories behind the dishes with such charm that they uplifted the spirits of his audience. The leaders and distinguished workers present were profoundly impressed by the culinary knowledge and cultural depth exhibited by this chef. After Jiang Yang departed, a leader clapped the factory director on the shoulder, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that your steel factory harbors such hidden talents. Even a mere cafeteria chef possesses such profound cultural richness. Truly admirable." The factory director, the party secretary, and section chief Wang all wore expressions of pride. Today, the steel factory had indeed shone brightly. Once the meal concluded and the leaders departed, section chief Wang, his face glowing with excitement, announced that Jiang Yang was officially appointed as their cafeteria's third head chef. He also declared forthcoming reforms in cafeteria operations. From now on, the 12 serving windows would be divided, with 4 windows managed by a head chef overseeing their staff, while 3 windows would introduce competition. A suggestion box would be established for diners to vote on their favorite window and chef, with monthly evaluations leading to recognition for the most popular chef at the end of the year, who would then oversee the cafeteria's kitchen management. This move by Section Chief Wang was clearly aimed at Jiang Yang. Chapter 41, Benefits and Treatments. Section Chief Wang even patted Jiang Yang on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao, Jiang, I have high hopes for you. The 2 dishes you prepared have solidified our cafeteria's standing within the county. Moving forward, continue to strive for excellence. I have great faith in you. You will be responsible for the 4 serving windows, crafting your own menus, and coordinating with logistics for ingredient deliveries. Moreover, you must select a competent team. One cannot operate solo, and cooperation from others is essential." With a wink, Section Chief Wang's latter words carried a deeper significance. Jiang Yang had often leveraged his position to bring in his own apprentices, securing spots for them in the cafeteria. However, if a head chef claimed their apprentice for cafeteria work, Section Chief Wang had little recourse to refuse. This was how Han Gang and his companions had filled 3 slots in the cafeteria under Jiang Yang's influence. For Jiang Yang to establish his footing, he would need his own team. It was evident that Section Chief Wang intended to provide him with positions, though Jiang Yang suspected that the number would be limited. Nonetheless, the fortunate news was that he had unexpectedly secured a job opportunity through this turn of events. In these times, job placements were akin to iron rice bowls. Initially, Jiang Yang sought out Li Duwang and Wu Jiefeng in the cafeteria. They were the only 2 individuals he was familiar with, both working at the noodle station. Although he could train them, their primary tasks would involve assisting with preparation. Slowly nurturing their skills would take time. However, he already had another candidate in mind, his brother-in-law, Zhao Deshang. His sister, the third, was strong-willed, the first to awaken and distance herself from the family's burdensome expectations. Zhao Deshang, while not particularly striking in appearance, was of a stocky build, quintessentially embodying a chef's physique. Indeed, Zhao Deshang was a cook by heritage, his family having engaged in this profession for generations. However, due to a lack of formal employment opportunities, his culinary skills had languished. Eventually, the family transitioned into pig farming. Although Zhao Deshang was adept at cooking, his skills in butchering were merely adequate. In a time when villagers struggled to feed themselves, raising pigs was a daunting task, as food scarcity meant the pigs were emaciated. Few were willing to undertake the burdens of pig farming. Consequently, Zhao Deshang's business faltered. Moreover, while his cooking was commendable, his butchering skills were subpar compared to others in the village. It was a struggle to provide for his family, especially with 3 children born in quick succession to his wife. Despite having secured a foothold by bearing sons, life remained challenging. With a large family to support, Zhao Deshang, being the middle child, received little attention. The Zhao family had yet to divide their assets, so while he earned a modest share from pig farming, it was primarily allocated to support his relatives. His sister continued to bear the weight of familial obligations, leading to her being looked down upon in her marital home. Later, with the advent of the reform and opening up policies, the couple managed to save some money and naturally open a restaurant. After distancing herself from family burdens, his sister and brother-in-law successfully established a thriving establishment. Now, Jiang Yang sought to assist his brother-in-law, recognizing both his culinary skills and the challenges faced by his 3 children, who had suffered from childhood hunger, compromising their health. Sister San and brother-in-law San earned some money and, in their quest to secure medical attention for their 3 children, diligently sought out doctors far and wide. Now that he had returned and was presented with this opportunity, Jiang Yang felt compelled to lend a helping hand. In a previous life, Sister San had severed ties with him, a decision driven by familial pressure. Had he been in her shoes, he too would have had to do the same. Rather than harbor resentment, Jiang Yang admired Sister San's fortitude. After all, one must possess a certain ruthlessness to establish stability. Moreover, reflecting on his past existence, He recognized his own parasitic nature, having drained resources from his 5 sisters to support Lu Meifeng. In hindsight, he found his past actions rather foolish. After work, Jiang Yang, pressed for time and unable to eat, hastily packed 2 lunchboxes filled with food, stowed them in a net bag, and cycled straight to Sister San's village. The village, Qinjiao Village, was conveniently located near the county seat, much closer than his own home. Despite his brother-in-law's surname being Zhao, their family was regarded as one of the larger clans in the village. After a 20-minute ride, Jiang Yang arrived at Qinjiao Village, where he was greeted by the sound of barking dogs as he entered. The darkness made the path treacherous, prompting him to dismount and push his bicycle to the doorstep of his sister and brother-in-law's home. Although the Zhao family had not split up, their living arrangements were scattered due to the sheer number of family members. Had they all lived together, the space would have been insufficient. It seemed that Zhao Dasheng garnered little attention from the family, as he and his wife resided in 2 dilapidated rooms at the eastern edge of the village with their 3 children. While many villagers had built brick houses, it was clear that the Zhao family had neglected to secure a plot of land for Zhao Dasheng to construct a proper home, likely due to financial constraints. The 2 shabby rooms they inhabited were remnants left behind after the passing of an impoverished household. Jiang Yang had seldom visited Sister San's home in his previous life, but he navigated his way there based on memory. Upon seeing the lonely 2-room dwelling, a wave of discomfort washed over him. After he achieved success, he had inquired about Sister San and brother-in-law San's struggles and learned just how arduous their journey had been. As he approached the door, he could hear the plaintive cries of children from within. "Mom, I'm hungry. Here, take this piece of bread." "No, the 3rd one. Dad and Mom have to work in the fields every day. If you eat this bread, what will Mom eat? She fainted yesterday." Hearing of his sister's fainting spell, Jiang Yang recalled that although she had eventually acquired wealth, she had passed away prematurely, a consequence of years of hardship. "Enough, don't feed the children. Your health isn't strong either. Let us share this bread among the 3 of you." "No, you're the man of the house. Working in the fields requires strength. If anyone should eat, let it be them." Chapter 42. Financial Ruin. Jiang Yang propped his bicycle up and cleared his throat. Instantly, the noise from inside ceased. Zhao Dasheng opened the door and immediately spotted his brother-in-law, his expression shifting slightly. He was aware that every time his brother-in-law appeared, it meant a significant outlay of money or provisions. This perpetual financial demand had soured the family's perception of the couple, leading to their segregation from the rest of the Zhao clan. Otherwise, their 3 children would not be suffering from hunger. The Zhao family had not divided among siblings, yet they had isolated this couple, driven by a belief that they were a burden. The moment he saw his brother-in-law, Zhao Dasheng felt a sense of trepidation, though he forced a strained smile to greet him. Little Lu has come. However, the forced smile, mingled with his internal anxiety, rendered it somewhat grotesque. Inside, Xiaqiu rushed out upon hearing the exchange. She bore a hint of resentment upon seeing her brother, but remained silent, instead inquiring with concern, "What is wrong? Is everything all right at home?" Since her marriage, her brother's visits had been few and far between, each one heralding significant family matters. Seeing him now, she felt overwhelmed. "Sister, I've come today because there is something to discuss. Let's go inside first." Glancing at her brother's shiny new bicycle, Xiaqiu felt a pang of sadness. Where their parents found the funds to buy him a new bike, he could ride over to visit her, yet they were unable to repay their debts. Did he not realize that this loan had effectively caused their family to be separated from the rest? Although they were capable of earning work points sufficient to support 3 children, the debts they had accrued loomed large, making them feel perpetually trapped. The total amount borrowed could easily amount to a decade's worth of expenses for an ordinary family. Xiaqiu's smile faded. Nonetheless, Zhao Dasheng maintained his warmth, saying, "Since you're here, bring the bike inside. Leaving it outside could lead to theft, and we can't afford to lose it." Jiang Yang entered the cramped living space, where he noted that the narrow room was dominated by the Kong, leaving little room for his bicycle. The 3 children were huddled around the Kong table, where a few bowls sat, but they contained only lukewarm water. The most noticeable items were several pieces of dried flatbread, already torn into portions, presumably the very bread mentioned earlier. The children, thin and dirty, glared at Jiang Yang with a mix of hunger and anger, instinctively clutching the bread protectively in front of them. Their small, grimy hands tugged at his heartstrings. Jiang Yang felt a pang of guilt. These young children regarded him with such expressions due to his own failure as an uncle. Even the children understood that his visits were akin to a locust plague sweeping through their lives. It was truly shameful. He felt embarrassed for having been the kind of brother in his past life who had depended excessively on his siblings. With a smile, he placed the lunchboxes on the table, opened the net bag, and set the 2 containers before the children. Lifting the lids, he called out to his sister and brother-in-law. "Sister, brother-in-law, look. I just got off work and brought some food. The cafeteria's offerings were quite good today. Let us eat together. The three little ones stared wide-eyed at the contents of the lunchboxes, astonished, for they had never seen such splendid food in their lives. The braised pork glistened enticingly, and beside it lay what appeared to be chicken legs, two hefty, succulent drumsticks. The chicken legs were of the coveted drumstick variety, accompanied by shredded potatoes and scallion tofu. One lunchbox was brimming with dishes, while the other was filled to the brim with fluffy white rice. Zhao Deshang and his wife were taken aback by the sight of such an abundance of food. Xiaoqiu hurriedly closed the lunchbox lids, pushing them back towards Jiang Yang, her countenance darkening. A saying goes, one who eats from another's hand is beholden. Jiang Yang had never come to their home empty-handed, yet now he brought such a lavish feast, causing Xiaoqiu to feel a sense of impending doom. Their family had endured such dire straits since being separated, and now their three children were going hungry. Xiaoqiu felt an overwhelming bitterness toward her family and her brother, questioning the teachings of her parents that had instilled in her the need to care for her brother, to consider him. It was as if her brother was the linchpin of their familial support, and now doubts crept in. Her tone shifted to one of reproach as she thrust the food back into Jiang Yang's hands. Old Liu, you must leave at once. Our temple is too small to accommodate such a grand Buddha as yourself. I beseech you, as your own sister, to spare our family from ruin. If you continue to demand more, our household will surely be shattered. Look at me and your brother-in-law. We are fortunate if we can share a single pancake in a day, while our three children cry out from hunger. What more do you seek? Our family is already drowning in debt because of you. Do you not realize we owe 300 yuan to the outside world? We have been cast out by your in-laws, severing our ties with them, and still you demand more? Shall I then offer you my life in exchange? Jiang Yang listened to these familiar words. In his previous life, his third sister had once spoken similarly to him, albeit not at this moment. Perhaps he had not yet sought her or her husband back then. In his past life, their parents had summoned all five sisters home over a mere 500 yuan of work money. The last favor his third sister had done for him was to lend the family money before uttering such words, after which she severed all connections with them. He had not anticipated that his mere encouragement would hasten the emergence of his sister's words. With a bitter smile, Jiang Yang placed the lunchbox on the table. Zhao Deshang tugged at his wife's sleeve. Under no circumstances could they truly humiliate their brother-in-law. Regardless of his inner dissatisfaction, openly tearing their relationship apart was not an option. Brother-in-law, sister, I acknowledge my past misdeeds. Each time I visited, I came empty-handed, borrowing money and items from you without ever repaying. Zhao Deshang raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had never expected his brother-in-law to exhibit such awareness. He had always approached Zhao with an air of entitlement. Was this a sign of the sun rising in the west? Or did something happen at home? Is there trouble in your family? How are our parents faring? A single remark from Zhao Deshang startled Jiang Xiao. Old Liu, what has happened to our parents? Speak quickly. You still have the presence of mind to bring food. It was evident that his sister still harbored deep concern for their parents. In his previous life, it was he and their parents who had forced his third sister into such a callous severance of ties. Sister, brother-in-law, our parents are in good health. I assure you there is nothing amiss. Please eat without worry. He opened the lunchbox and pushed it to the center of the table. Jiang Xiao looked at her brother with suspicion. Is there truly nothing wrong? Do not deceive me. If something has happened, just tell me. I'm not interested in your food. Jiang Yang encouraged his sister to sit on the edge of the Kong, removing her shoes and pushing her gently further in. He then pulled Zhao Deshang to sit beside her, one on each side. He personally served rice from the lunchbox, which was packed tightly, ensuring that each bowl received a generous portion. He then divided the remaining dishes evenly into 5 portions, ensuring each child had several pieces of braised pork in their bowls. Brother, sister, you haven't eaten yet. Hurry and dig in. I've already had my meal at the cafeteria. This is all for you. Zhao Deshang, somewhat astonished, inquired. What cafeteria? Where did you get this food? Brother-in-law, please eat while I speak. If you do not eat, I shall keep silent. Jiang Xiao exchanged a glance with Jiang Yang, finally relenting. All right, let us eat. Since you have brought it, we shall partake. Jiang Yang had borrowed so much money from their family. It was only fair to treat his brother to a meal. The moment the 3 children heard they could eat, they eagerly picked up their chopsticks and devoured their meals with gusto. As the braised pork filled their bellies, smiles blossomed upon their faces. Jiang Xiao, watching her children eat ravenously, felt compelled to share her own pork with them, only to be stopped by Jiang Yang. Sister, you should eat as well. Look at how thin you have become. Do not neglect yourself. Who will care for the children if you fall ill? Jiang Xiao felt a pang of emotion. It was the first time her brother had spoken with such thoughtfulness. As the braised pork entered her mouth, it suddenly tasted like the finest she had ever had. Meanwhile, Zhao Desheng cautiously asked. Old Lu, if something is troubling you, please speak up. Now that we are eating, it would ease my mind to know. Brother-in-law, I have recently started working at the steel plant cafeteria. Beginning tomorrow, I will be the third chef there. The manager has informed me that I can bring 2 assistants. Since I am still finding my footing, having someone familiar nearby would be invaluable, hence my visit to request your assistance. Zhao Desheng found it hard to believe. When had his father-in-law acquired such connections to secure a formal job for old Lu? What can I do? I'm merely a butcher. Brother-in-law, I know your culinary skills. Your family lineage boasts a tradition of imperial chefs. Zhao Desheng's face lit up with pride at this mention, but he quickly glanced outside, lowering his voice. Do not speak so lightly. It could invite trouble. Our family has been impoverished for generations. Brother-in-law, please help me. The cafeteria job is a stable position. You would start as a temporary worker, but there is potential for a permanent position later. I will ensure you are not shortchanged. Even as a temporary worker, you will receive a full salary. The pay is 38 yuan and 5 jiao per month, plus 3 meals a day and accommodation. You even get 2 days off a month. Upon hearing this, Zhao Desheng's eyes glistened. Who wouldn't envy such an opportunity? If the village learned of such a stable position, they would fight tooth and nail for it. Old Lu, are you serious? Do not deceive your brother-in-law. We are truly struggling. The meager work points from the village barely suffice for our family's needs. Look at the state of the children during this lean season. They are starving. Zhao Desheng wanted to believe, but such fortuitous opportunities rarely fell into one's lap. Besides, while old Lu was decent, his sister-in-law was not the most agreeable. Would such luck truly come their way? Surely it would be snatched away by her family. Brother-in-law, I have come specifically to seek your aid. I have yet to inform you that sister, Yu Haven T, returned home recently. Have you? I have divorced Lu Meifeng. What? You have divorced Lu Meifeng? Why did you do that? Such a significant event. And you didn't send word? Divorce is a grave matter. Where will you find another wife now? And what of our parents? How much did our family invest in marrying Lu Meifeng? This is all for naught. Jiang Qiu suddenly became anxious. That 300 yuan debt was incurred due to her brother's obligations. Sister, please do not panic. You know what kind of woman Lu Meifeng is. She always expects support from her 2 brothers. Living with her would eventually drag our family down. I could no longer burden my sisters, brother-in-law. I made the decisive choice to end it. Otherwise, it would become a bottomless pit. Jiang Qiu felt the urge to thump her brother on the head to see what exactly was going through his mind. Yet, upon hearing him speak those words, she couldn't help but reflect. Although her brother's reputation was now tarnished, at least their family would no longer have to beg for money to support this sister-in-law. If that is the case, then perhaps divorce is indeed a form of separation. However, she gazed at Jiang Yang with a hint of suspicion. Lao Lu, is there something you are hiding from me? You hold Lu Meifeng in such high regard. How could you so willingly part ways with her? Dear sister, I have long since come to terms with it. You must allow your younger brother to finally understand. At present, my only desire is to earn money to repay our family's debts and to dutifully honor our parents. I also intend to settle all the debts incurred by my sisters, as that money is my responsibility, and I cannot bring misfortune upon each of you. Moreover, I find that living alongside a small individual brings me a certain contentment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu felt a pang of sorrow. Her brother had grown up. Yet this maturity came at a significant cost to their family. Zhao Desheng cleared his throat, feeling that it was perhaps inappropriate for him to speak at this moment. To inquire about work might seem as though he was neglecting the pressing matters concerning his brother-in-law's family, focusing instead on his own employment. Chapter 44, Dreaming. Sister, let us not dwell on this matter. I came specifically to discuss it with my brother-in-law. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the factory to handle the paperwork, and then we shall commence work at the cafeteria. Jiang Yang diverted the conversation. If they began reminiscing about the past, the 2 siblings might not find rest that night. I have no qualms about accompanying you. I merely fear that my presence might complicate matters for you. Zhao Desheng feigned politeness, though inwardly he yearned to begin working at the cafeteria. With a monthly wage of 38, 5 yuan, and 3 meals provided, such a fortunate opportunity was rare. Within a year, they could repay their debts, and perhaps after another year, they might even build a brick house for their family. What trouble could this possibly cause? If anything, I will be the one imposing upon you. To speak plainly, there are currently 2 chefs in the cafeteria. If I were to arrive, I would undoubtedly become the target of their disdain, and I could easily be subjected to their obstacles and criticisms. Therefore, having you by my side ensures I won't have to endure a difficult experience. Upon hearing this, Zhao Desheng chuckled. Ah, Lao Lu, I am your brother-in-law. We are family. If I do not assist you, who shall? Would I really turn my back on my own kin? If anyone attempts to hinder your progress, they shall feel the repercussions of my wrath. Zhao Deshang was a shrewd individual. Otherwise, he would not have been able to expand his business so successfully. He was known for his integrity. He had investigated Zhao Deshang's wealth and found no evidence of infidelity. Rather, he had always treated his wife's sister with utmost kindness. It was this very loyalty that made him willing to assist Zhao Deshang. Had been Wang Fugue, he would not have honored the family name. Very well, brother-in-law, your assurance brings me peace. Now, let us cease this discussion. I must return to the factory. Tomorrow morning, bring your bedding to the steel factory cafeteria to register under my name. I will arrange accommodations for you, and we can reside together. Zhao Deshang nodded. Lao Lu, we have an agreement. I shall leave early tomorrow, before dawn, to ensure your affairs are not delayed. Jiang Yang collected the 2 empty lunchboxes and placed them into a net bag. Jiang Qiu hurriedly intervened. The lunchboxes have not yet been cleaned. I will wash them before you take them away. After cleaning the lunchboxes, she felt a weight in her heart. Suddenly, her brother had presented such a significant opportunity to their family, and she found it difficult to comprehend his true intentions. Lao Lu, speak candidly. Why did you not consider eldest sister, second sister, or even your fourth and fifth sisters, or their respective husbands? Why specifically the third brother-in-law? Sister. The third brother-in-law comes from a lineage of imperial chefs and possesses exceptional culinary skills. It is merely that our family lacks the means. I wish to be of assistance, not a burden. This may not necessarily be a fortuitous turn of events. Unforeseen complications may arise. Do you believe the other brothers-in-law would suffice? The third brother-in-law is articulate, sociable, and an excellent cook. Is he not the ideal ally for me? Jiang Qiu contemplated this and acknowledged that indeed, among their brothers-in-law, Zhao Deshang was the most capable. Very well, then you may return. Sister, I appreciate your help this time. As siblings, we are bound by blood. In the past, I may have caused you much trouble. I vow to ensure that our entire family will lead prosperous lives. Jiang Yang mounted his bicycle, secured the net bag, and swiftly vanished into the night. Jiang Qiu gazed at her brother's receding figure, momentarily feeling as though she had been ensnared in a dream. Upon returning indoors and shutting the door, she observed her husband, who sat in a stupor on the edge of the bed. Impulsively, she approached him and pinched him sharply. Zhao Deshang nearly leaped up in surprise. Wife, what is wrong with you? Why you pinch me? That hurts terribly. Zhao Deshang instinctively assumed that his younger brother-in-law had made yet another request. He could hardly believe that he had so easily secured a job. Do children not feel pain? Oh, they do indeed. Your grip lacks any gentleness. Look at the bruise you've left on my arm. As he rubbed his arm, Zhao Deshang complained to his wife, what new trouble has your brother conjured up? Speak plainly. Is he seeking money or something else? Zhao Deshang pondered that this job was not easily obtained. If he could truly earn such money, he would endure any hardship. He would not hesitate to borrow from the entire village if necessary. What are you saying? What do you mean by trouble? I simply feel as though I am in a dream. Jiang Yang has changed so dramatically. It's as if he is a different person. Such good fortune has been bestowed upon us without any demands or requests for even a single penny. I find it hard to believe. I thought I was dreaming. The tension in Zhao Deshang's heart dissipated, and he felt a surge of excitement as he pulled his wife to sit beside him. Are you serious? Did your brother truly not make any demands? None at all. Not only did he make no requests, but when he left, he also assured me that he would ensure all of his sisters and brothers-in-law would prosper. My goodness, it feels as if the sun has risen in the west. Well, for the sake of your younger brother's kindness, let us forget all that has transpired before. From now on, let us dwell in harmony. The 3 children leaped onto the bed. Mother, will we now have meat for every meal? The eldest son, already 10 years old, understood the conversation. Indeed, your uncle is a capable man. He has arranged for your father to work at the cafeteria, where they say 3 meals will be provided daily. The cafeteria is only 20 minutes from home, so I shall bring back food every day, ensuring you have meat to eat. Seeing the 3 boys, so thin and hungry, Zhao Deshang suddenly felt a wave of confidence wash over him. He could finally boast to his children that they would have enough to eat. The boys cheered joyfully, Father. Why has our uncle suddenly changed? He used to borrow money from us without returning it. Why does he now wish to help our family? Upon hearing this, Zhao Deshang quickly glanced at his wife Jiang Qiu, whose expression had darkened. Although he knew the children spoke the truth, it was disheartening to hear them voice such sentiments. Had it not been for Zhao Deshang's casual conversation, the children would not have grasped the nuances of their situation. Zhao Deshang, are you feeling mischievous? Ah, dear wife, do not listen to their nonsense. It is merely my mother who talks too much, leading the children to form such conclusions. This has nothing to do with me. I certainly do not hold any ill will toward your brother. In the midst of the lively chaos, Jiang Qiu brandished a feather duster chasing after him. The three little ones erupted into laughter, filling the room with warmth and merriment, in stark contrast to the earlier gloom over a few pieces of bread. The atmosphere now felt utterly transformed. Chapter 45, Playing Tricks. At the break of dawn the next day, Jiang Yang rose to fetch water. Upon stepping out of the dormitory, he was greeted by the sight of a shadow squatting at their door beneath a large tree, accompanied by a bundle of bedding. Brother-in-law, Zhao Desheng quickly stood up. I arrived a little early. I told someone I would wait for you here. If you're still groggy, feel free to head back and catch some more sleep. It's all right. I have no pressing matters. Sitting here is quite pleasant. Zhao Desheng had been so excited the night before that sleep eluded him, fearing that this situation might be a mere illusion. Thus, before dawn, he had brought his bedding over, rousing even the dormitory guard from his slumber in the process. When he inquired about a person named Jiang Yang in the cafeteria, he was pleasantly surprised to learn that indeed such a person existed. At that moment, Zhao Desheng's heart finally settled. Brother-in-law, wait for me a moment. I need to wash my face, and then we shall be off. After Jiang Yang washed his face, he placed his brother-in-law's bedding inside the dormitory, which still had an empty bed left from the previous day. He introduced Zhao Desheng to everyone in the dormitory before leading him directly to the cafeteria. As they entered the cafeteria, Jiang Yang greeted the others, only to notice an awkward atmosphere. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement, yet no one initiated a conversation with him. Unfazed, he thought, with Zhang Dashan lurking about. Who would dare to provoke him? Upon reaching the kitchen, all eyes immediately fell upon them, particularly those of Zhang Dashan and his three apprentices. Zhang Dashan, with a forced smile, inquired, "Oh, Master Jiang, who might this be? A new face. Could it be that we have another apprentice joining us? I could certainly use an extra hand." "Master Jiang, you flatter me," Jiang Yang replied smoothly. "This is Zhao Desheng, sent by Section Chief Wang to assist us. Our cafeteria has been divided into 3 sections for competition and culinary challenges. I need 2 helpers. Otherwise, a lone commander cannot manage such a workload." Zhang Dashan sneered. "Master Jiang, you're quite young and already achieving such success. Just recently, you became head chef, and in 2 days, you've bewitched Section Chief Wang. Did you perhaps bring him gifts, cigarettes, or liquor? Actually, I would love to find a way to impress Section Chief Wang, but he simply does not regard me." Jiang Yang countered. "What connections do I possess? Section Chief Wang is known for his integrity. How could he accept gifts? Besides, I am merely an apprentice, lacking both the means and the strength. Section Chief Wang seems to have taken quite a liking to you. When I joined the cafeteria, I did not receive such privileges. As an apprentice, I toiled for 3 long years. Young Jiang, your skills must be remarkable." Jiang Yang bowed to Zhang Dashan, replying, "I owe my gratitude to you, esteemed senior. If it were not for your crabs and fish aiding me that day, I would not be where I am now." "Thank you, Master Zhang." With a sarcastic tone, Zhang Dashan chose to ignore Jiang Yang, realizing he could not outwit the young man's sharp tongue. Jiang Yang led Zhao Desheng to their designated work area, which had already been set up the day before, with each person assigned a specific space. Naturally, Jiang Yang received the smallest and least favorable area, situated in a corner with a large cutting board and a stove nearby. At this moment, Li Dawang and Wu Jianxi had already arrived, and upon seeing Jiang Yang, they hurriedly greeted him. "Master Jiang, you're here. Please assign us our tasks." "Hold on. Let us first introduce Zhao Desheng. He will be responsible for the items on the red menu, while you two will handle the cutting and preparation of various ingredients." Zhao Desheng, this is Li Dawang, and this is Wu Jianxi. They have experience in dough making and possess good skills. You will need to guide them a bit. Upon hearing this, Zhao Desheng understood that these two were likely on friendly terms with his brother-in-law. "Li Wu, I suppose we are family now." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Dawang handed Jiang Yang a notebook. "Section Chief Wang just informed us that each team must prepare 3 dishes daily, along with a staple food for the competition. The logistics supervisor just came by asking for our menu, as they will be procuring ingredients shortly." "Understood. Have the menus for the other 2 teams been finalized?" "We must ensure that no 2 groups have the same dishes," Jiang Yang inquired. "Yes, Zhang Dashan's team will be preparing stir-fried pork, scallion braised tofu, and spicy cabbage, with rice as the staple. Master Zhao Shiwang's team will be making sauerkraut with vermicelli, poached pork, and sweet and sour meatballs, also with rice. Accordingly, our group should also prepare rice and a couple of stir-fried dishes," Jiang Yang concluded. Li Dawang's face brightened at Jiang Yang's acceptance of his suggestion. Working under a chef who respected him was undoubtedly advantageous. Jiang Yang pondered briefly before composing a menu. Kung Pao chicken, 3 salad mix, and mapo tofu. With both similarities and unique items, these dishes were not difficult to prepare. Before long, a young man entered. "Which of you is Master Jiang Yang? I have come for the list of materials you require." Jiang Yang promptly handed over the list. Comrade, what is your surname? My surname is Li Dishing. Just call me Xiao Li. All right, I must inform you in advance that we will be purchasing supplies from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I cannot guarantee that everything you need will be available. We can only take what they have. Li Dewang took the list and turned to leave, not allowing Jiang Yang another word. Their breakfast concluded smoothly. By around 8 o'clock, Li Dewang returned, accompanied by a tricycle filled to the brim. Time to unload. After unloading 3 loads, Jiang Yang inspected the materials allocated to their team, only to find they were devoid of chicken and tofu. Instead, they received a heap of potatoes, carrots, green peppers, a pile of pig intestines, and a large basin of mustard greens. Comrade Li, why is there no chicken or tofu? Jiang Yang questioned. What can I do? The Supply and Marketing Cooperative had no chicken, only these pig intestines. There was no tofu today either. Master Jiang, please bear with it. This is beyond my control. Xiao Li's demeanor was distinctly cool and aloof, making his intentions clear. He would not entertain any complaints. I made it clear to you in advance, so you cannot hold me accountable. I can only buy what the Supply and Marketing Cooperative offers. With that, Li Dashing turned to leave, while Zhang Dashan and Zhao Shuang's teams had received their full quota of materials. If it weren't so blatant, even Jiang Yang would find it hard to believe this was mere coincidence. Chapter 46. If it's not delicious, don't pay. Zhao Dashang and the others surveyed the pile of ingredients before them, feeling somewhat disheartened. These items were far from what they had requested. The late arrival of the pig intestines meant that, even with urgent preparation, it might not turn out well. They were notoriously difficult to handle, and if poorly prepared, they would surely face backlash. While their ancestors had passed down culinary skills, it seemed the art of preparing pig intestines had been lost over time. After all, neglecting ancestral skills could yield a sense of unfiliality in the descendants. The other vegetables were manageable, but this was a predicament. Jiang Yang glanced at the ingredients and chuckled. It seems fate has thrown us a curveball. Let us get to work, peel the potatoes, carrots, and green peppers. We all know how to prepare a 3-salad mix. This task will be assigned to Li Dewang and Wu Jianxi. The 2 individuals hurriedly moved their belongings, their minds plagued with doubt. Could this be a day trip? Zhao Dashang glanced at the intestines and remarked, I shall wash the intestines, but my skill in eliminating the fishy odor leaves much to be desired. You must prepare early. He continued, brother-in-law, let me handle the intestines while you take charge of the mustard greens. Zhao Dashang was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed his brother-in-law's culinary skills. However, he was aware that his brother-in-law had never lifted a finger in the kitchen at home, let alone cooked. Would he truly be able to prepare the intestines well? Yet, with so many people around, he could not possibly undermine Jiang Yang's authority. Naturally, he would follow Jiang Yang's instructions without question. He furrowed his brow as he approached the mustard greens. What shall we do with these mustard greens? Stir-frying them into shreds may not yield a delightful dish. In their region, mustard greens were typically either stir-fried or pickled. Serving them raw was rare. Jiang Yang understood the predicament well. The mustard greens could indeed pose a challenge. Try preparing them as you see fit, he whispered. He had already contemplated swapping the dishes, reserving the mustard greens for later, as they might turn out to have unexpected benefits. For now, he would seek other vegetables to substitute. Zhang Dashan was busy preparing his lunch, eager to showcase his culinary prowess. Observing Jiang Yang and the others furrowed in concern, he couldn't help but feel amused. Han Gang remarked, Master, I've already spoken with Xiao Li. From now on, he will bear the brunt. Today is just the first day. We have only just begun. In the future, he will handle all the good and bad dishes alike. Let him stand out. Let us not go to extremes, Han Gang replied. After all, we are all employees of the cafeteria and should help one another whenever possible. Han Gang privately scoffed at his master's pretentiousness, yet maintained a smiling facade. Of course, master. Who could doubt your vastness of spirit? You are as magnanimous as a prime minister. His disciples chimed in hastily. Master, you are indeed generous. But we cannot stand idly by while he bullies you. He must learn a lesson. If we allow him to think he can run rampant in the cafeteria, it will only lead to chaos. Zhao Xiangwang and his apprentice were laboring nearby. The apprentice whispered, Master, it seems Zhang Dashan is devoting all his energy to dealing with that Jiang fellow. Should we lend him a hand? Otherwise, I fear that within 3 days, Zhang Dashan will manage to oust him. Zhao Xiangwang chuckled. Let us not be hasty. Let us observe how the first day unfolds. If that fellow cannot withstand the pressure tomorrow, we may extend our assistance. After all, it was a rare opportunity to find someone capable of challenging Zhang Dashan, and naturally, he hoped that Jiang Yang would become the focal point of Zhang Dashan's attention, allowing him to retire peacefully. Director Wang arrived punctually at the cafeteria. At this moment, the main group was also making their way there, as all the employees were aware that a new chef had been introduced. The usual dishes had grown tiresome. Many entered the cafeteria and immediately noticed the changes. The 4 service windows displayed the same sign. Each individual perused the menu, selecting their preferred dishes before lining up. Jiang Yang's window was noticeably less crowded, primarily because everyone knew that poorly prepared intestines were unappetizing. Hence, they instinctively avoided the risk. In contrast, the other windows had formed long lines. Zhang Dashan observed with a beaming smile as his apprentice served the dishes, greeting the employees with an air of strategic confidence. Meanwhile, Director Wang felt anxious. There were hardly any flies buzzing around Jiang Yang's window. A middle-aged man handed over his lunchbox. How well do you prepare braised intestines? If they're not delectable, I'd rather not waste my money. The price is not cheap at 8 dimes. Jiang Yang, accompanied by Zhao Desheng, Li Dewang, and Wu Jiafeng, each stationed at their respective windows, addressed the man with a smile. Why not try taste first? If it's not tasty, you needn't pay. He generously scooped a piece of intestine and handed it over. The middle-aged man, intrigued by this proposition, replied, "Ah, chef, you're quite confident. I should introduce myself. I'm Li Dalong. I take my food seriously. If your intestines are not good, you'll have a problem on your hands. Everyone here heard you say that if the intestines are not delicious, you won't charge me." The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. All right then, we will bear witness. We are eager to see how the new chef's braised intestines turn out. Li Dalong, perhaps you might save on your meal today. Some in the crowd were merely looking to take advantage of the situation. Jiang Yang smiled and, without hesitation, handed over another generous scoop of intestines, inviting. Anyone wishing to sample may have a taste, and if it's not good, you needn't pay. I stand by this promise. This bold declaration immediately attracted a crowd. Many had come specifically for the opportunity to taste without obligation. The queue quickly swelled. One person took a piece of intestine and put it in his mouth. Li Dalong, upon tasting the intestines, noted the pleasant appearance and surprisingly absent foul odor, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Chapter 47, The Twist. Director Wang stood on the periphery, feeling tense. How could Jiang Yang make such bold claims? Should a dispute arise in the cafeteria, it would pose a significant issue. Li Dalong was known for his blunt demeanor. After all, that was how he earned his reputation. Following the principle that one who does not seize an opportunity is a fool, a throng gathered, each taking a bite of the intestines. Curious onlookers inquired, "How is it? Should you pay?" Li Dalong, expressionless, replied, "Pa, this is dreadful. Of course I will not pay." Everyone disperse. This braised intestine is unpalatable. It's simply awful. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted to disappointment. Even if it were free, no one wished to endure an unpleasant meal. They turned to leave. I told you, cheap goods are never good. No one can prepare intestines properly. Thus, the new chef faced considerable disappointment due to Li Dalong's nature. He was bound to make the chef regret his bravado. However, just behind them, the dozen or so who had tasted the intestines promptly rushed to the window, clamoring, "Give me a portion of braised intestines. I want a serving. Me first." The leading figure, Li Dalong, raised his lunchbox high, his voice booming, "I was first. I was first. Don't fight me for it. What is the chef's name? How should I address him? My surname is Jiang. Ah, Chef Jiang. Come, give me a serving of braised intestines." "Is this your first day here? I haven't seen you in the cafeteria before. Who prepared these intestines? Can you introduce this chef to me? I will only order from the window he works at. These braised intestines are simply extraordinary." Jiang Yang, smiling broadly, served him a portion of braised intestines, placing the lunchbox in his hands. "I prepared this." Upon hearing this, Li Dalong's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression a vivid portrayal of disbelief. "Goodness, Master Xiao Jiang, you are so young and yet possess such remarkable culinary skills. Why didn't you come to the cafeteria earlier? Had you arrived sooner, we could have savored your talents instead of enduring mediocrity for so many years." The workers behind him grew impatient, urging Li Dalong, "Finish up and step aside. What are you lingering for?" With a shove, they pushed him aside, clamoring for their portions. "I'll have a serving of braised intestines." Grumbling under his breath, Li Dalong moved to the side to fetch the food. "Why the rush? Why the jostling? I'm merely inquiring with the young master." The departing crowd quickly grasped the situation, resulting in a sudden surge of patrons at all 4 service windows. "Ah, Li Dalong, are you hoarding the delicacies all to yourself? Do you dare deceive us?" Li Dalong's actions were deemed ungracious. Director Wang watched, stunned, as within no time, all the dishes at Jiang Yang's 4 windows were completely served. The once crowded adjacent windows now stood empty. Han Gang, who had been ready to fill his food container, was abruptly interrupted as a worker leaped up, thrusting his container into the window and reclaiming it. All right, master, I'll hold off on my order and check out the other side." unaware of the commotion. The following workers instinctively lined up at the newly forming queue. Jiang Yang and his companions were busily occupied. In less than half an hour, all the dishes had been completely served. The workers who missed out began grumbling. What's going on? Where are the braised intestines? After all this waiting, how could they be gone? Is this a joke? Apologies, but each window offers different dishes with limited quantities, and it's first come, first served. Tomorrow, we'll have other meals that are sure to be just as delightful as the braised intestines, replied the chef. Director Wang stood to the side, unable to contain his amusement as he observed the throng of workers flocking to the other windows. Wow, your business is thriving. Everything is sold out. What? No braised intestines left for me to taste? Seeing others relish the dish, he too desired to experience its flavor. Director Wang, I specifically saved a pot for you in the kitchen. It would do for you to miss out on this, Jiang Yang whispered. Once the cafeteria was deserted at noon, Director Wang settled at a table with his meal, facing Jiang Yang and his 3 companions. Director Wang, how does it taste? He took a hearty bite, finally catching his breath. Xiao Jiang, I must say, your culinary skills are unexpectedly superb. Had I known earlier, I would not have made you waste time chopping vegetables. Director Wang, your praise is overly generous, Jiang Yang replied modestly. Zhang Dashan, feeling frustrated, huffed in irritation. A week passed, and the lines at Jiang Yang's serving window remained incessantly long, filled with favorable reviews. Han Gang and Zhang Dashan discussed quietly over their meals. If this continues, it could spell trouble for us. What should we do? Little Li has already posed numerous challenges, yet he consistently manages to create unique dishes. What can we do? What can we do? Have you not noticed how Director Wang is grinning ear to ear in his admiration for him? It won't be long before he elevates Jiang Yang and pits him against us. Master, this cannot continue. You must devise a strategy. I too shall think of something. Otherwise, Director Wang will surely promote Jiang Yang at my expense. Zhang Dashan cast a cold glance at Jiang Yang, who was laughing and chatting with Zhao Deshang. He contemplated finding a way to undermine his brother-in-law. Han Gang, understanding the implication, smiled knowingly. All right, master, you can count on me for this. Zhao Deshang had been enjoying a comfortable week, pleasantly surprised by how well life had been with his brother-in-law. He had returned to his favorite occupation, indulging in hearty meals daily. After work, he would fill his container with braised ribs, opting not to eat at the cafeteria, instead taking the food home to treat his 3 sons. As he stepped outside, ready to borrow Jiang Yang's bicycle for his nightly commute, he collided with someone deliberately. The impact was so forceful that Zhao Deshang was knocked off balance, sending his container crashing to the ground, scattering ribs everywhere. A group quickly surrounded him. Comrade, my sincerest apologies for knocking you over. I didn't mean to. Oh, it's old Zhao from the kitchen. My goodness, you brought a whole container of braised ribs. Han Gang was accompanied by several young male workers, all with mischievous intentions, encircling Zhao Deshang. Realizing the setting, a narrow path between the cafeteria and dormitory, usually devoid of people during work hours, Zhao Deshang scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, Oh, it's you, Comrade Han. No harm done, I'm fine. I'll be on my way now. He began to pick up the scattered ribs, feeling a pang of regret, though there was little he could do. Are you really just going to walk away like this, Zhao Deshang? The question caught him off guard. What was the meaning behind this? His face wore a smile, understanding the principle of not striking those who were smiling. He couldn't cause trouble for Jiang Yang. Zhao Deshang, don't play dumb with me. You knocked me down, and now you think you can just leave? Dream on. I'm seriously injured. This warrants hospitalization and compensation. 200 yuan. Han Gang, brimming with confidence, stood in Zhao Deshang's path. For a week, he had schemed to find a way to exploit Zhao Deshang. But the latter's loyalty to Jiang Yang had thwarted his efforts, making it difficult to find an opportunity. Frustrated, Han Gang resorted to this underhanded tactic. With only these 3 supporting Jiang Yang, if he could take Zhao Deshang down, it would leave Jiang Yang without help. Wu Jiefeng had already chosen sides. The situation was indeed a setup. Han Gang had deliberately sought out trouble. Comrade Han, you were the one who knocked me over. I didn't hit you. I didn't even ask for compensation, and now you're demanding it? Doesn't that seem unreasonable? Who saw me bump into you? Clearly, you were the one who hit me. My witnesses can attest to it. My back hurts, my legs hurt, my arms hurt, everything hurts. What do you say? Pay up, and you can leave without further ado. Han Gang, this is beneath you. You don't need to stoop to this level. Who do you think you are to insult me? I'll show you what happens when you cross me. Brothers, get him. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. Hey, what is going on here with so many people gathered? Han Gang turned sharply to find Jiang Yang approaching, pushing his bicycle, locking it up, and rolling up his sleeves as he walked over. Han Gang sneered. Oh, Jiang Yang, you arrived just in time. Your brother-in-law, Zhao Deshang, just knocked me down. and I'm asking him for 200 yuan in compensation. Since you have arrived, what do you propose we do about this matter? What shall we do? It is quite simple. What can 200 yuan accomplish? Considering various expenses, such as lost wages and nutritional costs, it amounts to at least 500 yuan. Han Gang regarded Jiang Yang, perceiving him as a fool, and remarked, "Very well, then bring me 500 yuan and this matter will be settled." Jiang Yang approached and swiftly delivered a slap. Han Gang, initially extending his hand in anticipation of receiving money, was caught off guard as the blow sent his face askew. "How dare you lay hands on me?" he exclaimed. Slap. "Jiang Yang, I will end your life." Slap. "You all are nothing but dead men." Slap. With several strikes, Han Gang was rendered dazed, his face swelling. Jiang Yang was ambidextrous in his assault, each side of Han Gang's face becoming inflamed, bearing clear imprints of fingers. Still speaking? "For every word, I shall deliver a slap, you insufferable wretch." Jiang Yang shook his hand. It had been quite a while since he engaged in such exertions. Indeed, his skills had somewhat diminished. In his previous life, he had been a billionaire, having encountered kidnapping situations and learned an array of self-defense techniques. He had trained in various martial arts, even seeking instruction from veterans in military boxing and lethal strikes. This was precisely why Jiang Yang was unperturbed by Han Gang's presence. Han Gang, covering his face, instinctively took 2 steps back, his lips swollen, muttering, "You lot come at me. Beat him to death. I will take responsibility today." 7 young men surged forward. Zhao Daisheng, witnessing this, panicked and charged with his lunchbox in hand. "How dare you lay a finger on my brother-in-law? I will fight you." However, he was swiftly grabbed by the nape of his neck and flung aside. "Brother-in-law, just stay put. This is not your forte," Jiang Yang said, discarding him to the side. Zhao Daisheng stood dazed, still clutching his lunchbox, his posture unchanged. He beheld his younger brother-in-law, who appeared as if possessed by a war god. While he had never seen a war deity, he had witnessed the fighters in his village. A skilled fighter could easily handle 2 or 3 opponents, delivering blows with precision. Yet, Jiang Yang was different. The fluidity of his punches was mesmerizing, seemingly choreographed. How could it be so captivating? With each strike, his adversary was left with darkened eyes. Collapsing to the ground, grimacing in pain, a swift kick sent another attacker flying, while a well-executed throw incapacitated another who attempted to strike Zhao Daisheng with a blunt object. The fight unfolded with grace and ease, resembling a one-sided domination rather than a brawl. 7 men now lay strewn across the ground, contorted and moaning in agony. The only one remaining upright was Han Gang, who trembled in fear, covering his face. He could hardly fathom that Jiang Yang, who typically exuded an air of cultured gentility, was capable of such relentless ferocity. Han Gang turned to flee, only to be struck by an object that crashed against his knee, causing him to collapse. Jiang Yang approached, seizing him by the collar and dragging him before the 7 fallen men, tossing him to the ground and clapping his hands. "You think you can just walk away after colliding with someone? It won't be that easy. If we do not resolve this today, you shan't escape. Brother-in-law, go to security and report that there is a robbery underway." Zhao Daisheng hesitated, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Han Gang had orchestrated this confrontation against him. Reporting to security would escalate matters significantly. If they did, Jiang Yang's efforts in the cafeteria would become exceedingly difficult. "Go on, Jiang Yang. Do you truly believe you can wield absolute power? You claim it's a robbery, but look at us. Who is robbing whom? Go ahead and report it, and we will assert that you are the one attempting to rob us 8. Han Gang, gritting his teeth, quickly devised a plan. "Of course, it will be you 8 who are robbing us. A discerning eye can easily see that there are 8 of you. Do you not understand the concept of numbers?" Jiang Yang picked up a half brick from the roadside, weighing it in his hand. Han Gang recoiled in fear. "What are you doing? If you harm me, that is a crime." "I intend nothing but to demonstrate," Jiang Yang replied, gesturing the brick toward his own head. "Should I strike myself with this, and blood flows freely, you will see whether it is indeed you 8 who are robbing us. This will serve as evidence." Jiang Yang smiled as he mimed striking his head with the brick. Finding the perfect angle, Han Gang and the other 7 felt a surge of panic within. "You are out of your mind. Why will we rob you?" Han Gang continued to feign bravado. "There is indeed a reason. Look at my brand new bicycle. You covet it, do you not? You are here to steal my bicycle. The evidence is irrefutable. My brother-in-law and I serve as witnesses. We are 2 vulnerable individuals, while you are 8 brutish men. In the course of this robbery, we were merely defending ourselves. I sustained injuries, and my brother-in-law was also harmed. If they had previously felt assured of their success." Han Gang now found himself at a loss for words. If Jiang Yang truly set them up like this, they could very well face prison time. The factory would never tolerate such robberies, and security would certainly involve the police. Should the nature of this incident be established, their fates would be sealed. Han Gang bitterly smiled, realizing that he had intended to punish Jiang Yang, but had instead shot himself in the foot. If Jiang Yang continued to escalate matters, all 8 of them would face ruin. The remaining 7 became agitated. Han Gang, this is not what you told us. You said we were merely to teach him a lesson, yet now it seems we are facing imprisonment. How did this turn into robbery? I have a bright future ahead. What does it mean to be jailed for robbery? A robbery conviction could lead to 3 to 5 years. You misled us, Han Gang. The group encircled him in anger. Silence. Is this the time to discuss such matters? Han Gang hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Little Jiang, all faults lie with me. My judgment was clouded by greed. I apologize. I shall make amends. We work together. Let's not let this come between us. Please, show mercy and let us go. The other 7, witnessing his desperation, quickly chimed in. This is not Jiang Yang's fault. It was Han Gang who led us here. We had no intention of harming you. He merely instructed us to subdue your brother-in-law and teach you a lesson. We never expected it to escalate to this point. This is a personal feud between you and Zhang Dashan. Do not involve us innocent bystanders. Innocent? What does innocence mean? Had I not intervened, my brother-in-law would have faced the wrath of you 7. Do you comprehend the consequences? Mild injuries at best, or worse, a life could be lost. Could you bear the responsibility? You would transform into accomplices in murder and dare to claim innocence? Where is your innocence? Violence carries consequences. Have you never considered the aftermath of aiding such morally reprehensible actions? Would Han Gang truly sacrifice himself for you when the time comes to serve time in prison? 7 individuals were left utterly humiliated. Xiao Jiang, we acknowledge our misjudgment in this matter. We were merely apprehensive about offending Han Gang. Such affairs shall never again be our concern. We beseech you, Xiao Jiang, to show mercy and spare us this time. In the future, whenever you require assistance, simply voice your needs, and we will unhesitatingly go to great lengths for you. A group of grown men stood on the verge of kneeling before him. The gravity of the situation was significant, impacting not just one person's future, but that of an entire family. If a thief were to emerge from the household, the family would be unable to hold their heads high, and they would likely face repercussions, jeopardizing their employment as well. Very well, you too were misled. In the future, when others seek your aid, consider carefully whether you should assist. What good comes from bullying others? Now, draft a letter of guarantee, affix your fingerprints on your names, and be on your way. Upon hearing this, the 7 men were overjoyed. Though they bore bruises and contusions, they disregarded their pain and clasped their fists, exclaiming, Xiao Jiang, you truly are a man of honor. Given your magnanimity today, we shall follow you loyally henceforth. The letter of guarantee was composed, rendering the 7 incapable of causing further trouble. They turned and left, leaving Han Gang behind, ignored. Observing their departure, Han Gang hastily attempted to follow, but was yanked back by the collar. Where do you think you're going? He was asked. Desperately, he put on a smile, saying, Xiao Jiang, did you not release them? Since you're so magnanimous, please let me go as well. I admit my faults and apologize. I assure you I will not trouble you again. Han Gang, you're the mastermind. Do you think you can simply walk away from this? That would be a delusion. The guarantee from those 7 will attest to your role in this affair. Should I present it to the police station, you can prepare for imprisonment. Han Gang fell to his knees, realizing this young man would not easily let him off the hook, and he was taken aback by the extent of his cunning. Xiao Jiang, I was wrong, truly wrong. I should not have engaged in such actions. It was all Zhang Dashan, my master, who coerced me. I did not wish to confront you, but I cannot disobey my master. If I defy him, Zhang Dashan has his ways of dealing with me. What choice do I have? In truth, I wish to disregard Zhang Dashan's commands, yet he is a narrow-minded individual. If you oppose him in the cafeteria, he will undoubtedly retaliate. If I do not assist him, others will certainly step in to confront you. You cannot fathom the hardships I endure as Zhang Dashan's disciple. A substantial portion of my meager earnings goes to him each month. I must buy him cigarettes and alcohol, catering to his whims. The 3 of us who serve him must help out at his home during holidays, attending to every chore. We cannot afford to miss a single task, lest Zhang Dashan unleash his wrath upon us. To save my own skin, Han Gang had no choice but to keep Zhang Dashan's secrets. Very well. Write down everything you just said and affix your fingerprint. You also injure my brother-in-law, causing his ribs to spill. His dinner was ruined, and he sustained injuries. You 8 frightened him terribly. Surely, there must be some compensation for emotional distress. Determine the amount you ought to pay. Chapter 50, Returning Home. Watching Han Gang's retreating figure, Zhao Deshang held the 30 yuan in his hand, feeling somewhat dazed. Lu, do you think this will lead to any trouble? Look at how reluctant Han Gang was to part with the money. Holding on to it feels uncomfortable. To be frank, the ribs combined are hardly worth 30 yuan. They are indeed trying to extort us. We are not extorting. This money is rightfully yours. If I had not intervened today, brother-in-law. Consider this. 30 yuan barely covers medical expenses. You would have surely been hospitalized after their beating. Jiang Yang pushed his bicycle forward. Let's go, brother-in-law. I will take you home, and then I must return to the village. I plan to visit my family tomorrow during my day off. The composed demeanor of Jiang Yang inspired admiration in Zhao Deshang. He had not anticipated such a stark contrast between his brother-in-law and the one he had known before. It turned out he had misjudged him. Upon returning home, Jiang Yang rode his bicycle down the night road back to the village. Just before reaching, he hurriedly retrieved 2 bags of flour, a bag of rice, and a large piece of pork from his villa. He discarded the outer packaging of 2 imported tiramisu and cheesecake, wrapping them simply in oil paper he had prepared, securing them with string. He also fetched canned beef and fruit, placing several bottles into a net bag. He emptied a tin of imported milk powder into a regular bag. Lastly, he procured a fine box of Zhonghua cigarettes for his father. Rather than give them to others, he preferred to treat his own father. After packing everything, he set off with a large bundle in hand, returning to his home in the village. Upon entering, he heard the voices of his parents coming from the main room. Locking his bicycle in the yard, the sound startled those inside. Who is it? Who has arrived? The elderly woman lifted the curtain and stepped outside, her eyes widening with surprise and joy upon seeing her son standing in the yard. My dear son, why did you return without notifying the family? Xia, quickly light the fire and prepare a meal for your brother. In the adjacent room, Jiang Xia hurriedly slipped on her shoes and rushed out. Oh, Lu, you're back. You must be starving. Sister, I will prepare the meal for you. She seemed eager to head to the kitchen. Jiang Yang smiled as he transported the rice, flour, and meat into the kitchen. Sister, you must have finished eating by now. If so, just prepare a small portion for me. Do not make too much, as I cannot eat it all. The elderly woman, watching her son bring in so much, felt a bit anxious and hurried to close the courtyard gate to shield them from prying eyes. They did not dare speak loudly and followed their son into the kitchen. Gazing at the items under the light, her mouth dropped in astonishment. My dear son, where did all this come from? You haven't gotten into trouble at the factory cafeteria, have you? Our family is upright and above board. Although your mother may take small advantages, we must not engage in unethical deeds. The elderly woman's immediate reaction was to suspect her son of wrongdoing, prompting a chuckle from Jiang Yang. He stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, and whispered, Mother, your son would never do anything wrong. Let me tell you, I have received a promotion. I was once an apprentice, but now I'm the head chef at the cafeteria. The head chef enjoys a good salary. All these items are provided by the factory. You know how generous the benefits are, especially at the steel mill cafeteria. These are all fine goods. You need not worry. Your son will never bring shame upon you and father. The elderly woman touched the rice, flour, and other items, realizing they were not things an ordinary family could possess, as even the supply store did not stock them. Knowing her son was never one to stir up trouble, her heart settled. Oh, my dear son has made something of himself. My dear son has real talent. Look at how quickly you've become a head chef at the cafeteria. Who knows? You might even become an official one day. As Jiang Xia entered and ignited the fire, she could not help but beam at the sight of her brother's bounty. She had to admit her brother's success, and it felt wonderful. It seemed as though his posture was imbued with newfound confidence, indicating that his mother's insistence on assisting his younger brother was not in vain. The hardships he endured had not been for naught. His brother, possessing remarkable talent and potential, had perhaps been stifled by that Lu Meifeng, which had hindered his ascent. However, ever since breaking free from her grasp, his brother had transformed completely. Jiang Yang, holding a net bag, led his mother into the main room. As soon as they stepped through the doorway, their little one rushed forward, clinging to her father's leg. Father, you're back. The tearful gaze of his daughter tugged at Jiang Yang's heart, prompting him to scoop her up from the ground and embrace her. The little one wrapped her arms around his neck, instantly bursting into fits of laughter. Father, you're so high up. Let us go to grandfather and grandmother's room. Father has brought you delicious treats. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of goodies. Father, is there rabbit candy? The little one had automatically transformed the big white rabbit milk candy into rabbit candy in her mind. Jiang Yang, cradling his daughter, smiled and asked, have you been brushing your teeth lately? The big white rabbit milk candy could harm your teeth. Father, I have been. You see, Aunt supervises me every day. His sister's 2 children, big girl and little girl, hurried out as well. Upon spotting their uncle, they exclaimed, Little uncle, little uncle. Their faces radiated joy, for their uncle was particularly kind to them, never bullying, scolding, or hitting them, and always bringing delicious treats. In their eyes, their uncle was a good man. All right, come quickly. Let us enter the hall and share the goodies. Your uncle has brought you treats as well. The elderly lady, overhearing this, expressed her discontent. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Your uncle brings back a few items, and you all rush to divide them. Remember to appreciate your uncle's kindness. Just look at how good he is to you. When you grow up, you must be filial to him. Big girl and little girl immediately replied obediently, Uncle, when we grow up, we will definitely be filial to you. It was evident that in just over half a month, the once shy children had blossomed into more cheerful beings. You don't need to be filial to me. You must be good to your mother, who has sacrificed so much for you, Jiang Yang said, warming Jiang Xia's heart, who was cooking in the kitchen. Upon entering the main room, he placed the little one on the kong, a traditional heated bed. His father squatted on the edge, as usual, smoking his pipe, his face beaming with joy at his son's return. His son had never been away from them for long, and suddenly being in the county town for over half a month had them worried. Father, I'm back. It's good that you're back. Good that you're back. Jiang Yang set the little one down on the kong and placed a large net bag of items on the kong table. Father, look what I brought you. Jiang Yang's father felt a surge of happiness upon hearing this. Why are you wasting money? You've only been gone for less than a month and haven't even earned your salary yet. Spending frivolously is not acceptable. Although he complained verbally, his body eagerly approached the kong table. Jiang Yang pulled out a fine cigarette and handed it to his father. Father, this is a gift from the city officials. Recently, some leaders from the province and city came and enjoyed the meal I prepared, and they specifically rewarded me with this. You see, this is a brand of cigarette that only city folks smoke. We don't have it out here in the countryside, not even in the county town. I've heard it's a special supply, very expensive. Oh, this is a cigarette that city folks smoke. His father, holding the cigarette, felt somewhat at a loss. But upon seeing its quality, he understood its high status. He had only ever seen such filtered cigarettes at the county supply store, and even the double-headed Phoenix brand seemed prohibitively expensive to him, so he never bought it. This cigarette was clearly of a much higher caliber and appeared festive. Trembling slightly, the old man held it, as if it were a treasure. Meanwhile, the three little ones had already gathered around the table, their eyes shining brightly at the sight of the canned goods. Although they couldn't identify everything, the cans were unmistakable. Jiang Yang opened the net bag and retrieved the cans, also pulling out several packages wrapped in oil paper, which were somewhat crooked due to his lack of skill in wrapping. He opened one of them, took out 2 pieces of cheesecake, and handed one to each child. Here, this is a cake that city folks eat. It's especially delicious. The 3 little ones held their large pieces, momentarily stunned. The elderly lady, noticing, exclaimed, Give them all to me. Just share 1 piece among the 3 of you. Look at you, my prodigal children. How can you each have one? Big girl and little girl immediately attempted to return their pieces, but Jiang Yang stopped them. Mother, there will be plenty of opportunities to eat in the future. I'm working in the county town now. Such opportunities are abundant. Our family is not short on this, so there's no need to save. Don't listen to your grandmother. Eat. Little uncle says you can eat. The elderly lady felt a mix of pride and concern upon hearing her son's words. But as she looked at the cake, her heart ached. This cake was even better than the ones they usually had. Isn't this a waste? Yet thinking of her son's success, she had no choice but to concede. All right, fine, I cannot argue with you. You've truly made something of yourself. Disregarding even your mother's words, Jiang Yang quickly took out a can of beef and milk powder from the net bag, placing them in the elderly lady's arms. Mother, I brought you good things. Keep these safe. This is beef in a can, and this is milk powder. Look at how thin and small Xiao, big girl, and little girl are. They need nourishment, and this milk powder is excellent. You should give them a bowl each day. You and father should also have a bowl each day. Our family can afford this. Your son is capable. The elderly lady, smelling the fragrant milk powder from the paper bag, replied grumpily, You've only just started working for a few days. You think you can be extravagant with such expensive items every day? Mother, your son is now in the cafeteria as a master chef. The people I interact with are different from before, and I have various connections. Just relax and enjoy the fruits of your son's labor. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady could only wipe her tears. Jiang Yang understood that she felt their past hardships were finally alleviating, as he had indeed found success. He handed all the items in the net bag to his mother, who promptly locked them away in the cabinet, just as she used to. Jiang Yang couldn't help but smile. It was a common trait of people these days. Any good items were locked away and saved. Before long, Jiang Xia brought in dinner, a large bowl of hand-pulled noodles. With nothing fancy to accompany it, they simply made a broth with eggs. Jiang Yang devoured the entire bowl of noodles in one go while recounting to his parents about how his brother-in-law was now working with him in the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang's parents chuckled with delight. The elderly lady immediately chimed in. See, I told you that you were the most successful one in our family. Your sisters will have to rely on you. Look, they're already relying on you. They always say our family survives by selling daughters to support a son. How was that selling daughters? Just look at how they are enjoying life with you now. I always knew my son was capable. Jiang Xia felt a surge of happiness for his brother. By the way, father and mother, while I was away from a village for over half a month, did Wang Fugui come looking for us? Jiang Yang thought it unlikely, as Wang Fugui was lazy and gluttonous, not lifting a finger at home, relying entirely on his second sister. If she took the children and left, Wang Fugui would surely be left to fend for himself. The old man, hearing this, took a puff from his pipe and replied, "He did come by once. You must take your sister and her 2 daughters back. I drove them away. But as you were leaving, you instructed your sister to help take care of the children. Moreover, that scoundrel Wang Fugui has behaved atrociously, beating your sister so brutally and yet wishing to sell the children. It is imperative to confront him. Failing to do so would be unacceptable." The old man recalled the worries of the past few days. Just recently, his second son-in-law nearly wreaked havoc in their home. Had it not been for the neighbors and brothers who came to assist, it is uncertain what chaos Wang Fugui could have unleashed. Yet, Wang Fugui audaciously declared his intent to divorce his daughter. At that moment, the old couple nearly relented. However, remembering their son's instructions, they stood firm. Now, reflecting on it, they felt unperturbed by the prospect of their daughter's divorce. Their son has achieved great success and knows many people. If Wang Fugui dares to divorce their second daughter, he would truly be blind to the consequences. Perhaps it was their son's achievements that instilled in them a sense of confidence. Jiang Yang, upon hearing this, glanced back at his second sister. She has always been timid, and it was this very characteristic that allowed Wang Fugui to manipulate her. In his previous life, she met a tragic end, brutally beaten to death by Wang Fugui. In this life, he must ensure she does not tread the same path. However, he must provide her with reassurance. Otherwise, given her disposition, she might indeed slip away with her daughters. "Sister, do not worry. I will stay in the county for a while longer. In due time, I will find a way to bring you all to the county. I still have some connections regarding employment. I have long envisioned bringing all 5 of my sisters to work in the city. In the future, you will all be workers with stable jobs. Our family will have a solid foundation, and we will not fear anyone." Jiang Xia was taken aback by this declaration and hastily waved her hands. No, I can't do anything. I know nothing. What could I possibly do in the city? I can manage some laundry, cook, and do a bit of farming." In her mind, Jiang Xia believed she was utterly useless. Chapter 52. Divorce is an option. "Look at you, so hopeless. Your brother will eventually be able to support you. And yet you utter such words." The elderly woman displayed a look of disappointment. Jiang Yang chuckled, saying, "Mother, do not speak ill of my sister. She has never left the village and has not seen the world outside. Once I have a dormitory in the city, sister, you should bring the girls and settle in the county. Once you have seen the world beyond, you will realize there is nothing extraordinary about it. You are capable of much. Do not underestimate yourself." Jiang Xia felt a flicker of longing at her brother's words, yet her heart brimmed with fear. Having grown up in the village all these years, she had never set foot in the county. Could she truly become a worker? The family enjoyed a moment of happiness together. The following day, Wang Fugui indeed returned. Jiang Yang was washing his face when he heard the sound of someone kicking open the courtyard gate. He immediately turned to see Wang Fugui entering, flanked by 2 of his brothers. Jiang Yang's expression darkened as he wrung out the towel in his hand, wiping his face while stepping forward to inquire, "Wang Fugui, what brings you here?" He felt a surge of relief that he was home. Otherwise, his sister would have been powerless against Wang Fugui's presence. Wang Fugui, upon seeing Jiang Yang, felt a shiver run down his spine as memories of that day when Jiang Yang had dealt with them resurfaced. "Lao Lu, you're home? What else would I be doing here? I came to take your sister back. What kind of wife stays at her parents' home all day? If this continues, we will divorce. What kind of man am I, left to fend for myself at home?" The moment Wang Fugui mentioned divorce, he exuded confidence, seizing the opportunity to manipulate the Jiang family. No matter how formidable Jiang Yang was, he could not force him to change his stance. Jiang Yang draped the towel over his shoulder and approached the 3 men, causing Wang Fugui to instinctively step back 2 paces, though he still stood his ground. "What do you think you're doing? You can't resort to violence. There are plenty of onlookers. I haven't provoked you. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will not let this go. I want to lay a hand on you. I send tea at you who wishes to divorce my sister. Let us proceed with the divorce today. Go back to your village and get a divorce certificate. I will take my sister with me." Wang Fugui's demeanor changed instantly, his disbelief evident as he looked at Jiang Yang. "You would let your sister divorce me? Do you understand that if she divorces me, she will never be able to marry again with 2 children? What man will want such a burden? You will bring shame to the Jiang family and all the surrounding villages. You can forget about marrying anyone in the future. That is still preferable to my sister enduring hardships in your household." Jiang Yang's words stunned the onlookers in the village, as divorce was a matter of great shame during those times, inviting judgment and scorn. Brother-in-law, why must it come to this? A married daughter is like spilled water. I know I was wrong a few days ago. I will improve. Must we resort to divorce? It benefits neither you nor your sister, and it does not reflect well on the Jiang family. Not divorcing means you will continue to abuse my niece, or will you keep beating my sister? Brother-in-law, you cannot say such things. Why would I strike your sister? She is always running back to her parents, bringing gifts and money. I hit her because of you. Regardless of the reason, it does not justify your violence. I will not allow my sister to return to you. If you insist on this path, I will oppose the divorce. Why should I lose my wife, who is perfectly fine, and have nothing to show for it? I refuse to divorce. Let us see what you can do about it. If you do not divorce, my sister will remain at her parents' home forever. After all, living here with the children is quite pleasant. Jiang Yang knew that the issue of divorce was not straightforward. His previous divorce from Lu Meifeng had stemmed from her family's belief that they could manipulate him, using divorce as a threat. He had simply gone along with it, thus concluding the matter. But Wang Fugue was different. He was a rogue, and the divorce would undoubtedly be contentious. As expected, Wang Fugue became furious upon hearing this. What right do you have to keep my wife and daughter at her parents' home? I tell you, there is no such logic in this world. She is my wife and must return home to serve me. What right do you have? Just because our family has the means? You will not let my sister return? If you have the ability, then let us see you endure this alone. I assure you, my sister will not return. Jiang Yang, you are speaking nonsense. She is my wife and must come back with me. If she does not, how will I survive? Will I be left to starve? Ah, you have spoken the unvarnished truth. It is because your family realizes the loss of my sister's labor, and now you wish to have her back. It is too late. From the moment you struck my sister and attempted to sell your daughters, you forfeited your right to be my brother-in-law. Will you leave of your own accord? Or shall I throw you out? Ah, Jiang Yang, you are resolute in opposing me, are you? Wang Fugue, seeing Jiang Yang's unwavering demeanor, grew anxious and shouted into the house, Jiangxia, come out. You are my wife. You must give me a clear answer. Do you wish to divorce and remain at your parents' home? I warn you, if you dare to divorce, I will break your legs. I will take care of those two burdens as well. If we are to die, let us die together. No one shall have a good life. Jiangxia was horrified by these threats, glancing at her trembling daughters, her heart heavy. The elder daughter and Nyo clung tightly to their mother. Mother, must we go back? If we do, father will beat you and us again. Jiangxia cast a somewhat bitter glance at the neighbor. If we do not return, your father will torment your grandparents daily, and neither your uncle nor your grandparents can endure that. We must go back. Outside, Wang Fugue bellowed, Jiangxia, come out. You must explain to me, do you intend to continue this life or not? If you choose not to, I swear I will not let this matter rest. I will annihilate your entire family. I will put an end to you and those two little brats. Wang Fugue had long forgotten the lesson his brother-in-law had taught him previously, and now his fierce demeanor was fully revealed as he jumped up, shouting to intimidate his father-in-law and mother-in-law. At that moment, a resounding slap struck him, sending him flying out the door. The two brothers from the Wang family were startled and hurriedly retreated. Jiang Yang, don't act recklessly. This is your brother-in-law. Let us not forget the last time you hit him. Our family owes you nothing. The money for your wedding and house was all borrowed from the Wang family. If you truly wish to divorce, that can be arranged, but you must return the money we lent you. Chapter 53, Pay Up. Wang Fugue picked himself up from the ground, clutching his chest in pain. At last, he realized how he had been taught a lesson by his brother-in-law. No longer daring to act as brazenly as before, he now hid behind his two brothers. Yes, if you want a divorce. Do you think I am eager to live with your sister? She is as dull as a log, capable of nothing but hard work. If you wish to divorce, return the money our Wang family lent you, and I'll agree to the divorce. Wang Fugue felt a sense of pride, knowing that the Jiang family could not possibly muster that sum. Wang Fugue, you said it yourself, return the money, and I will divorce my sister. A man's word is his bond. Now, go back and get the divorce certificate. With the household registration book and the divorce certificate, we will finalize the divorce, and I will immediately give you the money. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang felt a stirring in his heart. If it meant liberating his sister from her suffering, he was willing to provide that money. In truth, the debt to the Wang family was not substantial. Wang Fugue himself was not wealthy, and the Wang family was quite protective of his sister. However, Jiang Yang was wary. What if Wang Fugue were to renege on his word and not return the money? Then he would suffer a great loss. Wang Fugue, basking in his perceived triumph, felt he had Jiang Yang in a corner. With so many villagers as witnesses, I would never deceive you. The Jiang family has to continue living in this village. We cannot afford to lose face. Think carefully. Today, if I obtain the divorce certificate, I will immediately give you the money. Otherwise, my sister will remain at her mother's house and will not return. Brother-in-law, why go to such lengths? If your sister truly stays in your house, that adds 3 more mouths to feed. You cannot earn work points in your village with that. It would become a burden. And would your parents be pleased? The 2 brothers hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. If the sister were to divorce, the family would lose a laborer, which was a significant concern. Just then, the elderly couple from the Jiang family emerged from their home. The elder spoke with a stern countenance. I can provide for my own daughter. Our family, even if we face starvation, can support our daughter and granddaughters. We will not allow our in-laws to trample on our dignity as members of the Jiang family. I declare this. My daughter will not return. It's either divorce, or she will stay right here, where she can help manage the household and care for us. Everyone had expected a spectacle, knowing that the elder Jiang family did not live in prosperity. If their daughter and 2 granddaughters were to reside at home, no one could afford to feed so many. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the elder Jiang spoke with such resolve, inciting Wang Fugui's anger. Fine, you Jiang family are forcing my hand. I will return to get the divorce certificate and finalize the divorce. If you do not give me the money today, mark my words, this will not end well. Villagers, you are all witnesses. If the Jiang family is so adamant, I will divorce her. And let us see who will dare to marry a daughter of the Jiang family after that. Wang Fugui felt a surge of indignation, determined to humiliate the Jiang family completely. A divorce would mean the Jiang family could not provide the money, and he could easily take Jiang Xiao back with him. With this thought, he hurried back to fetch the divorce certificate, accompanied by his 2 brothers. Upon reaching the Wang household, Wang Fugui's parents immediately supported their son. Yes, divorce her. Make them pay back the money. I refuse to believe that the Jiang family, so destitute, dares to stand up to us. Wang Fugui obtained the divorce certificate from the village and, armed with the household registration book and the certificate, stormed back to the Jiang family. Meanwhile, the Jiang couple felt a pang of anxiety after Wang Fugui left, pulling their son inside to ask, if we truly have to repay the money, what can we offer? Although the amount owed to the Su family was minimal, combined it still amounted to 7 or 8 dozen yuan. If they had to repay that sum, the elderly couple would struggle to find that much money. Father, you should go to uncle and borrow some money. I will repay it next month when my salary comes in, Jiang Yang suggested. He had money in his pocket, but he could not reveal it. With so many villagers watching, if their family produced money now, it would draw suspicion, especially with only the elderly couple and his 2 sisters at home with their 3 children. It would be easy for others to take notice. The villagers were not the issue, but there were a few rascals who were always up to no good, stealing and causing trouble. It was possible that even Wang Fugui would have his eye on them. However, if they borrowed money from others, it would solidify their family's poverty, and no one would suspect them. Upon hearing this, the elder sighed. Why must you ask uncle and your 3rd uncle? We still owe them from the last time we borrowed money, and now you want to ask again? You know how it is. Our family asking for money is like inviting disdain from relatives. Jiang Yang pulled out money from his pocket and handed it to his father. Father, I don't mean for you to genuinely ask uncle and 3rd uncle for money. It's just a formality. You should loudly announce that you are borrowing from them. In the meantime, we can use this money to settle our debt and smooth things over with them. Father, there are too many eyes and ears. I am just concerned about being targeted. Otherwise, I would certainly produce the money. The elder, holding a thick wad of cash, felt a bit dazed and hurriedly smoothed it out, his face slightly flushed. Son, what is going on here? You have not even been working for a month. How could you have so much money? The amount in his hand was at least 200 yuan, more than enough to repay uncle and 3rd uncle. Though money was precious, the elder had not lost his sense. Father, to be honest, I assisted the factory director's secretary with some tasks. You need to clarify what sort of tasks you undertook. The elderly couple still felt uneasy. To be honest, it involves some dealings in the black market. You know that capable individuals can trade items in the black market for a profit. I helped them with some lifting and moving, so this money is to keep quiet. Jiang Yang spun a tale, knowing his father would not discern the gender of the factory director's secretary or the workings of the black market. Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent. Everyone was aware of black market dealings. Even ordinary people knew that when there was no food at home, they sought ways to trade in the black market. In their village, during weddings, if one needed to buy items like sewing machines or radios that were unavailable, they would often have to seek out the black market for solutions. If that is the case, although it may not be commendable, it cannot be deemed as truly reprehensible either. My dear child, while your father has managed to acquire some money this time, I implore you to refrain from engaging in such activities in the future. Should the patrol team catch wind of this, the consequences would be dire. Rest assured, father, there are leaders looking out for us. What trouble could possibly arise? I am but a mere foot soldier, merely exerting myself alongside them. Engaging in such grand enterprises is far beyond my reach. Chapter 54, A Deception. The old man tucked the money into his waistcoat. At this moment he stood tall, his back no longer hunched, his spirit brimming with vitality, and he turned to stride outside. Upon reaching the door, neighbors were already inquiring, "Oh, old Jiang, is it true that your daughter is getting divorced? How can that be? Just look at my son-in-law's character. He seems intent on exterminating our entire family. This is not merely a matter of in-laws. We are nearing the brink of enmity. If the divorce takes place, my daughter and granddaughter will return, adding 3 more mouths to feed. You owe money to the Wang family. Where will you procure that sum? Ah, Brother Dafu, you speak the truth. Yet I cannot bear to see my daughter suffer. Just look at how Wang Fugui has beaten my daughter. Her body bears no unscathed mark. If it were your daughter being treated thus, would you not feel anguish? Wang Fugui is indeed a scoundrel. I have heard he is back to gambling and resorting to violence. I find myself powerless. If this continues, my daughter may well perish in her husband's home. At least returning to her maternal family offers a chance for survival. That is true. Returning does provide a means of sustenance, but your son just divorced, and now your daughter as well. Your family's fortunes seem to be in disarray. Those who spoke were genuinely relishing the misfortunes of the Jiang family. Little did they know, old Jiang sighed and quickly turned away, saying, "Brother Dafu, could you lend me some money?" Upon hearing this, the elder known as Brother Dafu hurriedly shook his head. "Oh my heavens, brother, who in the entire village is unaware of your family's predicament? You have yet to repay the money borrowed previously. I certainly do not possess the means to fill this void for you." As soon as the mention of borrowing money arose, the crowd promptly retreated to their homes, clearly wary of being ensnared by old Jiang. In an instant, the throng that had gathered outside his yard dispersed. Old Jiang sighed, "The world has changed, and people's hearts have grown cold. We are neighbors after all, yet no one is willing to lend a hand in our time of need. Is there no one among you capable of compassion? I shall seek assistance from my brothers. At least we are family. Truly, they all delight in watching our misfortune. Yet when the moment arises to extend a helping hand, they scatter like frightened rabbits. The next time you seek to borrow money from me, I shall keep my distance." A chuckle erupted from the crowd. "Old Jiang, do not jest. Your family is as poor as a church mouse. It is a kindness that you do not ask us for money. Who would dare to borrow from your household?" Old Jiang, his face flushed with indignation, clutched his pipe tightly and hastily departed. Before long, the villagers witnessed old Jiang being scolded out of his home by his elder brother, nearly receiving a broomstick from his sister-in-law. Can we even continue living like this? You, the head of the household, why do you always act so thoughtlessly? Your brother comes to borrow money time and again, and you assist him each time. The previous debts remain unpaid, and now another hole is being dug. How are we to survive? Oh, dear wife, I am left with no choice. He is my brother. Blood ties run deep. You see, my elder brother has already extended his help. It would be unreasonable for me, as a local, to turn a blind eye. This will be the last time. The very last time." The cries and arguments from their household reached every ear in the village, causing many to shake their heads in pity. The Jiang family had truly drawn the short straw with such an elder. Yet old Jiang returned home in high spirits, not only having repaid all the money owed to his elder brother and third brother, but also possessing extra funds to cover the debt to the Wang family. Thus, while a daughter's divorce may carry an unsavory reputation, it is imperative that the son ensure Wang Fugui does not entangle himself with their family. After all, his son is destined to hold an official position in the future. Were it not for his son, old Jiang would not have mustered the resolve to make such a decision. When Wang Fugui appeared, Jiang Yang specifically made a point of informing the village head. They boarded a tractor from the team and headed to the township, where they promptly completed the necessary paperwork. The township staff inquired briefly. There was no cooling-off period or mediation. They merely asked if divorce was the only option and immediately proceeded with the formalities. Soon, the divorce certificate was in hand. Wang Fugui, brandishing the document, proclaimed with fervor, "Well, the divorce certificate is in hand. Now return the money without delay." Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively. "I can repay you, but it must be done back in the village. If I give it to you now, you may turn around and deny it later." Who would I turn to then? Even 100 mouths could not clarify the matter. Wang Fugui, growing irate, retorted, "Do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? You, little brat, your words carry no weight. Mind your tongue, lest I feel compelled to teach you a lesson right here." Jiang Yang tightened his fists and brandished them, exuding an air of intimidation. Wang Fugui hastily retreated, conceding, Fine, I will watch how you repay this debt." The group returned to the village, where everyone awaited the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Wang Fugui return with them, the crowd quickly gathered. In front of everyone, old Jiang inquired, "Wang Fugui, you borrowed a total of 50 yuan from our family on 2 occasions. Wang Fugui, taken aback, snapped. "Who said it was 50? It was clearly 80. Old Jiang, holding the promissory note, stated, "I have the evidence right here." Wang Fugui, disregarding all else, pulled the note from his pocket. Old Jiang examined it closely, then displayed it to the crowd, including the production team leader and village officials. "Team leader, please observe. It states 80 yuan. Therefore, we shall repay the debt in full today." He produced 80 yuan from his pocket. "You borrowed a total of 80 from our family. Please count it." Wang Fugui hastily counted the money, discovering it indeed amounted to 80 yuan. Doubt clouded his expression as he scrutinized Jiang Yang. "Jiang Yang, you little rascal. Are you trying to swindle me? This money seems too easily obtained. With so many witnesses present, do you truly believe I would dare deceive you?" Jiang Yang dismissed Wang Fugui's concerns. Wang Fugui, still skeptical, took the money and turned to leave with his brother. However, the more he pondered, the more suspicious he became, as he had initially intended to swindle the Jiang family himself. He had planned to claim a debt of 150 yuan. But who would have guessed old Jiang's casual remark would force the truth from Wang Fugui? Realizing this, he smacked his thigh in frustration. "That scoundrel! The Jiang family has deceived me." Yet, the events had already transpired before the eyes of the crowd. Regret was futile. There was no remedy for his remorse. Upon returning home, Wang Fugui's parents immediately inquired, "What transpired? Did they lack the means to repay? Why haven't you hurried to bring your wife back? Without a marriage certificate, she is merely a laborer of no value to us." Wang Fugui's parents had their own schemes in mind. "Oh, do not mention it. The Jiang family actually borrowed money. I only learned upon arriving in the village that yesterday they caused quite a commotion, seemingly coercing their uncle and third uncle's relatives into lending them money. The whole village is aware. Is that little Jiang Xia not returning?" Wang's mother inquired, her tone growing irate. "With Jiang Xia around, my burdens will be lighter. Recently, with Jiang Xia absent, all household chores have fallen to me, as there is no one else to assist." Chapter 55, A Storm Brews Without Wind. "Mother, that little wretch has not returned, but we must reclaim the money." The second and third sons were quite animated, for this sum could benefit the entire family. If they managed to retrieve it, perhaps they could even secure brides for themselves. If the dowry is merely 80 yuan, surely one of them will be able to marry. The elderly lady frowned. How could they let that little hussy go like that? Letting her take advantage of their hospitality all these years. What pained her was the thought of having to toil and labor once more. Ever since Jiang Xia entered their home, she had never lifted a finger to help with the household chores. In the end, she had been the one to bear the brunt of the work. Naturally, the elderly lady was unwilling to accept this fate. "Mother, do not worry. Although we are divorced, Jiang Xia cannot escape my grasp. Those two children are still mine, and when the time comes, I shall easily manage Jiang Xia. Sooner or later, I will compel Jiang Xia to return obediently." Wang Fugui was entirely unconcerned. His mind was filled with visions of newfound wealth, believing that with this money, he could turn his fortunes around and perhaps even amass a substantial fortune. This was an opportunity. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady nodded in satisfaction, recognizing her son as a man of ideas. "Where's the money? You shall give it to me, and I will keep it safe for you. In due time, I can find your brother a bride." The elderly lady was solely focused on securing the money. Wang Fugui, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, "Mother, I have a few matters to attend to. I shall return shortly and then hand over the money." Without allowing his mother to stop him, Wang Fugui dashed away. Meanwhile, the news of Jiang Xia's divorce had stirred the village into a frenzy. Everyone was aware that not only had the son of the Jiang family divorced, but to their astonishment, the second daughter had also ended her marriage, returning home with 2 children in tow. The elderly patriarch and matriarch of the Jiang family had always favored sons over daughters. No one expected them to protect their daughter in this instance, even providing funds for her divorce. Not only that, but they had actually welcomed her and her 2 children back into the home. Such an occurrence was truly rare. Even more astonishing was the news that Uncle Jiang and third Uncle Jiang were willing to lend money to the elderly couple. This was primarily due to the fact that Jiang family's 6th son had ventured out and reportedly secured a position as a chef in a cafeteria in the county, earning a monthly salary. Thus, lending money to the Jiang family no longer seemed like a lost cause, as the 6th son had promised to repay every month, ensuring that all debts would be settled within 6 months. Upon hearing this, the village buzzed with excitement, for no worker had ever emerged from their village before. This was largely due to the lack of opportunities. Typically, laborers were recruited through the production teams, and their remote location made them ineligible. Moreover, the village had few educated individuals who could secure positions elsewhere. The prospect of having a stable job ignited a change in how the villagers viewed the Jiang family. Filled with envy and jealousy, many mocked Lu Meifeng stating that she had lost everything. Who could have foreseen that Jiang family's sixth son would truly become a worker? As this news spread like wildfire, it eventually reached the Liu family the day after Jiang Yang left for work. Since her divorce, Liu Meifeng's parents had been waiting for Jiang Yang to come knocking. She, too, anticipated his arrival, confident that he could not bear to part ways with her. Meanwhile, Liu Meifeng's parents prepared for two scenarios. They would either help their daughter find another suitor should a more suitable match arise, or wait for the Jiang family to come begging, seizing the opportunity to demand 500 yuan for a job. However, they were blindsided when Liu's mother rushed into the house, her face pale with concern. What is going on with Jiang Yang? Did you tell him about the job you were supposed to buy? Do you realize he is now working in the cafeteria at the steel factory in the county? Liu Meifeng was taken aback. That cannot be. My brother informed me about the job. I never revealed to Jiang Yang who I was buying it from, and he has no connections. I never told him where the job was from. Liu's mother scowled. The whole village is buzzing about Jiang Yang working at the steel factory. The rumors are getting out of hand. You need to investigate this matter. We cannot let things spiral out of control or risk Jiang Yang seeking a divorce, possibly trying to leave us with nothing. Liu Meifeng laughed in disbelief. Mother, Jiang Yang lacks the intelligence for that. He is as foolish as a pig. He believes everything I say. Enough with your nonsense. The village would not be spreading such rumors without reason. You should accompany your brother to the county and verify if that job has indeed been sold. Liu's mother was anxious about the 500 yuan job. If it fell through, what would they do? Their son had a fiancée, and if she learned that he was about to secure a stable position, they could not allow the Jiang family to ruin it. Liu Meifeng, skeptical yet intrigued, set off with her second brother to the county, knowing the way well. Li Chaoyang prepared a meal for his mother, observing her improving health with growing delight. The wisest decision he made in his life was giving Jiang Yang the job. When someone knocked at the door, he opened it to find a man and a woman standing there. Whom do you seek? He asked warmly. His good mood reflected in his demeanor. Liu Meifeng felt a surge of excitement. Comrade, do you not remember me? I came to you about the job last time. Li Chaoyang suddenly recalled her as the one who had readily agreed to pay 500 yuan. I have already sold that position to someone else, so there is no point in coming back to me. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang remembered. Wait, we had a deal. You cannot just sell the job to someone else. Liu Meifeng exclaimed anxiously, realizing that such jobs were not easily obtained. This job is mine. You agreed to pay 500 yuan, but then you disappeared. Why should I sell it to someone else if they offer a better price? Li Chaoyang's patience wore thin as he regarded her. Enough. I have already sold the job. Your words hold no weight. Now please leave. Liu Meifeng pressed. Comrade, who did you sell it to? Can you tell me? Li Chaoyang, growing increasingly impatient, replied. Why should I tell you? We are not acquainted. Are you trying to stir up trouble? He stated firmly. I sold it to my brother. I can sell to whomever I please. Now leave. Li Chaoyang was determined to support Jiang Yang, knowing that his mother would need assistance again in 2 years. Did you sell the job to someone with the surname Jiang? Liu Meifeng and her brother were pushed out the door. Desperate, she asked. Alas, you seem to have gathered quite a bit of information. My brother's surname is indeed Jiang. Let me assure you, do not trouble him. Should you dare to cause him any distress, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Li Chaoyang felt a tinge of wariness, perceiving the pair before him as rather unsavory characters. He resolved to inform Jiang Yang post-haste to prevent these individuals from causing him any inconvenience. It truly is Jiang Yang. This scoundrel had the audacity to usurp my position. Upon hearing this, Liu Jiqiang was consumed with rage. The siblings strolled along the path, with Liu Jiqiang lamenting, This is all your fault. Why did you choose to divorce? Had you not done so, this job would have been mine. Now, look at that Jiang Yang. Not only has he secured the position for a mere 500 yuan, but he's also actively employed there. What are we to do now? My sister-in-law's family still believes I'm going to work at the steel mill. If this opportunity slips away, how will I ever win my wife back? I tell you, you must approach Jiang Yang and make him relinquish that job to me. Liu Jiqiang's expression was one of discontent, feeling that his sister had lost her senses. Liu Meifeng, however, felt compelled to reassure her older brother. Brother, do not fret. Rest assured, I will ensure Jiang Yang concedes the position to you. You see, Jiang Yang cannot resist my presence. Hearing this, Liu Jiqiang felt a semblance of calm. Jiang Yang was nothing more than his sister's sycophant. Nowadays, one must show no mercy to such ingrates. His sister's words rang true. Very well. I shall escort you to the steel mill cafeteria. You can seek him out. The two arrived at the steel mill, inquiring about the cafeteria's location at the gatehouse. Unfortunately, the guard denied them entry, insisting they summon Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang was busy in the cafeteria, and upon hearing that someone at the gate was looking for him, he immediately surmised it was the insufferable Liu Meifeng. He knew that sooner or later, his secure position in the county would reach the Liu family. He had deliberately refrained from delivering a decisive blow to the Lius, biding his time to slowly dismantle them. In the previous life, Liu Meifeng had drained his family's resources. The Liu family had brought ruin upon his own, and he could not allow Liu Meifeng to live her life in peace. He would employ a methodical approach, gradually bringing about the Liu family's downfall while ensuring Liu Meifeng tasted the bitterness of loss. As noon approached and Jiang Yang completed his cooking, he finally stepped out, only to find Liu Meifeng and her brother squatting by the wall. They had been waiting there for 3 hours, having left home without breakfast and now famished. Liu Meifeng had assumed that upon learning she was seeking him, Jiang Yang would come rushing out, but to her surprise, he remained absent for hours. Although she considered leaving, the matter of her brother's job weighed heavily on her. This was not the time for her to indulge in temper tantrums. She had learned from the gatekeeper that Jiang Yang had swiftly ascended from an apprentice to the head chef of the cafeteria, with a salary far surpassing that of a mere apprentice. Most troubling was the revelation that Jiang Yang had also managed to secure a position for her brother-in-law, Zhao Deshang. In the cafeteria, Liu Meifeng felt a pang of envy. How could Jiang Yang keep such good fortune from her? She resolved to ensure that her brother would also find work in the cafeteria. If Jiang Yang could bring Zhao Deshang in, surely he could do the same for others. It was astonishing how much Jiang Yang had achieved in just a few days. She planned to offer him a modicum of kindness, perhaps even feign a reconciliation, believing he would eagerly accept. As patience wore thin, the two finally spotted Jiang Yang emerging. Liu Jiqiang sprang to his feet and tugged at his sister's sleeve. Jiang Yang approached them, inquiring, "What do you two want?" He was acutely aware that his ex-wife's visit was solely motivated by employment. Liu Meifeng stood up, adorned with what she deemed a captivating expression, infused with a hint of pride. "Jiang Yang, we need to talk." She shot a glance at her brother, and Liu Jiqiang hurriedly remarked, "Yes, you two talk. Brother-in-law, I'll step aside and wait." Jiang Yang's expression turned frosty as he retorted, "I do not recognize you as my brother-in-law. Do not presume to claim familial ties recklessly." Liu Jiqiang felt a twinge of embarrassment, his anger simmering at Jiang Yang's audacity. Once so eager to win his sister's affection and tirelessly labor for their family, Jiang Yang had now become insufferably arrogant with a legitimate job. Once he reclaimed that position, Jiang Yang would face the consequences. Observing Jiang Yang's cafeteria uniform stirred a feeling of envy within him. Liu Meifeng, incensed by Jiang Yang's words, stomped her foot in frustration. "Jiang Yang, how dare you speak to my brother in such a manner?" Jiang Yang dismissed her with, "Enough of this banter. If you have something to say, say it. I have matters to attend to and lack the time to waste here." His impatience was palpable, fully aware of Liu Meifeng's intentions. "If you maintain this attitude, we cannot have a productive conversation. I came with good intentions, hoping to discuss the importance of a complete family for our child and to consider a fresh start. I did not expect this response from you." "Very well. I shall take my leave. Do not regret this later." Liu Meifeng attempted to wield her previous influence over Jiang Yang, convinced that merely suggesting reconciliation would prompt him to reveal his true feelings. Surely, he still harbored affection for her. After all, Jiang Yang had once gone to great lengths to win her over. Human nature does not change overnight, nor do preferences. Liu Meifeng attributed Jiang Yang's current indifference to his disheartenment over her reluctance to reunite. "I am leaving." As she took a few steps away, feeling Jiang Yang's obstinacy, she turned back in anger, only to find him already walking away toward the factory. "Jiang Yang, where are you going?" He coldly replied, "Did you not say you were leaving?" "I am returning to work." Just then, Feng Meihua, in her high heels, appeared and smiled as she approached Jiang Yang. "Ah, Jiang Yang, are you off work?" Jiang Yang returned her smile. "Secretary Feng, have you finished for the day? I have some items I need to attend to. Would you like to take a look?" It had been a while since their last clandestine meeting, and Jiang Yang was eager to liquidate some possessions, which would also allow him to settle debts owed to several of his brothers-in-law, a burden weighing heavily on his conscience. Upon hearing this, Feng Meihua's eyes lit up, her smile growing even more radiant. The small countenance was suffused with joy, drawing closer to Jiang Yang almost involuntarily, their bodies nearly touching. "Truly, what splendid treasures had come this time. The items you provided last time were exceptionally useful. I assure you, I have never encountered anything so effective in the market." My sisters concurred as well. "Should you have more of these delights, I guarantee we shall all desire them." At that moment, a figure rushed over, forcefully pulling Feng Meihua away, nearly causing her to stumble. Fortunately, Jiang Yang caught her by the waist. Had he not, her high heels would have surely sent her sprawling. The warmth of his large hands enveloped her waist, and she could feel the surge of strength emanating from him. Unexpectedly, she realized that Jiang Yang, despite his slender appearance, possessed considerable power. However, there was little time for contemplation as her gaze shifted to the woman before her. Feng Meihua steadied herself, brushing off the dirt from her attire, and calmly inquired, "Comrade, what do you think you are doing?" Lu Meifeng pointed accusingly at Feng Meihua. "Jiang Yang, who is she? How dare you associate with another woman behind my back? You truly are shameless." With an aggressive demeanor, she continued, "Do you even realize he is a married man? Do you not feel any shame in pursuing him? Do you know what you're doing is called? A loose woman? Let me tell you, if you dare to covet my man, I will not let this matter rest." As her words fell, Jiang Yang swiftly positioned Feng Meihua behind him, his expression icy as he retorted, "Lu Meifeng, cease your nonsensical accusations. Who is your man? We have been divorced for quite some time. Do you comprehend what divorce means? It signifies that a man and woman are free from one another. She has no bearing on my life. Understand this. Both of you are now outsiders. This is my friend, Secretary Feng. Naturally, I will protect my friend. I am quite clear on the distinction between my acquaintances and outsiders. So refrain from seeking me out in the future." Turning anxiously to assess Secretary Feng, who was indeed his fortunate star, Jiang Yang asked, "Secretary Feng, are you all right? Were you hurt?" Feng Meihua shook her head, a smile gracing her features as she brazenly scrutinized Lu Meifeng. "Is this your ex-wife? Not particularly impressive, is she? Your taste seems rather questionable." The manner in which she addressed Lu Meifeng indicated the stark imbalance of power in their marital relationship. Lu Meifeng, incensed by Feng Meihua's disdainful gaze, had never before encountered such contempt. She had always been the favored one in her village. This was the first time she felt belittled. "Where are you exactly? Let me tell you, keep your distance from Jiang Yang. He is my husband. We have a child together, and although we are currently divorced, I will remarry him, Lu Meifeng. Have you lost your mind? A divorce is a divorce. It means we have no connection whatsoever. How dare you even mention child? How have you treated her throughout her life? You still have the audacity to bring up the child? I tell you, Lu Meifeng, I will never remarry you." Jiang Yang turned and took Feng Meihua by the hand, urging, "Let us go, Secretary Feng." Lu Meifeng, in disbelief, shouted after them, "Jiang Yang, you will regret this. Do you believe I want to find another man immediately? You will never have the chance to win me back." As she watched Jiang Yang leave without a backward glance, a sense of loss surged within her. She felt something slipping from her grasp. Seeing his sister being bullied, Lu Jiqiang rushed over. "Jiang Yang, what are you doing? Are you even a man? Why protect a stranger instead of your wife?" "Lu Jiqiang, Lu Meifeng, stop pretending to be oblivious. We have long been divorced, do you understand? Divorce means that we are no longer connected. She has no relevance to me. You both are outsiders now. This is my friend, Secretary Feng, and I will certainly protect my friend. I'm clear on the boundaries. Do not come looking for me again." Jiang Yang turned back to examine Secretary Feng with concern. She was indeed his lucky charm. "Secretary Feng, are you all right?" Feng Meihua shook her head, smiling, and brazenly appraised Lu Meifeng. "Is this your ex-wife? Not particularly impressive, is she? Your taste seems rather questionable." Lu Meifeng's anger flared at Feng Meihua's gaze, having never before been so scorned. "Where are you? I'll tell you. Stay away from Jiang Yang. He is my husband. We even have a child together, and though we are currently divorced, I will remarry him, Lu Meifeng. Have you lost your mind? A divorce is a divorce. It means we have no connection whatsoever. How dare you even mention the child? How have you treated her throughout her life? You still have the audacity to bring up the child? I tell you, Lu Meifeng, I will never remarry you." Jiang Yang turned and took Feng Meihua by the hand, urging, "Let us go, Secretary Feng." Lu Meifeng, in disbelief, shouted after them, "Jiang Yang, you will regret this. Do you believe I want to find another man immediately? You will never have the chance to win me back." As she watched Jiang Yang leave without a backward glance, a sense of loss surged within her. She felt something slipping from her grasp. Lu Jiqiang, witnessing Jiang Yang's departure, cursed. "That scoundrel found another woman immediately after our divorce. You really should have handled it better, instead of arguing with him. Now look, what if he finds another woman? How will you explain this to mom and dad?" Lu Meifeng, hearing this, felt a wave of insecurity wash over her. She had boasted to her parents that she would certainly win Jiang Yang back. Chapter 58, New Terms. As Feng Meihua walked alongside Jiang Yang, she observed the stormy expression on his face, a stark contrast to his usual affable demeanor when he saw her. "Am I delaying your affairs? If you wish to go back to your ex-wife, what is the harm? If you truly cherish her, humbling yourself before her is no disgrace." Jiang Yang, with a sardonic smile, lifted his gaze to meet Feng Meihua's amused expression. "It seems you are eager for me to seek out my ex-wife. You revel in this spectacle, don't you?" Feng Meihua was amused by Jiang Yang's attitude. "This isn't mere entertainment. We are friends, and I am offering you sincere advice. Very well, but I cannot accept such advice. My ex-wife is a brother-supporting demon. What do you mean by brother-supporting demon? Rather, it should be termed brother-supporting witch. She has 2 older brothers. She did not marry me for love or admiration. She simply saw me as a means to an end, given my family's expectations of me as the only son among 5 sisters. I was an easy target, and, among her many suitors, I was the most obedient and eager to please. That is why she chose me. Oh my, what new terminology is this? What does brother-supporting demon mean? And what about licking dog? A licking dog refers to someone who, despite being mistreated repeatedly, continues to wag their tail and ingratiate themselves. Have you seen a pet dog wagging its tail so vigorously it seems to bloom? I am that dog. Feng Meihua burst into laughter. You seem quite manly. I never imagined you would be a licking dog. Indeed, you have misjudged me. I used to be exceedingly subservient to my ex-wife. Whatever she desired, I would provide, and it led to our family's downfall. However, my ex-wife clearly holds me in contempt and believes that even after our divorce, I would still come crawling back to her. Jiang Yang was unbothered by the revelation of his past. He knew Lu Meifeng would likely come looking for him again, creating a scene at work. He had no shame in this era when a woman's reputation post-divorce was often tarnished, while men faced no such stigma. As long as he, Jiang Yang, was unrepentant, no one could morally constrict him, not even Lu Meifeng. Feng Meihua remarked, I perceive your ex-wife harboring ill intentions. You must be prepared. Rest assured, experiencing a setback once does not render one a fool, and I am certainly not naive. By the way, when shall we visit the courtyard? Perhaps after work this evening? You may not be aware, but they have called me several times, eager for me to get in touch with you. They are quite interested in your wines, cigarettes, and other assorted items. Those exclusive supplies are simply unavailable in the market. In truth, I do not possess many of these items myself. My friend has informed me that such exclusive goods are exceedingly hard to procure, and he can only acquire a small quantity. Your friend certainly possesses remarkable capabilities. By the way, our factory is soon to welcome a group of foreign experts. The cafeteria must be adequately prepared, especially you, the newly appointed head chef, should have some awareness of this. Feng Meihua, being the factory director's secretary, naturally has access to this first-hand information. Within a couple of days, the entire factory will be aware of this news. She is not leaking secrets, merely doing a favor for Jiang Yang. Secretary Feng, I must express my gratitude. This information is quite significant for me. Jiang Yang felt a surge of appreciation for Feng Meihua. No wonder he had noticed Zhang Dashan acting mysteriously these past few days. It appears he had received the news in advance. After all, he is somewhat lacking in connections within the factory. What thanks? As friends, we ought to be sincere with one another. Feng Meihua cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yang, her gaze somewhat flirtatious. It was undeniable that Jiang Yang was quite handsome, particularly when he had defended her earlier, exuding a distinct masculinity. The memory of his iron arms encircling her waist sent a shiver down her spine. Of course, if Jiang Yang were not divorced, she might have entertained thoughts of him, but given their current circumstances, any romantic notion seemed utterly implausible. The flirtatious glance from Feng Meihua momentarily caught Jiang Yang off guard. However, he quickly regained his composure. While it is indeed enjoyable to receive such attention from a beautiful and vivacious woman, he was not a fool. In this age, social standing and compatibility matter significantly. Even ordinary individuals seek partners who are well-matched. As a twice-married man, he had essentially been eliminated from the marriage market, making it difficult to find a suitable partner. Especially with someone like Secretary Feng, who possessed considerable influence, any romantic entanglement was simply out of reach. While Jiang Yang certainly had the means to pursue Feng Meihua should he desire, his heart was not inclined towards such pursuits. Women, for him, were an optional endeavor. He had yet to encounter one he felt he could truly cherish. In truth, he could easily dedicate himself to raising his daughter. His little girl was the one for whom he would willingly expend all his efforts. Then there were his 5 sisters, whom he wished to compensate for the shortcomings of his life. His parents were also among them. Beyond these individuals, he had little inclination to extend his care to others. He would not indulge anyone else, nor would he pursue anyone anew. I feel the same. My sincerity towards friends remains unwavering. Feng Meihua felt a tinge of disappointment. She had not anticipated that Jiang Yang, a vibrant young man, would exhibit no bashfulness in her presence. Was it possible that he remained deeply attached to his ex-wife? Yet, the woman he had been with did not possess her beauty and appeared far more arrogant. Was it possible that Jiang Yang favored such a type? The two parted ways, having agreed on a time to venture out together that evening. Upon returning to the cafeteria, Jiang Yang spotted Zhang Dashan and 3 apprentices engaged in a meeting, whispering and jotting down notes, undoubtedly preparing to welcome the foreign experts. He felt no urgency, As he entered the cafeteria, Zhao Deshang hurried over. Did you hear? I just received word that foreign experts are coming to our factory in a couple of days. This brought a smile to Jiang Yang's face. It appeared his brother-in-law's resourcefulness was indeed manifesting. In just a month, he had managed to establish such a channel of information. Well done, brother-in-law. You managed to obtain such internal news. He produced 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to his brother-in-law. Although it seemed extravagant to offer Zhonghua cigarettes to others at this moment, it was unavoidable. They were the least conspicuous item in his villa. I can't accept this. These cigarettes are too expensive. I have enough with just 2 boxes of Schwanto foam. Zhao Deshang quickly declined. Take them. These will be far more useful when meeting with higher-ups. Don't try to persuade me. I understand your reasoning. But what do we do in the next few days? Look at Zhang Dashan and the others. They have already begun preparations, while we remain unready. Zhao Deshang was anxious about this. Ever since Jiang Yang had dealt with Han Gang, there had been no updates from Zhang Dashan's side, which only heightened their concern. Don't worry. We have no need to rush. Everything will be taken care of with me around. Just trust me, Jiang Yang reassured him, unperturbed by the refined tastes of the foreign guests, who preferred Western cuisine. Even if Zhang Dashan were to exert himself to the utmost, he would still struggle to please the foreigners. Of course, Jiang Yang was aware that Zhang Dashan would likely seize this opportunity to undermine him, perhaps turning it into a chance for his own advancement. Zhao Deshang, witnessing his brother-in-law's nonchalance, felt increasingly anxious. Yet he was unsure how to address his brother-in-law. Ever since he started working in the cafeteria, he had seemed particularly resolute, rendering Zhao Deshang's words ineffective, and he felt a loss for how to approach the situation. With a sigh, he returned to his duties, though his mind remained restless. As the end of the workday approached, Zhang Dashan and Zhao Xiwang diligently prepared dishes to entertain the foreign experts, while Jiang Yang leisurely wrapped up his day. Han Gang seethed with resentment, gritting his teeth at the thought of that little brat leaving work early. Did he not receive the news? Song Deshan Shotong Gong on exasperated glance. Is this all you're capable of? You failed to deal with him, and now you hold a grudge? Let me tell you about this kid. We should avoid provoking him for now. This matter is of great importance. You must have heard that the higher-ups have already relayed this information. The foreign experts are crucial for our factory. We must ensure everything goes smoothly. Otherwise, if the production line encounters issues, we will bear the brunt of the responsibility. If we can impress the foreign experts, we will gain recognition. Han Gang's eyes narrowed as he schemed. Don't worry, master. I know where to strike. That little brat is digging his own grave. He need only await the consequences. Jiang Yang rode his bicycle to the factory gate and soon spotted Feng Meihua. Dressed in a fitted dress and heels, she had added a light jacket due to the slightly cool weather. As she approached him with a smile, she said, Comrade Jiang, might I trouble you for a ride? Secretary Feng, you are being overly polite, as if I were a stranger. Jiang Yang carried 2 large bags. Those LV canvas tote bags. At this moment, people did not comprehend the significance of LV, so to the casual observer, they appeared to be ordinary canvas bags of little note. He pulled out a small package and handed it to Feng Meihua. This is something I specifically selected for you. I believe you will appreciate it. You haven't finished using the cosmetics from last time. Save this for later, when you run out, as it remains fresh. As Feng Meihua settled onto the back seat, she opened the bag, revealing 2 boxes. What are these? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. The hydrating and skin-smoothing face mask has revealed to me that you seem to have developed a few blemishes on your face recently. This particular mask is remarkably effective for acne. Feng Meihua touched the small bumps on her forehead and cheeks, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. You certainly observe with great attention. She remarked. Feng, the beauty of the factory, would surely have all the unmarried male employees paying close attention to her every move. What you wear each day, the hairstyle you choose, and the lipstick you apply are all frequent topics of conversation among the staff. It's not that I am deliberately fixated on you. It's simply impossible not to be concerned. Seated in the back, Feng Meihua couldn't help but pinch the flesh on Jiang Yang's waist with considerable force. To her surprise, however, his toned muscles resisted her attempt, resulting in a hearty laugh from him. Are you trying to tickle me, Secretary Feng? He chuckled. She had to admit that the sensation of those soft hands exploring his waist was somewhat intoxicating. Any man could not help but entertain a few fanciful thoughts. Embarrassed and flustered, she acknowledged that his physique was rather impressive. Who would have thought that someone who appears so slender could possess such strength? She teased. Well, after all, I do have an 8-pack, he replied with a grin. And what does a chef need an 8-pack for? She inquired. What is wrong with being a chef? Shouldn't a chef aspire to a good physique? Jiang Yang beamed with pride, for he was particularly attentive to his body management since his rebirth. After all, in his previous life, he had been a balding, portly man, This time, he aimed to be a desirable figure, a veritable wolf dog that would make others envious. Exercise was certainly not in vain. Their banter continued as they arrived at the courtyard at the end of the alley. It seemed the residents had already heard their voices and quickly opened the door. Jiang Yang was met with Cheng Ziyuan's hostile gaze. Without acknowledging Jiang, Cheng smiled and said, "Ah, Feng, you finally arrived. I brought you some wonderful gifts today. Come in and take a look." However, Feng Meihua hesitated to enter, smiling as she replied, "Hold on, let Xiao Jiang put his bicycle away. We should all go in together. It wouldn't be fair to leave him behind." Cheng was clearly taken aback by Feng Meihua's consideration for Jiang Yang. "Oh dear, Xiao Jiang is quite fortunate to have you waiting for him," he remarked. Jiang Yang, however, merely smiled in silence, uninterested in engaging with someone so eager to curry favor. It was evident that Cheng was attempting to target him simply because of his closeness to Feng Meihua. Carrying 2 large bags, he strode inside, only to be immediately beset by Xiao Qiao and Xiao Meng. "Xiao Jiang, you finally come. We've been anxiously waiting for you. The last items you brought us were incredibly useful. You have no idea how envious my friends are. What have you brought this time?" "My friend said that whatever good things you have, you must share with them." The 2 girls pulled Jiang Yang towards the interior. Observing Jiang Yang being so eagerly attended to by the 2 young women stirred a twinge of discomfort in Feng Meihua. Chapter 60, Unmasking Identities. Lu Wei approached with a smile. "Ah, Xiao Jiang, you're finally here? I must tell you, Xiao Qiao and Xiao Meng were practically jumping with anticipation earlier. You've certainly stolen the spotlight, becoming the most popular among the girls." "Secretary Lu, I brought plenty of good things this time. Perhaps you'll find something you need," Jiang Yang responded, having reorganized the items he had previously brought. This time he had exchanged 3 watches. After all, what man doesn't he appreciate a fine watch? Instead of cosmetics, he had brought several garments for the young women. Jiang Yang had previously noted that Feng Meihua, Xiao Qiao, and Xiao Meng were all exceptionally well-proportioned and stood out from the crowd. Given their figures, the luxurious women's clothing he had collected would surely be of use. However, some of the high-end pieces were specifically tailored for formal occasions, making them unsuitable for the current gathering. Yet, these young women were somewhat resigned to the limitations of their current choices. Most women were currently opting for athletic innerwear, which offered little variety. But he had some exquisite pieces of lace and seamless innerwear that would likely send these young ladies into a frenzy, even if it might tarnish his reputation as a rogue. They would undoubtedly grumble about him while simultaneously being drawn to the items. With the arrival of the 2 girls, the atmosphere indeed became lively. Yet many still maintained a respectful distance from Jiang Yang, engaging in minimal conversation. Xiao Meng and Xiao Qiao, however, pulled him aside. "Xiao Jiang, do you still have the items from last time? If your friend has any, we'll take as many as you can get. Don't worry about the price." The 2 girls were tasked by their friends, bearing a significant responsibility. Jiang Yang displayed a conflicted expression. "Those items are difficult to procure. If you've done your research, you know they aren't available on the market. They were brought back from abroad. My friend mentioned he would bring more next time he travels. And others can also assist if they venture abroad." He understood that valuable items could not be too readily available, lest they lose their worth. His association with these individuals was merely to accumulate initial capital and expand his network, not to embark on a path to wealth. If he produced too many items, people would perceive him as desperate for money. He preferred to present only a few sought-after items. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the 2 girls' expressions fell. "Then what do you have this time? Is there anything we can use?" It seemed they might return empty-handed, and their disappointment was evident. "I do have some items suitable for you, but it's inappropriate to display them in front of so many people. Perhaps you could come find me privately?" He certainly could not reveal all his innerwear with so many men watching. He feared being labeled a rogue. With Cheng Ziyuan's character, he might even seize the opportunity to get him into trouble. The 2 girls could only nod in disappointment. Suddenly, Feng Meihua appeared from behind. "What secretive whispers are you 2 sharing? What delightful treasures are you keeping from me?" Jiang Yang chuckled. "How could we possibly keep a secret from you? What could be so valuable as to be missed by you?" Feng Meihua felt somewhat reassured and whispered, "Comrade Xiao Jiang, you can't be ungrateful. It was I who introduced you to this circle. If you dare to burn bridges, I assure you, you won't be able to come next time." "Oh, my dear lady, how could I ever dare to burn bridges? Out of gratitude for the information you shared with me yesterday, I wouldn't dream of such a thing," he replied with a grin, prompting a triumphant sparkle in Feng Meihua's eyes, clearly pleased by his acknowledgement. Cheng Ziyuan, however, interjected, "Meihua, why have you brought this Jiang Yang along? Do you even know who he is?" For reasons unknown, Cheng's voice rose abruptly, filled with indignation. "How could I not know? He is someone I brought here. I am well aware of his background." Feng Meihua could hardly tolerate Cheng's smug demeanor, as if he were above everyone else. You're aware of his background? Do you not realize he is merely a cook in our factory as cafeteria? Bringing such a person into our circle is an embarrassment to us all. Lu Wei, weigh in on this. Where are our standings and what is his? Cheng Yuan glared at Jiang Yang with disdain, while the others, who had been laughing and conversing, fell silent, their gazes fixed on Jiang Yang. Lu Wei was somewhat taken aback. He had speculated about Jiang Yang's identity. However, since they had only interacted once, it seemed inappropriate to inquire further into Jiang Yang's background. The mere fact that Feng Meihua had deemed him suitable for introduction was enough to assure them of his character, which allowed them to engage with him freely. Yet, within this circle, its members were predominantly secretaries, educators, or leaders from local factories. Despite their small numbers, they represented the crème de la crème of the county's youthful elite. Each individual bore a unique identity and hailed from diverse familial backgrounds. Lu Wei had initially assumed that even if Jiang Yang came from humble beginnings, he must be doing reasonably well. Otherwise, he could not possibly befriend someone as capable as Feng Meihua. However, upon learning that Jiang Yang was a chef, the others could not help but regard him with a modicum of disdain. Ji Wei, what madness has overtaken you? You must be mistaken. Xiao Jiang was brought here by Meihua. Shi Wun Ti, indeed. Jiang Yang is a chef. Feng Meihua interjected, unabashedly revealing the truth while playfully evaluating the expressions of those present. As anticipated, these acquaintances, who had just moments ago been treating Jiang Yang as a comrade, now displayed a hint of condescension upon hearing of his culinary profession. Yet, Jiang Yang remained remarkably composed, greeting everyone with poise. Comrades, I neglected to introduce myself during our last meeting. My name is Jiang Yang, and I'm a chef in the cafeteria of our machinery factory. I am fortunate to have become friends with Secretary Feng, which has allowed me to join your circle. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Ziyuan sprang up, exclaiming, "See, I told you so. I investigated him thoroughly. He is indeed a chef in the machinery factory's cafeteria. Moreover, he has barely been there a month. Are you all truly willing to associate with someone of such humble standing? Aren't you concerned about diminishing your own stature?" Cheng Ziyuan stepped forward and patted Jiang Yang on the shoulder. "Comrade, you do not belong in our circle. You should promptly return from whence you came." Chapter 61, We Never Said That. Comrade Cheng Ziyuan, the ancients have said that a hero's origins matter not. Furthermore, we are all quite young, each with boundless potential. Currently, I am a chef, but who can predict what I might become in the future? Just like Secretary Liu, you are a secretary now. Yet perhaps in a decade or so, you will ascend to a leadership position in the province or city. Being a secretary is merely a stepping stone to greater heights. Indeed, Xiao Jiang speaks wisely. Everything we possess now is merely a beginning, and none can foretell what the future holds. Feng Meihua, observing Jiang Yang es unasuming de mianor, found herself admiring him even more. She had never anticipated that a chef would remain unperturbed upon having his identity revealed. Of course, this was her first time engaging in such an unconventional act, introducing a chef to her circle of friends. Yet, when she encountered Jiang Yang, it felt as though everything had changed. This man possessed an extraordinary charm, and although she recognized he was leveraging their acquaintance, she found herself unwittingly ensnared by him. It was worth noting that merely a month prior, Jiang Yang had been an apprentice, not even a chef. In just a few days, he had transformed into a chef, and she firmly believed in his assertion that all he was doing now was laying the groundwork for the future. The future was indeed promising. Cheng Ziyuan, however, erupted into laughter. "Xiao Feng, why are you still engaging him? What can a chef possibly achieve in the future?" The ancients were right. A hero's origins matter not. But one must first be a hero. Look at him. When has a chef ever transformed into a hero? He is fortunate to be anything but a bear. We all progress towards different positions because we started from different places. Take Secretary Liu, for example. He is a secretary now, but he may become a section chief, director, or ascend to an even higher rank. But what of him? He is a chef now, and his future is clear. He will merely become a famous chef. His trajectory is entirely predictable. What do you hope to gain from associating with him? Will he cook you a meal? Cheng Ziyuan's words caused many to feel a chill in their hearts. Indeed, while Jiang Yang's earlier remarks were thought-provoking, the distinction between heroes and mere mortals was undeniable. Jiang Yang was a chef and would likely remain one, perhaps merely becoming a well-known chef. The social standing of chefs was not particularly high. In contrast, each of them was on a path that had no connection to the profession of cooking. They would be the ones who would eventually be catering to Jiang Yang, not the other way around. With this perspective, Jiang Yang's previous statements could easily be interpreted as mere rationalizations. Lu Wei stepped forward with a smile. Even if they had no intention of maintaining a relationship with Jiang Yang in the future, there was no need for them to sever ties so abruptly. They were not Feng Jiwei, and their interests did not conflict with Jiang Yang's. They would not insult someone of such humble standing, nor would they deliberately belittle him. They were all cultured individuals and valued their reputations. All right, Xiao Cheng, let us refrain from speaking nonsense. We are all equals here. We live in a socialist nation that upholds the principle of equality, disregarding the hierarchy of professions. If you continue to speak in such a manner, we might just become offended. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone present grasped the implications. Even if they were not fond of Jiang Yang and did not wish to associate with him, they had to maintain a sense of decorum. Indeed, what does it matter what job one holds? Whether chef or secretary, is it not all just work? Several others chimed in agreement. I despise this hypocrisy. You all know that Jiang Yang's status is incongruous with ours, yet you insist on preaching equality. I'll make it clear, Jiang Yang, you should leave at once. This place is not meant for you. Today, it's either him or me. Cheng Ziyuan was well aware that these individuals could not expel him, for he held considerable influence among them. Upon hearing this, many cast furtive glances at Jiang Yang, although no one uttered words meant to humiliate or drive him away. The message was unmistakable. They wished for him to take the hint and depart voluntarily. Jiang Yang comprehended that his time in this unsavory gathering had come to an end. Just as he was preparing to bid farewell with a smile, he was unexpectedly met with Feng Meihua stepping forward and linking her arm with his, displaying an intimate demeanor. Ah, did you not say that if he is here, then I am not, and vice versa? Since he is my guest, if you do not welcome him, it is tantamount to rejecting me. Therefore, we shall take our leave. She turned to Jiang Yang with a smile. Shout, Jiang, let us go. They may not appreciate you, but I certainly do. I shall introduce you to my father another day. He is quite the foodie and relishes both northern and southern cuisines. He detests the idea of social hierarchies and values chefs above all else. Be sure to impress him, for it is not unthinkable that this chef could one day rise to prominence. In the future, I may very well need your protection. Her words bore no hint of condescension, yet it was evident that she was invoking her father's influence as a support for Jiang Yang. Lu Wei felt a surge of understanding. They all knew who Feng Meihua's family was. Her parents were formidable figures, and her grandparents even more so. She was undoubtedly a true second-generation heir. As the sole child of the Feng family, she had been lavishly indulged. Feng Meihua's father was indeed a connoisseur of food and had high culinary standards, particularly when it came to dining experiences. In times of hardship, one could overlook certain things, but for those with means, culinary excellence was paramount. Lu Wei suddenly realized why Feng Meihua regarded Jiang Yang with such newfound respect. With Feng Meihua's unwavering support for Jiang Yang, it became evident to him that whether Feng Meihua was enamored with Jiang Yang as a person or simply captivated by his culinary prowess, Jiang Yang would undoubtedly rise to prominence within the Feng family. With the Feng family providing steadfast backing, even if Jiang Yang were but a simpleton, he could ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain. He hastily stepped forward and proclaimed, "Oh no, Meihua, since he is your friend, he is naturally our friend as well. Xiao Jiang, we haven't said anything. This is all from Cheng Ziyuan's own mouth," he added, patting Jiang Yang's shoulder with a newfound intimacy that was markedly warmer than his previous demeanor. Upon hearing this, Cheng Ziyuan erupted in anger. "What do you mean? What are you implying? Are you really considering befriending a mere chef? Fine, you think you're so impressive. I'm leaving now, and we shall no longer be friends." With that, Cheng Ziyuan stormed off, fully expecting his companions to intervene, but to his astonishment, those who had once shared a close camaraderie with him made no move to stop him. Unable to swallow his pride, he exited the courtyard in a huff. Chapter 62. The Understanding Ones. As Cheng Ziyuan slammed the door behind him, an awkward silence fell over the group. Lu Wei, attempting to lighten the mood, chuckled and said, all right, Ziyuan is just throwing a tantrum. We all know his temperament. He'll be fine in a couple of days. Let's focus on our business for now. And once we're done, we'll all return to our respective homes." Only then did the others begin to unpack their belongings. Feng Meihua playfully pinched the flesh on Jiang Yang's arm and whispered, "I've managed to offend him tremendously to protect you. How will you repay me?" Jiang Yang's lips curved into a charming smile, imbued with a hint of mischief, causing Feng Meihua's heart to flutter slightly. She couldn't help but acknowledge that Jiang Yang was indeed handsome. If he were not a chef, she would have certainly pursued him. After all, her father had no expectations of her marrying into a wealthy family. Even if she brought home a simple farmer, her parents would find a way to transform that rustic lump into something refined. However, it was evident that Jiang Yang was a chef. The thought of having a chef serve as a driver or a secretary, or pursuing any other career path, was something she had never dared to contemplate. It was utterly absurd. Yet, this did not deter her from teasing Jiang Yang. "I have something wonderful for you later that will ensure you do not regret it." The two of them conversed intimately, leaving the others in a state of disbelief. Why had Feng Meihua ever treated a chef with such distinction? Many speculated that there must be more to Jiang Yang than met the eye. If he were merely an ordinary chef, Feng Meihua would not demean herself by engaging so flirtatiously with him. They had indeed misjudged the situation. Lu Wei and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as Lu Wei casually inquired, "Xiao Jiang, you brought such an impressive array of items last time. What do you have for us this time?" Jiang Yang gently withdrew his arm and placed a bag on the table, extracting 3 boxes from within. "These are 3 imported watches. This is all I have for today. It's first come, first served, so take a look." It was clear to everyone that there were still other items in his bag that he refrained from revealing. Many speculated that Jiang Yang, angered by the revelation of his identity, had deliberately withheld the better items. However, no one dared to voice their thoughts. When a few individuals opened the boxes and beheld the watches, astonishment was evident in their eyes. These imported timepieces were undoubtedly among the finest. Such watches were typically unattainable by the average person and commanded exorbitant prices. Just these 3 watches prompted speculation about the influential connections Jiang Yang must possess to procure such luxury items from abroad. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual. Yet this extraordinary person chose to befriend a mere chef. Either their relationship was exceptionally close, or Jiang Yang possessed something that this influential figure desperately wanted to exploit. Regardless of the angle from which one viewed it, it was clear that Jiang Yang's worth far exceeded their initial perceptions. Lu Wei remained silent, instead grinning as he picked up a watch. "This one is mine. First come, first served. Xiao Jiang, how much is this watch? Just tell me straight. I probably didn't bring enough cash, but I'll get it to you in a couple of days." He cleverly sought an excuse to establish a connection with Jiang Yang, believing that fostering a personal rapport was far more valuable than merely conducting transactions at the table. In any case, he was determined to cultivate a brotherly bond with Jiang Yang, even if it were not for Jiang Yang's mysterious benefactor. It was certainly worth pursuing a friendship with him, especially for Feng Meihua's sake. Jiang Yang immediately understood the implication. After all, who was a sly fox in their own right? "This watch costs 3,200. I'm not worried about you running off with it. If you do, I'll be sure to find Xiao Feng. You can run, but you can't hide. After all, Secretary Feng won't be going anywhere." Feng Meihua, overhearing this, feigned displeasure. "Oh, you two are making private deals and dragging me into it. Am I being wronged here? I have no stake in this watch. So do I also have to act as a guarantor?" "Jiang Yang, you're really taking advantage of me." Though her words dripped with complaint, her eyes sparkled playfully. Jiang Yang turned to her, his tone gentle as he replied, "How could I ever take advantage of you? I'm saving the best for you. I promise what I bring you later will absolutely satisfy you." His soothing voice made Feng Meihua's heart skip a beat. This man was unmistakably flirting with her. No. What wonderful things are meant for Xiao Feng, my sister, and I should not be left out. We shall raise a ruckus if we are. Yes, I will definitely cause a scene. All right, you will all receive something special. I assure you no one will be left wanting." Jiang Yang's reassurances delighted the 3 women. And Feng Meihua, playfully linking her arm through his, remarked, "If the items you give me are the same as theirs, I won't let you off easily. I guarantee that what I give you will be entirely different. Just don't turn your nose up at it." "I would never." Soon, the remaining 2 watches were claimed by others. However, as no one could afford the price, and given the unexpected expense of such luxury items, Feng Meihua generously offered to let them settle the payments later. Jiang Yang, having no need for purchases that day, waited until the transactions were nearly complete before suggesting to Feng Meihua, "Consult with Secretary Liu about borrowing the room next door. The items I've brought cannot be seen by everyone." What secrets are you hiding? I wonder what kind of unsightly items you brought." Though she teased, Feng Meihua still leaned in to share whispers with Lu Wei. Before long, Feng Meihua, accompanied by Xiao Qiao and Xiao Meng, led Jiang Yang to the adjacent room. As the 4 of them departed, the others began to murmur amongst themselves. "Who exactly is Jiang Yang? I suspect he is quite the background. Just look at these watches. Their mere presence raises questions. Such items are undoubtedly unavailable in the market." Lu Wei voiced his conjectures, and the others who had purchased watches nodded in agreement. "You're absolutely right. I saw a similar watch at the Friendship Store in the capital, and it was exorbitantly priced, around 8,000 foreign exchange certificates at the very least. Yet Jiang Yang is selling them to us for such a low price. I've examined these watches, and the craftsmanship and materials are of the highest quality. I've certainly never encountered anything like them in the market." A few individuals exchanged glances, yet remained silent. Each understood the unspoken implications. Chapter 63, Teasing. As Jiang Yang entered the room, he placed the bag he was carrying directly onto the table. "You may examine the contents yourselves. I shall step outside for a smoke." With that, He closed the door behind him and strolled into the courtyard, only to be met by a woman's startled exclamation from within. "Ah, Jiang Yang, you are such a scoundrel. Keep your voice down." The utterance of scoundrel caused everyone in the adjacent room to emerge. Upon noticing Jiang Yang smoking at the entrance of the courtyard, an awkward silence ensued. Jiang Yang took out a Chinese cigarette from his pocket and offered one to each person present. The women's exaggerated reactions were amusing, despite him bringing them gifts. They still labeled him a scoundrel, an utter lack of reason, in his opinion. Lu Wei took the offered cigarette, glancing at Jiang Yang's own. The last time he had taken 2 packs, it was evident that Jiang Yang typically indulged in this brand. Who would believe that he had no one behind him? What ordinary person would casually smoke Chinese cigarettes? Thus, a small group settled at the courtyard entrance, smoking and conversing. Meanwhile, the 3 women remained indoors, seemingly engaged in some sort of secretive endeavor, punctuated by bursts of laughter and exclamations of surprise. After about half an hour, Feng Meihua and the others finally emerged. Their cheeks bore a rosy hue. "We're done," they announced. Xiao Xiao and Xiao Meng dared not meet Jiang Yang's gaze and instead clutched their chests. Turning to leave, "Jiang Yang, how much do we owe you? Please inform Xiao Feng, and we shall settle the payment with her." With that, the 2 women hurried away as if pursued. The onlookers were taken aback, and Feng Meihua shot Jiang Yang a disapproving glance. "Why don't you hurry along? Do you intend to linger here?" Jiang Yang rose, a grin on his face, replying, as the esteemed Miss Feng commands, "I shall comply without hesitation." He waved goodbye to Lu Wei and the others, saying, "Secretary Lu, I will take my leave now." As he rode off on his bicycle, Feng Meihua hopped onto the back, her hand resting naturally on Jiang Yang's waist. The others exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging how remarkable Jiang Yang was. Few could manage to win over Secretary Feng so effortlessly. While Jiang Yang whistled as he pedaled home, he felt a sudden, sharp twist at his waist that nearly caused him to topple from his bicycle. "What kind of grip is that? It hurts like a vice," he complained, grimacing as he rubbed his waist. Women certainly had a penchant for such antics, relishing the opportunity to pinch. "And you dare to complain? A vice indeed. You scoundrel. How could you produce such items? Are you secretly consorting with those women? Where else would you acquire such things?" Feng Meihua whispered scornfully from her place on the back seat. Upon opening the cloth bag and discovering its exquisite contents, she nearly cursed. Her first instinct was to believe she had misjudged Jiang Yang. He was undeniably a rogue. However, as she beheld the items, her second reaction was one of admiration. They were simply stunning. Each piece was meticulously packaged, the delicate lace and silky textures captivating her. The 3 girls, undeterred by modesty, drew the curtains and spent an eternity trying on various pieces, selecting their favorites. Compared to their athletic undergarments, these items were in a league of their own. When they donned the garments and gazed in the mirror, all 3 women blushed furiously, especially the black lace pieces, which contrasted beautifully against Feng Meihua's fair skin, creating an enticing allure. Although they divided the items among themselves, Feng Meihua felt a swell of indignation. How could Jiang Yang produce such things? The embarrassment and anger bubbled within her, particularly at the thought that Jiang Yang might assume they would model them. Merely imagining that scenario kept her awake at night. "You truly think too much. Who would I consort with?" These items were brought back by a friend from abroad. He claimed that women there used them freely. He was unaware of my divorce, intending them for my ex-wife. Yet, here you are, chastising me as a scoundrel. Yet he couldn't deny the pleasure derived from her small hand resting on his waist. "But what if someone sees these? That would not bode well for you," Feng Meihua retorted, her voice softening as genuine shyness crept into her demeanor. "Everyone has a desire for beauty. Besides, my friend mentioned that women abroad are quite open. Such items are openly sold. Do you not appreciate them? If you don't want them, just give them to me, and I shall save them for my future wife." "Are you speaking rationally? How absurd. I would never return them to you," Feng Meihua replied, though she felt a pang of reluctance at the prospect of parting with the items. Furthermore, having worn them, returning them would be quite mortifying. Suddenly, a realization struck her. "Jiang Yang, have you set your sights on someone? Which factory worker has caught your attention? Do tell. Perhaps I could assist in matchmaking," she continued, though the envy in her tone was unmistakable. I do have someone in mind. However, I wonder if she would reciprocate my feelings, given I am merely a cafeteria cook." Jiang Yang teased, fully aware of the ambiguity in his intentions. Though he had no immediate plans for remarriage, he believed that a bit of flirtation and ambiguity was essential in interactions between men and women. After all, even the male workers of the factory would whistle at the female workers and exchange lewd banter. For a future billionaire like him, lacking such charm would be rather disappointing. Upon hearing his words, Feng Meihua simmered in silence, her irritation palpable. Wasn't it you who just offered to help me find a match? Now you're sulking? Jiang Yang turned to glance at her, having to concede that she was indeed a beauty. At least she was far more stunning than the artificially enhanced women he had encountered in his past life. I shall certainly assist you in your search. You desire a wife. How can I not help? Just tell me whom you fancy. Feng Meihua found herself confused. Why was she angry? Hadn't she always looked down on Jiang Yang? I dare not divulge, lest you scare her away. You heard me mention I have someone I like, and yet you react this way? With a swift motion, she dismounted the bicycle and forcefully shoved Jiang Yang, nearly toppling him. You scoundrel, she exclaimed, abruptly turning and fleeing. Chapter 64, Western Cuisine. Jiang Yang observed the broken bicycle chain with dismay. This is it, I must push this bicycle back. That woman was indeed ruthless. Yet, Feng Meihua's bashful demeanor intrigued him. Sighing, he reflected that he was no longer the man he once was. In his previous life, he might have pursued her long ago. Jiang Yang rubbed his neck, pondering why he now felt so detached and virtuous. The following day, the cafeteria received a notification. Han Gang had privately coordinated with the logistics department about the procurement of vegetables, fruits, and meat. Xiaoli, what did Jiang Yang request? This is the order for tomorrow's produce. It was placed today and will arrive early in the morning. Xiaoli handed a list to Han Gang. I glanced over it. There was nothing particularly noteworthy, and it seemed there were no lavish items. Apart from a request for some beef, it appeared to consist solely of ordinary vegetables. Han Gang took a look. Besides a specific request for a special cut of beef known as yuan bao, there were just a few pieces of chicken and, again, nothing else. He then ordered some greens, potatoes, flour, and eggs. To be candid, these items were nothing exceptional. What could one even create with just beef and chicken? At most, one could stew the beef or stir-fry the chicken. Compared to the exquisite ingredients prepared by the chef, this paltry assortment hardly warranted attention. My mind was set at ease. That's good. By the way, should we prepare something for Xiao Han? Should I manipulate the situation a bit more? Han Gang pondered for a moment and suggested. Let us say the beef is unavailable. The most crucial item on this menu was likely the beef. Without it, the sight of the chicken would not inspire creativity. After they reached an agreement, each went about their tasks. Jiang Yang returned to the dormitory that evening, contemplating the situation. He had already inquired about those not on the list, all of whom were Europeans and Americans. These ethnicities were likely to prepare nothing more than steak, pasta, or vegetable salads. There was nothing particularly special about Western cuisine, considering the collusion between Han Gang and the procurement department. He would likely need to modify his own menu as well. Upon rummaging through his villa's cold storage, he discovered a plethora of imported ingredients. Wellington steaks, fillets, and an abundance of marbled beef were at his disposal. Coupled with various types of pasta and an array of imported seasonings, preparing a steak would require little effort. He also unearthed lemons and various fruits and vegetables suitable for salads. A menu was already taking shape in his mind. The next morning, as he hurried to the cafeteria, Jiang Yang carried a large bag. Upon entering the kitchen, he indeed drew the attention of Han Gang and the others. Han Gang considered approaching to take a look, but recollecting how Jiang Yang had dealt with him previously, he hesitated and retreated to the side. As anticipated, soon after, the other items from procurement, courtesy of Xiaoli, arrived, but the beef was conspicuously absent. The excuse provided was quite plausible. There was no beef today due to market supply issues. Jiang Yang did not press Xiaoli. After all, troubling the procurement would be futile, as they were not part of the same system. He had no intention of fostering a good relationship with Xiaoli, who was clearly quite close to Han Gang. Interjecting would likely backfire and expose his own intentions. Wu Jiefeng noticed the pile of ingredients Jiang Yang had set aside and could not help but display a grimace. He whispered, Chef Jiang, what are we making today? With this little, we can't create anything substantial. Are we to serve the foreigners only vegetables? And what's with the fruit? Most of the fruit was brought by Jiang Yang, primarily because there were few options available in the market. Given the cold weather, they mostly had common fruits like apples and pears, with no tropical fruits in sight. Jiang Yang smiled and replied, No need to worry. Just follow my instructions for today's menu. Wu Jiefeng looked at the assortment of vegetables and fruits before complaining to Li Dawang beside him. Xiao Jiang must be out of his mind, gathering this heap of food for rabbits. Those foreigners are known for their meat consumption. Haven't you seen how much big fish and meat Zhang Dashan and Master Zhao have prepared? They have an array of meat dishes, and look at us. Li Dawang cast a glance at Wu Jiefeng, who had always harbored grievances. Wu Jiefeng was particularly eager to work with Zhang Dashan, a sentiment Li Dawang was well aware of. All right, just your own job. Xiao Jiang knows what he is doing. We don't know anything. How can you say that? If Xiao Jiang messes up the meal for the foreigners, then what will happen to us? We'd end up with nothing after all this work, and we'd be back to square one. What about our positions? Wu Jiefeng was persistently anxious about this. If we don't get back, then we just won tea. The cafeteria can't possibly run out of meals for us. After all, we are official workers. The director will certainly make arrangements. Li Wang was more laid back, especially since he had learned quite a bit from following Jiang Yang around. Jiang Yang was generous with his culinary knowledge, unlike Zhang Dashan, who kept everything to himself. Li Wang had become quite skilled at chopping. However, it was evident that Wu Jiefeng's mind was elsewhere instead of focusing on work. He frequently wandered over to watch Jiang Yang cook, clearly hoping to glean some skills. You have no ambitions. It's no wonder you'll always be just a kitchen hand, Wu Jiefeng muttered to Li Wang, who was not in sync with him. And he angrily retreated to his own tasks. Zhao Deshang followed his brother-in-law and asked, "What are we making today?" "Brother-in-law, today I'll teach you something new. We're preparing Western cuisine, steak, pasta, salads, and various Western delicacies." Zhao Deshang was taken aback. He had never heard of Western cuisine. He was familiar with the 8 major culinary styles, but not this one. "You can make Western food?" "Of course. Just follow my instructions." As they busied themselves, Director Li entered to inspect. He was the first to receive the notification and wanted to see what preparations the 3 chefs had made. Upon glancing at the menus submitted by Zhang Dashan and Zhao Shuang, he noted that the foreign experts comprised a group of 6, plus a translator and some accompanying leaders, perfectly making up a table. Both had prepared according to the usual banquet standards, featuring an impressive array of 6 cold dishes and 12 hot dishes, along with 2 staples, a truly lavish spread showcasing their culinary prowess, rich in chicken, duck, fish, and meat. However, upon reviewing Jiang Yang's menu, Director Li was at a loss for words. Jiang Yang generally seemed reliable, so why had he faltered at such a critical moment? Looking at the menu, it was utterly unremarkable. Aside from steak that could be recognized as beef, the vegetable and fruit salads were painfully simplistic. There were also fries, chicken wings, pasta, and some pizza, none of which made much sense to him. Counting them revealed a meager total of only 6 dishes, and the pasta was clearly a staple. There was a soup, a cream mushroom soup or tomato soup, but he couldn't discern what they were supposed to be. This soup wouldn't suffice as a meal. Gazing at this meager menu, Director Li truly didn't know what to say. Ultimately, it would be up to the translator to determine which table the foreign experts would dine at, as the translator would convey the menus to the experts, who would then decide what they wished to eat. Director Li shook his head and took the 3 menus away to the factory director's office. The factory director was currently accompanying the foreign experts on a tour of the workshop. He waited there for the translator to return, having been informed that 2 translators were accompanying them. One was already with them, while the other had gone to retrieve some materials and would return shortly. After patiently waiting for some time, a young lady entered, and her attire made it clear that she was quite extraordinary. The young lady was accompanied by Secretary Feng, and the 2 exhibited a remarkably warm demeanor. "Meiwa, I've heard that you specifically applied to assist here this time. I was absolutely thrilled to learn that your name was on the list of translators. We must make the most of this opportunity to catch up. By the way, how was that foreign expert? Oh dear, what can I say? These foreigners are quite challenging to cater to. Just look at their demeanor. They scarcely acknowledge us. You have no idea how exhausting it is to keep up with them. They constantly complain about the roads, the vehicles, the accommodations, and the food. Nothing seems to meet their standards. They wear such stern expressions. One might wonder if they are here to work or merely to indulge," Li Yuji lamented. "Surely, they're asked no one you can't handle. I've noticed that the foreign expert seems to regard you with a certain distinction." Feng Meihua replied with a smile. "What do you know? These foreigners are rather unscrupulous. If it weren't for the equipment from your factory and the technological advancements for our country, I would be at my wits' end dealing with them," Li Yuji retorted, her face etched with frustration. All right, Miss Li, I know your capabilities well enough. You must surely have these troublesome characters wrapped around your finger. Thank you for your contributions on our behalf." Feng Meihua's flattery seemed to lighten Li Yuji's mood slightly, but she sighed. "What good are my methods? The basic necessities we provide simply do not meet these foreigners' requirements. You wouldn't believe it. They barely managed to eat a morsel of bread on the way to the capital, and that didn't meet their standards either. For days now, it's been nothing but bread, and I feel as though my complexion is turning green from it. Don't we have proper meals?" Feng Meihua, unfamiliar with the tastes of foreigners, inquired. "Oh dear, you must understand that they refuse to eat our Chinese cuisine, deeming it unworthy. No matter how delectable the dishes, they won't even glance at them. Did you know? Today, Professor Smith, the team leader, issued an ultimatum. If we cannot provide them with suitable meals, they will depart without hesitation. They claim they cannot engage in technological innovation on an empty stomach." Li Yuji was equally frustrated, her worry evident. "What shall we do?" Feng Meihua shared her concern, realizing these foreigners had come specifically for the latest batch of equipment. if they were to withdraw without understanding how to operate the machines, the factory would face dire consequences. Those machines would become mere decoration, wasting precious foreign currency and ultimately squandering national resources. By the way, I have a menu here. Perhaps you could take it to your chef? Even if the dishes only taste somewhat acceptable, it would suffice for them to eat something. Li Yujie thought her demands were modest, lamenting that during their time in the capital, they had failed to secure competent Western chefs willing to come to this remote area. Li, this is the menu sent from our cafeteria. Could you evaluate which chef's offerings would be more suitable? After all, you have a better understanding of foreign tastes. And we'll decide whose menu to use shortly. Section Chief Li presented 2 menus to Li Yujie. He hesitated to produce Jiang Yang's menu. Fearing the offerings were too meager, Li Yujie scrutinized the menus thoroughly, her brows furrowing in concentration. This one tea do, she declared decisively, causing Section Chief Li's heart to sink, knowing they might not pass muster. If this one tea suffice, then what exactly do these foreigners wish to eat? Section Chief Li lamented, feeling overwhelmed as the meals were already prepared yet deemed inadequate. What do you have in hand? Secretary Feng inquired, noticing only 2 menus and furrowing her brow, instinctively questioning why Jiang Yang's menu was absent. Oh, this is Chef Jiang's menu, but it's rather unremarkable. So I didn't present it, Section Chief Li replied. Upon hearing this, Secretary Feng became displeased. What do you mean, unremarkable? Who do you look down upon? She swiftly snatched the menu from Section Chief Li, examining it closely. Unable to contain her amusement, she chuckled, prompting Li Yujie to lean in. Who is this Chef Jiang? You seem quite invested in him, Secretary Feng teased. Just a friend of mine, Feng replied, still smiling. But indeed, this menu lacks distinction. No wonder Section Chief Li was reluctant to share it. Li Yujie took a closer look, her eyes brightening as she seized the menu. You are mistaken. This chef is quite skilled, and he knows exactly what foreigners desire. This menu aligns perfectly with their preferences. Feng Meihua expressed her astonishment. Are you certain? Absolutely. After so many years of interacting with foreigners, I certainly know their tastes. I can assure you, Chef Jiang is a remarkable talent. Every dish he prepares caters to their palate. I find myself eager to see if his Western cuisine meets their expectations. Chapter 66, A Stumble. Section Chief Li returned to the cafeteria with 3 menus, instantly drawing the attention of the 3 head chefs, as the choice of whose menu would be used remained undecided. They had yet to commence their work, merely undertaking preliminary preparations. Zhang Dashan, brimming with confidence, looked at Section Chief Li. He had thoroughly prepared for this occasion. Seizing the opportunity to regain his pride, he had received insider information about how difficult these foreigners were to please. If they were not well catered to, the foreign experts might leave in a huff, a responsibility no one could bear. Section Chief Li, have you finalized the menu? Which one will it be? Zhang Dashan asked eagerly. Section Chief Li smiled as he handed over the menu. Zhang Dashan's face lit up with delight. Ah, it seems this is mine. I'll get my apprentices to start right away. I promise to make this meal exceptional. During the foreigner's stay, I guarantee they'll each gain 10 pounds. We shall not bring shame upon our factory or our country. Turning to Han Gang and the others, he commanded, everyone, get to work. Let us do this right. Upon hearing this, Han Gang and the others responded with enthusiasm. Yes, master. Hold on. Zhang Dashan, don't rush. I'm handing you the menu. But that doesn't mean it's been finalized. Section Chief Li interjected hastily. Zhao Xiangwang, sitting nearby, smoking a cigarette, chuckled at this. Some people truly overestimate themselves, thinking their abilities can overshadow all. Alas, the foreigners do not buy into your bravado. Zhang Dashan's expression darkened immediately as he turned to Section Chief Li, questioning. Is it possible that the foreigners preferred Zhao's menu? That can't be right. My dishes are far superior. Section Chief Li wiped the sweat from his brow. It's not Zhao's menu either. This revelation shocked even Zhao Xiangwang, who stood up. Could it be Chef Jiang's menu? That's impossible. I've seen his offerings, and they're quite ordinary. Section Chief Li turned back to Jiang Yang, who approached calmly. How'd it go? Did the menu pass? Recognizing a discerning eye, he responded, It passed. We will go with your menu, and you'll prepare it to standard. From this moment forth, you are entrusted to assemble any personnel you deem necessary. All staff within this cafeteria shall be under your jurisdiction. Prioritize the meals for the foreign experts. Zhang Dashan and Zhao Shiwang were nearly rendered speechless. Director Li, this seems rather unkind of you. While you typically shield Jiang Yang, we have refrained from voicing our concerns. However, how can you indulge in favoritism at such a critical juncture? Are you not trampling upon the dignity of all our factory workers? What do you mean by favoritism? This menu was prepared by Jiang Yang. It is not within my purview to decide, retorted Director Li, nearly incensed to the point of contorting his features. Jiang Yang, who usually maintained a semblance of decorum, was now exhibiting a complete disregard for leadership. Not your decision. The menu that Master Zhao and I prepared consists of at least 20 dishes. Just take a look at what Jiang Yang has conjured. Merely 7 or 8 items have been selected. If this was the choice of the factory leaders, it would be utterly nonsensical. Who would believe that? If there weren't some machinations from you, Director Li, how could we trust this? At this point, Jiang Yang was thoroughly flustered, exhibiting an attitude of utter defiance. Li Caiji, seething with fury, slammed his hand on the table. Jiang Yang, what nonsense are you spouting? I am here to inform you that this menu, crafted by Jiang Yang, was personally designated by the translators of the foreign experts. They have assured us that it aligns perfectly with their dietary preferences. This is what foreigners consume. What good would your 20 dishes do? You could prepare 200, but if they don't find it appealing, they simply want tea. I suggest you cooperate with Jiang Yang to prepare today's lunch. Otherwise, you may find yourself dismissed. We do not need employees who disregard the greater good. This marked the first occasion when 2 individuals, typically at odds, confronted each other directly within the cafeteria. Li Caiji, known for his affable demeanor, was now visibly irate. Jiang Yang's composure faltered. He had always commanded respect in the cafeteria, where everyone referred to him as Master Jiang. Though not the actual leader, his authority rivaled that of the true overseers. Upon hearing this, he unceremoniously cast aside his apron onto the table. Very well, Director Li. You made your intentions clear. I shall take my leave. The cafeteria will be entirely in your hands henceforth. Master Zhao, are you not hastening to depart? Must you linger here to bring shame upon yourself? We are, after all, employees who disregard the larger picture. Are you preparing to assist Master Jiang? As Jiang Yang exited, he took the opportunity to undermine Zhao Shiwang. However, Zhao Shiwang merely shook his head. How could that be? There are still numerous tasks to attend to in the cafeteria. Besides catering to the foreign experts, we have many workers who require meals. Young Zhang, you must not act on impulse. We must collaborate with Director Li to fulfill our responsibilities. Leaving in a huff is not the solution. Zhao, a shrewd individual, seized this moment to jab at Jiang Yang. Ah, so you old Zhao are the astute one, while I, Jiang Yang, am the one lacking in sense. My heart is not well. I must return home to rest. My apologies, Director Li. My heart condition is acting up, so I shall take my leave. Jiang Yang turned on his heel and departed. Seeing this, Han Gang and his 2 apprentices hastily declared, Director Li, our master is unwell. We must escort him to the hospital. We request a day off. Before Li Caiji could respond, the 3 had already slipped away. Enraged, Li Caiji kicked over a chair in the cafeteria. Very well. Let Jiang Yang have his way. Let him reside in the hospital for the rest of his life. Li Caiji approached Jiang Yang, patting him on the shoulder. Young Jiang, you are entrusted with the matters concerning the foreign experts. I am placing everything on your shoulders. You must ensure that I do not lose face. Jiang Yang, maintaining his composure, replied, Rest assured, Director, I shall devote myself to the culinary arts, striving to ensure the foreign experts are satisfied. Initially, he contemplated how he might further his career. Achieving the status of chef might already be the pinnacle within this cafeteria. The next ambition would require him to ascend to a position akin to that of Director Li. However, it was not feasible to simply displace Li Caiji. Yet, an unprecedented opportunity now lay before him. Jiang Yang felt as though luck had favored him since his rebirth. Chapter 67, Fluent English. Zhao Shiwang, observing Director Li's departure, whispered to Jiang Yang, Young Jiang, it's wise to leave a margin for future encounters. Offending Jiang Yang is not advisable. Your boldness may have been too pronounced. Jiang Yang smiled as he departed, fully aware that Zhao's advice stemmed from the wisdom of the elder generation. However, he had no intention of remaining in this cafeteria for eternity. How could a small county possibly retain him? To reach a broader stage, he needed his culinary skills to be recognized. Although chefs may seem like ordinary, unremarkable individuals, they could indeed partake in the forthcoming tide of reform and economic development. Jiang Yang had never envisioned a conventional path, nor aspired to become an official or to seek higher social strata through education. People tend to navigate familiar industries, and his only desire was to advance to the provincial capital. Currently, conditions were not conducive for a move to the capital, but transitioning to a larger city like the provincial capital would be transformative. Relying solely on personal capability would not suffice, as he lacked connections. Thus, he sought to expand his network through this opportunity. Foreign experts were given significant importance by all provincial and municipal leaders, ensuring that appropriate personnel would be dispatched. As a chef capable of preparing foreign cuisine, he would undoubtedly become a sought-after asset, bearing in mind that these foreign experts were not a singular occurrence. Factories with imported equipment required foreign experts, and, subsequently, chefs who could cater to their tastes. Jiang Yang returned to his duties with a smile. When lunchtime arrived, Smith and his entourage of 6, accompanied by 2 translators and 8 leaders, entered the cafeteria. Smith's group had little hope regarding their meal. They could already envision the uninspiring dishes that would be served, likely only to nibble a few bites before abandoning it altogether. They had brought along homemade sandwiches, which they had grown weary of. Smith was in a foul mood. As the team leader, he felt obligated to support the Chinese individuals purchasing their equipment, as per their professional ethics. However, the inability to eat well, combined with various discomforts, contributed to a collective sense of unease, leading to heightened irritability. He had no inclination to engage with the technical staff. Moreover, prior to their arrival, higher-ups had instructed him to withhold all technical knowledge. Not only core techniques, but even peripheral skills were not to be imparted. The 6 foreign experts sat grim-faced at the table, casting disdainful glances at the rudimentary cafeteria. The 2 translators sat awkwardly beside them, while the other 2 leaders responsible for this visit from the provincial and municipal governments were seated at a different table alongside the factory leadership. The atmosphere was palpably uncomfortable. The translators wished to lighten the mood with conversation, but the 6 experts wore expressions as bleak as a stormy day. At this point, any attempt at conversation was futile. Li Yujie felt a twinge of apprehension, uncertain whether the offerings presented on Jiang Yang's menu would align with her expectations. It was indeed a case of treating a dead horse as a live one. During the morning translation process, she sensed that the foreign experts were utterly disengaged, skirting around weighty matters. These international specialists were expending the nation's foreign exchange daily. This trip was scheduled for a total of 7 days. Yet, given the current pace, it seemed unlikely that even 10 days would suffice to complete the work. The longer the delay, the greater the expenditure of foreign currency by the state. Li Yujie and her colleague Zhao Jie exchanged worried glances, both anxious about the tendency of many foreign experts to prolong discussions. They resolved to make every effort to communicate with the foreign experts. The factory director, visibly distressed, was wiping the sweat from his brow. At that moment, a young man clad in a white chef's uniform emerged, approaching the table of foreign experts with a serene smile. Calmly, he inquired, "Ladies and gentlemen, how would you like your steak cooked today? Do you prefer black pepper, herb, or garlic flavor?" The impeccable English that rolled off his tongue left Li Yujie momentarily speechless. Smith, who had been feeling somewhat disheartened, was taken aback and delighted by the young man's authentic accent, which closely resembled that of his hometown. The question posed was a delightful surprise. "I would like my steak medium rare, please." "Certainly, sir, a medium rare steak for you. Would you prefer pasta or rice?" "You serve pasta? I would like the spaghetti with meat sauce." Smith, now brimming with excitement, rose to his feet and enthusiastically grasped Jiang Yang's hand. "Hello. I haven't yet asked for your name, sir. What is your surname? Are you the chef here?" "Greetings, sir. My surname is Jiang, and I'm the head chef here. I am responsible for your lunch today." Smith was astonished by how effortlessly the young man interacted with him, displaying impeccable manners. The other 5 foreign experts were equally thrilled, promptly voicing their own preferences. Jiang Yang diligently noted each request in his notepad before politely taking his leave. After Jiang Yang's adept handling of the situation, the atmosphere at the dining table became lively. Li Yujie and Zhao Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to engage in conversation with Smith and the others. Amidst their chatter, Zhao Jie leaned in and whispered, "What was that chef all about? How does he speak such fluent English? When did we acquire a chef who is so articulate in English? Surely, you didn't arrange this?" "Honestly, I did not arrange it. But this chef is a friend of a friend," Li Yujie replied, deliberately leaving her statement open-ended, effectively adding to her professional leverage. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Jie regarded her with a look of envy. "You truly have a knack for making connections, even in such a small place. No wonder you were eager to take charge. You have a remarkable ally backing you." Zhao Jie was well aware that Li Yujie's accomplishments exceeded his own. If she successfully hosted Smith and his entourage, she might very well receive a promotion upon returning, potentially elevating her to a position of authority over him. Chapter 68, Satisfaction. Li Caiji hurried into the kitchen. "Xiao Jiang, how is it that you speak foreign languages?" Upon hearing this, the entire kitchen turned their attention to Jiang Yang. "Oh, there was an old professor who came to our village for a while, and I learned from him." Zhao Desheng looked at his younger brother-in-law with newfound admiration. My goodness, someone who can speak a foreign language must be extraordinarily talented. Nevertheless, he continued his work, following his brother-in-law, as he had learned many culinary skills. Just moments ago, he had mastered the art of making cream and butter, as well as marinating steak and preparing fries. He had even learned to craft pasta, which was surprisingly intricate and distinct from the noodles they typically consumed. Jiang Yang proceeded to start cooking, eschewing high heat and instead opting to prepare soup first. This soup was not served in a large bowl as one would expect. Rather, it was divided into small bowls, each topped with a pastry. This flaky pastry had been specially crafted by Li Wang, showcasing his skill in dough work. However, it was undeniable that this was Jiang Yang's first attempt at such a unique creation, resembling a pastry, yet not quite one. They had no idea that it was the puff pastry atop the creamy mushroom soup. When these individual servings of soup were presented, the provincial leaders and the factory director were momentarily taken aback. Who serves soup before the main meal when guests have yet to eat? One factory director leaned in a whisper to Li Saiji. Li Kejang, what is going on? Is this customary? Won't this embarrass us? Li Kejang wiped the sweat from his brow, caught off guard. He had assumed Jiang Yang had everything under control, unaware he had inadvertently created such a faux pas. Leaders, please wait. I will return shortly, Li Saiji said, preparing to re-enter the kitchen. To his surprise, he found those foreign guests smiling at the soup. The foreign experts had brought their own cutlery, and as they retrieved their utensils, the surrounding onlookers fell silent. Smith gazed eagerly at the soup before him, and the 6 foreign experts began to converse animatedly. Shortly thereafter, a series of vegetable salads were served. The leaders observed the raw vegetables and fruits haphazardly chopped and tossed together, with a few halved eggs added for good measure. It appeared rather sparse. However, recalling the satisfaction expressed over the soup, it was evident that this presentation adhered to foreign dining customs. Instinctively, they glanced towards the foreign guests, who, surprisingly, devoured the salad with gusto. Next came the chicken wings, fries, and onion rings, served in a simple platter. The leaders ceased their judgmental glances, as it was clear that the foreign experts were relishing the food. Soon after, plates of steak were presented, one for each guest. The factory leaders swallowed hard at the sight of the steak on their plates, recognizing that this was distinctly different from their local cuisine. This was undoubtedly what foreigners favored. The cafeteria had somehow prepared knives and forks, and the leaders began to mimic the proper usage of these utensils. To their astonishment, the flavor of the steak proved to be exquisite, particularly the small dishes, which were surprisingly delicious. The fried chicken wings were unlike anything they had ever tasted. Typically, they were accustomed to stewed or braised chicken wings. The flavors of the potatoes and onion rings were distinctly different from what they usually enjoyed, and the addition of ketchup for dipping was a delightful surprise. As the pasta and pizza were served, the table of foreign experts erupted in cheers. Not only did they clear the table of all the dishes, but they also seemed eager for more. As the meal drew to a close, a small, exquisite tiramisu was presented, causing the eyes of all the foreign guests to light up with delight. Observing the satisfaction of the foreign experts, all the leaders felt a sense of relief. Despite their own reservations about the meal, it was evident that the foreign guests were thoroughly pleased, countering their initial concerns. The 6 individuals, led by Smith, were evidently satiated today, having dined to their heart's content. After their meal, even their manner of speaking had transformed, adopting a much gentler tone. As Li Yujie and Zhao Jie bid farewell to Smith and his companions, the 6 made a point to ask Li Yujie to convey their gratitude to Jiang Yang for the delightful meal he had prepared. They then accompanied Zhao Jie and the technical supervisor from the factory to resume their work on the assembly line installation. Director Cheng, who was dispatched from the provincial government to oversee foreign affairs, stood up and meaningfully patted Section Chief Li on the shoulder, remarking that this master chef was truly remarkable for managing to impress these foreign guests. Li Saiji's face radiated with joy. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yang possessed such extraordinary skills. Thank you for the compliment, Director. Young Jiang is indeed bright and resourceful, and his lineage boasts a chef from the imperial court dating back several centuries. I must bring this Master Jiang out so I can properly commend him. Li Saiji hurried inside to summon Jiang Yang. You've hit the jackpot. Do you know who you are about to meet? That's the director of the Foreign Affairs Bureau from the province, Director Cheng. You've certainly caught his attention, so remember to be mindful of your demeanor when speaking with him. Jiang Yang nodded with a smile, acknowledging, understood, Section Chief. In truth, Director Cheng merely offered some platitudes, advising Jiang Yang to ensure that the foreign experts were well taken care of during their stay. After all, what could a provincial foreign affairs director possibly discuss with a mere cook? His remarks were primarily aimed at demonstrating a sense of approachability towards the rank-and-file workers. However, Jiang Yang's composed demeanor left Cheng Weimin somewhat contemplative. He could not help but recognize that while a chef might hold a humble position, the very mindset and qualities displayed by this young man indicated that he was destined for great achievements. Jiang Yang personally escorted Director Cheng to the factory's entrance. With the foreign experts present, it was impractical for the provincial leaders to remain indefinitely. Since it was the first day, They stayed to ensure everything was settled before Cheng Weimin and his entourage had to return to the provincial capital. As they walked and conversed, Cheng's demeanor was notably warm and amiable, having realized that Jiang Yang was not an ordinary worker. His wide-ranging knowledge allowed him to engage in any topic, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. Their lively exchange brought them to the front of the factory, where 3 vehicles awaited, all dispatched by the provincial government. Lu Wei, accompanying Director Cheng, could hardly conceal his astonishment upon seeing Jiang Yang emerge alongside the provincial director. Jiang Yang and Director Cheng? He had speculated about Jiang Yang's identity. Yet his investigations over the past few days had turned up no indications of any influential connections. Jiang Yang hailed from a modest farming family with 5 sisters and was the only son. His sisters were all ordinary rural women, and their lineage offered no notable relatives across 3 generations. This left Lu Wei questioning his initial assumptions about Jiang Yang. The environment Jiang Yang grew up in suggested that he could not possibly have connections to prominent figures. Yet, the accomplishments he showcased were beyond the reach of an average individual. For instance, the watch he had purchased was something he had specifically sought expertise on. It was likely unattainable within the entirety of Huagua, undoubtedly an exquisite foreign piece, crafted with exceptional skill and certainly of considerable value. While Lu Wei pondered Jiang Yang's background, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Director Cheng, who had displayed a frosty demeanor towards the county leaders, was amicable and warm towards Jiang Yang, engaging him in conversation with laughter and even playfully patting his shoulder, akin to a relative showing affection to a younger family member. The fact that Jiang Yang was merely a cook, yet had garnered such attention from Director Cheng, was astonishing. It was clear that the provincial foreign affairs director would not extend such friendliness to an ordinary worker unless there was something about Jiang Yang that warranted it. No wonder Feng Meihua treated Jiang Yang with such exceptional regard, fiercely protective of him against any potential conflict with Cheng Ziyuan. It seemed that Lu Wei had narrowly avoided a significant complication by initially underestimating Jiang Yang. Regardless of the individuals supporting Jiang Yang from the shadows, Director Cheng's respectful demeanor indicated that they wished to keep their identity concealed. Such a low-profile yet respected individual could only suggest an extraordinary background. Lu Wei's expression gradually shifted from shock to calm, even breaking into a smile. Jiang Yang escorted Director Cheng to the vehicle, where county leaders had gathered to greet them. "Director, will you be heading back today? Perhaps you could stay overnight at our guest house?" Cheng replied, "No need. We have a meeting early tomorrow and must return tonight." "Old Lu, you must ensure the foreign expert's work is prioritized as it pertains to the follow-up of several batches of equipment. Additionally, we must learn from their expertise. Possessing such technology is crucial for us." Director Cheng's earnest admonition underscored the gravity of his responsibilities. Upon hearing this, County Chief Li promptly assured, "Rest assured, Director, we will navigate any challenges to achieve breakthroughs in this area. I trust in your capabilities. Young Jiang, you must collaborate closely with County Chief Li to ensure the success of this endeavor. You're the most vital link in this chain." Director Cheng solemnly patted Jiang Yang on the shoulder, emphasizing that if the foreign guests enjoyed the meals he prepared, their demeanor would surely improve. Jiang Yang smiled and assured, "Director, you can count on me to fulfill your expectations." Cheng Weimin smiled back, appreciating Jiang Yang's straightforwardness. As Director Cheng entered the vehicle, it quickly departed, leaving behind County Chief Li, Lu Wei, and 2 other county leaders, along with Li Caiji, who had accompanied them thus far. County Chief Li regarded Jiang Yang with a thoughtful expression, his smile warm and inviting. "Comrade Jiang, since Director Cheng has entrusted us with this, we can coordinate closely moving forward. Should any matters arise, we can communicate in advance." Though County Chief Li remained uncertain of Jiang Yang's true identity, Cheng's endorsement suggested that fostering a good relationship with him was undoubtedly beneficial. "County Chief, rest assured, as a mere cook in the mechanical factory cafeteria, I will certainly support your efforts." Unlike most who might feign superiority in such a scenario, Jiang Yang candidly acknowledged his humble origins. This further solidified County Chief Li's impression that Jiang Yang was likely the favored protege of Director Cheng, sent to the mechanical factory for practical experience. "Young Jiang, you are destined for greatness. Enduring hardships will pave your path to success. Do not let Director Cheng's expectations of you go unfulfilled." Jiang Yang quickly grasped that Director Cheng's earlier remarks had inadvertently misled County Chief Li. Just then, Lu Wei stepped forward, affectionately draping his arm over Jiang Yang's shoulder. "Young Jiang, I never anticipated encountering you here. I had planned to visit the cafeteria soon, yet fate has brought us together now. Secretary Lu, what brings you here? I didn't even notice your presence. I truly apologize." "Nonsense. You're busy with work. There's no need for apologies. Receiving foreign experts is indeed a significant affair. Very well, very well. I shall make it a point to invite you over for drinks another day. I will handle the matter from last time within these few days. Jiang Yang smiled as he bid farewell to County Head Li and his entourage. Li Caiji stood beside Jiang Yang, scrutinizing him from head to toe, leaving Jiang Yang somewhat bewildered. Director Li, what are you doing? Your gaze is rather unsettling. Who would have guessed, young Jiang, that you possess such remarkable capabilities? You are quite the socialite, acquainted with so many prominent figures, yet you never mentioned it to me. Director Li, I truly do not know any notable individuals. You must be mistaken. All right, do not feign modesty. Let's not speak of anything else. I must inquire about Secretary Liu. Who doesn't he know that Secretary Liu is a favored aide to the county head? In a few years, he will undoubtedly be a candidate for the leadership team. My relationship with Secretary Liu is merely that of acquaintances. We have met just twice in less than a month. I assure you, our connection is quite ordinary. Jiang Yang responded with utmost sincerity. Yet to Li Caiji's ears, it seemed he was reluctant to reveal the truth. Fine. Your relationship is ordinary. I shall not press further. Just ensure you perform well. At the same time, the county head sat in the car, eyes closed for a moment before suddenly asking, Xiao Lu, what has to deal with that young Jiang? Lu Wei realized that the county head had likely formed an impression of Jiang Yang when they greeted each other earlier. Leader, Xiao Jiang is quite low-key and very principled. Usually, we meet privately for meals or discussions. His vague words failed to clarify Jiang Yang's background. Chapter 70, Illness. Jiang? Which leader from the province has the surname Jiang? No, it seems there are no leaders from the province with that surname. The county head mentally reviewed the provincial leadership, all of whom were well known to his subordinates. Wait, the commander of the provincial military district seems to have the surname Jiang. County head Li's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Wei internally berated himself for not having thought of it sooner and acknowledged that he still did not remember all the names of the provincial leaders. Indeed, I heard that Commander Jiang of our military district hails from a village nearby. Lu Wei recalled having seen that in a resume. Grateful that Commander Jiang was from a small county town nearby. It truly was a place of notable figures. Yet he had not considered any connection between Jiang Yang and Commander Jiang. However, upon reflection, if Jiang Yang were indeed related to Commander Jiang, it would certainly explain Director Cheng's attitude towards him and the mysterious friends Jiang Yang seemed to possess. Could it be? County Head Li felt a twinge of doubt. Lu Wei hastily replied, I too find it unlikely, but it is a matter worthy of scrutiny. One never knows. County Head Li nodded. You are correct. Jiang Yang does not appear to be an ordinary individual. His demeanor and eloquence are beyond that of a typical chef. Since you are friends, you should maintain regular contact. There are always matters that friends cannot hide from one another. Lu Wei immediately understood that County Head Li was urging him to investigate Jiang Yang thoroughly. He quickly nodded. Rest assured, leader, I shall keep a vigilant eye on this matter. With that matter settled, Jiang Yang and Director Li returned to the cafeteria, where the day's work had already concluded. Zhao Shiwang regarded Jiang Yang with newfound respect, realizing that the young man he once underestimated was quite capable. Furthermore, his fortuitous skills had already won over the foreign experts and garnered the attention of provincial leaders. Zhao Shiwang, who had initially been a bystander, now greeted Jiang Yang with a beaming smile. Xiao Jiang, I did not anticipate your culinary skills to be so exceptional. You are the only one able to prepare such a variety of foreign dishes that we cannot manage ourselves. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. Master Zhao, your words are merely flattering. I still have much to learn, particularly from esteemed chefs like yourself, who possess years of culinary experience. There is much I must glean from you. Jiang Yang, however, did not allow the praise from the leaders to inflate his ego. Instead, he remained profoundly humble. Zhao Shiwang was pleased by this response, acknowledging that the young man was adept at interpersonal relations. However, by afternoon, Director Li summoned them both for a meeting. Old Zhao, send someone to fetch old Zhang. We need to convene and outline our tasks. Xiao Jiang will be specifically responsible for hosting the foreign experts. Within 7 days, he will oversee their meals, which naturally means there will be some neglect in the cafeteria's usual operations. The remaining responsibilities will fall to the two of you. Director Li was determined to ensure this arrangement was made smoothly. Zhao Shiwang instructed his apprentice to call for Zhang, but shortly afterward, the apprentice returned with a troubled expression. Director Li, Chef Zhang is not in the dormitory, and neither is his apprentice. I inquired with the neighboring dorm residents, and it seems Chef Zhang has had a heart issue. His 3 apprentices took him to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Director Li scoffed coldly, recognizing Zhang Dashan's ploy. Whenever he faced opposition, he feigned illness, withdrawing both himself and his apprentices, leaving the cafeteria understaffed and forcing a compromise for Director Li. Yet, despite his disdain, he was left without any available personnel. Ah, old Jiang is truly petty. He has fallen ill yet again. Zhao Shiwang chuckled. This matter now falls upon you, Director. You know that we are of little consequence in old Jiang's eyes. Only your words carry weight. Everyone understood Jiang Dashan's tactic of retreating to advance, employing illness as a strategic maneuver. Director Li stood up with a wry smile. I've had my fill of old Jiang's temperament. He always drops his duties at the slightest provocation. If only I had more capable chefs, I could make him aware of my authority. Though he lamented, his body was honest, and he hopped on his bicycle, heading straight for the hospital. Upon entering the county hospital ward, he found Jiang Dashan comfortably seated on the bed, clad in a patient gown, relishing an apple with a rosy complexion. Certainly not the demeanor of someone unwell. Director Li entered. Oh, old Jiang, enjoying an apple, are we? Here, I brought you 2 kilos of apples. Jiang Dashan's wife, Feng Ho-Hat, sprang to her feet upon seeing Director Li, offering him the stool beside the bed. Director Li, you have come. I apologize for troubling you with this visit. Director Li took a seat, setting his bag aside, and smiled. Old Jiang, I came to check on your health. If all is well, we should discharge you soon. The cafeteria cannot function without you. You are the pillar of our kitchen. Without you, we would be unable to operate. Director Li felt a twinge of discomfort at his own words. But there was no denying that Jiang Dashan indeed held a crucial role in the cafeteria. He, a department head, was compelled to lower himself before a chef. Director, it is not that I wish to remain hospitalized, but my health is quite fragile. You see, I fall ill all too frequently. This time, it was my heart acting up. The doctor advised me to rest thoroughly, avoid stress, and not worry. Here you are, the department head, making a special trip to see me. How can I not feel guilty? Alas, my body is simply not cooperating. Jiang Dashan spoke languidly, uttering a few words that effectively sent Director Li back to where he came from. It was evident that he was informing him that he would not leave the hospital. Director Li felt a surge of anger within, yet maintained a facade of congeniality. Old Jiang, I understand that you're upset about today's events. I must admit, the misunderstanding is partly my fault for not clarifying from the outset that the menu was mandated by the provincial leaders, which led to your confusion. However, we cannot allow such trivial misunderstandings to disrupt our cooperation, can we? The cafeteria is crucial to the logistical support for all our factory employees, and we cannot do without you. At this juncture, Director Li had already extended considerable courtesy to Jiang Dashan. Theoretically, Jiang should have capitulated. Oh dear, my heart feels uneasy again, Jiang Dashan lamented. Directori, itrulia pulujiza. I cannot continue. I must lie down for a while. I am sincerely sorry. I do not wish to delay work, but my body simply cannot endure. Jiang Dashan clutched his chest and reclined on the bed, while Feng Ho-Hat hurried over to assist her husband, tucking him in. With a hint of regret, she said, Director Li, I sincerely apologize. My husband's health is quite poor. It is genuinely not his desire to avoid work. His physical condition simply falters. The implication was unmistakable. They were trying to usher him out. Director Li sighed deeply, knowing full well that Jiang Dashan would not easily relent. He forced a smile and suggested, Old Jiang, since you are unwell, you should rest properly. Perhaps you could call back Xiao Han and the others to resume their duties? They are your apprentices, and they will listen to your instructions. Jiang Dashan moaned, Oh, Director Li, I truly cannot manage. Why not summon Xiao Han and the others? They are our cafeteria staff, and you, as the director, can assign them work. They would not dare to refuse. If these young rascals are unwilling to work diligently, you have my permission to reprimand them without concern for my feelings. After uttering these words, Jiang Dashan continued to feign illness. Director Li gritted his teeth and stood up. Old Jiang, if you're feeling unwell, then do take a proper rest. Feng Ho-Hat escorted Director Li out, and upon returning to the ward, she whispered, You old fool. At your age, nearing retirement, why are you still engaging in such antics? What do you hope to gain by offending Director Li to this extent? Are you not afraid he might truly make things difficult for you? What notion? Does he dare to make things difficult for me? After all these years, he has never managed to gain the upper hand over me precisely because of his incompetence. Let me tell you, you old woman, refrain from meddling in such matters. At this moment, Jiang Dashan showed no signs of distress and sprang up from the bed. You always have to take things to extremes. What if Director Li truly prevents you from returning to the cafeteria? If someone else takes your position, you mentioned that Jiang Yang is quite capable. What will you do if he steps in to fill your role? Oh, spare me. I have already inquired. Jiang Yang is currently preoccupied with foreign experts, and my position is effectively vacant. No one can fill it as long as Han Gang and the others do not intervene. That spot will remain unoccupied. What about old Zhao? Old Zhao. He only has a handful of staff. He cannot possibly manage everything. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. I merely wish to pressure Director Li. When he can no longer endure, he will inevitably come seeking my assistance, at which point I will naturally stipulate conditions. Primarily, that Jiang Yang returns to where he came from. The cafeteria simply cannot afford to accommodate such a heavy weight. It is either me or him. Unbeknownst to Zhang Dashan, Director Li had returned and stood at the door of the ward, overhearing every word clearly. Director Li departed the hospital, fully aware that Zhang Dashan was adamantly clinging to this situation, essentially forcing his hand. Zhang Dashan was intent on countering Jiang Yang, unable to bear the thought of Jiang overshadowing him. However, Jiang Yang was currently occupied with entertaining foreign experts, making it impossible for him to suppress Jiang Yang. Director Li rode his bicycle to find Zhang Dashan's apprentices, knowing their addresses. Every time such situations arose, Zhang Dashan and his 3 apprentices acted in unison. Although he understood that it was unlikely they would heed his call to return to work, he felt compelled to approach them nonetheless. As anticipated, after visiting all 3, he discovered that each claimed to be severely ill, unable to rise from bed due to fever. The notion of asking them to return to the cafeteria had become a cruel jest. Not only did he fail to coax them back, but they also took the opportunity to formally request sick leave right in front of him. Fuming, Director Li cycled back to the cafeteria. Jiang Yang had already prepared dinner and, noticing Director Li's furious entrance into the office, hurried after him. Director, what troubles you? After a long afternoon, please have a drink. He poured tea into the kettle and brought it to Director Li. Setting down his bag, Director Li grasped the kettle and gulped down nearly half in one go before wiping his mouth. Xiao Jiang, that Zhang Dashan is not a good sort. He has repeatedly used this tactic against me over the years. This time, it is deliberate. He has made it abundantly clear that he will not return to work unless I remove you. Director Li's words were fueled by anger, but they also served as a warning to Jiang Yang. Presently, he had not yet discovered a balanced solution. Dinner could be managed, and Zhao Shiwang could still contribute. But tomorrow's meals would be an insurmountable task for Zhao Shiwang alone. With a smile, Jiang Yang suggested, Director, if I were to recommend a few individuals to form a culinary team, would that alleviate your immediate concerns? He had long recognized Zhao Desheng's culinary prowess. In recent days, Zhao Desheng had proven himself capable of independently managing the kitchen, and he knew that Zhao's entire family consisted of skilled cooks. Although managing such a family unit could prove challenging, it was a chance to elevate his brother-in-law to a formal position. If all went smoothly, not only would Zhao Desheng take over Zhang Dashan's role, but it would also provide an opportunity to resolve his sister's employment issues. Zhao Desheng would primarily handle cooking, while others could assist with additional tasks. Jiang Yang had been contemplating how to help his family escape poverty, knowing that business ventures were unlikely to succeed in these times. However, securing a formal job was not something he could achieve through mere words. Now, Zhang Dashan had inadvertently presented him with a fortuitous opportunity. Director Li sprang to his feet, a mix of surprise and delight illuminating his gaze as he fixed his attention on Jiang Yang. You can truly find someone? If you can, allow me to assure you that I can grant you this job quota and initiate the employment procedures immediately. Director Li had long harbored intentions to deal with Zhang Dashan, but had never found the opportunity. Securing Zhang Dashan's position would undoubtedly herald a new era for their cafeteria. The mere thought ignited a thrill within him, making it difficult to contain his excitement. Jiang Yang, with a beaming smile, replied, Director, the person assisting me, Zhao Desheng, is my brother-in-law. I am merely promoting talent without prejudice. Upon hearing this, Director Li cast a somewhat exasperated glance at Jiang Yang. Xiao Jiang, I must emphasize that this is a serious matter. Can your brother-in-law really handle the cafeteria? Director, let me clarify. My brother-in-law is a chef by heritage, just like my family. He is not only a skilled cook himself, but his entire family has inherited exceptional culinary talents. Take a look at Master Zhang's position. He is merely a head chef with 3 apprentices. If I can fill that gap, please do not assume that I am merely seeking to benefit my own relatives. I will have my brother-in-law bring someone to assist you for a day. If you find that the meal preparation goes smoothly and everyone is satisfied with the dishes, then we can proceed. If not, they will depart immediately, and I will not contest it. Jiang Yang's forthrightness left Director Li feeling somewhat sheepish, as he had harbored a touch of cynicism earlier. Since you put it that way, no more words are necessary. Speak to your brother-in-law and have him find someone for tomorrow, regardless of who he brings. As long as he can take over Zhang Dashan's responsibilities, and if no one voices any objections by the end of the day, I will promptly arrange for their employment paperwork to be processed. This was Director Li's first undertaking to overhaul the cafeteria decisively. As a department head, he possessed the authority to do so. Previously, he had refrained from acting against Jiang Yang's crew, primarily due to fear of repercussions. However, if someone could indeed step in, Director Li would not hesitate to confront Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang returned with Zhao Desheng, who was busy preparing dinner and had learned a considerable amount from Jiang Yang. It was his first exposure to such culinary creativity, and although his family had a culinary legacy, he had never encountered the techniques Jiang Yang demonstrated. Embracing a lifelong learning philosophy, he was quite pleased to learn alongside Jiang Yang. Upon seeing his brother-in-law approach, he quickly inquired, "What's the matter? Why the formalities between us?" "Brother-in-law, Jiang Yang and his apprentices have gone on strike today." Zhao Desheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? A strike? What does that mean?" "It means they refuse to work." "Does he not fear being dismissed?" As a temporary worker, Zhao Desheng took his job very seriously, having fought hard to secure this position, which was critical for his family's livelihood. He was diligent and cautious, fearful of making mistakes. How dare he strike? Jiang Yang believes no one can replace him. So he feels invincible, using this situation to pressure Director Li and to possibly have me dismissed. Jiang Yang did not conceal his thoughts, as he trusted his brother-in-law's character. Jiang Yang is indeed despicable, but what do we do now? What if the director succumbs to his demands and dismisses you? Of course, we cannot allow him to have his way. I just discussed with the director about having you lead a few people to take over Jiang Yang's duties and prepare communal meals for the cafeteria staff. Zhao Desheng shook his head vigorously at the suggestion. That one to do. While I have been working in the cafeteria for a while, but brother-in-law, do not underestimate yourself. Your culinary skills are impeccable. Remember when we cooked together? I made the menu, and during the cooking, I handled 2 dishes while you handled 2 as well. Your handling of the pots has improved significantly. And have there been any complaints about the meals we served at the cafeteria? Zhao Desheng, reassured, acknowledged, indeed, there have been no complaints. But that was with you, that is precisely the point. You have what it takes. We need a few assistants, so gather some people. And don't forget to bring my sister along. By the way, I should inform you in advance. Tomorrow will be a trial period. If the meals you prepare are satisfactory and receive applause from the entire staff, the director will immediately process your formal employment paperwork. You will become the head chef of our cafeteria, so consider this a rare opportunity. Not only will you sideline Jiang Yang, but you will also secure a formal position for yourself. Think about it. 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Desheng felt a surge of excitement at the prospect. If he could bring his wife into the cafeteria, they would both be employed, supporting their family together. What would it mean for them to be a dual-income household? The relatives who had looked down upon them would finally see them in a new light. If they could produce 4 workers from one household, it would be a remarkable feat, evoking envy among the villagers. After finishing dinner, Zhao Desheng borrowed Jiang Yang's bicycle and hurried home. Upon his arrival, his wife greeted him eagerly, as their children had grown accustomed to waiting for his return at this hour. Dinner was always a moment of anticipation, as he brought enough food for the family, significantly reducing their expenses over the past few months. The children had visibly gained weight, eagerly awaiting their father's return with meals laden with meat. As she took the food container from him, she inquired, "You seem to be half an hour late today. What happened? Is there an issue at the cafeteria?" It was no wonder Jiang Qiu asked this, as she was aware of the challenges her husband faced with his brother working at the cafeteria, where others often sought to undermine him. Chapter 73. No one believes it. Today brings good news, Zhao Desheng exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he entered the house, unsure where to begin. What good news? Jiang Qiu asked, astonished at the unexpected turn of their lives, as if they were living in a dream. Their family was now a source of income. And not only were the children well fed, but they even had quality food. The garments the children wore were factory-issued work uniforms, which she had tailored to fit them after their return home. The way the villagers regarded them had shifted noticeably. Those who once scorned her as a brother-supporting demon now approached her with a more favorable demeanor. Hearing that there was good news, Jiang Qiu was at a loss for words, wondering how their lives could improve further. Please call the children for dinner. I shall make a brief visit to the old residence and discuss matters with you upon my return. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu hurriedly waved her hand. All right, you go ahead. I will save your portion. No need, no need. I have already dined at the cafeteria. You and the children should eat without concern for me. Zhao Desheng trudged his way back to the ancestral home. He knocked on the door, knowing that villagers typically barged in after dark to find a place on the con. As it was customary, primarily, there was little in the way of entertainment, and leaving the lights on was a waste of electricity. As anticipated, the dimly lit room flickered to life, revealing the voice of his father. Who is it? At this hour of the night? Father, it's me, Desheng. Please open the door. Zhao Laopai donned a coat and opened the door, inquiring as he approached, What is the matter? Why are you out here at such an hour? Father, I have something to discuss with you, an elder brother. Zhao Laopai ushered his son inside, and the lights in the neighboring rooms flickered on. Apart from Zhao Deshang, who had been assigned elsewhere, his elder brother and younger brother resided with their parents, all under one roof. Whenever there was a matter at home, everyone was invariably aware. As soon as Zhao Deshang sat down, his elder brother and youngest brother appeared, draped in their coats. Second brother, what brings you here at this hour? Although the brothers had separated their households, had it not been for Jiang Xiu's persistent connection to her maternal family, they would not have pressed their younger brother to divide the family. Ultimately, they were still bound by blood, and concern for their brother's welfare lingered. Seeing his elder and youngest brothers, Zhao Dashang smiled and said, Elder brother, third brother, I have a matter to discuss, and I wish to seek your counsel. He relayed the situation regarding the cafeteria, leaving Zhao Dashang and Zhao San slightly bewildered. What did you say? This cafeteria business seems rather frivolous. Is it truly possible to secure a formal job simply by cooking? This is too, Zhao Dashang struggled to believe. Second brother, you jest, surely? This sounds implausible. They wouldn't be intending to exploit us as mere labor to navigate their difficulties, would they? Zhao San, perceptive as always, had already pinpointed the core issue. Regardless of the risks involved, this presented an opportunity. Did they not desire to become workers? Yet, Zhao Deshang felt differently. He believed his brother-in-law was not one to speak impulsively. His encouragement signified a firm resolve. However, Zhao San waved his hand dismissively. Second brother, it's not that I doubt you, but this endeavor seems far too unreliable. I, for one, will not participate. I refuse to be used as a pawn. To toil for nothing and return to the village empty-handed. What would the villagers think? Upon hearing this, Zhao Deshang felt a twinge of disappointment. His earlier excitement was doused like cold water. He firmly believed this opportunity was viable, yet it was evident that his brothers did not share his confidence. Casting a glance at his elder brother, he asked, Elder brother, do you share this sentiment? Alas, what third brother says holds merit? If we return in shame, what will the villagers think of our family? They might believe we are unreliable, and we cannot tarnish the Zhao family name. Zhao Laopai quietly tapped his smoking pipe. Elder brother, regardless of the embarrassment, your brother has initiated this. You ought to lend a hand, even if it does not lead to a formal job. Can you truly stand by as your own kin seeks assistance? Hesitation crept into Zhao Deshang's heart at their father's words. Father, how can a grown man like me venture out to work? If asked, I would have to admit it was merely a day trip to the city. How humiliating. What about future development and construction? Zhao Deshang interjected. Without a moment's pause, he stood up. All right, elder brother, I comprehend your stance. However, I must assert that I wish to ensure our family does not miss this opportunity. If you choose not to pursue this work, it will bear no relation to our family. In the future, I do not wish to be sought out, as it would be of no use. This statement bore a hint of frustration, yet Zhao Deshang was genuinely irritated. Just as he was about to leave, his sister-in-law, Su Shuhui, halted him. Deshang, do not be upset. Your brother is simply cautious, much like third brother. If your elder brother hesitates, I shall support you. I fear no disgrace as a woman. I have always been on good terms with your wife. I will certainly assist you. I will take Jiang Yang along to help. Upon hearing his sister-in-law's words, Zhao Deshang felt a swell of gratitude. It seemed his sister-in-law cared for him more than his own elder brother. It was undeniable that she and his wife shared a close bond. Sister-in-law, please do not feel compelled. If my elder brother disapproves, I can seek assistance elsewhere. Do not be foolish. Who else can you find? The villagers will not genuinely assist you. They will only hinder your efforts. I understand you wish for familial support, and you trust your family. You know Jiang Yang's skills. He was taught by the old master and is just as capable as you. Zhao Dashang replied softly, Thank you. Sister-in-law, what need is there for thanks? I am genuinely pleased to see you thriving. Your brother-in-law may have been unreliable before, but he has grown into a capable man. You have not wasted your efforts on a thankless endeavor. Chapter 74, each with their own thoughts. Zhao Dashang and his sister-in-law agreed to set off early the next morning before turning to leave. Zhao Dashang returned to his room, somewhat disgruntled. Wife, why did you take it upon yourself to engage in this matter? It is clearly a thankless task. What will the villagers think when they see you and the children return in disgrace? How will I face them then? Regardless, I shall assist second brother. If you are concerned about face, then do not speak of it to others. Tomorrow, the two of us will take leave to lend a hand. If it fails, it simply fails, what of it? If it succeeds, it will be a blessing. Why are you so stubborn? That is your own brother. You would rather maintain your pride than consider his situation. He is not one to seek favors lightly. And besides, second brother has made his intentions clear. He wishes to support family. Your thinking is quite narrow, my dear. Enough, enough. You are the virtuous one. Go ahead, and I will await your tears. The couple parted on a sour note. Zhao San and his wife were also engaged in quiet discussion. You truly will not go? Zhao San's wife was always adept at calculations. He shot a glance at her. What do you think I am thinking? Do you believe I do not wish to go? If it were a stable position, would it be offered to us? You simply lack foresight. Whether Zhao Deshang is a temporary worker or if his brother-in-law is behind this, we still lack clarity on the situation. But whoever transitions from a temporary role to a permanent one in a month, what are you imagining? I fear missing out on a rare opportunity. You are not considering the significance of this potential job. Do you truly believe his brother-in-law would simply pass it to us? Consider this. Why is it that the daughters of the Jiang family are not venturing forth? Upon reflection, it indeed appears that there is something amiss. I suspect we are merely being used as pawns to bolster their reputation, and in the end, we may gain nothing but resentment. I refuse to be the scapegoat. The entire village would soon know, and what a disgrace that would be. Ah, third brother, your intellect is truly remarkable. It was I who suggested to our parents that second brother should separate. Indeed, I concur with you. Your reasoning is sound. The couple is quite content, while the elder Zhao and his wife are restless. Is second brother's situation reliable? Who can say? Alas, since the division of the family, our hearts have not been aligned. This discord is largely due to second brother's wife. Given the circumstances of her family, how can we expect fortune to favor the Zhao family? Let us return to slumber. The elder and the youngest are undoubtedly trustworthy. Meanwhile, Zhao Deshang entered with great enthusiasm, only to return from the ancestral home with a solemn expression, leaving Jiang Qiu somewhat bewildered. Their 3 children had already been lulled to sleep. As the couple lay down, Jiang Qiu finally inquired, Husband, what troubles you? Why are you so glum? Zhao Deshang initially turned away from her, found his frustration unexpressed, and sat up. I have been a fool, mistaking kindness for naivety. How could I be so wretched? Jiang Qiu, alarmed by his rare outburst, quickly rose. Speak calmly. What is the matter? You are unaware of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity I've encountered. Old Liu has secured 4 official positions in the cafeteria for me. If we can manage the meals for just one day tomorrow, we will have gained 4 stable jobs. Jiang Qiu's face lit up with joy. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. Yes, it is a great fortune. I had intended for you and I to take 2 spots, leaving the other 2 for my elder brother and the youngest. After all, we are one family, and given how much we owe to your family, it is only fair to make amends. However, what transpired? Did my elder brother and the youngest not desire stable employment? Jiang Qiu found it utterly inconceivable. In these times, if the villagers knew there were job openings, they would fight tooth and nail for the chance. Yet those 2, instead of being grateful, suspected my intentions. Thinking I was using them as mere vessels to exploit their labor, they flatly rejected my offer, leaving me feeling as though I had foolishly sought warmth from a cold shoulder. Zhao Deshang felt a sense of injustice. What occurred next? Jiang Qiu remained unfazed. She knew her elder brother and younger brother were astute individuals, skilled at calculations. Otherwise, they would not have managed to separate her and Zhao Deshang so effectively. Moreover, during the division, they even withheld the earnings Zhao Deshang had contributed over the years to remedy the debts incurred by the family. While Jiang Qiu did not hold it against them, she could not help but feel a twinge of resentment, especially considering that when they moved with their children, they had nothing, and their 3 children nearly perished from hunger. Had her brother not appeared to assist, who could say what their fate would have been? Naturally, a sense of grievance lingered within her. Both her elder brother and the youngest had turned her down, yet her sister-in-law had gallantly stepped forward, bringing Jiangua to help the following day. Jiang Qiu beamed at this news. It was serendipitous. I am delighted that my sister-in-law and Jiangua have secured this work. You know how supportive she has been towards us, and Jiangua possesses excellent character. If the positions had gone to my elder brother and the youngest, just imagine the potential conflicts in the cafeteria. They might even attempt to undermine you to elevate themselves. You are well aware of their natures. Zhao Deshang found himself unable to argue against this. His elder brother and the youngest were indeed cunning. Their overthinking often led to indecisiveness and ulterior motives. Although they appeared as brothers, the years spent under one roof had not been without their share of petty grievances. Hearing his wife's words alleviated his burden somewhat. You are right. It is precisely the situation that weighs heavily on my heart, yet I must admit my sister-in-law and Jiangua are quite agreeable. I can't shake the feeling that this matter isn't over. If my sister-in-law and Jiangua truly secure those stable jobs, just watch how my elder brother and the youngest react. What is there to fear? What can they do? The cafeteria does not operate under their command. Jiang Qiu reclined back, feeling relieved. Her brother had undoubtedly brought honor to their family. With this addition of 4 workers, they could hold their heads high. The family spent a quiet night without further discourse, and the following morning, Zhao Deshang entrusted their 3 children to a neighbor. He and his wife set out early to call upon people at the ancestral home, as breakfast was to be served at the cafeteria. The sky had yet to brighten, and the ancestral home was still tightly shut. The couple stood outside, raising their voices to summon elder sister-in-law, Jiang Su Shui, hearing their calls, hastily arose. Her husband, still in bed, grumbled in discontent. Look at what you're fussing about. Ignoring him, Su Shui rushed to awaken her son, quickly washing his face before dashing outside. Zhao Dasheng borrowed a bicycle from a neighbor, and with 2 people per bike, they finally made their way to the county town. The gatekeeper at the machinery factory did not impede their entry, and upon arriving at the cafeteria, they became the center of attention. Jiang Xiu, Su Shui, and Zhao Jiangguo felt somewhat out of place, as the staff, aware that the cafeteria was set to open today, regarded them with curiosity. For years, the rivalry between Director Li and Zhang Dashan had unfolded, with Director Li consistently yielding in defeat. Yet, a twist had emerged this time. After all, Zhao Deshang was known, but the other 3 were strangers. This unfamiliarity left the trio feeling rather awkward, unsure of how to position themselves. Fortunately, they soon encountered Jiang Yang. Upon seeing the 3, Jiang Yang paused momentarily. He was well aware of his 3rd sister's presence, having previously instructed his brother-in-law about her involvement. He had hoped to secure benefits for her, but he never anticipated that the Zhao family would send their eldest daughter-in-law and grandson to secure stable employment. Uncertain of the underlying circumstances, Jiang Yang dismissed them from his mind. The priority was to ensure the day's tasks were completed efficiently. Sister, you have arrived just in time to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Jiang Yang personally guided them to Zhang Dashan's workspace. As expected, neither Zhang Dashan nor his apprentice were present today. Aside from a few assisting kitchen staff, the stoves sat eerily vacant. Without a head chef to direct them, the kitchen staff were left in limbo, unsure whether to proceed with their tasks or await further instructions. At that moment, Director Li entered. Upon spotting Jiang Yang and Zhao Deshang with their companions, his face brightened. Director Li personally led the 4 of them to Zhang Dashan's work area. Everyone, please cease your tasks for a moment. I would like to introduce you to Zhao Deshang. Starting today, Zhao Deshang, accompanied by his subordinates, will temporarily assume the duties of Master Zhang. I implore each of you to cooperate wholeheartedly in ensuring the smooth operation of our cafeteria. As you are aware, our factory is currently hosting foreign experts, yet we must not neglect the nourishment of our own staff. United in purpose, we shall navigate this challenge together. Should you excel in your tasks, I shall readily advocate for bonuses on your behalf. However, should any issues arise within the cafeteria, it would be a source of embarrassment for me, and none of you shall escape unscathed. The kitchen staff exchanged glances, taken aback, primarily astonished that Zhang Dashan could find himself in such a predicament. They were all beneficiaries of Zhang Dashan's favors, having previously secured their positions due to their close ties with him. Naturally, they lacked the audacity of Han Gang's apprentices to simply request leave. Here, they maintained a stance of cautious observation. Undoubtedly, they would discreetly inform Zhang Dashan and Han Gang of the developments. Yet, Li Kitsong's recent maneuvers were far beyond their anticipation. Although they were inclined to report, it was clear that time was of the essence. One individual raised a hand and spoke. Director Li, we wish to cooperate. But Zhao Deshang was merely a second cook, not even head chef. Can he truly manage these tasks alone with this unfamiliar crew? If things go awry, we shouldn't be held accountable. Others, sensing the shift in the wind, quickly echoed. Indeed, Director, we are uncertain of their capabilities. If they falter, we cannot be blamed. Enough. Silence. Li Kakang Tundarat. What are you suggesting? Are you refusing to work? Are you too afraid of responsibility? If you're hesitant, perhaps I should grant you a sick leave to rest at home. Those who wish to work should follow Zhao Deshang's lead. Those who do not may leave immediately. I do not harbor idlers here. Li Kitsong's rare display of assertiveness silenced the crowd. Those who had contemplated dissent quickly sealed their lips, recognizing their lack of the confidence possessed by Han Gang. After delivering his orders, Li Kitsong turned to leave, and Zhao Deshang stepped forward with a smile. Comrades, Chef Zhang is hospitalized due to illness, and I have been assigned to oversee this work temporarily. I hope for your cooperation to ensure we do not jeopardize our bonuses. Now allow me to assign tasks. Let us each perform our roles diligently. If we work together, we will all benefit. Zhao Deshang understood that these individuals were reluctant to take leave because they lacked substantial backing. Zhang Dashan would not protect them. A few carefully chosen words would be necessary to win their allegiance, as he needed their assistance to complete the tasks at hand. The murmurs among the staff intensified, especially from the individual who had earlier questioned Zhao Deshang, clearly a provocateur. As Zhao Deshang began to delegate responsibilities, he turned to a man named Wang Ergu. Comrade Wang, your task is to handle the chopping. I have prepared our menu for today. 200 pounds of cabbage, 200 pounds of potatoes, and 200 pounds of radishes. This work is indeed meant for you and your fellow chopper. Zhao Desheng aimed to keep the task straightforward. On the first day, the menu would mirror the usual fare. After all, it was a cafeteria menu, not a banquet. To avoid errors, he planned a large stew accompanied by a few vegetable stir-fries, adhering to the typical four-dish arrangement. However, it became apparent that Wang Ergu was not aligned with Zhao Desheng's intentions. Zhao Desheng, spare me your bravado. We cannot chop this much. 2 of us are expected to handle 600 pounds of vegetables? Are you jesting? If you intend to sabotage me, you ought to consider your own standing. You're just a temporary worker, while I am a veteran employee, having served in the cafeteria for 5 years. Who are you to command me? Chapter 76, Disobedience to Orders. Zhao Desheng smirked, having anticipated Wang Ergu's insubordination. Comrade Wang, if you have grievances, we could discuss them later. For now, our priority is to complete the tasks I have assigned. His demeanor remained unruffled, and rather than inciting anger, it garnered a hint of respect from those present. Enough with your posturing, Zhao Desheng. You are merely a smiling tiger, a lapdog for Jiang Yang. Everyone knows you are his brother-in-law. Do you truly think you can usurp Master Zhang's position just because he is absent? Let me make it clear, I refuse to work today. What will you do about it? Zhao Desheng's smile widened. Comrades, you have all heard. Comrade Wang declares he will not comply with my work arrangements. This is not me being difficult. It is Comrade Wang's extreme discontent and lack of cooperation. Wang Ergu defiantly retorted, that's right. I am saying it loud and clear. I will not comply with your orders. I am a full-time employee, and no one dares to dismiss me. I refuse to follow your directives. What are you going to do about it? The onlookers averted their gazes, unwilling to become embroiled in this clash of titans. Most were indifferent, preferring to remain uninvolved and detached. Zhao Desheng patted Wang Ergu on the shoulder. Very well, Comrade Wang, you may take the day off. Since you do not wish to work, you are not required to participate in today's tasks. Is there anyone else who feels the same? Anyone who objects to my work arrangements, step forward now. Do not harbor your discontent silently. Others exchanged glances but remained mute. An undercurrent of unease permeated the room. Many recalled how Zhang Dashan had routinely thwarted Li Keqiang, only for Li Keqiang to emerge victorious each time. However, this was the first instance where Li Keqiang had not sought Zhang Dashan as counsel, instead opting for others. This unexpected turn of events heightened their wariness, making them cautious to avoid collateral damage. Wang Ergu observed the subdued reactions of his peers and scoffed, pathetic cowards. When Master Zhang was here, you all basked in his favor. Now, you cower like turtles. Zhao Desheng clapped his hands. All right then, Comrade Wang, you may leave. Our group does not require your presence. We do not need a newcomer overseeing our work. We cannot afford such a leader. Zhao Desheng felt emboldened, buoyed by the assurance provided by his brother-in-law. If he succeeded in this role, it would become his own, securing 4 positions for the future. He was determined to excel, and individuals like Wang Ergu would not be tolerated. Wang Ergu retorted dismissively, whether I leave or stay is not for you to decide. Just because you tell me to go, does that mean I will? You lack the authority. I will remain right here. What are you going to do about it? Zhao Desheng chuckled. You are indeed a full-time employee. I lack the means to command you. Very well. I shall seek out the director. Wang Ergu's eyes widened in alarm. What are you doing? A man of your stature resorting to petty grievances. Do you not feel a sense of shame? If you cannot manage your subordinates, must you go to the section chief? You possess quite a bold ambition, Zhao Desheng. Do you still wish to report my alleged misdeeds? Zhao Desheng, wearing a serene expression reminiscent of the Methriel Buddha, replied with a smile, Comrade Xiao Wang, what I am doing is not reporting you. You are a permanent employee, while I am merely a temporary worker. I have no authority over you. Naturally, I must seek the section chief's guidance for task assignments. Otherwise, if today's work were to go awry, who would bear the responsibility? All our colleagues would be implicated. I am acting in the best interest of everyone. There is no other choice. Upon witnessing Zhao Desheng's intention to approach the section chief's office, Wang Ergu felt an immediate surge of anxiety, fearing that Zhao Desheng might fabricate stories to slander him. He hastily followed Zhao Desheng into section chief Li's office. Li was on a phone call when he noticed the two entering. He furrowed his brow and ended the call before asking, What brings you here? Shouldn't you be attending to your own responsibilities? Why are you not serving lunch today? Li's mind was in turmoil, uncertain of how the day's events would unfold. This was the first time he had not bowed to Zhang Dashan. Such unpredictability heightened his anxiety. The call he had just made was to report to the factory director, as a matter of such magnitude could potentially implicate him, and he needed to lay the groundwork with the director. To his surprise, the diligent Zhao Desheng had appeared in his office. We suddenly found Zhao Desheng to be somewhat unreliable. Chief, you must not take Zhao Desheng's word at face value. It is not that I refuse to follow his directives. Rather, I find it unjust that a temporary worker presumes to oversee us permanent staff. Moreover, he is not even a chef by trade. If we were to suffer from poorly prepared meals today, who would be accountable? It would tarnish the reputation of the entire cafeteria. I merely cannot stand idly by. Wang Ergu swiftly cast himself as the victim, while also asserting his own stance. After all, he had been a dedicated employee for 5 years, and he still held some credibility with the section chief. The disparity between temporary and permanent workers was substantial. Typically, in such principal matters, factory personnel would protect the permanent staff while scrutinizing the temporary workers. This often led temporary employees to yield to their permanent counterparts. We turned to Zhao Desheng, asking what is going on. Zhao Desheng clarified. Chiefly, I assigned a task to Comrade Xiao Wang, but he expressed his discontent, claiming that as a permanent worker, he is not obliged to comply with my directives. I strive to fulfill my responsibilities. If everyone were to act like Comrade Xiao Wang and refuse to accept guidance from a temporary worker, we would find ourselves unable to proceed with our subsequent tasks. Therefore, I propose that Comrade Xiao Wang take a day off so as not to hinder our collective efforts. Upon hearing this, Chiefly understood that this was an instigation by someone close to Zhang Dashan. Already perturbed, he now faced the insubordinate Wang Ergu, and his frustration boiled over. If Zhao Desheng cannot command your respect, do you believe that your seniority grants you immunity? Fine. If he cannot lead you, then I shall take charge. From this moment on, you are on leave. Your services are no longer required in the cafeteria. Be gone at once. Wang Ergu was taken aback by the section chief's blatant favoritism. Chapter 77 of Little Use. Zhao Desheng returned to the cafeteria, his demeanor confident and triumphant. Upon locking eyes with Jiang Yang, Jiang gave him a thumbs up, fully confident that his brother-in-law could handle the situation adeptly. It was precisely because he recognized Zhao Desheng's adeptness at navigating complex scenarios that he believed resolving the current predicament was merely a matter of time. Jiang Yang diligently continued his work, serving only 6 foreign experts and 2 translators, allowing for a relatively light workload, as the menu consisted of only a few familiar dishes. Today, as offerings included salad and roasted meat, complemented by the baguette he had prepared, which emerged from the oven with a robust crust. The kitchen staff were perplexed by Jiang Yang's ability to produce such a dish. However, after witnessing the admiration from the foreign experts the previous day, they understood that it was best to inquire less and contribute more. When the foreign experts tasted the meal, their eyes widened in astonishment. The salad's flavor was reminiscent of their home-cooked meals, achieved through the simple combination of commonly used foreign spices, white vinegar, olive oil, sugar, and a hint of salt. The seasoning was sourced from Jiang Yang's well-stocked villa pantry, a testament to his foresight. As for the roasted meat, Jiang Yang had marinated lamb overnight, skewering it with onions and bell peppers before roasting. When he brought the oven into the cafeteria, the staff were momentarily stunned, for none had ever encountered such an appliance. In a cafeteria lacking such modern conveniences, the need for an oven for both bread and meat was evident, and Jiang Yang had cleverly claimed it was borrowed. As the savory aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the cafeteria, even the employees waiting in line for their meals turned their heads in intrigue. Jiang Yang sliced the baguette into pieces, placing them in a small bamboo basket lined with oil paper for a distinctly Western presentation. He instructed his staff to serve the dishes, bringing forth a large tray brimming with the roasted meat. The foreign experts' eyes gleamed with excitement, resembling hungry wolves. Jiang Yang caught sight of Secretary Feng, surprised to find her accompanying the factory director. A table of 10 foreign guests engaged in animated conversation, completely disregarding the 2 translators beside them, communicating effortlessly in their native language. After introducing the dishes, the foreign guests began to indulge heartily. The factory director observed this scene with satisfaction, having come to oversee operations. Unaccustomed to foreign cuisine, he patted Secretary Feng's shoulder, signaling her to stay with the translators while he returned to his office, preferring the simplicity of a boxed meal. Secretary Feng remarked quietly to Jiang Yang, I never would have guessed. You truly possess hidden depths. These dishes I have tasted surpass those from the finest Western restaurants in the capital. Comrade Feng, I am not as inscrutable as you think. I merely extrapolated from various sources, gaining insight into foreign culinary preferences, and followed the recipes accordingly, Jiang Yang replied, fabricating his explanation. Secretary Feng shot him a playful glance, as if to say, I know you're putting on a show. Surely, your well-traveled friend must have assisted you. You, with your frequent international excursions, must be well-versed in Western cuisine. Jiang Yang offered a composed smile, his demeanor exuding an air of unshakable confidence and charm, enhanced by his good looks and the aura of a successful individual from past life. Consequently, he radiated an unparalleled charisma that even in silence captivated Secretary Feng, who could not help but sigh inwardly at the striking appearance of the man before her. Secretary Feng felt her heart racing furiously, recalling her father's admonition. She knew she absolutely must not engage in a romantic affair here. Yet, the desire to pursue a relationship with Jiang Yang was overwhelming. What was she to do? Upon receiving Secretary Feng's wistful gaze, Jiang Yang found himself perplexed by the woman's expression. Initially, it had seemed predatory, akin to a wolf eager to devour him. But now it resembled that of a spurned lover. A chill ran down Jiang Yang's spine. As the day's work came to a close, Director Li sat in the canteen, casually crossing his legs and sipping tea, a look of complete satisfaction on his face. After a long day, he had come to realize that Zhao Deshang was indeed impressive. Observing from the sidelines, he noted that Zhao had nearly monopolized all the cooking tasks alongside 3 others, despite Zhao bringing along women and children, which had initially led Li to suspect ulterior motives. He soon recognized that this group possessed remarkable skills. The young man Zhao brought along displayed knife skills that were nothing short of extraordinary, producing uniformly sliced meat with precision. Furthermore, while the meals were prepared in large pots, Zhao's dishes somehow turned out particularly delicious. Many employees had approached Li, questioning whether a master chef had been swapped in, as the flavors were notably upgraded. It was evident that today's fare was far more delectable, and the patrons, with empty stomachs, pointed to their food in eager feedback to Director Li. The dishes now appeared genuinely appetizing, glistening with oil and enticingly fragrant. Li felt a pang of sympathy for his own oil reserves, pondering how they would fare after today's indulgence. Fortunately, the day had unfolded without incident, affirming Zhao Deshang's capabilities. Jiang Yang's recommendation had not been in vain. Zhao, having removed his apron, approached Director Li with his family in tow. Director, after a long day, Haven T had a chance to ask, what are the opinions on today's meals? Should there be any feedback, we can certainly make adjustments tomorrow. His humble and sincere demeanor endeared him to Director Li, who often found himself at odds with Zhang Dashan. Old Zhao, you've done quite well today. Everyone has unanimously praised the quality of the food. However, I must remind you that you've used a considerable amount of oil. Many have commented that today's meals were particularly fragrant and oily. Director, you misunderstand. I didn't use any more oil than usual. In fact, it might have been less, Zhao insisted. Li was taken aback by this assertion. While he was inclined to employ Zhao, he hoped there wouldn't be any secrets hidden from him. Having observed the cooking process, he thought the oil usage was substantial, making Zhao's claim seem overly eager for credit. A person overly fixated on immediate gains seldom proves to be of great worth. Chapter 78, Deliberate Neglect. Director Li, slightly displeased, entered the kitchen, where he was astonished to see the oil barrels Zhao had used. Upon inspection, he was genuinely surprised. When Zhang Dashan had relinquished his duties, he was aware that they had just received a new supply of cooking oil, a fact he had personally signed off on. The level in the barrels had barely decreased, indicating that the usage had not exceeded normal limits, and might even have been less than what Zhang had employed. Li felt a surge of unexpected joy. Old Zhao, you truly possess a skill. How did you manage to create such delicious meals with so little oil? Director, this is my secret technique, Zhao whispered, leaning in conspiratorially. Li raised an eyebrow and gave a thumbs up. Well done, old Zhao. That's an admirable method. Oh, it's merely an old trick passed down through generations. My family has this legacy, so I've inevitably learned a few unconventional skills. It's nothing remarkable. Zhao's modesty, especially his willingness to share his secret with Director Li, instantly garnered Li's favor. Li recognized that cultivating his own team was crucial. Jiang Yang was undoubtedly part of that team, and the two had developed a certain rapport. If Zhao directly challenged Zhang Dashan, he would have both men firmly aligned under his leadership, with Zhao Shiwang likely swaying with the wind, ensuring cohesion in the cafeteria. Director Li's expression brightened as he clapped Zhao Deshang on the shoulder. Old Zhao, what I said yesterday stands. Today has proven your capabilities. No need for further words. Tomorrow morning, take your family to the office to finalize the paperwork. Starting tomorrow, you will be the official chef of our cafeteria. Old Zhao, I have high hopes for you and Jiang Yang. You both are my right and left arms, and I trust you will not disappoint my expectations. Zhao Deshang quickly pledged his loyalty. Director, you are our benefactor. Rest assured, Jiang Yang holds you in the highest regard, viewing you as a big brother. Naturally, I shall follow your lead without question. My only skill lies in obeying directives. Whatever you instruct, I shall comply without hesitation. Director Li regarded Zhao Deshang with a knowing look, unable to suppress his satisfaction at Zhao's flattery. Who wouldn't relish such praise? Zhao Deshang was indeed a talent. Zhao quietly slipped over to Jiang Yang. Observing his brother-in-law's exuberant demeanor, Jiang Yang asked, "Did everything go well, brother-in-law? Need you ask? With you orchestrating from the shadows." Success was inevitable. Director Li just informed me that tomorrow I should bring your sister and the others to complete the paperwork. It's a done deal for us as workers, and I've somehow become a formal employee right away. Word is, others toil for 3 years to achieve that status. I've been here less than 2 months and am already an official worker. Old Six, you truly have a knack for this, Jiang Yang laughed, fully aware of his brother-in-law's capabilities. Zhao's talents were indeed on par with his own. Otherwise, he would have thrived in business with his sister. It was merely a matter of riding the winds of fortune, and Zhang Dashan had paved the way for them. With their alliance in the cafeteria, they were firmly establishing their position. Congratulations, brother-in-law, on becoming a formal employee. Zhao Deshang patted Jiang Yang's shoulder. But don't say that, without you. I wouldn't be here today. Come on, Old Six, let us head home together after work. I want to celebrate tonight. I'm so delighted and need someone to share my thoughts with. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yang retrieved 2 bottles of wine from his space after finishing work. Ever since discovering that his grand villa had the unique ability to replenish all consumed resources daily, neither more nor less, precisely as before, he had ceased to be frugal. Items like Mao Tai and cigarettes were naturally consumables, and he had no intention of shortchanging himself or his brother-in-law with 2 packs of Zhonghua and 2 bottles of Mao Tai. In another bag, he packed some beef, roasted chicken, and sausages, all renowned brands steeped in history. Initially, he considered bringing raw meats, but decided against it, wanting to avoid making his brother-in-law uncomfortable with too much food. The 5 of them did not ride bicycles back, primarily because Jiang Yang didn't have one. They chatted and laughed all the way back to the village. Su Shui and her son Zhang Wo returned the bicycles to the neighbor's house before heading straight home. When they entered, the room was already shrouded in darkness. The mother and son pushed the door, only to discover that Zhao Laoda had locked it from the inside. Su Shui knocked on the curtain for quite some time, and discontented shouts from the neighboring Lao San's household could be heard. "Sister-in-law, why don't you just sleep in Jianggui's room? Why are you knocking at this late hour? We've worked all day, and now we can't even get a moment's rest." Su Shui had no choice but to relent, understanding that her husband was deliberately showing her a sour face. Zhao Jiangui took his mother to their brother's room. After all, they all slept on the same large kong, and by squeezing together, they could make room for their mother. Meanwhile, when a younger brother and sister heard the voices of their brother and mother returning, they hurriedly got up. Jianhua quickly donned her clothes and rushed to the ground. "Mother, elder brother, you're back. I'll stoke the fire in the kitchen and prepare something for you to eat. You must be hungry, right?" This girl was only 13, yet she could manage all the household chores. "We're not hungry. What did you eat for dinner?" Su Shui gazed at her daughter's brittle, yellowed hair, feeling a pang of sorrow. The old lady had a clear favoritism towards Lao San's family. It cannot be blamed on the old man, as the elderly tended to dote on their youngest. This had been a timeless truth. Thus, it was inevitable that they would be somewhat neglectful in terms of food and drink towards that family. Jianhua's stomach growled audibly. Jianxi rose and said, "Mother, don't ask. You know how it is. Today, father found out that you and elder brother went out. He was in foul mood at home, taking it out on everyone. When it came time for dinner, grandparents naturally served us a meager broth. My sister and I saved our provisions for you and elder brother. Otherwise, grandma would have locked everything up. It was as if she deliberately wanted to deny you and elder brother food." Jianxi retrieved a bowl from their cupboard, which contained 2 dry pancakes. "Mother, elder brother, you haven't eaten yet, right? Hurry up and eat." Zhao Jiangui cheerfully produced 2 lunchboxes from behind him. These lunchboxes had been personally brought back by their second uncle today, stating that everyone in the factory cafeteria received lunchboxes. He placed the boxes in front of them and opened the lids, releasing a delightful aroma throughout the room. Jianhua and Jian, she were momentarily stunned. Inside was a generous helping of stir-fried vegetables, which, despite being a mixed dish, was topped with a plethora of meat slices. The 2 siblings, who had not tasted meat in quite some time, swallowed hard. Upon glancing at the other lunchbox, they found it crammed with 4 fluffy, steamed buns, the kind that were perfectly white. Chapter 79. Encountering Challenges Again. No one mentioned the Zhao family matters any further. Jiang Yang, along with his brother-in-law and sister, returned home after picking up the 3 little ones from the neighbors. The children, still drowsy, were carried to the kong and tucked in. Jiang Yang and his brother-in-law took to the kitchen, where they prepared several dishes. Both were adept cooks, and it must be said that each of them crafted 2 dishes. resulting in a meal that was anything but ordinary. The brother-in-law and younger brother clinked glasses, quickly becoming inebriated. Jiang Yang, tipsy, looked at his sister Jiang Xiao and said, "Sister, I used to be a disappointment, and I let you and the other sisters down. From this day forth, I shall ensure that you live a good life. Sister, you must believe in me." Jiang Xiao gazed at her brother, who was now quite drunk, and her eyes welled with tears. She had never imagined that her brother would one day reach such a state. Yet, the changes at home were indeed as he had described. Everything was different now, and even the couple had secured stable jobs. This was something they had never dared to dream of before. It seemed their parents were right. The hope for their family resided in their brother. The notion that their family's glory depended solely on him had always felt somewhat off, and she had often harbored a sense of discontent. However, now, looking back, her parents appeared to possess remarkable foresight. The lingering feelings of discontent dissipated in an instant. The next day at work, Zhao Daisheng returned the bicycle to Jiang Yang, mainly because their family now consisted of 4 people, and it seemed inappropriate to keep borrowing from a neighbor's. Rather than have 2 people ride the bicycle, it was better for all 4 to walk together. More importantly, he felt a bit embarrassed. As a brother-in-law, he shouldn't need to rely on his younger brother for help. The following day, it was evident that the Zhao family still hadn't taken the matter to heart. Not only did no one get up to see them off with breakfast, but their rising noise also displeased others. After breakfast, Zhao Daisheng took some free time to find section chief Li, who then brought them to the personnel department to finalize the employment paperwork for the 4 of them. This matter had been approved by the factory manager. Upon learning that the cafeteria's Zhang Daishan was aging and in poor health, often taking leave for hospitalization, the manager noted that such circumstances were quite normal for an elder. However, the well-being of all the employees could not be neglected. So with a swift stroke of his pen, he approved the matter. This was a fact, and even if an investigation were conducted, it would be clear as day. Zhang Daishan had long been a tyrant in the cafeteria, accompanied by his 3 apprentices, and had not done anything good there. Especially for the ordinary staff in the cafeteria, they had suffered under him. When the personnel from the manager's office came to investigate, naturally, no one had anything good to say. This matter was thus firmly established. Zhao Daisheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that as long as the formalities were completed, he had nothing to worry about. With the formalities done and work uniforms issued, the matter was definitively settled. Upon returning home, Zhao Daisheng raised the work uniform in his hand, turning to his younger brother and saying, "Old Lu, the matter is accomplished." Jiang Yang's face lit up with excitement. His main goal had been to ensure that his family could at least enjoy some benefits before striking it rich. Well, his 3rd sister and brother-in-law had already resolved their current predicament, marking the first step forward. It was a promising start. Recently, he had been contemplating how to secure a dormitory at the factory, so he could bring his daughter and 2nd sister over. The 2nd sister, accompanied by her 2 children, needed to address issues related to their education. The factory had both a kindergarten and a primary school for the children of employees. The eldest girl, 2nd girl, and little one must receive an education together, as the primary school in their village was too far away. Moreover, if the 2nd sister had no income, she would likely be reluctant to send her children to school. However, progress had to be made step by step. At what point could he help his 2nd sister secure a job? Starting a business was undoubtedly unsuitable at this time. If it were after the 1980s, he would certainly encourage her to start a small enterprise. Regardless, he would invest to help her establish the business. But currently, the conditions were not conducive. The policies did not allow for such endeavors. Engaging in such activities now would only complicate matters for himself. As for the eldest sister, 4th sister, and 5th sister, these responsibilities fell on him as well. Yet his time was still quite limited, and his capabilities were still constrained. While Jiang Yang was busy in the kitchen, he noticed Secretary Feng, along with Liu Jia and Zhao Jia, sitting outside the cafeteria at a table, their expressions grim as they discussed something. Jiang Yang brought over the chocolate pies he had prepared, intended as desserts for foreign experts, yet they had found their way to Secretary Feng and the others. Secretary Feng. Translator Li, Translator Zhao, please try the chocolate pies. Jiang Yang took a seat. He was a keen listener, adept at reading the room. To seize opportunities, one must rely on their exceptional personal abilities. He would never miss a chance to assist whenever possible. As Jiang Yang would describe himself, he was a thorough opportunist. Liu Jia and Zhao Jia hesitated to speak, but Secretary Feng shared a closer bond with Jiang Yang, leaving no room for concealment. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we encountered. Those foreign experts are utterly insufferable. They ostensibly teach us techniques, yet many of these methodologies are shrouded in secrecy, with the core technologies never explicitly clarified to us. Our master has numerous inquiries for them, but each time he is interrupted. The provincial leaders have mandated that we must acquire a thorough understanding of the assembly line technologies from the experts. However, we find ourselves unable to grasp the concepts. Whenever we pose questions, they deflect and only teach us superficial aspects, leaving the essential techniques obscured. With Feng Meihua's prompt, Li Yujie could no longer contain her frustration. These foreign experts are exceedingly cunning. They indulge in food and drink daily, yet they refuse to answer any of our inquiries. When pressed, they simply ignore us. Zhao Jie remarked while tapping on his thick notebook, "Look how voluminous this notebook is. It's nearly as thick as a book," filled with questions from these technicians and engineers. Yet, not a single one receives a response from the foreigners. Jiang Yang was acutely aware that in this day and age, foreigners often look down upon our capabilities. Despite the possibility of importing many machines and equipment, exorbitant prices must be paid to procure their devices, alongside high fees to engage these engineers and technicians to instruct us in their use. However, the foreigners are exceedingly shrewd. They hoard their core technologies for profit. When machinery malfunctions, we must incur substantial costs to summon them back from abroad, including airfare, accommodations, and various wages, all paid in foreign exchange. This predicament weighs heavily on Jiang Yang's mind. Although he may not possess a high level of education, he has witnessed the prosperity of a strong nation in a previous life, an era of national strength and technological advancement. The fervor within him still burns brightly. "I may have a solution. Shall we give it a try?" Chapter 80 Dice. The others paused, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yang's proposal seemed straightforward, lacking any apparent technical complexity. Yet, they couldn't shake the feeling that success was improbable, having spent days observing these foreigners and deeming them too astute to be easily deceived. The idea that Jiang Yang could hoodwink such a group seemed unrealistic. Nevertheless, as 2 days passed without any tangible progress, anxiety grew among them. Feng Meihua, however, held a strong sense of trust in Jiang Yang, primarily because he had consistently acted with composure and integrity since their acquaintance. "Let us give it a shot. After all, we have nothing to lose." The three conferred, recognizing that this matter required reporting to the factory, as well as obtaining consent from city and provincial leaders. They could not make a unilateral decision. The factory leaders convened a brief meeting, wary of potential complications in implementing this strategy, fearing it might yield unsatisfactory results. Thus, they resolved to conduct a small trial. Should the method prove effective, they would report to higher authorities. If it failed, they would simply keep it under wraps. Regardless of the outcome, it could hardly be worse than their current situation. Consequently, after the afternoon shift, the foreign experts arrived at the cafeteria, as usual, occupying a designated dining area, which was merely partitioned by screens rather than enclosed. The foreign experts typically finished their work earlier than the regular workers, adhering strictly to a 9-to-5 schedule, never lingering beyond their allotted time. Their earnings were comfortably effortless. Today, upon entering the cafeteria, they noticed an iron plate placed before them, a deviation from the norm. Jiang Yang, clad in a work uniform, chef's hat, and apron, prepared to serve teppanyaki. For this occasion, he had spared no expense, utilizing premium ingredients sourced from his villa, imported wagyu beef, and air-freighted seafood. The foreigners had likely never encountered such fare. Most importantly, the wines served were renowned from their homeland. Domestic spirits were unpalatable to them, and while Chinese diners could enjoy white liquor with steak and seafood, the foreigners would not accept it. Seizing the opportunity to assist the foreign experts with their meals, Zhao Jie discreetly positioned his notebook beneath the table. He and Li Yujie were responsible for serving tea and water to the 6 experts. Jiang Yang eloquently introduced the dishes he had prepared, particularly the steak and seafood, causing the foreigners' eyes to widen in astonishment. Red wine with steak, white wine with seafood. As each teppanyaki dish was completed, the foreigners savored the exquisite cuisine while enjoying their wine, instinctively relaxing around Jiang Yang, who adeptly answered their inquiries, as his role as a chef afforded him the liberty of being less formal. Jiang Yang, displaying remarkable wit, shared anecdotes about his background, hailing from a humble farming family, raised by 5 protective sisters, culminating in his position as a cook in the machinery factory, a source of pride for his family. The foreigners erupted in laughter, not out of derision, but rather in recognition that for someone from such ordinary beginnings, his journey was indeed remarkable. As the evening progressed, Jiang Yang ingeniously introduced a bar segment following the teppanyaki, capitalizing on the secluded dining area, which allowed the staff to alter their mealtime, rendering the cafeteria unusually quiet. While engaging the experts in dice games and toasting with various wines, red, white, whiskey, and beer, he ensured a steady flow of delicacies and snacks. The dice game, evidently the foreign experts' favorite pastime, provided entertainment amid the festivities. Jiang Yang expertly controlled the pace of the game, maintaining a rhythm of winning 2 rounds and losing 1. The foreigners, having indulged in excessive libations, began to feel the effects of their merriment. Each time he lost, it allowed him to pose a question from his notebook. With their spirits lifted, the foreigners offered detailed responses. Though their condescension was palpable, they perceived Jiang Yang as lacking comprehension. Yet, Jiang Yang remained cautious, artfully weaving in professional inquiries amidst casual banter, presenting himself as an uneducated individual attempting to appear cultured. The inebriated foreigners welcomed the interaction, reveling in the lively atmosphere. He even led them in a game of truth or dare, showcasing his own impressive drinking prowess, honed in a previous life, where he could outdrink a table full of guests. Despite his current body's lack of conditioning, his innate genetics prevailed. Thus, the cafeteria remained brightly lit throughout the night. Outside, technicians and engineers, armed with their notebooks, trembled with excitement, having resolved at least 10 challenging issues that evening. Even if it meant freezing to death outside the window, it was worth it. Ultimately, the foreigners drank themselves into oblivion and were subsequently carried to the guest house. Jiang Yang, in a state of inebriation, stumbled back to his dormitory. The following day, the foreigners awoke, clearly oblivious to the events of the previous night. They had indulged excessively in spirits, leading to a lapse in memory. Nevertheless, they genuinely took a liking to Jiang Yang, and from that day forth, the cafeteria became a nightly revelry. Jiang Yang tirelessly entertained them for 7 consecutive days, with not a moment of respite. Every query in his notebook was answered with remarkable precision. His intellect shone through as he deftly navigated a myriad of topics, ensuring that any abrupt question would catch his interlocutors unprepared. Throughout these 7 days, not only did the foreign experts develop pronounced dark circles beneath their eyes, appearing somewhat listless, but the technicians and engineers also bore the marks of fatigue. There was no alternative. After attending classes during the day, they had to work overtime at night. The crucial point was that after their shifts, they were invigorated by the desire to solve existing technical challenges, leaving little room for sleep. Chapter 81. Rewards. At long last, the foreign experts were dispatched onto their bus back to the provincial capital. Jiang Yang waved goodbye, and a few of the foreigners appeared somewhat reluctant to part ways, primarily because Jiang Yang had proven to be such an engaging companion. Exhausted himself, Jiang Yang had been required to work during the day and entertain at night, maintaining a heightened level of concentration throughout. His mind was in constant overdrive, seeking solutions to pressing issues. The past 7 days had been particularly grueling. As he turned around, he was met by the factory director, the party secretary, and all the workshop supervisors, accompanied by technicians and engineers who stood behind him. At the instant Jiang Yang turned, they erupted into enthusiastic applause. The crowd surged forward, lifting him into the air without granting him a moment to react, tossing him aloft once more. Jiang Yang laughed heartily as he fell back into their hands, only to be thrown into the air again. The nation was fervently eager to acquire advanced technology, and he had merely made a modest contribution, yet received such immense accolades in return. For the first time, he realized that even a chef could contribute to the country. Jiang Yang felt a swell of pride within himself. In the factory director's office, the director patted Jiang Yang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Xiao Jiang, you are truly remarkable. This success is largely thanks to you. Had it been anyone else, we might not have achieved such results." Jiang Yang needed no further words. He had already reported this matter to the leaders at the provincial and municipal levels. The leaders declared that, given his significant contribution, he was to be duly rewarded. Name your desires. The provincial award certificate will be issued shortly, and you may even be called upon to present a report at the provincial and municipal levels. In the director's eyes, Jiang Yang had become a prized asset. The unassuming chef had demonstrated remarkable ingenuity in devising this solution. Despite the presence of numerous intelligent individuals at the provincial and municipal levels, none had conceived such an approach. Though it appeared inconspicuous and seemingly lacking feasibility, an entire day dedicated to revelry could indeed resolve significant issues, which was quite extraordinary. Jiang Yang was undoubtedly a person who adeptly climbed the ladder of success. The resources Jiang Yang had procured were unparalleled in the market, and one could easily surmise the extent of relationships he had leveraged and the effort he had expended. Director, first and foremost, regarding these ingredients and the tobacco and alcohol, this expenditure needs reimbursement. After all, these provisions were supplied by friends, and I cannot allow them to offer them without compensation. I would willingly provide them for the sake of our country and our factory, but their sentiments involved with my friends. Upon hearing this, the director waved his hand dismissively. What does that matter? Secretary Feng has already informed me that your friend exerted considerable influence to assist us. The resources consumed were not trivial, and these items are specially provided. Rest assured, the factory will cover all expenses. Just compile a list for me, and once I sign it, you can go to the finance department for reimbursement. The director's willingness was, of course, motivated by the understanding that this reimbursement would not exceed the foreign expert's expenditures in foreign currency. Resolving matters with this sum of money was far more advantageous than spending foreign currency. You mustn't solely consider others. Think about what tangible rewards can come your way. The director continued, I recognize that you are selfless. Since the moment you entered the cafeteria, you have been thinking of everyone. However, sometimes you must also contemplate your family's difficulties. For instance, do your parents wish to work at our factory? I have heard you have 5 sisters. Do your sisters and brothers-in-law have any interest in joining us? If others could not arrange it, he promised he could. Jiang Yang felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of arranging positions for his sisters and brothers-in-law, which would indeed be a boon. However, he also considered that the machinery factory might face restructuring and bankruptcy in a decade or so. If all his relatives were placed in the same factory, it could lead to complications. Moreover, while the director could make such assurances, he couldn't openly arrange for 10 of his family members to be employed at the factory. Fully aware of the potential gossip that would ensue, the very thought of being inundated with scorn was daunting. Reflecting on his personal dilemma, he said, Director, I truly have a bit of a predicament. Could you assist me? Xiao Jiang, speak freely. Director, I have been residing in a single dormitory. However, I have a daughter who has reached the age for kindergarten. You are aware that she cannot learn much in the village. I was hoping to enroll her in our factory's kindergarten, with the intention of eventually sending her to our factory's primary school. I would also appreciate it if you could arrange for me to have a separate dormitory, as I am unable to care for a child alone. I would like my sister to come and help look after her. Could you perhaps discuss with the kindergarten about providing my sister with a job there? This way, she can assist in caring for my daughter while also securing formal employment. Initially, the director anticipated that Jiang Yang would make exorbitant demands and braced himself for potential exploitation. While the factory could indeed accommodate the employment of all 5 sisters and brothers-in-law, especially in roles like boiler maintenance or gatekeeping, he naturally felt no obligation to bear any psychological burden regarding Jiang Yang's requests. The rewards from the provincial and municipal levels were entirely unrelated to him. However, he was taken aback by the young man's astuteness. His requests were quite modest, merely a separate dormitory, which was hardly unreasonable. It was common for contributors or long-serving employees to receive 2 or 3 individual rooms. Furthermore, he was only asking for a job for his sister at the kindergarten, which fell under the factory's purview, with all wages managed by the factory. This request was quite reasonable, aimed at caring for the child while also providing his sister with a livelihood. After all, it would be impractical for her to help him without compensation. From every angle, Jiang Yang's request was fair and rational, and the position of a kindergarten teacher was not a challenging one. It could easily be arranged with a simple word from the director, as it involved no specialized skills. The director found himself regarding this young man with newfound respect. It was no wonder he had been able to accomplish such feats. His clarity of thought and measured requests were impressive. He recognized that at Jiang Yang's age, he had not possessed such composure. Say no more. You have worked hard all week. Go home and rest, and bring your sister and child along. I will grant you 3 days off, and when you return, everything will be arranged for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang quickly expressed his gratitude. Such a humble, disciplined, and unpretentious young man immediately caught the director's favor. As Jiang Yang exited the office, he let out a sigh of relief, having resolved yet another issue. It is undoubtedly better to have one's beloved daughter close at hand. At long last, the opportunity to return and see her has arrived. Chapter 82, A Bounty of Returns. After merely taking a few steps, Jiang Yang spotted Feng Meihua, who was standing at the entrance of the secretary's office, beckoning him with a wave. Upon entering the office, before he could utter a word, Feng Meihua swiftly pulled him inside and shut the door behind them, her demeanor betraying a hint of guilt. Secretary Feng, what troubles you? Have you pilfered something? He inquired, bemused. Who has stealing? She retorted with a roll of her eyes, her curiosity piqued. What reward did you request from the factory director just now? I asked for nothing extravagant, merely a single accommodation to bring my daughter over, and perhaps a position for my sister so my second sister can assist in caring for the child. Jiang Yang held Feng Meihua in high regard, considering her a true friend, and they shared a genuine camaraderie. Did he harbor any romantic notions regarding Feng Meihua? Not all, while she was undeniably stunning. With an enviable figure, he recognized the complexities of her connections and refrained from pursuing someone of her stature. As a twice-married man with a child, he was fully aware that any relationship with Feng Meihua would be implausible. He had long surpassed the age of being dazzled by mere beauty. Now, focusing more on the future. Opportunities for love would arise again. Yet women like Feng Meihua, capable, well-connected, and strikingly beautiful, were rare. You truly are naive. Is that all you asked for? Are you even aware that the province is exceptionally pleased with your performance? The provincial leaders have specifically commended you. With this recognition, you could seamlessly replace Director Li. Did you not realize this? Such trifling benefits should not have misled you, she admonished, her frustration palpable. When a factory director had sought Jiang Yang earlier, she had been preoccupied with arranging a meeting in the conference room, only to return and discover him in the director's office, leaving her both anxious and irate. Old adage, fools enjoy their bliss, she muttered, her proximity to Jiang Yang becoming increasingly intimate. In an unexpected twist, he found himself pinned against the door by Feng Meihua, their closeness reminiscent of a domineering CEO with his delicate spouse. Unbeknownst to her, their bodies were pressed together. And Jiang Yang could not help but feel a stir of desire, primarily due to Feng Meihua's alluring physique. As he spoke, his breath brushed against her forehead, prompting her to abruptly snap back to reality, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink that extended to the nape of her neck, enhancing her captivating beauty. Startled, Feng Meihua instinctively released her grip. You rogue. Without hesitation, Jiang Yang wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into an embrace, their laughter mingling in the air. That was not my intention. Now, that would be truly scandalous, he teased, playfully blowing a breath against her ear before releasing her. Feng Meihua, startled as if pricked by a needle, jumped back several paces, her eyes narrowing at him. Her almond-shaped eyes, usually so expressive, now conveyed an amalgamation of shyness and indignation. Thank you, Secretary Feng. I recognize your intentions are well-meaning. However, my foremost desire is to have my daughter by my side. She is my lifeblood, and whether I become the head of the canteen is of little consequence to me. With that, Jiang Yang gracefully opened the door and turned to leave. Feng Meihua muttered under her breath, "Humph, this twice-married man is indeed a scoundrel." The tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind were hard to articulate. She could still feel the warmth of his hands where they had rested on her waist. Jiang Yang had done nothing overtly inappropriate. It felt as though he had crossed a line. As he pedaled homeward, humming a tune, the anticipation of spending 3 precious days with his daughter filled him with joy. Such moments were rare treasures. Before returning home, he naturally prepared a grand assortment of gifts. With no words left unspoken, he procured 60 pounds of rice and 40 pounds of flour, meticulously packed in cloth bags, and placed them on the back seat of his bicycle. In the front basket, he secured a barrel of peanut oil and brought along beef, pork, and 2 chickens for his mother. Though the weather was chilly and they lacked refrigeration, he knew they could manage a few days without issue. He also brought 2 packs of cigarettes for his father. After all, he would replenish his supply daily, and acknowledged that his father's preferred brand was far inferior to the ones he offered. Additionally, he acquired 2 bottles of Moutai liquor, which would be a splendid addition to the home, even if not consumed. For his mother, he selected a gold bracelet, a style that was increasingly rare but would surely delight her, for any gold would bring her joy. With gifts for his parents in hand, he turned his attention to his daughter and second sister, as well as his nieces. The only regret was that his villa was stocked with items meant for adults, lacking children's clothing. Otherwise, he would have dressed his little girl like a princess. Yet, he had the means, so he ventured to the supply and marketing cooperative. Although the current styles left much to be desired, he had no choice but to adapt to the circumstances. He selected the most fashionable options available. To the astonishment of the sales clerk, he procured 3 outfits and 3 pairs of shoes for the 3 young girls. Though the dresses were modest and brought a tear to his eye, the shoes were made of soft sheepskin, promising comfort. He also gathered 2 bolts of fabric for his second sister and parents. In these times, fabric was synonymous with clothing. He dismissed any trivial snacks, for his villa was replete with chocolates, milk candies, and an array of rare treats. However, he first needed to unwrap everything, wrapping them in oil paper and tying them with string to reflect the year's charm. Once he had organized everything, his bicycle was laden with packages, and he pedaled eagerly toward the village. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Meifeng and his mother. The exuberance that had adorned his face evaporated, replaced by a scowl as dark as the bottom of a pot. Lu's mother, upon seeing the bicycle overflowing with goods, widened her eyes in astonishment, her greedy gaze sweeping over the bounty. My son-in-law has returned just as we've run low on supplies. What a fortuitous coincidence. I shan't be polite. I'll take these home now, and you can come and fetch Meifeng when you have the time, she declared, reaching for the bags filled with fine grain. Jiang Yang instinctively stepped back, coldly asserting, Auntie, I am divorced from Lu Meifeng. Have some dignity and leave at once. Lu's mother, displeased by his words, retorted Jiang Yang. How ungrateful. You took away our second daughter's job, and I have yet to confront you about that. Yet you dare to speak to me in such a manner. I am merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. With a brazen demeanor, she lunged forward to seize the bags. Jiang Yang raised his voice, clearly unwilling to resort to such tactics. However, there was no alternative. That woman could be quite tempestuous. He could hardly abandon his bicycle. Engaging in a tussle with a woman of her temperament. Not only would it be inappropriate, but the repercussions would be dire. She could very well claw her own face and claim it was his family's doing. Auntie, this is our property. If you lay a finger on it again, it will become theft. Do you believe I won't raise my voice and summon the neighbors, drowning you in their spittle? His exclamation immediately drew the attention of the neighbors, who opened their doors. Upon recognizing Jiang Yang and noticing the multitude of items on his bicycle, they paused in surprise. With a smile, one greeted him. "Oh, Lulu, you're back. What's going on? Any trouble?" It was common knowledge in the village that Jiang Yang had secured a stable job in the county, rumored to be at the cafeteria of the machinery factory. Regardless of where one worked, the fact remained. He had become a laborer, a point of envy for many in the village. The once seemingly aimless Jiang family son had turned into a respectable worker. Who could tell what the future held? Naturally, everyone treated Jiang Yang with newfound respect. Observing that Jiang Yang was evidently in distress, a neighbor stepped forward. Meanwhile, Jiang's mother and father rushed out upon hearing their son's voice. The moment they saw Lu Mu standing defiantly in front of their son's bicycle, they understood that this woman was once again causing trouble for him. Step aside. Step aside. How shameless can you be, blocking our way at someone else's door? Do you really think we cherish your presence? With determination, she forcibly moved Lu Mu aside, clearing a path for her son. Jiang Yang watched as his parents smiled while pushing the bicycle toward their courtyard. Suddenly, Lu Meifeng, who had been silent until now, dashed forward and clutched Jiang Yang's bicycle handle tightly. Her eyes, filled with disbelief and envy, reflected her resentment as she exclaimed, "Jiang Yang, how could you do this to me? You secretly took the job without me. How have you changed so much? Are you still the Jiang Yang I once knew?" Her indignation transformed into accusations against him. With a frigid demeanor, Jiang Yang pulled her hand away from the handlebars. "Lu Meifeng, do you not find your words amusing? Who was it that insisted our family gather 500 yuan to secure me a job, now that my family has spent that very amount to procure a position? Why do you take issue with it? Can you enlighten everyone as to why?" As the neighbors gathered around to witness the escalating argument, some even climbed the courtyard wall or perched in the nearby poplar tree. In a village with few forms of entertainment, such disputes provided a source of amusement, and the crowd only grew larger. Lu Meifeng, caught off guard by Jiang Yang's words, found herself at a loss. How could she admit to deceiving him in front of so many witnesses? Amidst the commotion, someone shouted, "Hey, Lu Meifeng, why don't you explain? We all want to know what's happening here." Another chimed in, "Jiang Yang, with such a lovely wife, how could you so heartlessly declare divorce? Who would have thought you could transform from a dog into a wolf?" The comments came from the village's bachelors, still intrigued by Lu Meifeng's beauty, despite her current status. Jiang Yang turned to the single man atop the wall, smiling as he retorted, "Was I ever a dog? I was merely treated as a servant. Not just myself, but my 5 sisters and parents were all at the beck and call of others. I must have been blind to have chosen such a woman, who left our family destitute and burdened with debt. This woman, while publicly demanding 500 yuan for my job, had already arranged for that very position to be given to her brother. Once I discovered this, I refused to be her fool any longer. Lu Meifeng and your family are no longer welcome in our lives. We are no longer connected." His revelations left Lu Meifeng utterly astounded. Jiang Yang, despite enduring immense personal grievances, had never shared them with anyone, leading the villagers to perceive him as nothing but an obedient dog. Lu Meifeng had grown accustomed to treating him as such, yet his recent demeanor was entirely unexpected. With her deceit laid bare before the crowd, her face flushed crimson as the onlookers began to whistle. "Jiang Yang, if you continue with these outrageous claims, I will never forgive you. We will never reconcile." Even in her demand for reconciliation, she maintained a fierce front. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yang could not help but chuckle in disbelief. "Neighbors, you are all witnesses. Lu Meifeng and I are divorced. From this day forward, I shall never remarry her. Should I ever do so, let our family be cursed with no heirs. Let me be struck down by divine wrath, with no place to rest." His mother, alarmed, rushed forward, exclaiming, "You insolent boy, is this how you make oaths? Cease this nonsense at once." "Oh, dear heavens, children speak without restraint." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Auntie, how old is your Jiang Yang? Still speaking as a child?" The heavens have long heard him. Hearing Jiang Yang's harsh oath, Lu Meifeng covered her face and fled, observing that the valuable items would not come into her possession. Lu Mu stamped her foot in frustration, pointing at Jiang Yang as she declared, "If you do not kneel and beg for forgiveness from my daughter, she will never remarry you." Jiang Yang merely whistled, exuding a confidence that left Lu Mu with no choice but to retreat. The village bachelors raised their thumbs in admiration, proclaiming, "Lu, you are truly impressive." As the villagers dispersed, Jiang Yang pushed his bicycle into the courtyard. His sisters, accompanied by their children, rushed out to greet him. Just then, his little girl, teary-eyed, dashed towards him. "Daddy, Mommy was so scary just now. She tried to take me away." Jiang Yang scooped her up in his arms, but his expression darkened upon noticing 5 distinct finger marks on her small face. He turned to his second sister and asked, "What happened? Who did this?" Jiang Xia glanced outside, her expression a mix of emotions, and replied, "Who else could it be? Of course, it was your wife. I have never seen a mother so cruel to her own child." Jiang Yang cradled his daughter, gently stroking her cheek. "Does it still hurt? Daddy will boil you 2 eggs. A little warmth will make it better." Yet his daughter clung tightly to his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. "Daddy, don't leave. I'm scared. Hold me." Feeling her small body tremble in his embrace, Jiang Yang's heart ached. He held her close, soothingly patting her back as he spoke softly, "Daddy won't go anywhere. From today onwards, Daddy will never be apart from you. I will protect you, okay?" Upon hearing this, his daughter's eyes sparkled with hope, her big, dark eyes resembling black grapes as she looked up at him. In that moment, Jiang Yang felt his heart melt completely. "Daddy, will you really never leave me again? Really? Daddy will take you to live in the county, all right? You will live with me and your second aunt." As he spoke these words, his daughter seemed to radiate with joy, sparkling like the sun. In an exuberant display of affection, she tightly embraced Jiang Yang and fervently planted 2 kisses on his cheek. "Father, you are truly wonderful. I never want to part from you again." Jiang Yang, observing her excitement as she squirmed to get down, hastily set her on the ground. He chuckled inwardly, realizing how quickly she had shifted her desire for his embrace, knowing that he intended to take her to the county town. Yet, he felt a pang of reluctance as his precious daughter stepped away from his arms, so soft and fragrant. Xiao Xiao erupted in jubilant cheers in the yard, bouncing about like a wild stallion set free. "Big sister, my father has said that I will go to the county town with him." "Second sister, we are off to the county." Although the 2 children did not fully grasp the meaning of going to the county town, they shared in Xiao Xiao's joy, and soon the 3 of them were playing merrily in the yard. Hearing this, Jiang Xia felt a twinge of sorrow. "How can you speak so foolishly? You have barely settled in the county town, and now you wish to take Xiao Xiao with you. Do you not realize that this will upset her?" Having cared for her niece for several months, she naturally felt a different bond with the child. "Sister, who is speaking foolishness? Do you not trust your brother?" "I have never been one to boast. The factory has already agreed that Xiao Xiao can attend the factory's kindergarten, and by the end of the year, she will be able to enroll in the factory's elementary school. They have even assigned me a single dormitory." Jiang Yang spoke earnestly, and upon hearing this, Jiang Xia's eyes sparkled with delight. She understood that if Xiao Xiao accompanied her father to kindergarten and then to elementary school, it would grant her privileges that only city children could enjoy. There were no kindergartens for village children. Having cared for this child for months, she felt a sense of attachment. Yet she recognized that it was far better for her niece to enjoy such a life than to remain in the village. That would indeed be splendid. If you can truly take her, it will be a blessing. But you must ensure you care for her well. As a grown man, I wonder if you can manage that. Jiang Xia, burdened with concerns, turned and hurried to the kitchen, eager to prepare a meal for her returning brother. Jiang Yang shook his head as he watched his sister rush off, not having finished his explanation. He truly understood the hearts of his sisters. In his past life, all 4 had sacrificed themselves for him. In truth, he felt a twinge of guilt for not having been able to assist the 4 sisters who had given so much for him. Ironically, it was the 3rd sister and her husband, who had severed ties with the family yet thrived, who now seemed to benefit from his good fortune. In his heart, he did not distinguish between his 5 sisters. Despite the 3rd sister's estrangement, her actions in that era required immense courage. Yet, the sacrifices of his 4 sisters weighed heavily on him. As he unloaded items from the bicycle, he called out to Lu Mu and Lu Fu, "Mother, come quickly. There's so many things here that belong to you and father." The elderly lady's face crinkled with joy, but she could not resist chiding him. "You wasteful boy. How long have you been working? Instead of saving your wages, you squander it on frivolities. We have everything we need. Why do you spend this money, you spendthrift?" Despite her reproach, her hands moved without hesitation to grasp the items. Jiang Yang, playfully slapped by his mother, beamed and replied, "Mother, money is endless. I will only work harder in the future." Having earned this little bit, I must honor my parents. As the saying goes, filial piety should be practiced early. From now on, you and father should enjoy the fruits of my labor. Tears welled up in the elderly woman's eyes. This eldest son was the treasure of her life. Now that he had become successful and demonstrated such filial piety, it felt as though the years had been a dream. The son who had once disregarded his parents was now dutifully refusing his wife's demands in favor of his own parents. A development they had never anticipated, an illusion of hardship yielding to sweetness. Old Lu, often referred to as Old Man, came to help. Despite his title, he possessed remarkable strength, able to work harder than any robust laborer. As he unloaded bags of rice and flour from the back seat, he recognized their contents, recalling the recent depletion of their stock. He noted that his son was bringing more. Initially, he had hoped to ration their supplies, but now it seemed unnecessary. Without a word, Old Lu hoisted 2 bags onto his shoulders and carried them directly into the kitchen. Jiang Yang presented fresh chicken, duck, fish, and a barrel of peanut oil to his mother. She gazed at the bounty, feeling as if it were the new year, noting that even during celebrations, they had never seen such abundance. After placing everything in the kitchen, he carried the remaining 2 bags into the main room. Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu sat on the kong, watching their son distribute the contents of the bags. One bag was pushed toward Old Lu. Father, this is for you, cigarettes and liquor. Please, no more of that cheap tobacco. It is bad for your health, and the flavor pales in comparison to this. Rest assured, I will take care of your smoking and drinking from now on. Old Lu, observing his son's exuberance, playfully tapped his hand with the smoking pipe. You need to be more composed, young man. This is just the beginning. Don't let a little money lead you astray. Chapter 85. Truly Successful. Jiang Yang grinned as he approached his father, opening a box of Zhonghua cigarettes and lighting one for him. Old Lu took a puff, a look of contentment spreading across his face. He had always enjoyed smoking, and this moment felt special. Only for family would I indulge like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. Father, you and mother have worried about me for a lifetime. Now it is time for you to rest. Starting today, you need not worry. Eat and drink as you please. I will send food home every month. As for the grain we receive from the team, you can sell it or keep it. We won't suffer any loss. Old Lu regarded his son, sensing sincerity in his words. Curiously, he inquired, what exactly are you doing in the county town? How can you bring back so much? Do not worry, father. I have been quite busy in the factory these past few months. I have achieved significant things, garnering attention from factory leaders, county officials, city leaders, and provincial authorities. Soon, I will even present a report at the provincial level. All of this is a reward from the factory, and I have also received a bonus. Jiang Yang pulled out 2,000 yuan he had prepared earlier and placed it on the table, leaving Old Lu and the elderly lady dumbfounded. What? How can there be so much money? The elderly lady trembled, hesitant to reach out. She had never seen such wealth in her lifetime. Old Lu's expression turned serious. What exactly have you done? The last time you returned with money to pay off debts, I was already uneasy. How can you have so much again? Father, how could you think this way about your son? You both raised me. Do you not know what kind of person I am? Am I the sort to cause trouble? This time, the amount is even greater than before. How can your mother and I not be worried? Together, we have never seen this much money, even including your grandparents. Old Lu spoke the truth, torn between pride in his son's success and fear that he was not following the right path. Father, while you are merely fixated on the money, you seem to have overlooked my previous words. I just informed you that I have accomplished significant tasks for the factory, which has garnered the attention of provincial leaders. This is the source of these rewards. Rest assured, all of these items have perfectly legitimate origins. Even if you were to stride boldly through the village proclaiming that you now possess 2,000 yuan, you need not fear scrutiny. This recognition is endorsed not just by the factory, but is also well known among provincial authorities. Hearing this, the old man finally felt at ease, his eyes glistening with emotion as he hastily directed his wife. Quickly, let us offer incense to our ancestors. Our family's grave is finally blessed. The elderly couple respectfully prepared incense for their forebears. Jiang Yang, seizing the moment, also approached the ancestral tablets, bowing 3 times with deep reverence. He was uncertain as to why he had been granted a second chance at life, but surely it was a testament to the virtue accumulated by his ancestors. Before long, Jiang Xia and his mother had prepared an extravagant spread of dishes. This feast was arranged at Jiang Yang's request, and they had invited his uncle, third uncle, and several brothers to join. Jiang Yang contemplated taking his second sister to the county town, now divorced, with her agricultural ties reverted to the village. Raising 2 children solely through farming would undoubtedly be challenging. Most importantly, should she encounter that scoundrel Wang Fugue again while alone with the children. It could lead to dire consequences, especially with him not being nearby. Furthermore, he needed support. As a man occupied with factory work, managing children simultaneously posed a significant challenge. While his intentions were somewhat selfish, he was also considering his sister's well-being. It was unacceptable for her to remain confined to the village as a rural housewife for life. In his previous life, his sister had passed away too soon, and in this life, he hoped she could carve out her own path. However, if she left, their parents would be left in the village, necessitating some form of assistance. His uncles and their families would provide that support, though his capabilities were currently limited. He envisioned a future where he would help his uncle and third uncle achieve prosperity together. For now, he could only offer small favors to strengthen their familial bonds. When his uncles and several brothers arrived, they came alone, without their wives. It was rare for Jiang Yang to return to the village, and word had spread quickly. Upon receiving his invitation to dine, they understood that he had made something of himself. Upon seeing the lavish spread at his home, they realized that the Jiang family had truly turned their fortunes around. Jiang Yang was generous, engaging in lively conversation and toasting with everyone while sharing his plans. When they learned that Jiang Yang intended to take Jiang Xia and the two children to the county town and had even secured a kindergarten position for Jiang Xia, his uncles exchanged astonished glances. How long had it been since Jiang Yang had gone to the county? It had barely been 2 or 3 months, yet here he was, orchestrating significant undertakings. He had managed to secure a job for his sister in the city, a feat that had once seemed impossible to the villagers who looked down on Jiang Xia for her divorce and her 2 children, believing that her only option was remarriage. Some of the older bachelors had even planned to propose to her, but little did they know that Jiang Xia was about to leap into a new life. Jiang Yang also informed them about his third sister and brother-in-law's involvement in his current endeavors. Sometimes, one must not be overly ostentatious, yet at other times, it is crucial to be transparent. Without clarity, familial relationships can suffer due to the complexities of mutual interests. His uncles had already been quite supportive during their family's difficult times, but it was equally important for them to recognize their own value. By seeing the worth in their contributions, his uncles would cherish their familial ties even more. In family dynamics, affection is one aspect, but possessing leverage is equally vital. Indeed, after hearing his words, his uncle's demeanor toward Jiang Yang grew even warmer. Without needing to be asked, his brothers pledged to look after their elderly parents in his absence, assuring him that they would frequently check in and take care of any household matters, ensuring that the elderly couple would not be burdened. In truth, Jiang's father and mother were still quite capable and did not require constant care. However, should they ever find themselves unable to manage, Jiang Yang would ensure they were taken care of. For now, this arrangement proved to be the most suitable. The family enjoyed a joyous gathering. Chapter 86, Entanglement. After finishing lunch, Jiang Yang did not rest. He rode his bicycle to his eldest sister's home. With 3 days off, he planned to visit his eldest fourth and fifth sisters. Life had not been kind to these sisters in their marital homes, where they faced severe mistreatment. The eldest sister fared slightly better, being strong-willed and serving as a pillar of support for him, earning a living to shield her family from criticism. However, the fourth and fifth sisters were different. Their timid natures and lack of means made them reliant on their husband's exploitation to provide for their brother. In his past life, these 2 sisters had married far away, suffering even more. They were unable to stand tall in their in-laws' homes, often treated as less than human, enduring bullying from both their mothers-in-law and sisters-in-law, which aged them prematurely and left them in poor health. The eldest sister lived nearby, and it took just over an hour for him to cycle there. The fourth and fifth sisters lived farther away, requiring a bus ride. He intended to visit his eldest sister today, and the next day, and the day after that. He would visit the fourth and fifth sisters in succession. He had been so preoccupied with altering the course of his past life since his rebirth that he had not found time for his sisters. But now, he needed to seize every moment to make amends. As he cycled out of the village and into the cornfields, he intentionally pushed his bicycle into the dense crops, where others could not easily see what he was doing. This area was often used for secret rendezvous, offering a measure of privacy. He retrieved some items from the villa, ensuring he would not arrive empty-handed at his sister's home. He had taken all the rice and flour, which would not be replenished until the next morning. However, he had plenty of other goods such as pork, chicken, milk powder, white sugar, and brown sugar. He cut off a piece of pork, estimating it to weigh 4 or 5 pounds, and took 2 chickens. He filled paper bags with 2 pounds each of white and brown sugar. These were precious commodities in those times. Not wanting to take too much at once, fearing it might overwhelm his eldest sister, he hung the items on the handlebars of his bicycle and rode toward the main road. However, just as he exited the village, he was suddenly confronted by a figure who dashed out from the roadside, blocking his path. Had he not hit the brakes, he might have collided directly with the person. Frowning upon seeing who it was, Jiang Yang realized it was none other than his ex-wife, Lu Meifeng, who appeared to have stormed out in indignation. Still unwilling to let go. Lu Meifeng, what do you want? Didn't we clarify everything this morning? Are you not finished yet? Lu Meifeng, noticing the items hanging from his bicycle, accused Jiang Yang. Have you been up to some underhanded dealings? What I do is none of your concern, he retorted. Remember, you and I are no longer connected. Keep your distance and spare me your presence. You irritate me. Upon hearing this, Lu Meifeng burst into tears. Typically proud and assertive, she had returned home to face her mother's harsh reprimand. Lu Meifeng gradually came to the realization that Jiang Yang was no longer the malleable man she once knew. Maintaining her previous attitude would only serve to exacerbate the rift between them. If she wished to gain any advantage from Jiang Yang, a transformation in her demeanor was imperative. Thus, this former wife swiftly altered her strategy, adopting a more demure and innocent approach. Jiang Yang, how can you be so heartless? Just because I acted out of spite, you truly chose to divorce me? I still hold you dear in my heart. If I didn't take care for you, could I have borne your children? Yet, you treat me this way. Lu Meifeng surprisingly softened her tone, prompting Jiang Yang to discern that she perceived his worth anew and was now contemplating alternative tactics. In their nearly 2 decades of marriage, Jiang Yang had never witnessed such behavior from Lu Meifeng. Truly, she had become shameless. Who lacks conscience? You know full well what lies within your heart. You claim to care for me? Perhaps what you truly harbor is a concern for my livelihood. Let me make this clear. Since we are divorced, there is no chance of reconciliation. I will not allow you to exploit even a single penny from me. As Jiang Yang attempted to leave with his bicycle, Lu Meifeng clutched the handlebars tightly, causing him to stumble against her. Jiang Yang, how can you be so cruel? We were once husband and wife. A night together yields 100 days of affection. Even if I have erred in the past, I am still a mother. Your actions wound our child deeply. Upon realizing that Jiang Yang remained unyielding, Lu Meifeng resorted to invoking their daughter. What do you truly desire? I seek nothing but reconciliation. Jiang Yang, let us remarry and live a harmonious life together. Since our divorce, my days have been difficult, and I genuinely miss you. Reflecting on your past kindnesses makes me realize how misguided I was. I promise to treat you well moving forward. My immaturity was my fault. But together, we can build a better life. You now work at the cafeteria and earn a respectable salary. I can bring our child to live with you in the county, and we can have another son, achieving a complete family. Just think of how wonderful that would be. Jiang Yang, I will no longer act petulantly. Let us remarry and create a happy life. I have heard that you helped your brother-in-law find work at the cafeteria. If you can assist him, surely you can help my brother too, alleviating our financial burdens. Together, we can forge a prosperous life. Isn't this a mutually beneficial arrangement? I swear my intentions are sincere. Otherwise, I would not have married you. For the sake of our child, let's remarry. Lu Meifeng had received a stern ultimatum from her mother, insisting that she reconcile with Jiang Yang, lest she be cast out. Naturally, she was anxious, for she had nowhere to turn. Moreover, she had heard villagers discussing how well Jiang Yang was faring. Not only had he gained favor with the factory leadership, but he also demonstrated considerable skill at the cafeteria. Just by observing the items he brought home today, it was evident that Jiang Yang had succeeded. In truth, Lu Meifeng had regretted her actions upon learning of his new job. Realizing that the Jiang family could not bear to see their son suffer and had likely provided him with 500 yuan to assist him. Had she not quarreled with Jiang Yang, perhaps this job would now belong to her brother. Nevertheless, it was imperative to mend this situation. She could not simply watch as Jiang Yang prospered beyond her reach. Chapter 87. Are you not human? Just envision how our lives could improve. Lu Meifeng believed she had touched Jiang Yang's heart, especially as she clung to his arm, and he did not push her away, igniting her hopes. She immediately adopted a charming demeanor, playfully saying, Jiang Yang, you must give me your entire salary each month. I will retain half for our expenses and allocate the other half to my mother and my 2 brothers. Should my brothers join you at the cafeteria? They can support you. With their assistance, you will surely secure your position there. If anyone dares to mistreat you, my brothers will stand by your side. Your brother-in-law may not genuinely care for you. It would be wiser to bring my elder and second brother to the cafeteria. Together, we can improve our lives. Doesn't that sound splendid? Although you may have taken my brother's job, he will forgive you if you find him another. Only my 2 brothers genuinely wish to assist you. You see, family ties run deep, while your household consists solely of sisters. Who can truly aid you? It must be my 2 brothers who will stand by you. Jiang Yang, you must not lose sight of your priorities. Also, look at all the items you brought. Offer them to me. I will take them home to apologize to my mother, so she may quickly forgive you and consent to our remarriage. In a few days, you can visit my mother to apologize publicly, bowing to her as a gesture of goodwill. We can then resume our harmonious life together. I promise to bear you a healthy son, and when we have a son, our lives will surely improve. Even if we do not have our own, my brother's sons can be adopted under our name. I have everything planned, Jiang Yang. As long as you agree, I assure you I will not revert to my previous ways. With a smile that she believed exuded charm, Lu Meifeng attempted to sway Jiang Yang, recalling how her previous smiles had always melted his resolve. Jiang Yang, just agree to me. Did you not once profess your undying love for me, vowing to do anything for my sake? Surely, this small request is within your capacity. Do you not desire to remarry me? Convinced that she had softened Jiang Yang's heart, Lu Meifeng gazed at him with longing, eagerly awaiting his affirmation. However, to her astonishment, Jiang Yang suddenly pushed her away, forcefully withdrawing his arm. The sheer strength of his action took her by surprise, nearly causing her to fall. With a cold laugh, Jiang Yang remarked, Lu Meifeng, you truly have calculated your moves well. I should have known you would not temper your temper, but instead bide your time for this moment. Your family's schemes are transparent, and you dare to reveal your intentions to exploit me, to take advantage of my kindness. I will tell you this, Lu Meifeng, you are merely an ordinary woman, albeit one with an attractive exterior. Did you truly believe your beauty could grant you dominion over all? I once adored you and acquiesced to your whims. But now I see through your selfish and greedy facade. For the sake of your family, you would drain my family of all we have. I advise you to keep your distance. Even if I remain unmarried for the rest of my life, I shall never remarry you. Furthermore, do not use our daughter's name to manipulate me. How did you treat her when we were together? You are unworthy of being a mother. Keep your distance and do not dare to approach me again. Jiang Yang clenched his fists, kicking a small tree by the roadside and breaking it in half. Lu Meifeng, startled, stumbled back, her complexion paling. She had never witnessed such intensity from Jiang Yang before. Turning away, he pushed his bicycle and walked off, striving to contain himself, determined not to lay a hand on a woman, no matter the provocation. Although he harbored intense hatred for his ex-wife, resorting to violence against women was forever beyond his scope. This was his limit. He had not reduced the Lu family to ruin. His mercy was genuine, and it was also a means to cultivate virtue for his beloved child. However, it appeared that Lu Meifeng was persistently entangling him, signaling that the Lu family did not intend to relent. Therefore, he could not be blamed for adopting a ruthless demeanor, especially given that Lu's two elder brothers had not been virtuous in their previous lives. In a few years, Lu's eldest brother would incur a mountain of debt from gambling, and he had once stepped in to settle those debts. As for Lu's second brother, he was infamous for impregnating a woman, leading to demands for exorbitant betrothal gifts, with threats to imprison him for his lewd behavior. The Jiang family had initially covered those expenses, and he could arrange matters similarly this time. He was keen to observe how the Lu family would navigate this impending crisis. Jiang Yang pedaled his bicycle determinedly towards his elder sister's village. In the village, few families owned bicycles, so his arrival piqued the curiosity of the villagers. The elders seated at the entrance inquired loudly, "Oh, young man, whom are you looking for?" With a cheerful smile, Jiang Yang replied, "Elders, I seek the household of Lu Jinhui. I am Lu Jinhui's brother-in-law, Jiang Chun's younger brother." Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions shifted instantly. "You are Jiang Chun's brother? You must hurry. Your sister is in trouble. Haven't you heard?" Jiang Yang was taken aback and hastily dismounted his bicycle. He produced cigarettes from his pocket and offered them to the elderly men. "Elders, what has happened to my sister? You should rush over and see. Your sister was injured on a mountain while carrying stones. They said she is on the verge of death. Her two sons have gone to the ancestral home to seek help, but the Lu family cannot provide the necessary funds. If you don't hurry, you may miss seeing your sister one last time." "Oh, you Jiang family members are truly remiss. Your sister is in such dire straits, and yet no one from your family has come to inquire?" The elders chastised Jiang Yang, who felt a wave of shame wash over him. However, he sensed something amiss since his parents had not mentioned this situation to him. "Esteemed elders, our family was unaware of this news. Had we known, how could I not have come?" He decided to visit and ascertain the truth. Jiang Yang pushed his bicycle away, leaving the elders to realize that the Jiang family was not wholly indifferent, for he had brought numerous items with him. Chapter 88. Illness. Jiang Yang arrived at his sister's home and was greeted by the sound of weeping from within. "Father, my mother has lost consciousness. What shall we do? If we don't take her to the hospital soon, she will be truly lost. Do you think I don't want to save your mother? But we can't scrape together a single cent. Your grandparents blame us for lending too much money to your uncle. They no longer trust me." The father lamented, "We are utterly impoverished. Even if I want to sell everything to save your mother, I lack the means." "It's all because of your uncle," the son retorted. If it weren't for him, Mother wouldn't be in this state. The room echoed with cries, revealing the resentment borne by the family, which Jiang Yang recognized as his own burdens to bear. As he leaned his bicycle against the yard, the sound startled the occupants inside. A 15-year-old boy, Lu Xinqing, emerged, his gaze filled with animosity. Lu Xinqing was the eldest son of Jiang Yang's sister, who had 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. Under normal circumstances, they should have been living comfortably, yet the dire conditions of their village suggested that even their labor would yield scant harvests. Lu Xinqing glared at Jiang Yang, seething. What do you want? Are you here to gloat over my mother's suffering and demand money? I tell you to leave. We have no money. My mother is dying, and we can't even afford her medical bills. Are you happy now? When she dies, there will be no one left to earn for you. Lu Xinqing's fury was palpable, and he seemed ready to strike Jiang Yang. Hearing the commotion, Lu Jinhui rushed outside to intervene, frowning as he addressed Jiang Yang. Lao Lu, what brings you here? If there's something urgent, we cannot assist. Your sister's condition is grave. Do not take the boy's words to heart. Perhaps you should just leave. Jiang Yang see get. Lu Jinhui was a good man, and it was his kindness that had allowed his sister to treat them as she had over the years. Brother-in-law, I heard about my sister's illness. I wish to see her. As he spoke, he pulled aside the curtain to enter. Lu Xinqing attempted to block him. By what right do you see my mother? She's in this state because of you. How dare you come here? You should just go die. Lu Xinqing shouted, expressing the family's pent-up resentment. Lu Jinhui shot his son a disapproving glance. Close your mouth. That is still our elder. Do you speak to him like that? Go to the corner. Lu Xinqing sulked, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Yang stepped into the room and was immediately struck by a foul odor. He wrinkled his nose and saw his sister's youngest daughter sitting beside her, using a damp cloth to cool her mother's forehead. The room was dimly lit, with curtains drawn, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Approaching the bed, Jiang Yang found his sister lying beneath a blanket, her eyes tightly closed, her complexion pale with a waxy hue. He felt her pulse, weak and barely perceptible, confirming that she had indeed lost consciousness. Recalling a technique taught by an elderly physician, he turned to the indifferent little girl. Xinyue, please fetch me a knitting needle. The girl coldly replied, You're a bad person. I don't want to talk to you. My brother says you caused my mother's suffering. If you want your mother to wake up, you must find a needle. I would never harm her. Jiang Yang felt a pang of helplessness, reflecting on the unkindness he had shown in his past life, which had led to his alienation from all. After a moment of hesitation, the little girl climbed onto a cabinet to search for the needle. Jiang Yang pulled back the blanket and discovered that his sister's leg had been crushed. There was no treatment. The wound had festered and was oozing yellow pus, emitting a putrid stench. No wonder the room harbored such an unpleasant odor. It was likely due to this injury. A simple treatment should be administered to the wound, with some herbal remedies gathered from our own garden applied. Though it appears nothing more than a futile endeavor, it is likely that my sister's state of unconsciousness and shock is related to this. Immediate medical attention is imperative. The viability of her leg is in jeopardy. In my previous life, my eldest sister met an untimely death, seemingly passing away suddenly, with only the news of her demise reaching our family. At that time, I was embroiled in a quarrel with Lu Meifeng, utterly overwhelmed and unable to attend to my sister. By the time our family arrived, she had already been buried, and they were unable to participate in her funeral. Based on the timeline, it is plausible that her demise was a consequence of this grave injury. I have no recollection of the events. Had I remembered, I would have taken precautions to prevent my sister from following the same tragic path as in my former life. I truly wish to slap myself. To put it bluntly, I was an ungrateful wretch in my past existence. Lu Jinhui entered to find his brother-in-law wielding a knitting needle, seemingly having jabbed it into his wife's arm a few times. The force he employed was considerable, and unexpectedly, his wife, who had just moments ago been unconscious, opened her eyes. Jiang Chun groaned softly, and upon seeing Jiang Yang's worried expression, blinked in disbelief. Could it be that she was merely disoriented from her illness? Brother, how are you now? Jiang Chun attempted to muster a smile, but her body felt utterly drained, and she was enveloped in a haze. Even uttering a single word required tremendous effort. Jiang Yang gently touched his sister's forehead, neck, and found her burning with fever. It must be a systemic infection caused by the wound's suppuration. He addressed his brother-in-law, my sister needs to be taken to the hospital. Lu Jinhui sighed heavily and replied, Lao Lu, you should go back. It's not that I want to treat your sister, but our family can barely scrape together a single yuan. How can I afford her treatment? The helplessness of the impoverished. Chapter 89. Sister, you will always have me. No, there's no need for treatment. Lao Lu, I'll be fine with some rest. Despite having just been unable to speak, Jiang Chun managed to express her thoughts in a fragmented manner upon hearing the mention of money. Lu Jinhui, witnessing his wife's condition, was filled with frustration. Enough. Conserve your strength. Your brother doesn't need your pity right now. Focus on yourself instead. At this rate, you'll be waiting at home for death. All my fault for not being a man. Had I known that day, I should carry stones up the mountain for you. None of this would have happened. Lu Jinhui looked at his wife with regret, and even at this moment, this simple man harbored no resentment towards his brother-in-law. Jiang Chun drew a deep breath and smiled. You cannot blame yourself. This is my fate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang erupted with anger. Brother-in-law, enough of this. We need to take my sister to the hospital. I will cover the medical expenses. His fury was directed inward. Had he addressed the situation sooner, his sister would not have had to bear the burden of carrying stones up the mountain. He cursed himself for his indifference towards his family in his previous life, allowing all his attention to be consumed by Lu Meifeng, completely forgetting this matter. Had he been a little more attentive, Jiang Chun would never have encountered this ordeal again. If his sister were to succumb to complications this time, he would feel utterly ashamed to face anyone. Lu Jinhui chuka bitli, Lao Lu. Don't speak such words of anger. Do we not know our family has situation? If only we had some money, we could patch the holes. If we had money, your sister wouldn't have had to bear stones all these years. We accept our poverty. It is our fate. Suddenly, Lu Jinhui squatted down, a tall, robust man, tears streaming down his face. I have wronged your sister. As a man, I have been incapable of providing for her medical needs. Jiang Yang retorted, brother-in-law. Don't delay any longer, please. I have already stated that I can pay for my sister's treatment. We must not waste any more time. If we do, something grave may happen to her. Lu Jinhui abruptly lifted his gaze, taken aback by the urgency in his brother-in-law's expression. Stammering, he asked Lao Lu, where did you get the money? That is not your concern. There is no need for explanations. We must go to the hospital now. Jiang Yang understood that some things were difficult to articulate. Lao Lu, don't be reckless. Where did you acquire that money? Your sister cannot spend it. Jiang Chun interjected, struggling to speak, nearly rolling her eyes. Without hesitation, Jiang Yang flung aside the covers. Brother-in-law, go find a door plank, lay down some bedding, and place my sister on it. Then gather some neighbors from the village. We must hurry to the hospital. There is no time for discussion. Brother-in-law, I may have wronged you in the past, but I cannot stand idly by and watch my sister's life slip away. Lu Jinhui finally realized the seriousness of his brother-in-law's intent, hastily rising and wiping his tears away, his face resembling a calico cat. I will go. A mere coin can thwart even the mightiest of men. Now, hearing that his wife might be treated, this strong man was suddenly flustered, rushing out the door, bellowing at his son squatting in the yard. Why are you just sitting there? Hurry and find a door plank. Didn't you hear what your uncle said? Lu Xinxing retorted, he is not my uncle. You little brat, be quiet. Your uncle is the only one who can save your mother now. Lu Jinhui hurriedly dashed out, shouting to his son, if you dare to mess this up, I'll break your legs when I return. Lu Xinxing reluctantly stood up, pulling his brother into the neighboring storage room to retrieve a battered door plank. They entered the house with the plank, only to find Jiang Yang already laying 2 quilts atop it. They wanted to protest, realizing their family had limited bedding, but saw Jiang Yang gently lift Jiang Chun from the Kong as if she were a precious treasure. Sister, don't think of anything else. Now that Lao Lu is here, your brother is your support. If you face any difficulties, tell your brother. You must never carry stones again, even if I am incapable. I cannot force my sister to earn for me. Sister, you must lay down your burdens and live well for yourself, for brother-in-law, and for the children. These were the words he had longed to say to his sister in his previous life. Jiang Chun, overcome with emotion, wept freely, and upon witnessing her brother's determination, the remnants of her grievance dissipated. Having been raised in a traditional environment, the eldest was accustomed to bearing the responsibilities for all her younger siblings. From the moment of her birth, the teachings instilled by her parents dictated that she was the eldest, responsible for guiding her siblings. She was to care for them, educate them, and provide for them. As the eldest sister, she was expected to make sacrifices for them. Though Jiang Chun felt exhausted, she was the steadfast pillar of her family, knowing she could not falter. Only she could shield her siblings from the burdens of their parents. Yet, she was truly weary. Jiang Yang, witnessing his sister's tears, felt a pang of sorrow. This was the consequence of his past actions. Gently placing Jiang Chun onto the quilts, he covered her with a blanket, then addressed the young girl. Go fetch your mother 2 changes of clothes. Who knows what the situation at the hospital will be? Given your sister's injury, she will likely need at least 10 to 15 days of hospitalization. The little girl, who moments ago had been agitated, now regarded her uncle with newfound appreciation upon seeing her mother awaken. She rummaged for 2 worn, patched garments, and upon seeing them, Jiang Yang felt a wave of disdain for himself. What kind of person had he become to drive his own sister to such depths? The family had just finished their tasks outdoors when Lu Jinhui burst in with a group of people. "Old Lu, this is my neighbor, Boss Gu and Boss Chun. This is their son. They have come to lend a hand." Although Boss Gu and Boss Chun were unfamiliar with Jiang Yang, they had long admired his reputation. It was common knowledge that Jiang Chun had a wonderful younger brother, whose sister worked tirelessly to provide for him, only for Jiang Yang to seem like an insatiable abyss, consuming every bit of her earnings without a trace of gratitude. Upon seeing Jiang Yang, a chill swept over the faces of the men. They were there for Lu Jinhui and Jiang Chun, not for Jiang Yang himself. "What's going on, Jinhui? Didn't you say we were taking Jiang Chun to the hospital? We should hurry." The group collectively ignored Jiang Yang. Lu Jinhui, though embarrassed for his brother-in-law, couldn't he afford to dwell on it at that moment. "Yes, my wife is already on the doorboard. Let us go." As Boss Gu prepared to lift the doorboard, he decided it would take 4 people to carry it, and the distance was not short. The 2 men in the front were straining under the weight. Boss Gu and Boss Chun resolved to take the lead while their sons followed, ensuring a smoother journey. With Lu Jinhui providing some protection alongside, they would be able to rotate the burden along the way. However, before Boss Gu could step forward, Jiang Yang unexpectedly moved ahead and lifted the doorboard himself. "Brother-in-law, let me carry it." Lu Jinhui was about to protest, but Boss Gu pushed him aside, saying, "Jinhui, you stay back and guard. I'll carry it with your brother-in-law. Chun, you and your son stay behind. We'll take turns." It was evident that Boss Gu intended to test Jiang Yang. Without hesitation, Jiang Yang hoisted the doorboard onto his shoulder, matching Boss Gu's effort. The 4 men carried the board as they exited Lu's home, drawing the attention of the village residents. Many elders approached Lu Jinhui with questions. "What is happening, Jinhui? We're taking my wife to the hospital." "To the hospital? Where's the money coming from?" Lu Jinhui glanced at Jiang Yang, feeling a twinge of guilt. He knew his brother-in-law's character all too well. Yet, even with the slightest glimmer of hope, he felt compelled to try. He couldn't just watch his wife suffer. "Yes, my brother-in-law is providing the funds." A neighbor, aware of the family situation, interjected loudly. "Oh, Jinhui, you need to be cautious. Your brother-in-law has never been known to part with his money. Has he actually handed any over to you? What if he runs off after you take her to the hospital? Then what? You'd have to carry her back, which would just be tormenting everyone." Lu Jinhui felt a bit embarrassed and quickly replied, "Auntie, that's not necessary. Our old 6 isn't that kind of person." "Oh, Jinhui, you might know his face, but not his heart. What kind of person do you think your brother-in-law is? If he were truly kind and decent, would your family be in this situation for so many years?" Other villagers gathered, their gazes fixed on Jiang Yang, who was well known throughout the area. The crowd was blocking their path, and Jiang Yang suddenly pulled out a stack of money from his pocket and pressed it into his brother-in-law's hands. "Brother-in-law, take this." He adjusted the doorboard on his shoulder and addressed the assembled neighbors. "Everyone, please clear a path. I need to give my sister a chance at life. We can talk after she is safe." Lu Jinhui was taken aback by the thick bundle of cash in his hands, while those around them fell silent, stunned by the generosity displayed. The wad of cash appeared to contain at least 200 or 300 yuan. The crowd parted, and Jiang Yang, still shouldering the board, called out, "Thank you, Boss Gu. Thank you, Boss Chun, for helping to pave this path of life for my sister." Though others remained silent, they couldn't deny that Jiang Yang's display of wealth had won their hearts. After all, everyone was apprehensive about making a fruitless trip. And who could say whether a seriously ill person could withstand such a tumultuous ordeal? They moved swiftly, taking turns carrying the board. Yet, Jiang Yang never once relinquished his burden. He wanted to experience firsthand the hardship his sister endured every day while hauling stones up the mountain. Although the weight of the board was manageable with 4 men, it began to chafe against his shoulders, drawing blood and forming blisters. The pain was excruciating, and he couldn't help but reflect on his sister's frail figure, toiling daily for their family. As he carried the board, he cursed himself internally for being unworthy. He owed his sister a debt of life. Lu Jinhui approached Jiang Yang and whispered, "Old 6, take a break. Let me carry it. You can't keep this up." Jiang Yang pushed him away. "Brother-in-law, please don't worry. This is what I must do. My sister has cared for me my entire life. If I can't even get her to the hospital, what kind of person am I?" Jiang Chun lay on the board, tears streaming down her face as she sensed her brother's complex emotions. "Yang, don't be foolish. Switch with your brother-in-law. You'll exhaust yourself. Sister, how could I possibly tire? It's just a few dozen miles. How tiring can it be? You go up the mountain every day carrying stones, which is far heavier than this. If I, a man, can't endure this, am I still a man? Don't worry, your brother 1 break. The three men who were taking turns with the board, despite any lingering resentment, found their frustrations dissipating in the face of Jiang Yang's determination. They hastened their pace and finally reached the county hospital. The sight of them carrying the board startled the medical staff, who quickly ushered them into the emergency room. After examining the patient, the doctor emerged, his expression grave. "You should have brought her in much sooner. Do you realize she could have died?" Lu Jinhui, upon hearing this, slapped himself in frustration. Jiang Yang rushed forward. "Doctor, how is my sister?" Although the doctor's face remained stern, he replied, "We are currently administering treatment. She needs to be hospitalized. We will do our best, but it's fortunate you brought her in now. If it had been 2 days later, not even a miracle could save her. There's a risk of amputation." A nurse handed over the payment slip, urging the family to settle the fees promptly. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yang took the slip and headed straight to the payment counter. 500 yuan for the hospitalization. In those days, that was a substantial sum. Lu Jinhui, still holding the money Jiang Yang had just given him, hurriedly asked, "Old Six, how much is it?" "You still have the money I gave you." Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Brother-in-law, keep that money. I've borrowed enough from your family before. That's not acceptable. It's different now." Jiang Yang glanced at Lu Jinhui, a man of earnest character, and said sincerely, "Sister's fate is fortunate. She has met a good man. But you're too honest. Please, take the money back." Lu Jinhui insisted on pressing the money into Jiang Yang's hands. If his wife knew he had accepted money from her brother, there would be consequences. Besides, Jiang Yang had already covered the hospital fees. It would be right to take money from him again. "Brother-in-law, we are family. If you're this polite with me, it feels somewhat alien. If we're talking about settling debts, I should have repaid you long ago. I've just been too busy with work recently to address it. So please, take the money for now. My sister has undergone surgery and must take good care of her health. Every aspect requires financial resources. Do you have any money?" Lu Jinhui instantly wilted. How could he possess any money? If he had funds, would he not have treated his wife? He had none. Chapter 91. No stone carrying allowed. Observing his brother-in-law's silhouette as he returned to the operating room, Lu Jinhui felt an undeniable transformation within him. The surgery was remarkably successful. 2 hours later, Jiang Chun was transferred to a general ward. In a room shared by 10 patients, Jiang Chun's bed was positioned by the window. Jiang Yang watched as his sister was brought back, already quite alert. The procedure had been exceedingly successful, and she needed to recuperate thoroughly. The doctor was also pleased, for her leg had been saved. Lu Jinhui held his wife's hand, saying, "Chunner, did you hear? Our leg is saved. You must take care of yourself now. No more carrying stones." Jiang Chun pinched Lu Jinhui sharply. Her younger brother was still present. Wasn't such a remark a stab at her brother's heart? Lu Jinhui quickly clarified, "I didn't mean it that way." Jiang Yang chuckled and waved his hand, turning to exit the ward. The 4 villagers who had accompanied him remained seated on the benches outside. Lu Jinhui was entirely focused on his sister, having completely forgotten the situation at hand. It must be admitted that Lu Jinhui was quite naive and lacked social acumen. After leaving the ward, Jiang Yang called out to the 4 men. "Brother Gu, Brother Chun, let's go out for a meal. You should hurry back. The roads will be difficult to navigate once it gets dark. My sister will be hospitalized here. I truly appreciate your help today. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss." The 4 men felt somewhat awkward upon seeing Jiang Yang, as his demeanor set him apart from their rural backgrounds. "There's no need for formality. Your sister is a wonderful person and has often helped us. It's only right to lend a hand in times of difficulty." The elder brother Gu, the most eloquent among them, quickly interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "No need for a meal. We'll head back right now." "What meal? We're neighbors. It's only proper for us to eat together," Jiang Yang insisted, stopping them. They had traveled all afternoon, and with night approaching, it was unreasonable to deny them a meal. "That one tea do, because you've been so helpful. This meal is a must. Come on, let us go." At that moment, there were no private restaurants. Only state-run eateries existed. Dining at a state-run restaurant was a luxury for these villagers. The 4 men hesitated, glancing nervously at the sign of the state-run establishment, initially reluctant to eat. But Jiang Yang had already pulled them inside. Jiang Yang seated them at a table and approached the window to place an order. In those days, all menus were written on blackboards. Without hesitation, he ordered 5 portions of dumplings, 5 bowls of wontons, and 5 baskets of buns. Given the hearty appetites of the time, he doubted that his order would suffice, but he would wait to see. When the food arrived, the 4 men were momentarily stunned. Villagers rarely indulged in such fare. Throughout the year, they might only celebrate with dumplings during the new year. These dumplings were filled with pure meat, and each bite released a rich, oily flavor. After taking a bite, they felt overwhelmed. How could they accept such generous hospitality? "Xiao Jiang, this is too much. Jiang Yang took a bite of a bun and replied, "Why is that? This is excessive. How much did this cost? Your sister still needs money for her medical expenses. Rest assured, I am now employed at the machinery factory canteen and earn a monthly salary. I can cover my sister's medical expenses. In the county, this is my domain. So worry not. I am the head chef at the canteen, and I have meal tickets and grain tickets. This is nothing." Hearing this, the four men finally felt at ease and looked at Jiang Yang with a hint of envy. In the eyes of the villagers, anyone with a secure job was worthy of admiration. As Jiang Yang watched the buns, wontons, and dumplings disappear, it was evident that the men were still not satisfied. Without hesitation, he ordered another round. They felt a bit embarrassed, but couldn't help themselves and indulged heartily. Once they finished eating, Jiang Yang asked, "How was it? Are you full? If not, we can order more. We're all family here. There's no need to be polite." The four men quickly waved their hands, exclaiming, "We're full. We're full. We've eaten plenty." They felt somewhat embarrassed about consuming so much. "Brother Gu, Brother Chun, there's no need to feel shy. In the past, I may not have known how to treat you properly, but from now on, you can watch how I conduct myself." Jiang Yang's words carried an air of redemption. He aspired to become a pillar of support that his sister could be proud of, ensuring that the villagers would no longer harbor any disdain or gossip about his family. It was well known that villagers' whispers could break one's spirit, which was a source of distress for his sister's family, as they feared Jiang Chun's burdens might bring trouble to others. After bidding farewell to Brother Gu and Brother Chun, Jiang Yang returned to the hospital, bringing 2 boxes of food for his sister and brother-in-law. Entering the ward, he found his brother-in-law sitting there, visibly uneasy. Clearly, he was also concerned about mealtime, but being a rural man, he had never been to the city or a hospital, leaving him unsure of where to obtain food. Upon seeing Jiang Yang, his brother-in-law's face flushed, especially when he noticed the food boxes Jiang Yang carried. "Hi, Lao Lu. I don't know what to do. I was worried about not letting you go hungry. Your sister was just thinking about where to buy flatbread or something." "Sister, you just had surgery. You must be cautious about what you eat. Avoid anything dry like flatbreads." Placing the food box on the table, he handed one to his brother-in-law and pushed a small table closer for his sister. "Sister, I brought you wontons with broth and soup dumplings. Tonight, I'll go home and have her mother prepare chicken for you. I'll bring you the broth tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun became anxious. "Don't be foolish. That chicken is doing well. It can still lay eggs. Why would you kill it? I'm not in confinement. Sister, just trust me. What is one chicken? If you don't take care of your health, you will suffer from leg problems in the future." He handed her a spoon. "When we were young, you raised me. Aside from our parents, you were like my second mother. Now that you're injured, it's my turn to care for you. You must focus on your recovery and not worry about anything else. Once you're well, you will no longer carry stones up the mountain." Jiang Chun felt warmth in her heart, her face breaking into a smile, but she couldn't help but chide him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Carrying stones earns money. You still have to marry. Don't you need money for that?" Lu Jin, we want to say something, but in their household, it was always the wife who made the decisions. However, Jiang Yang interjected, "Sister, if you don't heed my words, I'll never marry and remain single for life." "How can you say such things? You're too old for this nonsense. You must marry. It's essential to have someone caring by your side, especially someone who understands you." Jiang Chun became agitated upon hearing this. Chapter 92, I Can Afford It. "You." Jiang Chun looked at her brother's earnest expression and, for a moment, felt that he had truly grown up. He was no longer the same boy she once knew. His serious demeanor made it clear he was not jesting. "I know you're worried about me getting hurt again, but marriage requires money." Jiang Yang pulled out a thick wad of cash from his pocket. "Sister, look. Your brother has money now. I can earn it, so there's no need for you to carry stones to support my marriage. You and Lu Jin, we should focus on living well. Take care of yourself. That alone is the greatest gift you can offer me. Sister, I have grown up. I am now capable of earning a living. In the past, it was you who supported me, and now it is my turn to support you." Faced with a stack of money, Jiang Chun found herself at a loss for words. Merely gazing at that sum was a stark reminder of the wealth she could not amass herself. While she felt a sense of pride in her brother's newfound ability to earn, a tinge of melancholy washed over her as the elder sister. The brother she had once nurtured had now become a memory of the past. "Do not speak nonsense. Your earnings are your own, and there is no need for you to support me." Jiang Chun stubbornly refused. "Sister, if you insist on keeping such clear boundaries, then I shall repay you all the debts and favors I owe you in the future." Hearing her brother's words, Jiang Chun could not help but smile. This child had indeed matured. "Very well, I shall not insist on such clarity." Jiang Yang tidied up the lunchbox, determined to take it back. He advised his brother-in-law, "Stay here with my sister tonight. I will return home now and bring you meals first thing in the morning. There is no need to worry. I will handle everything." Lu Jinhu accompanied Jiang Yang outside and quietly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sixth brother. Truly, your sister has done so much for you over the years. To say I have no resentment would be a lie. This time, your sister was nearly at death's door, and my anger towards you is genuine. However, today, by saving her, you have saved our entire family. No more words are needed. Brother, I should not harbor such thoughts in the future. Jiang Yang patted his brother-in-law's shoulder, fully aware that he too would feel resentment had the roles been reversed. He then turned to head back to his dormitory, realizing that his sister had nothing with her in the hospital. After all, his brother-in-law had neglected to bring any essentials during her admission. He retrieved a basin, a towel, and even a spit cup from his dormitory, filling them all in a mesh bag to deliver to the hospital. As he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered Feng Meihua. Noticing Jiang Yang carrying so many items, Feng Meihua greeted him with a smile. Oh, Comrade Jiang, are you on leave? Why are you carrying all these things at such a late hour? The items were too conspicuous, clearly everyday necessities. My sister is hospitalized at the county hospital. I am bringing her some supplies. Secretary Feng was taken aback, but Jiang Yang had already waved his hand and walked away. Understanding that Jiang Yang's family was in trouble, and knowing his sister was in the hospital, Feng Meihua turned back, realizing she would need to visit the hospital the following day. When Jiang Yang returned to the hospital with the items, Lu Jinhu was immensely grateful. He had no idea where to procure such essentials. Wanting to wipe his wife's face and clean her body, he found himself utterly helpless, especially as he watched others bustling about nearby while he had no even a roll of toilet paper to offer. The small shop near the hospital had long since closed. Jiang Yang's arrival was a timely relief for them. After dropping off the supplies, he hurried back to the village, needing to return to his brother-in-law's home where his bicycle remained. When Jiang Yang knocked on the courtyard door, Lu Xinqing saw him and looked around, not spotting his parents, and asked with slight urgency, "Where's my mother? Your mother underwent surgery and is hospitalized. She likely won't return for a few days. You three brothers must take care of yourselves," Jiang Yang replied as he entered the courtyard. Spotting the bicycle still resting in the corner, its belongings intact, he retrieved the items and handed them to Lu Xinqing. "These are for your family. With your parents away, you must look after your younger siblings. What about my mother? Is she all right?" Lu Xinqing was not fond of this uncle, but at that moment, Jiang Yang was the only one who could provide concrete news. "Your mother had surgery, and the doctor said it was very successful. She'll need some time to recuperate in the hospital, but rest assured, her life is not in danger." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinqing breathed a sigh of relief, but upon looking at the items in his hands, he hastily declined. "We cannot accept these. When has my uncle ever brought things to our family? If I accept them, my mother will surely be displeased. I am your uncle. If I say you should take them, then take them. There is no need to worry. Your parents are doing well in the city. Tomorrow morning, I will bring the meals. You three siblings must stay put at home and not wander about." With that, he pushed the bicycle towards the exit, and Lu Xinqing quickly interjected, "We won't go to the county to see my mother. It's fine if you truly wish to go, but take the bus with your younger siblings. Do not skimp on that fare." Jiang Yang pondered for a moment, pulled out 10 yuan from his pocket, and pressed it into Lu Xinqing's hand, knowing full well that his brother-in-law's family was financially strained. "Take your siblings by bus tomorrow. Now lock the door well. I am leaving." Jiang Yang pedaled away, navigating the uneven path, while Lu Xinqing clutched the money, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Jiang Yang returned home at 11 o'clock. When he knocked on the door, his elderly parents emerged, dressed in their robes. They had anticipated his return, but the hours had dragged on without word, leaving them restless. "You, child, wandering about in the dark. Why didn't you return earlier? Once you went to your sister's, you lost track of time. What if you accidentally fell into a ditch? The mountain roads are dark, and there are no streetlights. It is not uncommon to fall into a ravine." It was no wonder his parents were worried. "Do not fret, I am fine." After closing the courtyard door and ushering his parents inside, he recounted Jiang Chun's situation. Hearing that their daughter had nearly lost her life left them visibly shaken. "Father, you must slaughter a chicken for my sister and make her some soup. I will take it to her tomorrow morning." The old lady was not pleased at this suggestion. "That won't do. We only have 3 chickens. If we kill one, how will we have eggs to eat? But you said my sister is fine, right?" Jiang Yang replied with a wry smile. "Mother, when I said she is fine, it is because the doctor successfully saved her life today. However, my sister's health is severely compromised. She has spent years carrying stones on the mountain. Do you think her body can recover easily? She needs proper nourishment. For all these years, my sister has treated our family well. You both understand that. What is a single chicken compared to that? Did I not bring home so much chicken and fish yesterday? Besides, I am earning money now. I can afford to let my sister eat chicken." Chapter 93. Changing Hospital Rooms. The old man recalled his son's recent actions and shot a glare at the old lady. "Enough talk. Whatever the youngest says, we will heed. From now on, we will follow the children's lead. He dressed and went out to slaughter a chicken, while the old lady followed, muttering, "What a waste. This is truly reckless." Yet, ultimately, the chicken was slaughtered and prepared for soup. Upon hearing of his sister's illness, Jiang Xia felt anxious. The next morning, the siblings filled bowls with the chicken soup. Jiang Xia prepared chicken noodle soup for their sister. Together, they headed to the county to visit Jiang Chun. Upon their arrival, Jiang Chun had just risen, having washed her face, and appeared quite spirited. Seeing her younger siblings, she smiled warmly. "Why are you two here so early? Come back after lunch." Sisters seldom had the opportunity to gather after marriage, and this moment allowed them to sit down and converse. Jiang Yang handed the lunchbox to his sister. "Sister, eat breakfast first. Our mother simmered this chicken overnight. It is deliciously tender." Jiang Chun gazed at the golden broth, a layer of oil floating atop, and her eyes glistened with tears. She never imagined her parents would treat her with such kindness, even during her confinement. Her maternal family had only sent 30 eggs. The doctor came to check on Jiang Chun's wound and smiled. "It looks good. The recovery seems satisfactory, and the wound is healing nicely. If it continues this way, you should be able to have the stitches removed in about a week, and then you can go home to recuperate properly." Jiang Chun'er felt a twinge of anxiety. "Doctor, must I remain hospitalized for another week? Is there any possibility of an earlier discharge? Our family is financially strained, and each day in this hospital incurs expenses." Jiang Yang chuckled, addressing the physician. "Doctor, pay no heed to my sister. She is simply accustomed to being frugal." The doctor smiled, remarking, "You are fortunate to have such a caring brother. Just yesterday, he nearly knelt before me, pleading to ensure the safety of your leg, regardless of the cost." As the doctor and nurse departed, Jiang Chun gazed at her brother with contentment. The family was engaged in conversation when a knock resonated at the door. Jiang Yang turned to find an unexpected sight. Lu Wei and Feng Meihua stood at the entrance, their attire starkly contrasting with that of the other patients. Lu Wei, clad in a Zhongshan suit adorned with 4 pockets, exuded an air of authority, while Feng Meihua, in her elegant dress, radiated sophistication. With 2 net bags in hand, they entered with cheerful expressions. Lu Wei exclaimed, "Xiao Jiang, had I not encountered Meihua, I would remain oblivious to your sister's hospitalization. Such a significant event. And you failed to inform me? Do you not consider me a friend?" Jiang Yang hurried to welcome them inside, explaining, "Secretary Lu, I was rather rushed yesterday and had no opportunity to notify anyone. It was pure coincidence that I ran into Secretary Feng, and she learned of it from me. I intended to keep it under wraps." Feng Meihua shot Jiang Yang a sidelong glance. "Comrade Xiao Jiang, are you implying that I'm overly talkative?" "Not at all. I merely meant to say that Secretary Feng is a kind-hearted and beautiful woman," he replied hastily, sensing her rising irritation. Ignoring him, Feng Meihua approached Jiang Chun. "Hello, elder sister. I'm a colleague of Xiao Jiang, working alongside him at the machinery factory. Upon hearing of your hospitalization, we made a special trip to visit you." Jiang Chun felt somewhat flustered, unsure of how to respond to someone so fashionably dressed. "Please, take a seat," she managed to say warmly. Jiang Yang quickly introduced. "This is my elder sister, Jiang Chun. This is my second sister, Jiang Xia. And this is my brother-in-law, Lu Jinhua. And this is Secretary Feng Meihua, who is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also quite brave. She has been a tremendous help to me." The mention of such esteemed titles immediately made Jiang Chun and Jiang Xia feel more constrained, realizing they were in the presence of significant individuals, far removed from their ordinary lives. After a short conversation, noticing the sisters' discomfort, Feng Meihua and Lu Wei took their leave. Jiang Chun whispered to her brother, "They brought so many gifts, it feels quite embarrassing. Perhaps you should suggest they take them back. We cannot accept such extravagant offerings." "Sister, you mustn't be absurd. It is simply improper to return gifts once given. That is not how we conduct ourselves in our village," Jiang Yang reassured her as he escorted their guests out. Lu Wei glanced around the disheveled hospital room, furrowing his brow. "This ward is rather chaotic and may hinder your sister's recovery. I have an old classmate at the county hospital. Let me take you there to secure a better room." Initially hesitant, Jiang Yang reconsidered. Accepting such an offer could foster beneficial connections. After all, Lu Wei's acquaintance must hold some clout at the county hospital. With a smile, he replied, "Secretary Lu, I shall not refuse your kindness." Lu Wei responded playfully, "Why the formality? You just refer to me as your good buddy. Calling me Secretary Lu feels distant. From now on, call me Lu Wei or just Xiao Lu." "All right, Lu Gu," Jiang Yang replied, amused. Lu Wei felt pleased by Jiang Yang's flattering acknowledgement. Recognizing the significance of establishing a rapport, he guided Jiang Yang to meet the head of the surgical department. revealing that Lu Wei's old friend was indeed the chief surgeon at the county hospital. Given their connection, it was no surprise that the doctor arranged for Jiang Chun to be transferred to a new room within 30 minutes. This time, they were assigned a two-person room, ensuring that no additional patients would occupy the second bed, allowing family members to stay comfortably overnight, essentially akin to a private room. Thanks to the influence of Li Maokai, the medical staff treated them with even greater courtesy. Once he had seen them settled, Jiang Yang returned to the ward. The newly assigned two-person room was located at the end of the corridor, typically reserved for officials. The family felt a mix of trepidation and disbelief as they surveyed their surroundings, realizing it hardly seemed within their means. "Lao Lu, how do you know so many influential people?" Jiang Chun blurted, unable to contain her astonishment at her brother's connections. "Rest easy, sister. Your brother is no longer the same. The people I know have changed, and you shall soon enjoy a better life," Jiang Yang replied nonchalantly. By midday, the three children finally arrived, and they were relieved to find their mother recovering well, nearly as vibrant as before, save for her inability to get out of bed. As dusk approached, Jiang Yang and Jiang Xia made their way home on his bicycle, and she reflected on the surreal turn of events over the past 6 months. She had once endured hardship at the Wang household, facing abuse and uncertainty about her survival, with little hope for the future. Yet now, she found herself in a vastly improved situation, particularly as her brother had transformed from a meek figure overshadowed by his sister-in-law into a steadfast man. "Lao Lu, am I dreaming? What nonsense, second sister. You have changed. Now that you live in the county, you must look after this child, understood?" Jiang Xia expressed her genuine happiness for her brother. "Sister, you needn't worry about me," he replied. "You are grown now. How can I manage you? Besides, I have 2 children to care for, Nyo and Nyo. I can still tend to the fields at home." Jiang Xia had no other aspirations, simply wishing for her brother to thrive independently, focusing on farming and ensuring her family was well fed. "Sister, oh, I nearly forgot to mention, I found you a job," Jiang Yang exclaimed, smacking his forehead, realizing he had neglected to inform her the day prior. "A job? What can I possibly do? I can't even recognize a single character." Jiang Xia reacted with urgency, realizing the challenge of factory work in the city. "Sister, why do you belittle yourself? Even if you cannot read, you are still the diligent, earnest, hard-working, and kind sister I admire. Do not hastily dismiss your abilities. You have no idea what job I found for you, so how can you assume you are incapable?" Jiang Xia's words resonated, revealing her own tendency to underestimate herself, a pattern established since childhood. She had grown accustomed to belittling herself, believing she was unworthy, so whenever something good presented itself, her immediate instinct was to think she could not accept it, that she must refuse, as it was not meant for her. She gazed vacantly at her brother's broad back. "What can I do?" she wondered. "I found you a position at our steel factory's kindergarten." "Kindergarten? What is that?" she asked. "Sister, kindergarten is a place where the children of factory workers stay before they start school at 6. Parents have to work, and no one is available to look after the children, so they send them directly to kindergarten. Generally, there are small classes, middle classes, and large classes, as well as nursery classes for very young children, typically under 3 years old. They might be just a few months, or over 1 or 2 years old, essentially a place dedicated to caring for children." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia felt a flicker of joy. If it involved caring for children, she had experience, as she had always looked after her younger siblings when she was a child and later, after marrying and having her own child, continued to care for them herself. "If it's taking care of children, then I can do it." Suddenly, Jiang Xia, who had just been insisting she was incapable of working, found a surge of confidence. "You see, sister, it's really not that difficult. It's not as daunting as you imagine, so don't dismiss yourself right from the start. Every time you encounter something, even something good, make an effort to try. If you truly lack the ability to achieve it, then that is our problem. But if you shut the door on opportunities from the beginning, it is akin to someone delivering money to your doorstep, and you simply refuse it. How can fate bestow blessings upon you? Even if it grants you opportunities, you must strive to seize them." Jiang Yang was acutely aware that his second sister had always been the one who worked hard at home, but received little recognition, particularly in a family that favored sons over daughters, where all resources and affection were directed towards him. The eldest sister, as the firstborn, had grown accustomed to bearing responsibility and considering all her younger siblings, while the second sister remained invisible, lacking parental affection and overshadowed by younger siblings, making any affection she received seem elusive. Her timid personality was undoubtedly linked to the absence of care and attention she had experienced. He now aimed to rebuild her confidence. In this life, the second sister's fate would be reclaimed by her own efforts. Without Wang Fuguwei, she would not be beaten down. As long as she diligently cared for the children and embraced a confident, sunny disposition, her life would surely surpass that of the past. He wanted her to break free from the confines of rural life, to gain broader perspectives, and to foster a robust self-esteem, not merely to hand her a job. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xia felt a sense of solace wash over her, as though struck by lightning. Indeed, everything must be fought for. Just like when rations are distributed in a team, if one receives less, and one does not strive for those rations, others will not give more. Lou, thank you. I don't know what to say. I've lived my life in a haze, just muddling through. I have no idea how one ought to truly live. Sister, you mustn't thank me anymore. Over the years, you've helped the family and me immensely. I am fully aware of it. Just as I told the eldest sister, she has contributed so much to the family, and so have you. Do not always look down upon yourself. But I want to be a burden to you, will I? After all, the kindergarten job is a stable one. Perhaps it would be better suited for the eldest sister. She is so pitiful. Jiang Yang chuckled and replied, Sister, you needn't worry about that. I have considered the needs of all my sisters, but please give me a bit of time. I will ensure that each of you leads a different life. This job is perfect for you, and I admit I have a selfish motive. I want you to assist me. Jiang Xia responded, No problem. Just tell me what you need help with. We are siblings, after all. There is no need for such formality. Sister, now that we are in the county, I'm busy with work every day. I want to bring Xiao Xiao to the county to live, but as a man, I will inevitably be somewhat negligent in caring for her. However, if you were there, it would be different. If you were at the kindergarten, and Xiao Xiao is there too, I would feel at ease knowing you're watching over her. There would be someone to pick her up after school. It would be wonderful. Deep down, Jiang Yang knew that every calculation he made was tinged with self-interest. He remained fundamentally selfish. Chapter 95, Plans. Upon returning home, Old Man Jiang and Old Lady Jiang felt relieved to know their eldest daughter was in good health. Naturally, Jiang Yang did not disclose to his parents the details regarding the money spent on his sister's medical treatment. The old couple, fundamentally traditional and feudal, believed that a son's earnings should not be spent on a daughter. To avoid complications, he refrained from mentioning it altogether. He also informed them of his plans to take the second sister to the county and had found her a job. While the old couple felt a flicker of happiness. After all, their daughter's divorce had drawn the village's scrutiny, and the entire family had felt the weight of shame in their community. It was a bittersweet joy. In these times, regardless of the reason for a divorce, the blame inevitably fell upon the woman. They could not confine their daughter and her children within their home. Now, with their son divorced and their daughter following suit, their family was becoming the subject of village gossip. Rumors swirled that the Jiang family was cursed, as evidenced by their son's divorce followed closely by their daughter's. People speculated that their ancestors must have been unvirtuous, having done nothing good. The old couple stifled their displeasure at the thought of their son's words, which prevented them from confronting their daughter. Otherwise, given their nature, they might have already expelled Jiang Xia and her two daughters from their home. Now, upon hearing that their son had found a job for the second sister, they felt a sense of joy. Who wouldn't be happy with a stable job? The prospect of their family having two secure positions was as astonishing as having two children divorce. Yet, there lingered some apprehension. So, are you certain bringing your sister to the county won't become a burden? You know very well the second sister's character. She doesn't speak much, nor is she particularly capable. If she were to hinder you, what would you do? The old man remained focused on his son's potential to bring honor to the family. Jiang Yang had transformed. He was now a figure even more formidable than the village leaders, exhibiting not only composure in speech and action, but also a newfound charisma. The old man harbored great expectations for his son, genuinely fearing that others in the family might hold him back. Father, mother, you needn't worry. My intention in securing this job for the second sister is also to have her assist me. You know I wish to bring Xiao Xiao to the county. But as a man, I must work and focus on my career. Someone needs to look after the family, and if my sister goes, she can certainly help care for Xiao Xiao, which would ease my mind considerably. Old Lady Jiang, feeling somewhat slighted, retorted, Why can't your mother take care of the child? Why haven't you thought of bringing her to the county and finding her a job? Jiang Yang immediately sensed his mother's jealousy. Approaching her affectionately, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders. In their village, such physical affection was uncommon. Typically, only the bond between a mother and child allowed for such intimacy. As children grew, the norms dictated a more reserved demeanor. The expression of familial love in Chinese culture rarely manifested through physical gestures. Jiang Yang's affectionate embrace dissipated much of his mother's anger. At the same time, she playfully nudged Jiang Yang, exclaiming, Look at you, a grown man, still embracing your mother, as if you were a child. Aren't you the least bit embarrassed? Mother, no matter how old I get, I will always be your son. I have no reason to feel shame. After all, you are my dear mother. Must you even feel jealous about this? As for my elder sister, you know her situation all too well. She is raising 2 children alone, and life ahead will be challenging for her. Your father and I have long since decided to find her a suitable match for once she is married. She will belong to another family, relieving you of any burden. Mother, father, please do not act recklessly. I have my own plans. Jiang Yang's voice rose in urgency, understanding that he could not blame his parents. After all, they had always been protective of him. Who in this world could complain about their parents, if not him? His parents and sister had sacrificed so much for him. It would be unreasonable to welcome a heartless wolf into their midst. Even if he wished to improve his family circumstances, he had never considered doing so at the expense of another. However, he was acutely aware that his parents had no honorable intentions concerning his sister's remarriage. Like many parents in the village, they merely sought to hastily send their daughter off, eager to avoid any disgrace to the family name. As for the quality of the match, it was of little concern to them, as long as someone was willing. They would not be picky. In the eyes of the older generation, marriage was merely a matter of survival. Romantic love was often deemed insignificant. Yet, the fact that both daughters struggled to find suitors, with the men showing little interest, was already considered a stroke of misfortune. Nevertheless, Jiang Yang did not wish for his sister to be carelessly married off again. Given her temperament, any union would likely yield unfavorable outcomes. Moreover, men willing to marry divorced women with children were often of dubious character, lacking in virtue. While this was not an absolute truth, it reflected the prevailing societal attitudes. Until his sister possessed the capability to stand strong and independent in front of another man, he would not permit her to tread the same path again. What are your plans? Old Master Jiang inquired, recognizing his second son's newfound abilities and thus willing to listen. Father, mother, I have found a job for my sister that allows her to care for me, while also ensuring she does not settle for a man from the village, which would yield little benefit. I plan to arrange for her to marry a worker in the county, so they can enjoy a better life together, with access to goods and provisions. If I have an additional worker in the family, my brother-in-law will at least be better than those from the village. By placing the advantages before them, Jiang Yang knew his parents would readily agree to his proposal. As expected, upon hearing this, the old master fell into contemplation. Yet, the matriarch remained somewhat hesitant. With the way your sister is, and with 2 daughters in tow, what worker from the city would have any interest in her? Mother, you need not worry about that. I assure you I will handle the remaining matters, so you need not fret. Jiang Yang immediately took charge, aiming to prevent his parents from meddling in his sister's affairs any further. Upon hearing her son's assurance, the matriarch complied, saying, "Very well, you are grown now. Do as you see fit, and your mother will support you. Indeed, if my future brother-in-law is a worker, he will also be able to support you." The old master felt a sense of relief, primarily due to his son's impressive demeanor. With the decision made, Jiang Xia began to busy herself at home, preparing to pack her belongings for the move.